Welcome to CNBC's Your Money, Your Vote on this election night in America. We are live from the heart of capitalism, the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Tonight we will take you from Wall Street to Washington to Silicon Valley as we break down what the election results mean for your money and the economy. Riding shotgun with us tonight, the voice of the American investor, Jim Cramer. Scott Wapner is going to break down the market implications of tonight's results along with the investment committee. Plus, we'll talk to some of the biggest names in business, including former NEC Director Gary Cohn, former SEC Chair Jay Clayton, hedge fund titan Mark Lazary, Altimeter Capital's Brad Gerstner, and former Commerce Secretary Carlos Gutierrez. Let's get to it. Right now, polls are closing in Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, and South Carolina. And in the first of the battleground states, Georgia, here are some of the calls being made this hour. NBC News projects former President Donald Trump as the winner in Kentucky, while Vice President Kamala Harris is projected to win Vermont. Meantime, the battleground state of Georgia, too early to call, as well as Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Also, 4 of those states too early to call. So let's get a check on where the candidates stand in the race to 270 electoral votes. Harris, at this point, has 3. Former President Trump has 8. Of the key issues influencing voters, perhaps none as important as the economy. NBC exit polling showing 31% of voters rank the economy as the most important issue, second only to the state of democracy. Could the economy be the deciding factor in swing states? Vice President Harris, of course, has focused on creating tax credits, addressing price gouging, while former President Trump has touted tariffs as a way to create a more level playing field. Let's get to our first guest. Gary Cohn was the former National Economic Council Director in the Trump administration, former president of Goldman Sachs, currently vice chair of IBM, and he joins us here at Post 9 with our coverage on a night like this.
Especially here at the New York Stock Exchange. Gary, we're thrilled to have you here as a former policymaker in the White House, executive, trader. You can bring a good perspective. Thank you for being here.
Sarah and Carl, thanks for having me.
So what's at stake for investors in this election?
There's a lot at stake. But on the other hand, there could be very little at stake because we've got a lot going on tonight. We're all concentrating right now on the presidential election, but we also have a House and a Senate election. And remember, policy has to go through the House and the Senate. The White House is a dominant factor. Ultimately, we need legislation to change a lot of the policies that are going to affect the markets and are going to affect the way people think of investing their money.
What comes to mind when you think about the different policies at stake, either from the presidency or from Congress, as far as investors are concerned? Because we have seen this nice run-up in stocks, mostly attributed to the Trump trade, that his chances are good.
We have. So first of all, I think the biggest topic that people talked about, and it's one of the key differences between the two candidates, has been their view on tax policy. And I think the reason we talk about tax policy so much is because the tax reform that was done in 2017.
Which you had a little hand in.
Yeah, the personal side of it. And I think people don't understand this enough. Just the personal side of it has a cliff that ends at the end of next year. So the corporate side will not change. The personal side will revert back to where it was in 2017. But as we all know, if we're going to open a tax discussion, probably everything will be on the table. But on the other hand, if nothing is done whatsoever, and Congress cannot agree on changes to what the law is today, there is a mechanism for just to revert back to where we are. Now, reverting back to where we are is a complicated tax system. We simplified the tax system quite dramatically. We cut down the amount of brackets. We got rid of a lot of the complexity.
The Trump administration. So reversion back would be a problem.
Reversion back would be a two-sided, full-page 1040 form. Now we're a half a page 1040 form. You'd have itemized deductions. You'd have standard deductions. Yes, you'd bring back SALT. You'd have more tax brackets. You'd have much higher tax brackets. And then you'd have the alternative minimum tax. So the way that we all think about investing, the way we think about deductions would change and change quite dramatically.
Can you tell viewers why it was structured that way, to revert?
So it was structured that way because when the policy went through, it was done through something called reconciliation.
We all remember that.
Okay. Reconciliation is a way that you can get something through the Senate with a simple majority, a 51-vote majority. You can do that for budgetary matters only. But when you go through reconciliation, you have a very stringent set of rules that you have to abide by. And when you score your legislation, it has to score to the penny or underneath what Congress has allowed you to spend in the piece of legislation. To allow that tax reform to score, the way we got it to score, all of us involved, there was a huge group of people involved, was to end the personal tax reform at the end of 2025. That allowed it to score. We all thought, everyone involved thought it was more important to keep the corporate tax unchanged because corporations make 10 and 20 and 30-year capital investments. They need to understand the tax code that they're dealing with. On the flip side, individuals tend not to make long-term capital investments, and we thought that individuals could deal with a changing tax code. And when we got to it in 25, if that's the year they got to it, that Congress would understand what was going on. And if the tax changes had been as effective as we thought they would be, and I think they have been, that Congress may choose, and we hope that they would choose, to extend the tax policy. So
it only changes if we don't have a divided government, though, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I think it could change with a divided government. I think there are probably some places where a divided government could agree. It seems like both candidates were talking about bringing back SALT deduction. Now, if you bring back the SALT deduction, it's a very large deduction. I might call it a loophole. It's a very large loophole in the tax code where people that live...
A lot of people in New York would be happy.
A lot of people in New York, I personally would be very happy. But it's a large loophole with people that pay a lot of real estate taxes and pay a lot of state and local taxes, get to deduct that from their federal taxes. It seems like both candidates were in favor of that. It seems like both candidates wanted to potentially lower tax burdens on certain types of income. Now, those things are interesting, but at the end of the day, they will cut down on the amount of the revenue that the government takes in. I don't know if there's an appetite on both sides of the aisle to decrease revenue, especially as we talk about debt and deficit, because that's another major factor that I think investors are starting to worry about.
Gary, while you're talking, NBC News has now projected Donald Trump to win Indiana. That is 11 more electoral votes, and that will bring his total now to 19, sir.
I mean, no surprises there, Gary. So, look, you mentioned debt and deficits. By the way, neither candidate are talking about it, but the market is thinking about it. We've seen this back up in yield, specifically at the long end, in the 30-year yield. And the worry is that both candidates will increase the deficit by trillions of dollars at a time where our deficit is already a problem. How do you expect the Treasury market to handle this election?
So, remember, both candidates are out trying to get elected right now. And so what they've said during campaigning and what policy is going to be probably will not be the same thing. You know, to get tax policy to change, to increase the deficit, both the House and the Senate have to go along with those spending bills. Spending goes through a legislative process. So I think there will be some rational behavior in the House and Senate thinking about debt and deficit. I do think there are quite a few members in the Congress that are starting to think more and more about the problem of the deficit that we have. And that's before we talk about the Social Security Trust Fund, that we're getting closer and closer to the cliff of the Social Security problem. Because the Social Security problem is a real problem. You know, we are not going to cut back payments or benefits to retired individuals in this country. So ultimately, we're going to have to pay those payments out. And you put that payment deficit on top of the deficit that we're spending in natural operation of the government, we just start compounding a bigger and bigger problem. And every day, we're getting a day closer to that issue.
So you're not worried about the election? You don't think that bonds are a sell if President Trump prevails?
So you and I have had this discussion at this table for the last 3 years, where I've been talking about a normalized yield curve and what a normalized yield curve looks like, and we forgot what a normalized yield curve looks like. I think we're back into this discussion that we historically have a positively shaped yield curve. Right now, we have a yield curve that is starting to become a positively shaped yield curve. So yes, since the Fed started cutting, we've seen 10-year rates back up about 65, 70 basis points. But we still do not have that much steepness in the yield curve. If you think that the terminal rate for Fed funds is 3.5%, and I think it's moving up as we see more and more strength in the economy, and you've now got 10 years at 4.25%, you've got pretty much normal steepness in the curve. You could say, look, that's not even steep enough. That's 75 basis points of steepness. That could be 125 basis points of steepness. You could see the 10-year rates continue to go higher if you don't think Fed funds is going dramatically lower. Yes, the Fed's going to cut rates, I believe, 25 basis points this week, but there's a long way between here and 3.5% in Fed funds.
I wonder how you're thinking about how CEOs have weighed in on this whole cycle. And some have been more active than others, Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick versus Mark Cuban and Vinod Khosla, vocal on both sides. Have either of those things shown us a good picture of how corporates are thinking about either scenario?
Look, I think every CEO and every corporate has been weighing the outcomes of the election. And you have to. If you're making 10 and 20-year capital commitments, and you're running your business for a long-term shareholder value creation, you have to think about the regulatory environment you're dealing with. You have to think about the tax environment you're dealing with. You have to think about what you can and should do and the environment you operate in and what your global business looks like, where you need to manufacture, where you can import raw materials from, where you can't import raw materials from. All of those inputs have to go into your thinking as a CEO. I don't think there's a CEO in this country that hasn't been thinking about what potential outcomes of the election could have on their business.
Gary, you mentioned regulation. Stay with us because we want to turn to that key issue right now. Of course, President Trump has vowed to swiftly overhaul the country's regulators, while Harris is likely to continue Biden's crackdown across a number of sectors. For more on what to expect, let's bring in someone you know very well, Jay Clayton. He ran the SEC under former President Trump from 2017 to 2020, also a CNBC contributor and independent chair of Apollo Global Management. Good evening. Welcome, Jay. It's good to have you.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
How big of a gulf do you see, a gap between Harris and Trump on the regulatory agenda?
Well, Gary did a great job explaining that a lot of changes would have to go through Congress. The regulatory agenda is not one of them. The regulatory agenda is probably where there is the biggest difference.
Because of executive orders?
There's two channels for the regulatory agenda. One is executive orders. The other is the regulatory agencies themselves. In both of those, I think you will see a stark contrast, or you would see a stark contrast between the second Trump administration and what I will call a second Biden-Harris administration. You're going to see, I do not expect a Harris administration to depart very significantly from the regulation and the regulatory approach that we have seen during the Biden administration.
Which you would characterize as?
Hyperactive.
Right.
And actually, as the courts have found in many cases, beyond the law.
But has it hurt the economy? I mean, we're looking at an economy that has been pretty good, at 4.1% unemployment rate, a stock market at record high.
I think if you ask CEOs, as you were just talking about, do they think that it has impeded what I would say is growth-enhancing measures, whether they're mergers, which is the thing we talk about the most, or other measures? They would say yes. They would say yes, that they're hampered. There are industries, let's take the banking industry. Everyone agrees the banking industry needs consolidation. Now, we love our small and medium banks. We don't need 4,000 of them. We probably need 2,000 of them. We need them to service those communities, but there's a lot of efficiencies to be had from banks consolidating.
How much of an impact do you think it has on the economy, the regulatory agenda?
I think I agree completely with Jay. I think it's enormous. This is one place where personnel is policy. And one of the jobs of the president is to appoint personnel in the regulatory world. And those regulators, and we see it. We see it right now in the Biden-Harris agenda. We see what some of those individual regulators are doing or trying to do. I think Jay characterized it as trying to do because I think they've lost almost every court challenge they've had, but they are trying to put their personal views on very stringent, very tight regulatory.
The FTC, you mean?
FTC.
They would argue with that. They've won some.
Okay. Well, they've lost most.
What does an FTC look like, Jay, under Harris versus Trump? Is there really that much of a difference? We've heard J.D. Vance, his running mate before, praise Lina Khan, the head of the FTC.
Look, I think that both a Harris and a Trump administration do agree that you should have an eye on jobs in America as part of regulatory policy. I think that there's a narrow slice where that overlaps.
One thing she has said that Biden never said was raising this notion of appointing a Republican to her cabinet, for example. Directionally, do you think there'd be no move to the center on regulation than what Biden has given us so far?
Look, in my lifetime, no second-term president has moved to the middle.
second-term president.
I consider Harris to be a second-term president. I do. I mean, she's been there the whole time. She has said, "I'm not going to change anything." I do not expect significant change, including because the regulators that get approved, get confirmed by the Senate, would have to hew to the progressive side of the Democratic Party. And I agree with Gary. On a lot of other economic issues, you can find common ground. Regulatory approach is not one of them.
Well, besides regulatory oversight, which is something the president can do by themselves, trade is another when it comes to tariffs. So I do wonder, Gary, if some of the good effect on the economy that he would implement via deregulation would be wiped out via higher tariffs, something that he has consistently promised.
Look, tariffs are an important tool. I mean, we've had this conversation before. Tariffs used effectively are very important to protect jobs and industries in this country. We've used the example of Chinese EVs being imported in the United States, where the Chinese manufacturer does not have a cost of capital, they do not have to pay a living wage, and they can pollute the environment to manufacture that car, where we here in the United States have the complete opposite. We have cost of capital, we pay living wages, we're environmentally sound and safe.
That's strategic and targeted. What about blanket, what he's talking about, 20% tariffs?
I think at the end of the day, when you sit down in the White House and look at some of these tariffs, especially tariffs on potentially input materials, when you're importing raw materials that get input into manufacturing, you're compounding a problem. So I think, again, it's easy to say blanket tariffs. I think when either one gets elected and they sit down and they look at the tariff policy, because their tariff policy for the last 8 years has not differed very much. When they sit there and look at tariffs, I think they will have to evaluate products by product, tariff by tariff, and decide what makes sense for our economy. How are we protecting jobs in the United States?
They wouldn't want to raise the price of Nikes here for
Sarah,
American consumers,
I think you're right to raise the two together, because I ascribe good motives to both. I think that, tariffs are about protecting high-quality jobs in America. That's the motivation. It's not about increasing prices. And on regulation, I don't question whether the regulators think whether the Harris-Biden regulators think they're doing a good job. I don't think it's as effective as they do, but I do think they have the American worker in mind.
We've been watching a lot of so-called Trump trades in the market last few weeks, and it's going to be an interesting experiment. If he doesn't win tonight or this week, how much of the movement in yields was about him versus the macro? And I'm curious what you think about Bitcoin, too. How much was a bid in Bitcoin because of maybe a lighter regulatory touch versus what people are calling a crisis bid on just disruption in general?
Look,
I'll take the yield curve. You take the yield curve. How's that?
Hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, you did regulate.
Thanks for coming in today, Jay. So I think in the yield curve, I don't think it's a Trump trade. I think we are re-normalizing the yield curve. We're going to have more and more demand for longer dated maturities. The U.S. has a big maturity wall in some respects. We've been financing our debt relatively short term. We're going to need to roll out our debt maturities. We've got an awful lot of corporate debt and real estate debt maturing in the next year or two. There is going to be demand on the yield curve, and we are going to go back to what I consider a normal, positively shaped yield curve, which we have been pricing in for the last 4 months, 5-6 months almost. So I think that is not as much of a Trump trade as is a real renormalization trade.
What about strong dollar, strong stocks? Was that part of the Trump trade?
I think that I think it is not part of the Trump trade. I think it's part of the overall economy. You started the whole segment talking about we have 4.1% unemployment. Corporate earnings have been, they've been okay. When companies are doing well, the stocks are soaring. When companies are missing, the market is punishing those companies that miss. I think the market is being very rational. And I think the overall market is going to continue to thrive because this is a great place to do business. And we've got an economy that is doing fairly well right now.
Bitcoin, you're up.
I'll tie the yield curve to Bitcoin. Either candidate is going to have to deal with the fact that we have financed this government on a very short-term basis. If a corporation financed its balance sheet like we have financed our balance sheet, we'd all be saying, what the heck is going on here? 60% of the debt coming due. So to the extent that Bitcoin is an inflation hedge, and you look at that and say, inflation is coming, you can see a Bitcoin rally. The other component of a Bitcoin rally, if you believe the Trump connection, is that regulation will be a lighter touch. But
well,
I think
he has said, I'm going to be the Bitcoin president.
Well, let's be clear. Bitcoin is not highly regulated at the moment. Bitcoin is classified as a commodity. It trades globally. The trading of Bitcoin is regulated essentially by the market. It's actually a remarkable story. Bitcoin and what I would say is the stable coins are two of the most remarkable stories of global transactions I've ever seen.
What would it take for you to go back to Washington, Gary?
Look, I don't know. I mean, look, at this point, let's wait and see who wins the election. As you know, I just got one of the greatest jobs in America, becoming a grandfather, and I'm really enjoying it.
Yes, congratulations. What about you, Jay?
Look, I love my service. I really like what we all delivered for the American people. American people have the best access to financial assets in the world. There's more room to do more, but pretty happy about that.
We're grateful to you guys.
I think both of us enjoyed serving our country, and we're proud of what we've done, and we're proud to have done it. And I think if there's a way we can ever help our country, I think both of us want to always be helpful.
Absolutely.
Jay, Gary, thank you guys. Thanks for being here tonight. Important night. Gary Cohn,
Thank
Jay
you.
Clayton. Thank you, Sarah. We'll see you soon.
Pleasure.
We're a few moments away from 3 more polls closing tonight, including one in a key battleground, that is North Carolina. We'll have a check on where the candidates stand on this road to 270. And Trump vowing to stay tough on tariffs to boost manufacturing, but the Harris campaign does say his trade policies will threaten economic growth. We'll hear from both sides of the aisle when we come back. Welcome back to CNBC's Your Money, Your Vote. We are a few minutes away from polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina. Let's turn to Eamon Javers tonight for a look at the road to that 270 number and what it will take for each candidate to get there. It's great to have you on set, Eamon.
It's great to be here, Carl. This is an amazing night because truly nobody has any idea what's going to happen tonight. And it's a fascinating thing to watch unfold after this year of campaigning. Look, this election is a race to 270 electoral college votes. And the difference makers this year are likely going to be just 7 core swing states where we truly don't have any idea what's going to happen. Those states are Arizona with 11 electoral college votes, Georgia with 16 electoral college votes, Michigan with 15 electoral college votes, Nevada with 6 electoral college votes, North Carolina with 16, Wisconsin with 10, and the biggest prize of all tonight, my home state, Pennsylvania with 19 electoral college votes. That's just 93 out of a total of 538 electoral college votes that we think are truly up for grabs tonight. And in the run-up to Election Day, these battleground states couldn't be closer, with the economy and specifically inflation the top issue on the minds of a lot of voters as they cast their ballots. So how can each side break the logjam tonight? Well, for Vice President Harris, the easiest path to 270 is through the Great Lakes. Winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin would put her over the top. That's not much of a stretch. Remember, Joe Biden won his home state of Pennsylvania in 2020, and he also carried Michigan and Wisconsin by very slim margins. But this is not 2020, and Kamala Harris is not Joe Biden. For former President Donald Trump, the easiest path to victory is probably through the Sun Belt, keeping a Great Lakes state, say Michigan, and then winning Georgia, which he lost in 2020, and Arizona, which he lost narrowly last time, while holding North Carolina, which was a very slim victory for him in 20. North Carolina, remember, is the only one of the 7 battleground states tonight that Trump carried in 2020. So anything can happen, including an inconclusive 269 to 269 electoral college tie. That's a scenario that would throw the election to the House of Representatives, and all of that uncertainty, Carl, is why we watch and why we wait tonight.
We were talking earlier tonight about how fun it is to dive into some of the economic trends in these 7 states since 2020. Michigan's a great example where unemployment and inflation maybe didn't move the way you would have expected. And then you got to tie in the union influence and the Infrastructure and Inflation Reduction Act influence.
One of the things I'm going to be watching throughout the night tonight, we've got graphics pre-prepared of how the economy has performed in each of these battleground states. So we can look at where unemployment is and where inflation is in each state relative to the national norm and see whether these states are underperforming or overperforming against the country and see if that has any bearing on what happens during the course of the evening. And then you talk about unions. That is such a key to this campaign. You've seen the Republican Party really transform itself over the past year and become a working class pro-union party, reaching out for those union voters, achieving a lot of that in terms of getting the union vote, we think, today. We'll see how they do with union leadership, but this is a Republican Party that wants those union votes, and it's reaching out to them in ways that it hasn't done before. That's going to be important in those states, particularly in the Great Lakes area. A lot of big union states up there.
Sure, and of course the examples of unions' power is evident every day in our dayside coverage. Boeing's just been one just this week with the machinists.
Absolutely.
As Eamon mentioned, this election may be one of the tightest in history, and it's come down to the wire in many of the swings. And remember, 7 states were won by less than 3 percentage points in 2020. Let's get some perspective from both sides of the aisle here tonight. Joining us, former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp, director of the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics and a CNBC contributor, along with Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence and a Meet the Press and CNBC contributor. It's great to see you both. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Carl.
You know, we were talking just a moment ago about ground game, and I've always been curious, as a candidate on election night, how you process returns, how they meet your benchmarks from your team and in your own head, even.
Well, you always have those counties or those precincts that you're watching very closely because they indicate to you whether you're going to be turning out your vote the way you need to turn out your vote, and you're counting every one of these votes. I know people think that this is just, you know, polls and then people vote, but this is very detailed, very data-driven. And so for me, I knew that if I did well in Fargo, for instance, that I could win an election. If I could carry some rural counties in the eastern part, which is how I won in 2012. I lost pretty handily in the western part of the state, so you know where you have to win and where you have the best chance of making up those deficits.
Is it obvious pretty early in the night, oh, we should have done X in an X part of the state, or we should have poured more resources into this bucket and not the other?
No, but what is obvious is, oh, I'm doing really well there. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Or, oh, they're turning out in bigger numbers than what we thought. If you talk to like Claire McCaskill and Joe Donnelly and me, and we all had a vote, you always have this number. If I get to this number, I'll get elected. In 2018, we all met our vote to win number, but the turnout was so high, and the turnout went way more conservative than what we thought. And so you can get fooled by those numbers because you can meet your objective and still not win an election.
You know, you talk about the Republican Party, Mark, and you and I have had this conversation during the course of the year, really off camera, about the Republican Party's shift toward economic populism. And you see that in these proposals from John. We've got some.
We do have a few more. Yeah, polls closing in 3 more states, battleground North Carolina, as well as in Ohio and West Virginia. Right now, NBC is calling West Virginia for former President Trump. North Carolina, though, still too early to call, as is Ohio. There are 33 electoral votes up for grabs between those two. Trump now has 23 electoral votes. Harris has 3. We want to mention some key down-ballot races as well. Republican Jim Justice projected to win the Senate race in West Virginia, and that does flip a key seat for the GOP, as we well know.
You know, no surprises so far tonight, Carl, but I do want to say at the outset how wonderful it's been to just be on social media throughout the afternoon and just see all these images of people around the country voting, and really no major disruptions. I mean, as we sit here, 7:30 p.m., polls are closing in states across the country. We have not seen any major disruptive incidents, and that was so much the fear going into tonight. It's really refreshing that we've gotten to this point. We see that as these polls are closing, everybody's had the opportunity to vote. Everybody's had the opportunity to weigh in, and now we'll see what they said.
And you were about to ask a question about...
Yeah, I was about to ask about economic populism, Mark. You've watched the Republican Party really shift, and you see that in these proposals by Donald Trump, including on things like no tax on tips, right, for workers. This is no tax on Social Security benefits. These are Republican Party proposals that are aimed at working-class Americans. Do you think that kind of thinking is going to be enough in a state like Michigan today to put Donald Trump over the top?
I don't think so, Eamon. I think that some of the early numbers that you're seeing so far, I think, is a little bit of a troubling trend. No doubt he won Indiana, but you see a county like Hamilton that he won by 17, 18 points in 2016, by 7 points in 2020, that Harris is winning tonight by a point or 2. You look at Boone County, he won by 18 points, that Trump is now winning by 10 points. he is doing better in some of the really rural areas, but there's not as much of a population there. And I think the concern is how he would do in suburban America, and I think that's what you're seeing. To the populist policies, I do think it's worth going back to the conversation y'all had in your last segment. That's important because I just want to amend something Gary said. He's right that the tax law has the corporate rate permanent and the individual rate expires next year. But there is no reason that Congress couldn't trade off and instead raise corporate rate on corporate America. And I think to your question, Eamon, what you've seen is the populist appeal in Republicans is more Republicans now adopting an anti-corporate America attitude, whether or not it's because of woke policies in taking on, whether it's Target or Bud Light or others, Disney in Florida, and they want to have now a different posture toward corporate America, which I think is very troubling for the economy, and I think is a bigger potential threat if Republicans partner with Democrats and actually raise that corporate rate.
We've actually seen some Republicans come out and say, why would we give these corporates a big tax break? This is the woke, coastal elite.
And I think that the track record has been remarkable. The 5 million jobs that came back before COVID, enormous revenue that came back, repatriated revenue. I think it grew the economy significantly. And so I think seeing Republicans backtrack on that is a big warning sign.
And a critical part of this economic populism is trade policy.
Absolutely.
It's protectionist. And I'm not saying that the Democrats haven't been protectionist. That's kind of what Buy America is, right?
Yep.
Policies. But if you look at it, there is no longer a party in this country that is a free trade party. There's no longer a party that is really advocating a lot of kind of immigration and increasing the workforce kind of policies. And so this economic, everybody was shocked when people who were supporting Donald Trump said, if he's not in it, then I'm going to support Bernie Sanders. Guess what? They just represent two different sides of the populist coin. One's left-wing populism and the other one's right-wing populism.
Senator, do you think Joe Biden was pro-union enough? He's one of the most pro-union presidents we've had. In fact, his whole split with Elon Musk started because he invited car makers to the White House and didn't bring Tesla in because Tesla's not a union shop, right? I mean, Joe Biden, as pro-union as he was he pro-union enough to hold that vote today?
You know what? We started losing this vote with Reagan Republicans or Reagan Democrats. We say, what is a Reagan Democrat? It's called a Republican.
Yeah.
And a lot of that moved from kind of establishing a collective bargaining right to Second Amendment and more cultural issues. It certainly was true in North Dakota. And you saw this a kind of backlash against what they saw was elitist Democratic policy. And so I'm not sure that being pro-union or anti-union is really the question. I don't think they see that their bargaining rights are jeopardized and then they vote secondary issues.
I think that's really important. I want to echo what the senator said, is that I think there's some Republicans who are misreading that appeal and believing they need to adopt the legislation for minimum wage or adopt, protectionist trade policies. But I agree 100%. I think that the appeal for Union America coming over to Trump is more cultural. It's more the left going so woke that it's driven them over more than it is the economic policy.
I wouldn't say the left went so woke.
I think it's clear the left has gone pretty woke.
I mean, and so I think that it's kind of like abortion. Okay.
Yep.
Think about abortion. Why was it that now we're just seeing women come out, massive amounts of women and men come out and voting on that issue? Because you took the right away. And so when people feel comfortable that my collective bargaining rights are going to be established, that no one's going to threaten them, you're going to vote other issues.
I heard Republicans in Washington for years, decades, talk about abortion and saying, what we don't want to do is actually win on this issue, right? We want to have the issue. It's a very cynical political way to look at it. We want to have the issue, but if you win, you're kind of like the dog that catches the fire truck, right? Yeah. Because of the political backlash that a lot of Republicans knew might be coming around abortion. And we might be seeing that playing out tonight, Carl.
It's going to be a huge. Mark and I have a huge disagreement on this.
On abortion?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, do you think corporates have corrected for that? You mentioned Disney in DeSantis.
My sense is there's a lot of corporate America that feel like they went too far in a lot of the efforts they took on for woke America, and I think they're backing up and trying to say we shouldn't be getting involved in this. But I do think that as far as the labor union vote, I think that change, the Reagan Democrat vote, the Trump vote, is more cultural than it is because of trade policy or because Republicans think we should now be embracing, federal legislation on a minimum wage.
Second Amendment.
I wonder, this is such an interesting topic, this split between the messaging on, say, democracy, which was a big part of, say, the vice president's push in earned media and in her rallies, versus the economy, where she, on paid media, hit price gouging and inflation and support on housing. Were you impressed on either side of the economic messaging?
Absolutely not. I think the reality is I think Republicans missed a huge opportunity, Carl. I think you look at the polling shows that 70% of America feels we're on a wrong track. They say the top two issues are the economy and the border. This election should be a layup for Republicans, and obviously it's not. And so I don't think we messaged on that. I think the closing message it appeared to be was fluoride in your water, or how we're going to eliminate vaccines.
Did not see that coming.
Yeah,
Didn't
so
see it coming.
I think it was. I think it was a terrible missed opportunity. A terrible missed opportunity for Republicans not to prosecute that case better.
But I will tell you, and I've said that before on this network, all of what she's saying is poll tested. I mean, she's not just going out there randomly picking these things out of the air. And so no one was talking about housing and housing costs. No one was talking about insurance until she started talking about insurance. And let's face it, when Trump says, I'm going to lower the price in the grogrocery store, how the hell does he do that? I mean, and so she's saying...
certainly not by price gouging, not by having price controls on groceries. They have the tightest margins in the world, and that's what Harris' proposal is.
No one wants to talk about the effect of deflation, right? And so we go back to all of these issues. And think about, as an economic issue, deporting millions of undocumented workers that are doing jobs that other people won't do. That will decimate the agricultural industry. But yet no one is making the argument that we have to have a path forward to try and figure out what we're going to do with people who are undocumented in this country, and we've got to secure the border. And so I think there's some missed opportunities, but can we give her a break? She only had 100 days to give her message.
100 days helped her enormously. If you go back to her 2020 campaign, every day went further, she did worse. I think having only a 100-day campaign was an enormous benefit for Kamala Harris.
Senator, Mark, good to have you guys. Thanks for tonight, coming in and helping us understand. Eamon's going to be with us all night. We do want to check futures. Interesting session today, and I'm sure you saw it. Futures moving up here a bit as we continue to get incremental data on returns. And then watch shares of DJT also moving up 27%, 21% in extended trade, widely seen as a sentiment gauge for former President Trump's chances of winning. Of course, comes off of a late-day sell-off in the latter part of the regular session today. We also saw a bit of a Treasury bid at the end of the day, which people took it as another indication of sentiment.
I got to tell you, I'm wondering what these guys unraveling these Trump trades or entering these Trump trades are thinking today, because they don't have any more information than we do sitting at this desk right now. So I would not be comfortable putting on or taking off a Trump trade right now at 7:39 p.m. Eastern, given the information that we have now about how this has gone today. But somebody's out there gambling.
Indeed. Meantime, let's turn from domestic issues to the global impact of the election. Both candidates with very different views and strategies when it comes to trade and foreign policy, including our relationships with both allies and adversaries. For more on what's at stake in the world stage tonight, let's welcome Carlos Gutierrez, co-founder and CEO at Empath and former Commerce Secretary under President George W. Bush, and Dewardrick McNeil, Managing Director, Senior Policy Analyst at Longview Global. Both are CNBC contributors. Great to have you both, gentlemen. Thanks for being with us tonight. Mr. Secretary, what do you think the conversation sounds like around the world tonight as other countries are either waking up, going to bed, or just waiting for our results?
Well, I think there's concern. I think there's, there's a lack of clarity, and no one is really sure what will happen after the elections. Trade, obviously, is one of the important factors. So if you take Europe, I'm sure Europe is thinking about our position on Ukraine, Russia. And if we support Russia, that's going to be an issue of friction with the European Union, with NATO. If you look at Latin America, Mexico, they're thinking about the USMCA review. So, everyone is looking at it from a different lens, but I think trade is a big part of it. There are some aspects of President Trump's economic policy that have really big ideas. And I'm sure that's recognized around the world. I'm sure business people recognize that. One is the extension of the tax cuts in 2017. That may not be a boost because it's a status quo, but it provides confidence to foreign investors. The other one, which could be a massive, big idea, is deregulation. So when we talk about how do you reduce inflation, how does the government reduce inflation? recall Jerry Ford when we were wearing some badges that said, "Win the war on inflation." The war on, it's wow. Yeah, we can all wear some stickers, but that's not going to bring inflation down. Deregulation, bringing down the price of oil, of gas, that will bring down inflation. So that is a massive idea. It's hard to understand why we would try to limit oil and gas production in the U.S. When at the end of the day, it's global climate change. And the carbon that is over our air today was perhaps in the Middle East 2 days ago. So, whether we produce it here or not is not the big deal. The thing is whether it impacts our economy and whether it can help the American consumer. So for me, those two things are very strong. The big question mark that the world is looking at is tariffs. And, the rhetoric has been we're going to do 60% tariffs on China, 10 to 20% across the board. It's hard to do across the board on anything. That may be just campaign talk. At the end of the day, it may be lower. But tariffs have gone beyond a trade issue. They're linked to geopolitical issues. If you're going to help our country support Israel, we may not slap tariffs on you. So that's something that I think
Let me jump in if I could, because I want to switch to Dwardrick McNeil for a second. Dwardrick, you are an expert on China. You've been watching this country for a long time. How do you think the Chinese will react if President Trump is reelected tonight and we see this imposition of these huge across-the-board tariffs? Do the Chinese have a reaction plan already in place to counter the American move there? What do you think?
Hi, Eamon. Listen, I think the Chinese are very much prepared this time around. You'll recall, Eamon, no one thought that this was going to happen in 2018. I think it shocked the world, certainly shocked China. I think this time around, China is certainly prepared. They have spent quite a lot of time building their own set of tools that they could use to retaliate. We saw some retaliation in 2018. But look, I think they are absolutely taking Trump at his word. They've seen this before. They think that this is not a bluff, that if he is elected, there will be some sort of tariffs on China. So I think that they're prepared.
So what would be your biggest worry, Dwardrick, in terms of a retaliatory measure from the Chinese? It takes two to have a trade war, right? If the Trump campaign wins today, they come into office, and early in 25, they're imposing massive new tariffs on China. Give me your top two, maybe three things you worry about in terms of Chinese retaliation.
Well, look, I think we've seen them really focus on the agricultural sector. And so when we look across the U.S. tonight, the Chinese understand very well where constituencies lie, and they hit the agricultural belt. Soybeans got a big hit, if you'll remember, in 2018, and that's because they figured out this was the Trump underbelly, so they could target where it may hurt him the most. So I think when you look at those Midwest states, that agricultural belt, I think we really have to be concerned that the Chinese will do something like that again. However, we know, Eamon, that they are now able to look at critical minerals and other advanced sectors of our economy and really target there. And so that is one of the real concerns that I have now, is that we're already behind the 8 ball in some of these new climate tech and other critical mineral dependent sectors. And the Chinese could really turn the screws in these particular areas.
That's a good focus on China and Mexico, of course, given the news of the week. Mr. Secretary Carlos Gutierrez, thank you very much. And Dwardrick McNeil, maybe talk to you later in the evening. We spent a lot of time breaking down this race for the White House, but the race for Congress could lead to a more shocking result. Our Emily Wilkins is tracking that balance of power tonight. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Carl. Well, we could witness something we have never seen before in American history. Both chambers of Congress flipping the opposite way. Republicans have a great shot tonight to take control of the Senate, and the House right now is really anyone's game. So let's take a quick look at the Senate first. As you can see, Democrats have a 51-seat majority, but we can already project that Republicans have gained a seat in West Virginia. Not a surprise with Joe Manchin retiring. So we essentially start the night at 50-50. And Democrats, they've got a really tough night. tonight. There are 7 very competitive seats that they have to defend. 5 of them are in swing states, but 2, Ohio and Montana, are seats that Trump easily won in 2020 and 2016. Let's just look at Montana here for a moment, because Trump had a huge lead there in 2020, about 16 percentage points. Tester, on the other hand, was reelected with less than 4 percentage points in 2018. And that, of course, was a year when Trump wasn't on the ballot. So both Jon Tester in Montana and Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio, they're going to need a good chunk of Trump voters to split their ticket and to back them as well. Now, in the Senate, Republicans have a much easier night. Really, the only places their incumbents are even a little in danger are Texas, where Senator Ted Cruz is facing a strong challenge from Colin Allred, and Nebraska, where independent Dan Osborne has come close to beating Republican Senator Deb Fischer. And we're looking at the polls there. It's definitely one to keep an eye on. If at the end of the night it's still 50-50, then the winner of the White House is ultimately going to decide who controls the Senate. Now, moving to the House, Republicans only have a 4-seat majority, something Democrats could easily take away. There are only about 24 truly competitive seats. Right now, I'm going to keep a very close eye on Virginia's 7th district. That's right near the center of the state. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger is leaving the seat to run for governor. That opens up a race between Democrat Eugene Vindman and Republican Derek Anderson. Also going to keep an eye on Virginia's 2nd district, where Republican Jen Kiggins is looking to hold on to her seat. And then down in North Carolina, another early reporting state, Democrat Don Davis is running his first re-election in a district that is rated as a toss-up. Remember, both Harris and Trump, they have put a lot forward on proposals, on taxes, on housing, on energy, but much of what they're actually going to be able to accomplish will come down to control of Congress. Guys?
Emily, 2 questions. One is what you make of the call just now, Jim Justice in West Virginia. And then what do we think Senate leadership looks like? Are we talking about potentially Barrasso and Thune, these sort of very rural single district state senators running leadership in the Senate, if they do in fact take control?
It's both really good questions, Carl. I mean, just starting with West Virginia, this was not a surprise. The second we all heard that Joe Manchin was going to retire, everyone kind of started assuming that that state was going to be flipping red. Certainly Justice there, former Democrat, switched to a Republican, someone who had a bunch of popularity in the state. So really no surprise there with West Virginia. But in terms of Senate leadership, it's going to be incredibly interesting. Of course, Mitch McConnell is now stepping down, setting up a race. We know that we could keeping an eye, of course, on John Barrasso, John Thune, again, from these more rural states. But also, you got to remember, John Cornyn has thrown his hat in the ring from the state of Texas. And these are all folks who they've already been in leadership to some capacity. Their colleagues already know them pretty well. I think one of the interesting things to watch is how closely they align themselves with Trump versus sort of more Reagan Republicans or sort of Mitch McConnell, because he acted as a counterweight to Trump a lot. And I think there's a big question right now in D.C. whether the next leader of the Republicans in the Senate is going to do the same.
That'll all depend heavily on what the results for the White House look like tonight and tomorrow. Emily, thank you. Emily Wilkins, we'll talk in a little while. If there is a split Congress, we all know that can lead to gridlock, and that's where our Jim Cramer comes in, the voice of the American investor, who's joining us here at Post 9 on a historic night, Jim.
Well, first, it is a privilege to be here. Thank you, Carl, for letting me play, so to speak, as we say, and the guests have been incredible, and I like the fact that it's calm. I'm not getting anyone saying, you know what, tomorrow it could be just a rip-snorting bull or it could be a depression. None of that should play. People should just recognize it's going to be pretty much the same for a while.
Right. What do you make of futures here and the intraday action today?
Well, look, I felt that there's a relief that this thing is going to be over. I think there are a lot of people who feel already what matters is our interest rates. We just went through 70% of the companies just reported, and the earnings were great. And I know it sounds pedestrian and boring as the voice of the American investor, so to speak, but profits are what control what we do. And I know that there's a prism, which is that we have a bond market that's much bigger than the stock market. But at the same time, unless there's an agency that just says, I want to shut down Amazon, I want to crush Google, I think that Apple shouldn't be able to bring in product from China, it's going to be somewhat business as usual for us, as pedestrian as that is.
Right. We can all point to, as you just did, regulatory touches, support for capital markets. Right. How does that collide or conflict with the threat of spending and a higher deficit and higher yields? Does that suppress any upward action that equities might otherwise get?
I think Larry Fink had a great piece today. where he was talking about how we better start talking about growth. I'm not hearing enough people talking about growth. We have to. The only way you can solve this deficit, we can't cram it down. We can't say everybody who has a bond, a treasury that yields 7%, you're only going to get 3%. We can only grow. And Larry Fink, being the CEO of BlackRock, was the largest depositor of all money in the world. But I do worry about something that happened in the 90s when I traded for a living, which was that we got interest rates at 7%, 8%, or even when I traded in 81, 82, interest rates were 14, 15. No one wanted to hear about a stock, because you could make so much money in the stock market. I put people in 30-year bonds back then, and there are people still thanking me. How did I know to put them in a 14% bond? I mean, they're treasuries. And that's the big risk is that they're so appetizing at 7 and 6% if it gets there. And there are a lot of people who are still thinking that 5 is a big level. It's not a big level.
Right. Still, I imagine you would rather have our hand, although you've been relatively bullish on Europe lately.
Well, lately I have to be bullish on Europe. Their central bank is cut. Their rates are more than 100 basis points lower than us. Look, when Apple's bullish on Europe, when Amazon's incredibly bullish on Europe, when Banco Santander and David Faber, who's now making fun of me, but Banco Santander is the largest bank in Europe, when they're really bullish, when you do get a Spanish PMI, people were joking with me. I said, no, you got to pay attention to these countries. They're doing better than a lot of other countries around the world. I just think you want to put your money in Europe. There's so much talk about China and what China's going to do. I got an idea. Stop talking about how China's going to come back, because we don't care anymore. You're not going to get that stimulus that's going to make your numbers. Write it off. Give it an asterisk. Move on.
Right. You've been pretty consistent.
Don't Estee Lauder me.
On the list of concerns in either outcome for the president, where does Fed independence rank for you?
It matters tremendously, because we have to have a Fed that has some gravitas. The Fed is, when I think about all the things that have to go right in order to have a stock market go higher, if you have a sane Fed, and Jay Powell is a remarkably sane person. I think Jay's great. Look, I talk him up all the time. Why? Because he's good. If his record were bad, if he was, if he were 2-6, I would throw him under the bus in a nanosecond. But he's 6-2, and he's playoff bound.
If Trump wins, is he endangered?
Yeah, I think so.
You do?
Even though Powell was picked by Trump, I think that Powell is too independent for Trump. From what I saw when he was running, when president, he didn't like a lot of independents, and he could easily say that Powell's done a great job and he's terrific and it's time for a new person. I don't think anyone would say, well, that's not true. It would be terrible, because Powell is linchpin about why the market's been so good.
Would it bother you if certain policies got unraveled? CHIPS Act, Inflation Reduction Act,
they want
infrastructure.
to try to unravel the CHIPS Act. Forget it. It's done. You can't. When you unravel, you've spent a fortune. You're supposed to get money. I mean, theoretically spend a fortune on different foundries, but we want what's already spent to be acknowledged, and don't want to repeal or roll back CHIPS Act. CHIPS Act was a good idea. I still think that we need, your previous guests were talking about China, and my biggest worry about China is always going to be Taiwan. And we have to be independent. We have to make Taiwan, we have to protect Taiwan, and we have to keep it independent. And if we don't, then holy cow, we're going to need every single foundry in the world.
You've been managing money and watching markets for so many cycles.
42 years.
Yes. Does this one prod you to be more active as a trader than prior cycles? No, and I really think that trading is a sucker's bet more than ever. I'm not an index guy. I think you can have some index money. But look, this is a market that is dominated by great American companies that have made you a fortune, that you've been told to sell because you're supposed to be an index fund or you're supposed to be in bonds. And those people are charlatans who kept you out of these stocks. And there's been millions of people coming in. They've kept you out of the greatest stocks in the world. And it's time that people realize, you know what, the American people understood NVIDIA, and they understood Apple, and they understood Amazon, they understood Microsoft, they understood Meta. Let them own it. Why do they have to own the mid-cap 600? Great. So your advice is mid-cap 600. You are still, no matter what happens tonight, you're steady as she goes. You betcha. A lot more from Jim tonight. Jim, thanks. We'll see you in a little bit. Still ahead, polls in 17 states closing at the top of the hour, including the battleground state of Pennsylvania. We'll get you some numbers and analysis. Plus the judge, Scott Wapner, and the investment committee here at the New York Stock Exchange. We'll get the names they're buying as the results roll in. Stay with us. CNBC special election coverage, Your Money, Your Vote, continues after a break.
Anyway, I ended my...
Welcome back to CNBC's Your Money, Your Vote. I'm Carl Quintanilla at the New York Stock Exchange on this election night in America as the road to 270 electoral votes continues. Ahead, former Fed President Richard Fisher with a look at how each candidate's economic and tax policies could affect inflation. Scott Wapner and the Investment Committee on how tonight's results will impact your portfolio. And the voice of the American CEO. What issues matter most to the C-suite as they plan for the future? In just the last hour, we've gotten decisions in a number of states with the race to 270. Now you can see former President Trump with 23, Vice President Harris with 3. We're continue to watch the futures as well. Nice little rebound here after some late day action in the regular session. Of course, we'll be paying close attention to that tomorrow at the open. It is 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls in 17 states are closing right now, including battleground state Pennsylvania. At this hour, NBC News is projecting former President Trump as the winner in 5 more states: Alabama, Florida, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, while Vice President Kamala Harris projected to win Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Massachusetts. The other 9 states include Pennsylvania, currently too early to call. This is where that puts us on that number you just saw. Former President Trump with 90, Vice President Harris with 27. We will continue to do that math as we work our way through a very long night. Eamon Javers, Jim Cramer, still with us. Eamon, your thoughts on these 8 p.m. closings?
Well, first of all, no surprises and no big battleground state called yet tonight. So this is falling in line just as everybody had predicted. We're going to go later into the night before we see those battlegrounds. The networks are not going to call them very early. I think they're going to want to see a lot of vote in a lot of those key counties before they make a projection. So I think we could be going late into the evening tonight. No battlegrounds, no surprises, but also no unusual behavior at the polling places. And we said this in the 7 o'clock hour, and I think it's important to note. There's been a lot of concern about something going bad today in the election. And so far, we're now at 8 p.m. Everything's going smoothly. Everyone's getting the opportunity to vote. I think that's an encouraging sign for American democracy as we sit here tonight.
Yeah, getting a pretty healthy diet of exit poll data this evening. Let's get to some of the latest on that with our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, here with a breakdown of some economic takeaways. Steve?
Yeah, there are a few in there that are real interesting, Carl. Exit poll data shows democracy is actually the top issue for voters in this election. The economy was in second place, kind of a surprise there, and the public largely has a downbeat view on the economy. Nationwide, the condition of the U.S. economy being excellent, just 5% good, 28% not so good, 35%, and poor, 32%. So do a little addition there, that's 67% saying not so good or poor. Of course, inflation, a major issue in this entire campaign, and 21% of voters in the exit poll say it's been a severe hardship for their families, 53% a moderate hardship, and 24% somehow have escaped it and said it's no hardship at all. In general, you can imagine how voters lean when they think the economy is more or less trouble. They tend to lean towards the other side when they think it's bad, and worse when it's good. They tend to side with the GOP. That's the way it's been the whole election polling process. Trump has said that he would drive down oil prices to reduce inflation. The U.S. is already the world's leading producer, so it's unclear how much more could be produced and whether lower prices would hurt high-cost U.S. production. He's also talked about cutting back or slashing government waste and spending. Harris, for her part, has talked about combating price gouging and bringing down housing prices by boosting construction and providing subsidies for new home buyers. Some are skeptical her plan can deliver the supply of houses while she boosts demand with subsidies, which would lead to perhaps higher home prices.
Yeah, see, that drives me crazy. I mean, look, $25,000 for a D.R. Horton is the big home builder that makes them for $400,000. So she wants to give you $25,000. How about trying to find ways to be able to make more homes? Toll is maxed, Lennar is maxed, Horton is maxed, Pulte Home is maxed. They're not going to put up more homes, especially if they think rates are going to go back up. And it drives me crazy to think the politicians are sitting there saying, you know what, 25 G's is going to make a difference. What's going to make a difference if they either need to build more homes or, and I know this is going to be sacrilege, change the regulatory setup so that you can build more homes. And that's not going to happen, particularly in a state-by-state situation.
I think the regulatory setup is a big part of it, Jim. I also think the idea is she wants to give subsidies to local governments to approve more housing.
Well, great.
It's got to be, I mean, that might be something
you
that
have to go and you have to buy wood and you have to buy glass and you have to get the labor, you have to get the land. It's not like it was when these politicians were younger.
I would stop there on the labor. That's a big thing that's been in.
They're out of touch
and anything
with how
you can do to bring
down.
Look, we have a big housing problem in this country. It's been since at least 2008. We have a mismatch. Kids can't find homes. It's good for futon.
You know,
because that's where the kids are living. I mean, not too much about it.
Our Diana Olick was on the air today talking about this. I think housing is one of the big sleeper issues of this election because it's one of the main ways that people are feeling inflation in their daily lives, the housing costs. And you look at any of our battleground state economic data sets tonight, the cost of housing in every one of these battleground states is much more than it was just 4 years ago. That is a huge impact to people's wallets, the way they live their life. You know, the old saying in politics is it's a recession when your brother-in-law is laid off. It's a depression when you're laid off. Same thing with housing. When you can't get into this housing market, you can't buy a house, that is something that just leaves a searing impact in people's lives and their lived experience.
And the supermarket.
That's bad for Harris.
Supermarket's awful. And
she'll get the blame.
Look, I'm not the one who goes to the supermarket. I'm not going to pretend that I go to the supermarket every week. I go to the supermarket just enough to be able to say, holy cow, how did that happen? That's right. I go to McDonald's just enough to be able to say, you got to be kidding me. And that's America.
What's happened, as you know, is the inflation rate has come down, but the price level has not. And I think there's a thing, it's the 2 beers and a burger metric.
Yep.
Which used to be like, well, you have a restaurant, right? Well, it used to be $22, and now it's $30.
I sold it. The guy jacked up the food prices. People still buy it. Must be good food. What do I know? But, you know, I had Texas Roadhouse once, and they got an $11 special, but you got to get there 5 of 6. And you crush them if you get there 5 of 6. And then Brinker, Eat. They've got some good specials. They're trying to do that. But it is too much to get a $12 burger. And that's why McDonald's stock started going up and went with the $5. Burger King, they got to lower the price. Those
I just
numbers
like
were
that
bad.
you're doing your part to fight inflation.
You bet. Well, I got to tell you, I'm doing my part by realizing that somebody else who's tougher you can make more money if you're tougher than if you're nice in the restaurant business. That nice guy didn't pay off thing.
I have seen some prices come down, though. At some of the supermarkets, you are seeing price come down. What Jim's talking about is, in clinical terms, consumers have reached a certain price sensitivity where they've started to balk, and the only way to get them into the door is to provide lower prices. And just one more thing, guys in the back, I had that chart of Trump's chances in the 10-year. This is an interesting chart that's been out there. I don't know if they can bring it up in the whole potpourri there of graphics. I
like that, potpourri. I'm going to use that tomorrow morning.
You can use that, Jimmy.
Okay, thank you.
That's fair game. There's something done by Wells Fargo. A lot of shops have done this. This is showing Trump's chances of winning and the rise of the 10-year. And this gets at this whole deficit issue. What I'm doing, Carl, is I'm doing your job and helping you set up Rich Fisher, who's coming up in a minute. And this is an issue out there. It's also an issue for the stock market, right?
I know it's a big issue for the stock market.
If all of this means higher deficits, which we don't know for sure, because the whole plan might end up being deficit neutral if former President Trump wins. And you're certainly not going to look to Harris for relief on the deficit. And the other thing I wanted to say, the deficit's not here. It's not here. It's down here. It is not on the minds of voters, and therefore it's not on the minds of politicians. It might be when these numbers keep coming in high.
I thought it's democracy. That's good. That's people can sit thinking about democracy. You know, on election day,
use their vote any way they want.
One of the most fascinating exit polls we've seen tonight is how high democracy is rating with people who voted today. It was the economy all year long. Now we're seeing democracy top that list. Knee-jerk reaction, you think that's got to be good news for the Harris campaign because their campaign has been about Trump as a threat to democracy. But you also got to say there are a lot of Trump voters out there who say on freedom of speech grounds and other grounds, their vote was a vote to protect democracy, too. So how does that shake out? I don't know.
We showed it even during the our pre-election polling on the #1 issue. But if you ask top issues, inflation runs away with it. It's inflation in the economy and kind of everything else.
But how about the fact that you can get a job? Would there be a time when we would say, wait a second, I can't get a job? I mean, the fact is there are people who can't get jobs in certain regions. But we were all taught that as long as you get a job, you get a car, you get a house, the ladder didn't follow anymore. You get a job, you can't even afford the house anymore.
I've been doing this polling for 17 years, and I have to rethink everything I thought about the importance of inflation to people's economic moods. We thought just what you thought. Employment would be at least equal to the issue of inflation,
Yes.
but it has not shown that people have a very sour attitude about the economy, and it is linked directly to prices.
And what about wages? Because wages have been going up too, and you would think that's a wash with inflation.
We never talk about real wages. It gets completely lost.
Well, I do
wages,
report it for the record, Carl. Actually, no, but here's the thing.
I listen to Steve all the time. But wages have been going up, right? So that should mean that inflation is a wash.
Over
but people
the course
feel
of
the inflation, they don't feel the wage gains, or they take credit for the wage gains because of their own hard work, and that's why their boss gave them a raise.
You know what hasn't meant anything? The stock market.
Yeah.
In the greatest stock market in history, no one feels like they've gotten wealthier from it. It's rather extraordinary. We have all these devices to save. No one feels like they put any money away. And it's been one hell of a run.
We got to talk to Jim more about this, because what's been fascinating is no one has believed in the expansion from day one.
No, not at all.
And no one has believed in the stock market. However, it strikes me that the lack of believing in the stock market has been a component of why it's gone up.
Well, yes,
right?
it's wall of worry.
That's that wall of worry.
You know, you have to do silly things. Like, for instance, I couldn't get anyone to buy NVIDIA in 2016, 2017. 2018, I said, I'm going to name my damn dog NVIDIA. I'm going to go there, and I'm going there, I'm going to say, you're going to buy NVIDIA. And I got more NVIDIA millionaires in the world. And Jens was saying, thank heaven you named the dog NVIDIA.
As Steve mentioned, let's bring another voice into this conversation. Richard Fisher, former Dallas Federal Reserve President and CNBC contributor. Richard, I'm sure you've been listening to this entire chat. And,
I don't think
what
Jim
it
has it
commented
better
is
than you.
about the destructive mindset of inflation, yes?
Yeah, but look, here's the real issue. And I'll just throw out some numbers here. So the U.S. government's revenue in fiscal year 2024, which just ended, is $4.92 trillion. Out of that, they spent $950 billion on interest on government debt.
Right.
And they spent $826 billion on defense. 2 points. One is no major power in history. You can go all the way back to the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, Spain, Habsburgs, England. When they start paying more on interest on debt, then they become a declining power. That's historically proven. Second point, and I'd love to get Jim's view on this. Imagine a company that is a percentage of total sales or revenue spent 19.3% of their revenue on interest on their bonds. What company would survive that? None. So we're in this predicament. I haven't heard either candidate, Trump or Harris, discuss this. And I don't know, how does that make us safe for democracy or make America great again when we're shoving out all that money to pay interest on government debt? And very importantly, we're rolling over 2% plus debt and now having to refinance it at 4.5 or 4 plus. So our interest bill is going to go up. We're in a world which is seriously troubled and threatened. We're paying more in interest again than we are in defense. And both of these candidates have proposed programs which ramp up the deficits and therefore are going to increase the interest burden even further. I'm very worried about it. And as Steve pointed out, the polls don't show much concern about this. But trust me, when the 10-year, which I thought was a great graph, if it were to be subject to bond vigilantes and go through 5%, 6%, 7%, we'll pay attention because it's going to hurt everybody. And it's going to hurt employment. It'll roll over into inflation. But my golly, we haven't heard either Trump or Harris talk about this issue, except for proposing deeper deficits, more spending, higher interest costs.
Yeah, Richard, I got to just ask a question. Which election have you been watching? This is the election of tax cuts for everybody.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Spending for everyone. This is not that election, Richard. I think you're watching the wrong election. Nobody's talking about that. It's just you go to Philadelphia and promise tax cuts in Philadelphia. You go to Arizona, promise some tax cut there. Jim has you wanted Jim to respond. I don't want to take that away from him, but that's...
No, look, I think that it is amazing, Richard, that we could talk about how climate change in 2050 could really start hurting the ozone layer, really kind of hurt our skies when we have this thing, which you're absolutely right, is 2030. I remember in the 90s, as you do, that we used to have these auctions and we would sell stocks aggressively, short stocks ahead of almost every bond auction because you never knew where the incremental dollar was going to come. And I do worry. I think that's happening again, just not there yet, but it's going to happen. And you're right.
You know who is talking about this today? Larry
Jim,
Fink
the
had an
best part-
op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today saying that the way out of this problem is growth, right? That's the only way out of it. I think that's right, because my experience in Washington is politicians are just not going to take the political pain that it's going to take to make those kinds of serious cuts. You're going to have to grow your way out of it.
While I have your
Well,
time,
and we did that during the Clinton
really quick here,
administration.
Richard.
We grew our way out of it.
Some breaking news from NBC News calling South Carolina now for President Trump. That gives him another 9 electoral votes. We continue to watch some of these projections come in along the East Coast. Go ahead, Richard, go ahead.
No. I think Jim's absolutely right. This isn't the issue right now. And we have a benefit, which is we are the reserve currency of the world. There's no competition. China is faded. Japan is stagnant. The Europeans are in a worse budget situation than we are, and they're being threatened by Putin, so they have to ramp up their defense spending. So, Steve will remember I said this some time ago. We are the best-looking horse in a glue factory right now, but I don't take.
Richard, what's also true, and this is the good news. You compared the debt service of the United States to the total income. If you compare it to assets, we're not doing too badly. We're a very wealthy country. We have the means to pay if we want. And by the way, to assuage those bond vigilantes you spoke about, the key here is to show a plan over even a long period of time, which brings up an interesting question. Does we really want divided government? Or if there's stuff to do you want unified government so that one party can fix the problems that are out there, or at least
we want
be
civil
responsible
government.
for them?
We want civil government.
That's a good
We don't
point.
want 1859. 1859, we had people who genuinely were hoping to wreck the country.
Right.
And then they proceeded to do so. We want people who are talking, people from both sides of the party say, listen, this is a real issue. Let's figure out how we can grow. Let's figure out how we can cut it. And right now, I think everybody who is civil just seems like a fuddy-duddy. Anybody who's civil doesn't get on the mic. And I'm watching some of these names. And I'm thinking, who's that person? Oh, I don't know. They've never thrown a bomb. I have no idea they were.
This goes back to what Paul Ryan said a couple of years ago, and that is you used to make your career in legislating by compromising.
Compromise.
And now you make it by getting 1 million followers on social.
Yeah, I mean, I have to tell you that the people on TikTok are more civil than some of these people in Washington. And TikTok's a nightmare.
Can I just get a quick question to Richard here? Richard, it strikes me that what we're going to need to do is, no matter what these spending or tax plans are, the Fed can't change them, but has to address them. And it strikes me that if we get this unbridled spending, these unbridled, unpaid for tax cuts that are out there, if it all ends up being very stimulative and causing the government to issue more and more bonds and debt, that the Fed has to respond. Can you talk to me about how you might expect the Fed to respond if all of these plans end up being turned into law?
Well, I think the worst way to respond would be to monetize that debt. And we struggle with this historically. When we've done it, we have done an enormous amount of damage to the U.S. economy historically. So I've heard President Trump say that he wants to influence the Fed. I understand that. It could be Harris. I have no idea. That would be a disaster as far as I'm concerned. You've got to have an agency that has discipline. So the best thing that can happen here, I hate to say this, but is for rates to go up significantly so that people pay attention and they realize they have to do something. Remember, only 27% of U.S. federal budget spending can be affected. The rest of it is locked in. So I'm hoping, if, say, Trump is elected, that he's going to actually tackle the tough decisions of cutting back on spending and dealing with the #1 cost factor, which is welfare and all the social programs that we have, as unpleasant as that would be. I would hope that Harris would do the same thing, although I haven't heard that from her campaign. Neither of them have talked about it. And
is that likely to happen?
One thing I think we have to remember, Carl, and I was tutored and I had as my mentor George Shultz. He used to say that when it comes to Congress, which is where the purse strings are, and it comes to spending money, George Shultz, one of our greatest public servant in history, used to say, there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans. With one exception, Democrats enjoy it more. That was it. And if you look at that infrastructure bill, all the protests that took place by Republicans, but they all voted for it because it benefits their district, it benefits the state.
Right. And when it came time to cut the ribbons, they were all there for the ribbon cuttings.
Exactly.
Do you think that that kind of discipline? Do you think that that kind of fiscal discipline can only come from a president who will not run again? And would that be Trump?
Well, he will have 4 years if he gets elected, and yes, then he can make unpopular decisions, not worry about what's going to happen next. Let's pray that if he is elected, that that's the case. But I'm worried because I think only if we have a bond market strike, we have a bunch of failed Treasury auctions. This happened in Canada many, many moons ago. They had to change their whole structure. Only then will we pay attention, our politicians pay attention.
What's troubled me, Richard,
I'm not
about
holding
this?
this out for soon, and we're so lucky,
Right.
Jim pointed out, again, because we are the best looking horse in this horrible glue factory right now, deficit glue factory, everybody comes here.
Right.
Yep.
What's
That's holding
troubling me,
rates
Richard,
down,
is that
and I
these
hope
are
that continues
good
for a very long
times.
time.
Richard,
What's
these
that?
these are good times.
I agree,
GDP
Steve.
has been strong, unemployment is low, stock market's booming. These are times we should not be running these sorts of deficits, which
Agreed.
raises the issue, maybe it's for
we
Jim
screwed
Cramer
up.
here,
We
which is
screwed up.
what happens when we have a downturn, if we have a downturn? What's the capacity of the government to respond and do what governments could do and should do, which is to help people out when times get tough? And I think it might be limited next time.
Well, look, we all admit that we all agree it's a strong country. I don't want China's hand. Europe's hand depends on the country. Not bad. I want Latin America hand. I don't want Africa hand. What I see about us is that we do have great natural resources. We can grow. We don't have a plan to grow, and we don't have a plan to save. We don't have a plan to be able to change the deficit because no one is actually talking about it, as you said. I think Richard's right. If we do suddenly get a spike up in interest rates, someone is going to be blamed, but it's just going to be the other party. No one is going to sit back and say, wow, we got to get in a room and figure out how to get this down, particularly because we don't even know how to crunch debt. We can't do it. We can't we have a 10-year auction coming up, right? Well, I mean, if that went to 6 this week, well, that would impact people, but it's just going to be incremental.
Where is the edge of the cliff, Jim? I mean, you're raising this point.
Well, wasn't it 7? Wasn't it 9? It wasn't at 14.
Right.
It was,
and no one in Washington knows where the edge of the cliff is.
It's an invisible fence.
And therefore, they're not going to stop borrowing because so far markets have said that's fine. The bond market doesn't blink at American borrowing right now, and Washington is not going to stop borrowing until it does. When it does, as you point out, it could be a very bad thing. But until those politicians see somebody flashing a number at them and saying, this is the number, this is the limit,
Rick
they're going to keep
Santelli and I have an interesting debate
you guys
going on.
tended to talk in the morning.
Well, yeah.
Go back and forth. You did that back and forth.
So Rick grades the 10-year auctions and the auctions by how many indirects and directs and the interest rate. I grade it on the idea that they actually did it. I'm amazed when they come due. I give them a pass.
I was too. I saw you get the B today. I said, wow, how did you get a B from that guy?
If they're out there, they're able to sell $70 billion and it went off without a hitch, I'm happy with it.
No, but I'm worried. I just wish
get it out the door.
Look, you ask young people what they say. Jim, that is why I'm in Bitcoin. Oh, okay. That ought to solve the problem. I mean, it doesn't really address the problem. It's circular reasoning. But Richard, look, I think that if it's incremental and goes up over time, they'll come at auction where we'll say it's too much. But you remember in the 90s when we thought it was too much, it went to 7, 8. Then people got a little more serious. But 7 and 8 didn't deter people. It took Paul Volcker to make things really tough in the previous generation. You and I both know that period.
Yeah, and we were around back then, Jim. But there are rays of sunshine, by the way, and I hope you'll forgive me for pointing this out. I live in Dallas. I'm a Texan.
You're like awful.
Texas's GDP grew 6%, actually a little less than that, 5.8% in 2023. I'm now beginning to see Detroit, for example, embrace capital formation and becoming pro-business. If you're anti-business, like some of these New York, California, et cetera, people leave.
No, you're
if you're
right.
pro-business, people immigrate into them. Like
no,
we see
like
massively in
business
Texas.
people are the highest rated people in terms of honor and integrity in this country right now. We have Jeff. I saw Jeff Sonnenfeld walking around back here.
People are moving into New York City. New York City is not losing population. I'll take it when we deserve it, but we don't deserve it. New York City is doing well.
We got to grow out of
this.
We got to grow out.
Some corporate migration.
There's been some corporate migration. I'm just saying the kids love it here.
Yeah.
Richard, we got to run.
California is not. We're seeing massive.
No, that's true.
My point is there are examples in the country, whether it's Texas or whether it's Utah or whether it's Michigan.
Huge swath of the country is good. Huge swath.
Yeah.
Richard,
and that's a good example, and I do think we'll find other people copying Florida, et cetera. And this will right itself, Jim, but it'll take a lot of time.
I agree with you.
We need to have responsible government.
Richard, Jim, Steve, great job.
Love the guy.
Really good to have you guys. We'll see you throughout the night. When we come back, we'll look at how tonight's election results might impact your portfolio. Scott Wapner and the Investment Committee standing by at the trader desk with that. Our live coverage from the New York Stock Exchange continues after this. Welcome back. I want to get to a down ballot race here. It's an important one. North Carolina governor goes to Democrat Josh Stein. We're going to be watching this one, of course, a widely watched race between him and Mark Robinson. Eamon, your reaction on that?
Yeah, this is a fascinating one. Donald Trump needs North Carolina. This is a state, it's the one battleground state that he won last time around. We don't have it, we're nowhere near close to a presidential level projection here, but you wonder the Mark Robinson scandal in North Carolina, how much of an anvil that is on Republicans in that state. Mark Robinson, people may remember, got in some political hot water for inappropriate comments he made on a porn forum that surfaced and roiled that race. Donald Trump sort of tried to distance himself from Robinson, but Robinson going down to defeat in North Carolina tonight, that might have an impact on the top of the ticket, so you're going to have to watch for that when we ever do get to a North Carolina call. And take a look at the economy in North Carolina, too, because this is another differentiator. We've got these graphics all night of the battleground states and how the economy is performing there. Look at the right-hand side of your graphic. Inflation there, January 2020, 2.6%. September of 24, 1.9%. In North Carolina. That is directionally a good number. It's also lower than the national average of 2.4%. So inflation, the big economic worry for the Harris campaign, a little bit better in North Carolina than it is in some of these other battleground states. So those two things together, you would say maybe that adds up to a bullish night in North Carolina for the Harris campaign. They've got to be looking at those tea leaves tonight. But again, way too early to say what direction that state's going to go.
The other thing that we have not mentioned, and one of the things about election night this week has been the lack of, say, natural disasters. But North Carolina went through Helene, and the ability to vote, FEMA response became a loaded topic.
Yeah, and it was really impressive to see all the efforts that people made to make sure that the people in the impacted areas could vote. They had pop-up voting stations there where they're literally voting in things that look like tents, and people showing up in the wake of this incredible devastation in their area to go and vote and participate in the democratic process that we're all participating in tonight. That was kind of inspiring to see. How does that shake out in terms of political parties? Maybe there's some anger on the ground if you think that the Harris administration, Biden-Harris, didn't do enough in terms of FEMA. There were all these rumors that were untrue about FEMA not having money, not being on the ground. Maybe that had an impact as well. But if you're in the Harris camp tonight and you're looking at that governor's situation, you think, that might be good for us.
It's certainly, and this is one of the games, certainly the political press likes to watch, where you place your assets in the final days of the race. And former President Trump did do quite a number of appearances in North Carolina.
We saw former President Trump in Raleigh, North Carolina yesterday, Carl. I mean, that was something that raised a lot of people's eyebrows also, was the idea that if this is one of the battleground states that you have actually won previously, this should be your safest battleground state. The fact that former President Trump was there yesterday shoring it up with that rally in Raleigh might give you a sense of what they think as well.
Some polls closing here at the half hour in Arkansas. NBC News projects Donald Trump as the winner there, picking up another 6 electoral votes, and that does bring former President Trump's vote count to 105 and Harris to 27. Polls in 15 more states, including swing states Michigan and Wisconsin, close in about half an hour at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. That is going to be hugely important to this race. Throughout the evening, we are breaking down how tonight's election results could impact your portfolio. We've assembled a team of some of the sharpest minds on the street to help navigate it all. Let's get over to Scott Wapner right here at the NYSE. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Carl. Thanks so much. We do have a great group with us. Joining me throughout the evening, CNBC contributors Josh Brown. He, of course, the co-founder and CEO of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Adam Parker, the founder and CEO of Trivariate Research. Courtney Garcia, senior wealth advisor, Payne Capital Management. And Tom Lee, head of research at Fundstrat, also the CIO of Fundstrat Capital. It's great to have everybody with us. Josh, I should note the futures are up at this moment, thinly traded, obviously, light volume. We do enter the evening with stocks only about 1.5% from record highs. So how are you thinking about the fate of this rally, no matter what happens tonight?
I think what the public wants is some level of certainty. We don't even have to have a result tonight for people to just say, okay, I have a sense of now what the fight is. I think it's been so huge. And one of the most interesting things about this particular election day, prior to 1984, they used to close the markets. We've only had 11 of these. I don't think a lot of people know that. In this particular case, we have just had the third best ever during the day. And if you look back over the last month, we just went 30 straight trading days without a single back-to-back down day. That's like the best version of this we could have possibly asked for heading in. I think some part of that, a lot of people, consensus over the summer was, I'm going to wait it out. I think there's going to be a lot of volatility in September, October, and then maybe I'll do something. We didn't get anything like that, and I think that's why over the last couple of weeks, we went out with like a VIX 20. Historically, on Election Day, you're more like 24, 25.
Court, I feel like most of the notes today center around the idea that equities are attractive regardless of what the outcome is tonight. What do you think?
That's absolutely true, because I think realistically what you're doing is you're investing in companies, and these are going to be priced based on earnings and profitability. And when you look at how the economy is doing, you're seeing GDP is growing, unemployment's low, profitability and earnings are actually coming in very strong, and all of that is actually setting up for a good end of the year. But I think what markets want to see, and Josh, I think you made a great point about this, is they just want an outcome. I don't think it matters what the outcome is, but I think you can see this relief rally just once we know who's going to be in the office the next 4 years.
Get this clearing event out of the way, and then, Adam, you focus on the fundamentals, which you suggest are really strong, that the bull case is intact unless you get some sort of outlier policy decisions.
Yeah, I think the two things that matter for investing are changes to perception about rates or changes in perception about growth. And I don't know if this election will impact that at all. As I look out 2-3 years, I think the risk reward skewed to the positive, and the only thing that could change that path would be a meaningful growth scare. If we somehow have austerity or we reduce the balance sheet or something that changes the rate profile. But I don't think that's the base case you should be positioned for at all, at least for the time being.
Tom, generally bullish. I mean, you have been. Do you remain so?
Yeah, I think the only difference, and I agree with what Courtney said, that markets are going to rally into year-end because you get the uncertainty out of the way. I think there are significant sectoral differences depending on who wins the White House. And I think, of course, we're all watching the same things. Really, it's going to be things like crypto and small caps and even currencies. But I guess maybe the only thing I'd interject is there is a small outlier chance that it's a contested outcome, but it's hard to find how to price that into equities.
Sure, but once you get that, Adam, out of the way, you focus on what the backdrop is. As I suggest, you focus on the fundamentals. Economy strong. You had the latest ISM services read today. Was the best in a couple of years. The best back-to-back reads that we've gotten in a couple of years. The Fed is cutting. There's pent-up demand for M&A. That backdrop exists, other than M&A necessarily, no matter who wins.
I think so. Look, the number one I think I focus on for stocks is gross margins. We've talked about it a lot. I think most companies can have gross margin expansion. And one thing I've learned in the last 25 years is you don't want to short stocks where margins are going up.
Let me just interrupt you for a moment. Head back to Carl Quintanilla, who has breaking news for us. Carl.
Scott, we got Delaware. NBC News calling it for Vice President Harris, and that does get her another 3 electoral votes. That's going to bring her total, Scott, 2:30 as we, again, wait some more potential decisions at the top of the hour.
And we'll come back to you as necessary. Of course, back to Adam Parker. You've made the argument that margins are going to hold up, that earnings are going to remain strong enough to justify where the stock market's been trading, which is north of 22 times earnings.
Yeah, I look out. I mean, the most bullish thing I can say is earnings grow 9% a year. I don't see why that won't be the case for the next several years. So I think by the end of this decade, 2030, you'll be at a 10,000 or so S&P, and maybe higher, because I think you'll start seeing more productivity in the earnings front. So I think you get rid of this, get the certainty event whenever it is, if it's tonight, tomorrow, the end of the week, and you just look out at a group of companies that can have strong earnings growth. So I want people to stay invested and own good names.
I want to go back to what Tom said about a contested election, because I think right now what's interesting is that's the base case. I don't think anyone is looking for a concession anytime soon, even regardless of which way things seem to be leaning. What's interesting is when you go back and look at the two most contested elections in recent history, you go back to 2000, George W. Bush, Al Gore, they went down to the wire. Basically, you got the Dow closed down 25 points the next day. It was about 10,000, so I guess that was kind of meaningless. And you had about a 5% drop in the Dow for the 5-week period during which they were all in court in Florida. You look back at 2020, you actually had a 12% positive total return from election night through inauguration. In fact, even on January 6th, the S&P 500 was up 0.5%. So even if we don't get that closure, that certainty that we all crave, it may not matter given the trend and the strength that we've seen going
on
into
that
it.
note, Courtney, if you look back at the average annual S&P 500 return by how Congress is set up since 1936, Democratic president split Congress up 16%. Democratic president, Republican Congress up 16%. Republican president with a split up 15. Democrat with a Democratic Congress up 12. And on and on. You go a couple more examples. You're still up low to mid double-digit percentage points almost no matter what happens.
Absolutely, because, I mean, these businesses are going to figure out how to do business and become profitable regardless of who's in office. And I think, we can talk about this till we're blue in the face, but when you look at, regardless of which party's in office, like when you look at Trump versus Obama, the S&P from inauguration date to inauguration date was almost exactly the same. I mean, markets are going to do well regardless, which is why you want to have an investment strategy in place. Don't base these decisions based on the president, though certain sectors might do differently, absolutely, but you absolutely want to stay long here.
And Tom, but we haven't even talked about a Fed decision that's coming this Thursday.
Oh, is that
once
this week?
you get past the election, of course, and maybe we still have some undecided parts of that election, but yields have been backing up. It's made the market a little bit nervous. For the most part, though, it's been as resilient as ever. But how much of an issue is that?
We learned over the last couple of years that rising interest rates don't hurt stocks, and rising rates can actually help PE because companies are essentially protected from higher rates anyways. And I think as soon as this election is behind us, investors are going to focus on the Fed, and the Fed is dovish, and I think that the Fed is not too comfortable with rising rates. So I think there's almost going to be a chance of communication towards talking down long-term rates.
Yeah, Adam, I've got 6,100 as a price target from Piper Sandler today. That pretty much matches the top estimates on the street. We're at just shy of 5,800 as we speak. Yeah, year end. Does that sound reasonable to you? 61?
Yeah, it seems easy.
If not higher than that.
Could be there tomorrow at the open. I mean, who knows? I mean, 3%. I think the implied vol was 1.8 coming into the election. So that seems like people are always too low and have to raise them, as the market rallies. I think the election almost doesn't matter. I mean, Josh has pointed out, January 21. Well, what happened in November 20? A Pfizer vaccine announcement and every reopening stop ripped, right? So this is a 19-variable problem. We're all trying to isolate to one thing around the election. I think when you get past that, there's plenty of good.
I have a sample size of 1.
Yeah, sample size
no
of
good?
1. No, I mean, I don't want to Trump, a little statistical Trump, but no, 1's no good. You need a little bit more data.
Although maybe I just point out, I had some meetings today, and clients, though, when they think 3% upside for S&P, then they start thinking annualized rates for return on cash or bonds. And so it is a little tougher for them to necessarily embrace stocks if the upside's only 3%.
Well, we've had some calls over the last couple of weeks relative to where stocks are trading in terms of the price you're willing to pay for them, that because of that rich valuation, you may have muted returns in the years ahead, not even factoring in who wins the White House, just by magnitude of if the economy slows at all, if earnings don't live up to the hype, and where the valuation of the market is, you could get low single-digit returns, some say, for the next few years.
I think there's a tax component to that particular discussion that's worth bringing up here. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is set to expire at the end of next year. And when you look at the S&P 500 and the rates at which corporations are taxed, not all sectors are equal. One of the things that my team is looking at is just this idea, when you think about the highest effective tax rate being in the materials and in the industrials, there's something at play here where your calculus might change in terms of what you want to be over or underweight. The total market effective tax rate right now is about 19.3%. In a Kamala victory scenario, even with a split Congress, you have to believe that people are going to look at that and say, well, what do I want to do here that's different than what I might have wanted to do yesterday?
It's a perfect place to leave it. We'll be back in a little while with more of our conversation. Carl, we'll talk positioning within this market in the next appearance with the crew here. But back to you.
What a fabulous discussion, Scott. We'll see in a few minutes. Scott Wapner and the Investment Committee. Meantime, take a look at some live pictures of the candidates' watch parties tonight. For Vice President Harris, it's taking place at Howard University, her alma mater in D.C., and former President Trump's in West Palm Beach. As we get more pictures from those sites, of course, we'll bring them to you live. Meantime, some major donors and billionaires have made public pushes for candidates this election cycle, but the CEOs of public companies still have remained largely silent ahead of today's decision. Our D.C. correspondent Megan Cassell is in Washington with a closer look at that. Evening, Megan.
Hey, Carl, good evening. So when it comes to following the money, there is a whole lot of it to keep track of in this race. This election cycle cost just about $16 billion in total. That's the Open Secrets final tally of the money spent in both the presidential and congressional races. Puts it behind 2020, but ahead of all other contests in recent history. So who is supplying all of that money? We'll take a look at some of the biggest names here. For Trump, most prominently, Elon Musk has given at least $119 million just since July. Even more to the down-ballot races. But other Republicans have actually gone even further. Timothy Mellon, he's an heir to the Mellon banking and railroad fortune. He's given at least $165 million this cycle. Dick and Elizabeth Uline, Miriam Adelson, Ken Griffin, all right up there as well. And then on the Harris side, Michael Bloomberg gave $19 million initially, reportedly another $50 million just recently. Then we also have Dustin Moskovitz, Reid Hoffman at the top of the list for her as well. But far smaller totals here than for each of Trump's biggest donors, far more reliant on the grassroots donors. But notice something about all of those people, and this is a trend that holds true for most of the support from business leaders for both candidates. These are all people who are former leaders of major companies, or they run their own firms or hedge funds. Some of the top Harris backers in business all fit this bill. Mark Cuban, Bill Gates, Ken Chenault. And the same is true for Trump, the Bill Ackmans, the Mark Andreessens of the world. So the understanding here, Carl, is that the level of political division in this country means that so many public company CEOs are worried about retaliation, either from their shareholders, from their own employees, or from Trump himself, who has at times promised retribution against political enemies. So people and business leaders simply haven't wanted to wade into this race at all. But that doesn't mean that they aren't working behind the scenes. We have learned in recent weeks that some CEOs, mostly in the big tech space, have been reaching out to Trump. That includes the leaders of Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta. So while this isn't open support for Trump, this is an indication that at least some CEOs are taking steps to get closer to the former president, especially as the chances of his winning have risen. They're trying to position themselves and their companies in the event that he might win tonight. Guys?
There's been a lot of reporting in recent days, Megan. Amazon's a great example, and some of the reporting the Washington Post has done about at least Andy Jassy's attempts to begin a better fostering of a relationship with a prospective President Trump.
Absolutely. They're positioning that way, especially as those chances of him winning have risen. It's not something that we're at least hearing about as much on the Democratic side. We don't know if it's happening there, but I think that says something about President Trump, about the former president, who he is as a candidate, and what he was like when he was in the White House. All of us remember the sort of the tweets that would go out about companies that would cause stock prices to fall, the Oval Office meetings and the phone calls to try to get in his good graces, to try to get exemptions for things like tariffs on a one-off basis that he was willing to give out when he had a good relationship with a CEO. CEOs aren't playing that game, at least not yet, with Kamala Harris, because she doesn't tend to do business that way. They're not expecting her to. But like you said, Andy Jassy and other folks like him are trying to get a head start here.
Right. Hyper-transactional is the phrase that gets tossed around a lot. Even calls for boycotts. I remember Harley and Apple sometimes in Macy's in the crosshairs of former President Trump. Megan, we'll talk in a bit.
John Deere now, yeah.
Yeah, and
exactly.
Deere. Megan Casella. For more on where the American CEO stands on the issues at stake, let's welcome Steve Odland here at the Post-9 Conference Board CEO and Jeff Sonnenfeld, Senior Associate Dean of Leadership Studies at the Yale University School of Management. Gentlemen, thanks for coming in. What a night. It's great to have you both. Do you think there is some asymmetry of CEOs because they think of Trump as being more transactional?
If you're asking me to jump in first, I would say Megan's report was very good, but the headline wasn't there. The headline is, we've studied the support for GOP presidential candidates going back a century, since the creation of the party, and overwhelmingly that half of the major business leaders in the country supported the GOP presidential candidate. Whether or not we're looking at Abraham Lincoln, you know, the Union League clubs of Philadelphia and New Haven and New York and other places were business leaders to support that emergent party. Whether or not it was Taft or Nixon or the campaigns of McCain or Romney, Bush, the business community, half the business community came out vocally and financially until 2016. Then what happened? Like 500 miles an hour hitting a wall. It stopped. It went to zero. 2020, only 2 major CEOs. And now, again, it's just one, Elon Musk. Steve Schwarzman, you could throw that name in, but it's not a Fortune 100, 200, 300, 400, or just barely a Fortune 500 firm, Blackstone, believe it or not.
Right.
So that's the big news is the CEOs don't want anything to do with Trump. But if he gets in, they know they have to do business with him, so they don't want to be hostile. But the support has completely dropped away.
We remember dust-ups with the Chamber of Commerce, with the National Retail Federation, with the Business Roundtable. Would you expect that again in a Trump 2.0?
Well, look, this is an unusual election in the sense that you have 2 incumbents running. I mean, in some ways you have no incumbent, neither, but they both are incumbents, so you know what's going to come here. CEOs just want to know the rules of the road. They can adapt to any set of rules, but you have to know what they are. You know, they're trying to plan capital expenditures, investments, but they need to know their cost of capital. They need to know what the regulatory scheme's going to be, what the tax scheme's going to be. And so, you know, the differences here are stark. They're talking about different things. Then you have the whole trade issue and what's going to happen, because the supply chains now are around the world. They're global, and if you start overlaying tariffs and then start skewing that, it changes their whole cost of.
But the consensus is lower corporate taxes, lighter M&A regulation, just a lighter government touch. Why is there this friction?
Well, you know, it becomes personal at some point. But I think most CEOs have backed away. You know, they've been burned by making comments involving themselves too deeply. They have to think about customers, employees, owners, the community. It's this multi-stakeholder world where they have to be balanced, and they have to make sure, you know, in a divided, you know, world where you've got half of all those constituents on one side or the other, why antagonize them? So I think CEOs have backed off and said, look, we'll adapt. You know, we'll talk about the issues that are important to our industry, but we'll adapt to whatever rules come down.
Except for this letter, Jeff, that you co-authored with Ken Frazier, Ken Chenault, Doug Parker, and a bunch of others just in the past couple of weeks.
Yes, that was just on Friday, and thanks for flagging it. It was 20 CEOs. We sent it to 40 CEOs who recently served. And 20 responded like within 90 minutes. And then we heard from the other 20 saying, couldn't you have waited? And it is a dazzling list. But you could say they're formers, except, you know what, they're still the chair or lead directors or on the boards of directors of Amgen, Emerson Electric, ExxonMobil, Morgan Stanley, Microsoft, Merck, Regeneron, Uber. They're on the leading corporations still, so they're very active players. The only thing also I'd add to Megan's piece is also current CEOs have spoken out in favor of Harris. They don't get the same amount of attention for some reason, but as you know, it's Lazard, Box,
Aaron Levy.
Yeah, exactly. Aaron Levy, Box. As you could think, Snap on Yelp. It's quite a number are out there. And about 90 current CEOs have spoken out in favor. But why are CEOs upset about a Trump administration return? They're not xenophobic. Half of the current Fortune 500 are either led by immigrants or first generation. They know that. They're not xenophobic. And they're also concerned about, great skilled tech jobs. And that a third of tech startups that are over $1 billion in valuation are created by immigrants. So, and that's millions and millions of jobs they're creating. They're also not protectionists. They believe in global trade, and they're not isolationists. They believe that we are in an interdependent society. So, and more than anything else, they believe in the rule of law and not the law of rulers. And that was actually an expression Steve Schwarzman, of all people, used at one of our programs. The rule of law and not the law of rulers. They don't like this mercurial one-off. You know, he starts fights of Boeing versus Lockheed publicly, fights between General Motors versus Ford, fights between Pfizer and Merck and Johnson & Johnson. And that's his modus operandi, is divide and conquer. He doesn't like collective action, and they don't like that.
Do you think corporate leaders are still looking at examples of Disney, Bud Light, Target, and saying, I don't want to touch that hot stove?
Oh, absolutely. But, you know, we talk about CEOs that they're not a monolith. You know, we're talking about large public company CEOs, but the vast majority of CEOs are small company CEOs. Let's talk about that for a minute, because the whole taxation issue is really important. All of those small business leaders are using pass-through. And so, you know, if you look at the 1%, which people think about as the rich, they're really majority small businesses. That's going to seriously impact their businesses, their employment, their ability to grow and invest. So that's a huge issue out there for them. Set personalities and the individuals aside, they need to know what's going to happen to taxes. And, you know, it's unclear here. If you have one or other in the White House, it can only do so much if they've got a divided Congress, which is, you know, the prediction that's going to come out of this thing. And so you've got tax cuts expiring next year. Then you have the USMCA coming in that has to be renegotiated. And if you're moving supply chain from Asia to near shore, and you're using Mexico, and you're trying to get that trade going, and then you hear about tariffs in Mexico. So it's just shifting sands. Nobody knows how to plan at this point.
Jeff, I imagine you go along with that. And this recent escalation about Mexico, just in the past 72 hours, got a lot of attention because of that, right?
Well, and that was more back to the divide and conquer. I worked with the Trump administration very closely with Jared on the Abraham Accords, and that was collective action. That was almost despite President Trump. He didn't get in the way of it, but it was something the administration backed, which was fantastic. When you look at the MCA and take a look at him playing Mexico off against Canada then and now, or with the EU and NAFTA and NATO trying to divide Germany and France, it's still that same schoolyard mentality of a divide and conquer scheme that is very destructive and very harmful. They don't like that. They hate wedge issues, too. They don't want to be having, you know, calling people vermin or this or that. The divide and conquer is not the way CEOs want. They want, if somebody's tearing apart the fabric of society, they will speak out. Now, Steve is right. They're worried about individual victimization. But as we saw when Delta was singled out, who provided a Delta air cover when Delta spoke out on an election law issue? It was American Airlines, and United Airlines gave him literal air cover. And we saw that across the board, whether or not it's from pharma companies to finance companies, is that they now recognize the way you beat a bully is through collective action. If there's a decisive win and it's for President Trump, it's tonight, tomorrow, someday, the CEOs will stay silent. If it's a decisive decision that favors Harris and President Trump accepts that, they'll stay silent. If this is up in the air and President Trump declares himself the winner before the ballots are counted, Steve, they will speak out. I know this factually. I have a few of them upstairs who just reminded me they're ready. They did this in 2020. That 90 of them came together, 93 of them, when President Trump declared himself the winner when he wasn't. Just like the Wall Street Journal itself, you know, called him out just on Friday for, of course, the rancor and what he did by denying the reality of the election and spurning on that insurrection effort. But also his policies on trade and regulation are not what many people, many pundits think, that, in fact, the Biden administration has been far more favorable. It's, as you were pointing out in the last block, that J.D. Vance is far more pro-regulation in a lot of ways.
There is some circularity to his views on the FTC, at least. Finally, you mentioned small business, and one of Mark Cuban's big points has been, how would deportations work? If you're a small business owner, how would that process come about where you're asked to provide information about your small business workforce, and then how would you say goodbye to some of those employees? Does that concern business?
It does. It's illegal to employ illegal immigrants. I mean, you have to be undocumented workers, but it happens, and you see it in agriculture, see it in restaurants, and some of the
construction.
And there is a labor shortage right now.
4% unemployment. Nobody's being displaced by immigrants.
So this whole immigration issue is real, and the question is, are people going to get serious about it and address it comprehensively, or are you going to just start throwing people out? Another thing in the last block we talked about was the debt, and I think that's another thing that CEOs are concerned about. At some point, you have to deal with this spending, and CEOs completely understand this because they run their own companies. They can't run it with 19-20% of your revenue paying for the interest.
And that's where it pains me to say that Wharton did a really good study, Brand X Wharton, by just taking a look how basically it's 3 times the increase in debt under the proposed Trump economic policies than whatever we know of Harris. So and the Biden administration actually the deficits, they cut it by 2/3, where they tripled under Trump.
Yeah, businesses have been through a period of bigger debt costs, financing costs. It's painful. Steve, Jeff, thank you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Steve Odland and Jeff Sonnenfeld. Still ahead, polls in 15 states close in just a few minutes. 3 battleground states among them: Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We're going to get you those results. Plus, Avenue Capital CEO and Chairman Mark Lasry is going to join us at the New York Stock Exchange when tonight's coverage of this American election continues. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night across America. Your money, your vote. We are live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the financial capital of the world. Right now, the battle for the White House and the race to 270 stands at 105 for former President Trump and Vice President Harris at 30. Moments from now, polls will close in 15 states, 163 electoral votes up for grabs, and 3 key swing states will be front and center: Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Big hour ahead. Avenue Capital's Mark Lasry will be with us. Real estate titan Richard Lafrac as well. We'll hear from Jim Cramer. And, of course, we'll keep you on top of all the decisions as soon as they roll in. Speaking of which, we'll get to all of that shortly. Right now, some fresh calls are coming from Decision Desk at NBC News. Donald Trump is the projected winner in the following states: North Dakota with 3 electoral votes. He's also the projected winner of South Dakota. That would give you another 3 electoral votes. Former President Trump will also capture the state of Wyoming, another 3 EVs. And, of course, the big prize of the hour is the state of Texas, and it's 40 electoral votes. NBC projecting Trump is the winner there. Texas has gone red since 1980. Eamon's going to take you back to Ann Richards' time.
That's right.
The key battleground states. At this point, still too early to call. Michigan and Wisconsin, too early. Arizona, also too close to call. This is a live look right now at one of the ballot processing rooms in Maricopa County, home to Phoenix and more than half of Arizona's population. 2020 was the first year Arizona went blue since '96, back when Bill Clinton won his second term. Eamon's point all evening has been process has run smoothly.
Yep. So far, so good. I mean, you look at that, that's exactly what you want to see in Arizona, people doing the work of democracy tonight. And take a look at the economic stats in each of these 3 key states that we're looking at in this hour. You know, you've got Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Let's see if we can start with Arizona and look at the economic performance of that state over the past 4 years. I know we do have a graphic out there, if the control room can bring it up. The 2 numbers to watch for here are 4.1%. That's the national unemployment rate and the inflation rate at 2.4%. And we can compare each of these states as we go through the evening to what the national averages are. In Arizona, you've got an unemployment rate at 3.5% right now. So that's, not bad. Inflation at 1.2% in the state of Arizona. That's pretty good performance, right? So you're beating the national average in both of those key metrics for employment. What does that mean in terms of the vote count today? How did people in Arizona feel about the economy and the way it hits them? That's something to watch for. Take a look at Michigan also, and we'll take a look at that state, because that's another one where we think that could be maybe the swingiest of the swing states tonight. And you look there, unemployment 4.5%, above the national average there. Inflation 2.7%, above the national average there. People are feeling the downside of this economy in the state of Michigan as we watch those 15 electoral college votes in play tonight. So as you look through all of these states, I think that's what you want to look at, is how the economy is playing out in real people's real lives.
There has been some delta between some of these states relative to the national average.
Yep.
By the way, take a look at two of the campaign headquarters tonight. Right now on the left, Howard University, where supporters of the Vice President Kamala Harris are gathered. And on the right, it is West Palm Beach Convention Center. That's where supporters of former President Donald Trump are at this hour. Let's bring in our team tonight to break down the results we've seen so far. Here at the Exchange with me, of course, CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers. Also with us, Echelon Insight's founding partner Patrick Ruffini is here, Republican pollster and strategist. He also worked for the George W. Bush re-election campaign. It's great to have you in, P. Down in D.C., our Washington correspondent Megan Casella. Early thoughts here, Patrick, ahead of what we expect will be a long night.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen things moving in different directions. And I want to focus real quick on Georgia, because that is a state where we have the most of the vote in. So a number of people are pretty bullish on Trump in Georgia, because the vote that came in from the rural areas came in early, and it came in very red. But Georgia is obviously more than the rural areas, and it's more than the city of Atlanta. You've seen exploding growth in the suburbs, and that outer ring of suburbs where actually Vice President Harris is making gains. And watch for Gwinnett County in particular. I think that's only 16% in, and that's a county where Democrats have been on the move in.
Yeah, it's early to start to look at which counties are in, because it depends on the pocket of vote that you're counting at any given night, or at any given point in the night. What are you seeing in Georgia tonight that makes you think, this could be Donald Trump's night?
Well, certainly, he has gotten, it seems like he has, moved Fulton and DeKalb counties. He has shrunk the margin there. Those are urban areas that aren't as fast growing. There's also been some questions about urban turnout in Georgia in particular. So remember, Harris could, move the needle in a lot of these suburban counties, but if she doesn't get the raw votes out of those counties, it's still a problem for her.
Megan, your thoughts tonight as some of the results coming in. What are you watching?
Absolutely. Well, just since we were just talking about Georgia and Gwinnett County, we were actually just down there just last week to talk to voters in Gwinnett County. Like was just mentioned, it's a really fast-growing, very diverse county. And when we spent 30 minutes on the street talking to 5 or 6 voters, we got a little bit of everything. Some Harris, some Trump, some proud Harris, some quiet, some proud Trump, some quiet, and some people staying at home. So underscoring just how close it can be in places like that. But I'm looking at a county tracker, and while a lot of Georgia is coming in slightly more red than 2020, the Atlanta suburbs are coming in bluer. Those were the areas that had swung big towards Biden, that helped him win that state back in 2020. For them to swing even bluer, that's what's going to help her win tonight. So I do think that while the state overall might look like it's leaning red right now, there is still a lot to watch. And a similar story in North Carolina. I spent a big part of my life down in North Carolina, so I'm watching this one very closely. And similarly, looking at the county tracker here, we're seeing western North Carolina, parts of the state that are traditionally pretty Republican, coming in shifting blue. Same with some central parts of the state, Catawba County, that's Morganton, not a particularly Democratic area, that are shifting blue by 6 points or so. So there are a lot of things out there so far tonight that are looking a little bit tricky for Democrats. The New York Times needle is even pointing in the red territory right now. There's some reason to be concerned. Everything looking a lot closer. Florida swinging really big Republican and that sort of thing. But I do think, since we don't have anything yet from the blue wall, and we do have some indications that parts of Georgia and North Carolina could be leaning Harris's way, that, like we've been saying the whole time, it's still going to be a really long night.
Megan, appreciate that. Good opening discussion. Of course, we'll be talking about it all hour long and all night. Meantime, let's get to the judge, Scott Wapner, who joins us here at Post 9 with a very special guest. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Carl. Thanks so much. Here with Mark Lasry, of course, of Avenue Capital. It's great to have you on tonight. A Harris supporter, a Harris donor as well. How are things feeling to you thus far?
I think it's going the way we thought it was going to go. I mean, it's going to be close. I think the campaign is cautiously optimistic. They are sort of viewing that people are breaking, the undecideds are breaking their way. So at least, but it's still really too early.
I know you marvel, like everybody who's already spoken this evening and people that you talk to, just how tight this election is and these election cycles have become, and how divided and polarized we are as a country.
Yeah, it's, when you think about it, it's kind of shocking because you're going to have literally 150 million votes. And I think this election is going to get decided probably by less than 100,000 in all these swing states. So when you think about that, next president of the United States is going to be the president who wins by a tenth of 1%. So it really is. Your vote really does count, and we're sort of seeing that.
As we game this out, and it's all about hypotheticals, obviously, and it may be for days to come, what would a Harris administration mean for these markets, do you think, which, as I suggested earlier, are only about 1.5% from all-time highs?
I think you're going to see the market continuing to go up. I think a Harris presidency is going to be positive. You've had positive GDP growth. And I think she's going to continue and do some new things in her presidency that'll be positive for the economy. So I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, whoever does win really does inherit a strong economy. The subject of the Greg Ip article in the in the Wall Street Journal the other day really underscored that. The fact that you have a strong economy, the consumer's hanging in there, the quality of growth has been good as well in terms of an increase in productivity that we only expect because of AI to continue.
It is, but also you've got low unemployment, right? I mean, things are going very well. Explain to me why this should be close. The economy is doing well. The stock market's at an all-time high. Unemployment is low. So what that means is over the course of the last 4 years, things have gone very well. And so I don't understand why people would want to change. I look at it and go, I think President Harris, Vice President Harris, hopefully President Harris, will end up doing a great job in continuing and growing on this economy.
You didn't mention inflation. That's not been going great. Even though it's down a lot, people aren't feeling it. Inflation's come down a ton. Prices have not.
You're right, but it's gone down, right? It went up, and we ended up raising interest rates to end up lowering inflation. Look, in every administration or any time, you're always going to have issues, but you've got to look at it, has this been more positive or negative? It's absolutely been more positive, and I think that's what's going to happen going forward.
What do you make of what's happened recently with interest rates and where yields have gone? You know, you make your living in the credit markets, which obviously have a big deal to do based on what happens with interest rates. Are you surprised that they've moved the way they have since the Fed did their jumbo 50 basis point rate cut?
I am. I thought they'd come down more. They haven't. I think part of that is everybody's still worried as to whether inflation is going to come back. But I think what you're going to see is as the economy keeps doing well, the Fed is going to keep lowering rates. I think next year we'll end up going down probably by another 50 basis points. I don't think it'll be 100 basis points, but the economy is doing well. And that's what you want. It's exactly what you said. The consumer's doing better. So all in all, it's been pretty positive.
But have you reset your own expectations on where you think the Fed is going to go from here?
I thought the Fed was going to lower rates more drastically.
You did?
Yeah, they haven't. And I think they're just going about it very slowly. And I think part of that is they're extremely worried about inflation, so they're going to take their time.
How do you view what a Harris administration would mean for business? It's no secret that, you know, the Biden administration is not held in the highest regard for the way that they've sort of kept business, I think, at minimum an arm's length and maybe 2 arms. Could that change?
I think it's definitely going to change. I think Vice President Harris is different. I think she understands that business plays a big part. I think she wants to be president for the whole United States, for everybody, and try to make everybody's life better. But you need business to do that. And I think she recognizes that.
Why has it been so hard? Why has it been so difficult for the Democrats to at least, extend an olive branch to business, appear more welcoming? I'm not suggesting a bear hug, but at least maybe an arm around the shoulder of business.
I think we're going to get a hug. It may not be a bear hug, but we'll get a hug. I think you're going to see it's going to be different. I think Vice President Harris understands the value of what small businesses are, what they've done to this country. So I think you're going to start seeing that.
How do you think about deal making, which has been almost impossible under the current administration? How would a Harris administration look in that regard? Think about Lena Khan, for example, whether she'd stay or go. Just how do you think of that in total?
I think you're going to find that they're going to be more in the middle. And I think the party had gone a little bit too far left. I think you're going to find that at least for the Harris administration, that they're going to try to keep on spurring growth. You're going to have a little bit of lower interest rates. But you've got to be partners with business, and they're going to do that.
You feel more optimistic about the idea of doing deals yourself based on whichever administration is going, whether it's a Harris or a Trump administration?
Yeah, but what do businesses really want? What businesses want and what people really want is consistency. They want stability. I think you're going to have more of that under Vice President Harris.
Carl has some breaking news for us.
We have a little bit of a news update here from NBC News projecting that Donald Trump has now won the state of Mississippi. That's going to give him 6 electoral votes and bring his total to 160 EVs. Vice President Harris currently with 30. Scott will continue to watch some of these names. Again, the battlegrounds we continue to just monitor incrementally. No calls on those yet.
All right, we'll come back to you certainly when we have more details there. Carl, back with Mark Lasry. What about taxes? What about the corporate rate, which former President Trump's talking about reducing even further to as low as 15%? What do you think is reasonable?
Look, I think at the end of the day, the biggest problem we all have is we have a high deficit, right? And it's close to $30 trillion. Lowering taxes isn't solving that. Yes, is it better? Are you going to pay less? Everybody's happy short term, but long term, what we've got to do is have a balanced budget.
I mean, how focused are you on the deficit, which the market has been focused on periodically, but not obsessed with yet, because the bond market hasn't forced the market to really face the music. Is that going to change?
It should. It really should, because sooner or later, you can't keep spending more money, and you can't lower taxes and have higher rates, and in essence, that you're spending more on interest. So if your deficit keeps going up, that's going to be a problem. Now, it may not be a problem for you and I in the next year or 2 years or 5 years, but it is a problem. And sooner or later, the bond market, when it focuses on it, it's going to change drastically.
All right, stick with us. Let's keep the conversation going and bring in our next guest. He's one of this country's biggest real estate developers who oversees a portfolio of more than 400 buildings. He's also a longtime friend and ally of former President Trump. Joining us now, LeFrak Chairman and CEO Richard LeFrak. Richard, welcome. It's great to have you with us this evening.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and say hi to my dear friend Mark.
How you doing?
He's here to say hi back, and he'll participate in our conversation.
You can be a Republican and a Democrat and still talk to each other.
How are you feeling about this evening as you watch the returns come in?
Well, I'm not a political expert, but it seems to me like it's a jump ball, and we'll find out later in the evening whether or not these swing states are going to go in one direction or another. But it's clear that the country is pretty evenly divided about these two candidates.
You do have a good view, obviously, given what you do for a living, into this economy, which almost everybody suggests is in a pretty good spot. You feel like the backdrop is positive no matter who wins tonight?
Well, we're in a wonderful economy right this minute because everybody's working. As a matter of fact, we need more employees, not less. What frightens me is in my area is this huge shortage of housing that's not being addressed particularly well by the current administration, and affordability of that housing for millions of families and people who want a decent home with a, in a good neighborhood.
It's interesting you say that, because we've been speaking this evening of comparisons of whether it's more affordable to own or rent today. Overwhelmingly more affordable to rent today versus, let's say, back in...
Especially if you live in a red state, because the regulation in the blue states has been, too difficult to get housing built. And in the red states, rents are going down right now, not up. Where New York, which is highly regulated, has had a housing shortage for over 70 years now.
You raise a good point about regulation in general. I'll turn to Mark Lasry, who's to my left here, to participate in that part of the conversation, because we really didn't get there yet on the idea of lower regulation. How do you just see that issue in general as business people, like whether it's Richard or yourself, have to navigate?
Look, I agree with Richard. I think you want less regulation because less regulation is better for business. But the problem is if you're the consumer, you may want more regulation. So it's a bit of a tension, and you've got to work with that. But I would say from a business standpoint, I'd like less regulation. I'd like the markets to regulate what we do.
Yeah. Richard, one of the issues, obviously, with the affordability or, frankly, lack thereof is where interest rates have gone. What's your outlook on that regard? Mortgage rates still remain obviously very, very high.
I'm old enough to remember the 1980s, so interest rates by that standard aren't that high. But there's no question that it's really creating a terrible problem of affordability because home mortgages are still, I guess, about 7%, and the average person cannot afford to buy a home at this point.
Richard, back to you in a moment. Carl has some breaking news.
Yeah, a little breaking news here. We continue to watch projections. This time, NBC News projecting Trump has won the state of Louisiana. That's 8 electoral votes and will bring his total to 168. Scott?
Carl, thank you. Richard, the idea of tariffs. Obviously, former President Trump is talking about re-upping those, if not increasing them across the board. How do you feel about that issue? Are you supportive of that or not?
Well, my thought about President Trump and some of the things that he says is that President Trump is very transactional, and sometimes he says things for purposes of negotiation. I think he has a point that we have some unfair trade balances with many countries, including Europe, where we have negative balances of trade. He's trying to bring some jobs home. But, the fact that he threw out a number, I'm not so sure that that's actually where it's going to end up.
I should also note that as we watch the futures, and certainly they're thinly traded, things could obviously change as we open the markets in many hours from now, but they are at the highs of the session. We'll show them to you here. Dow Jones futures up by better than 400 points. NASDAQ by more than 100 points. We said earlier that we come into tonight only about 1.5% away from those record highs on the S&P 500. Mark, how do you view the issue of tariffs?
Look, I think if you want to lower taxes to zero and you want to have tariffs, I don't think you're going to be able to make up the difference. It's almost impossible. So I think Richard is right when he says it may be a point of negotiation, but there's no way that you can end up running this country. I think you have the amount of money you're collecting on sort of taxes is about 3 times what you could absolutely collect on tariffs. So I don't think it's real, but Richard has a really good point. It may be a negotiation to try to bring some jobs home. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this country, you've got to pay your taxes and you got to pay your fair share.
Richard, lastly to you on that same issue of tariffs. I'm just curious how we've gotten to the point where many within the Republican Party, certainly at the senior-most levels, President Trump, obviously, and then some of his supporters, have gone from the third rail, really, of tariffs being a tax on the American people. The National Retail Federation was on our network today and suggesting that it would be a substantial hit to the spending power of the American consumer. But yet somehow we've moved to almost embrace the issue as the only way of better bargaining with countries like China.
Well, I think, we believe in fair play and they don't believe in fair play. So I think, Trump always likes to shake things up. And I think that's kind of what this is all about. The tariffs is just, for him to kind of shake things up, throw a hand grenade in the room and see what happens. But really, I think in the end, it's a negotiating tactic, and he's going to use it to try to, bully their own unfair trade practices to bring them a little more equitable to what they should be.
See how it all unfolds. Richard, thanks so much for your time. Mark Lazary here. Thank you so much for being here as well.
Great to see you guys.
Appreciate you being with us. Enjoy the rest of the evening, both of you. Carl?
Scott will see in a bit with the investment committee. Scott Wapner. Meantime, some breaking news. NBC News projecting Kamala Harris has won the state of Rhode Island. That's 4 electoral votes, Eamon, as we continue to watch some of these East Coast returns.
Yeah, no surprises still. We're waiting for the big kahunas in terms of the battleground states as we go through the evening, and we just don't have any indication yet, Carl, of where that is. One of the things that's fascinating to watch as you're looking at some of these exit polls, as we're starting to see some of that data trickle out. We're preparing some information here that we're going to have in a couple of minutes on just exactly where Donald Trump is with white women, suburban women, with black voters in the state of Wisconsin. You start to tease out some of those numbers. Maybe there are some indicators there of the way the evening is going to go. We'll have that data for you shortly. But as of right now, not enough information to begin to get a sense of whether they're going to be happier in Washington, D.C. or in Mar-a-Lago, Florida.
Any thematics leaping out to you, Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now things are leaning towards Donald Trump in Georgia, North Carolina, but he has to get through those states before he can get to Pennsylvania. So he definitively has to clear, win both of those states if he is on track to be the president. Now, Pennsylvania is going to be, I think, very frustrating, for people who want a quick result because they're pretty slow to count their votes. The votes that are being counted right now are pretty unrepresentative. But what I'm looking for in Pennsylvania, specifically in the Philly suburbs, is whether or not, Kamala Harris has succeeded in bringing over Republicans, particularly with this mail vote. I'm seeing indications in the data that she has not maybe done that yet, but it's still very early.
Right. I mean, the thinking for a long time, at least the mission would be to capture some of what eventually got called the Haley vote, right? Where people were voting for Haley even after she had suspended her campaign.
Yeah, and that's but let's just remember, that's a pretty small slice of the electorate. But, in a very tight race, very small slices of the electorate matter. And so it looks like Donald Trump has done better, especially in Florida with Hispanic voters, right? So that is a place where Trump is looking to make gains to offset maybe the appeal that Haley has tried to make with these Republicans. But the question is, how many new people, right, is Harris getting out of that? Or is it just simply a matter of trying to keep as much of the Biden 2020 coalition together?
Right. So much emphasis from Barack Obama in the final stages of this campaign, out there speaking directly to African-American young men, saying, you've got to be with Harris, you've got to be with Harris. That's an indication that the Harris camp thought that they might have a problem with young African-American men. I wonder what we're seeing in the data as the night goes on, whether that problem was solved by those appeals or whether that problem continued to worsen for them.
I think it may have been solved in terms of the vote share that Kamala Harris is getting, particularly out of some of these Georgia counties, but it's too soon to tell. The big question is turnout, because you've seen throughout the early voting period a reduction in the share of the African-American vote in both Georgia and North Carolina, and to the extent that, Harris might be fine, right, on the vote shares she's getting. But if she's not driving, again, those raw numbers to overcome the rural advantage that Trump has, that's a problem.
Patrick, appreciate the insights. You should stay with us this hour. When we come back, the state of manufacturing in America. Can Trump or Harris truly revive jobs in America's heartland? Mad Money's Jim Cramer and former Bridgewater chief investment strategist Rebecca Patterson will join us with that. Plus, we'll get their take on how the next administration could impact the economy in the new year. As we go to break, a quick look at where we stand right now in this race for the White House. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNBC's coverage of election night in America. Our Washington team has some new exit polling data. We're going to start with that with Eamon Javers here at Post 9.
Yeah, Carl, we're watching some of this exit polling and getting a sense of where the different demographic groups are going as we watch the vote rolling out. And take a look at Pennsylvania. This is a fascinating one because there's been so much focus on Latino voters and where they're trending right now with Donald Trump. The NBC News exit polling out of Pennsylvania suggests that Trump is improving his performance among Latino voters compared with 4 years ago. According to the results, about 4 in 10 now are supporting Trump. That's up from 3 in 10 back in 2020. That's not a number that you would want to see if you're the Harris campaign tonight, particularly in that all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. And I know Megan Casella and Emily Wilkins are down in Washington. Megan, you've got some more information on Wisconsin, right?
Absolutely, Amy. And as we're talking about demographics specifically in these battleground states, the exit polling on Wisconsin has some really good news for the Trump campaign. Trump roughly doubled, or actually more than doubled, his black support in Wisconsin. He had taken about 8% in 2020 and now about 20%. So a 12 percentage point increase in that all-important demographic of black voters in Wisconsin specifically. This is something that has been playing out nationwide. We were reporting this down in Georgia last week, but these are, huge swing voters that have been shifting more towards Donald Trump. The Harris campaign thought they had kind of quieted some of that, but at least in Wisconsin, we're seeing that the shift really was real.
And Emily, you've got more in Pennsylvania.
Yes, Eamon, it's very interesting to see. We had heard so much reporting about the Latino vote being shifting more towards Donald Trump, and now we're actually seeing some of that results from an exit poll in Pennsylvania showing that about 42% of the Latino vote is currently backing Donald Trump. That is very much up for 27%, which we were looking at the last time that Trump ran. And this, of course, could have giant implications down ballot as well. There's a very key Senate race there, as well as a number of really key House races in that state of Pennsylvania, and some of them have Latino-heavy districts. And so this could really have a bigger impact on instead of just the presidential. And of course, will be interesting to see how this plays out when you get to states like Nevada that also have an incredibly high Latino population.
Certainly, given the attention paid to especially late deciding Latino votes, Emily. Appreciate that, Emily, down in D.C. Meantime, some breaking news. NBC News now projects that Kamala Harris has won the state of New York. That's 28 electoral votes, and we'll see what that does to her total, now 62 versus former President Trump at 168. So we'll keep our eye on that. One of the major pillars of the economic plans for both Vice President Harris and former President Trump involve reviving manufacturing in America. Former President Trump has talked extensively about imposing tariffs on companies to get them to move jobs back to America, while the Vice President has proposed subsidies from the government to get new factories built here. Here to break that down, talk more broadly about the state of the economy, our very own Jim Cramer and former Bridgewater CIO Rebecca Patterson. Welcome, Jim. What are you thinking?
I've got to tell you, Rebecca did a breathtaking piece. Those jobs are not coming back. And it was one of the most, it was a tough piece, because what it basically said is what a lot of people don't want to talk about, which is that we keep thinking that we put tariffs, they'll come back here. We offer incentives, they'll come back here. It's not happening. And I think we have to move on. The people in, I have a place near Quakertown, Pennsylvania, which is a town I grew up near. And there hasn't been a new factory job there in 50 years. What are we pining over? It's a very unfortunate thing, but you have said point blank, it's not going to change.
Well, I think we will get some jobs back, but the National Association of Manufacturing says in the next decade there will be 3.8 million manufacturing jobs available. We don't have enough workers in America to fill all those seats, partly because of demographics, but we need immigrants. So whoever wins is going to have an immigration policy that brings people in to fill the seats. The second issue is education. In the 1970s, 8% of manufacturing jobs need a college degree. Today, that number's close to 30, 40, even 50%. So we have to have a different education approach. But lastly, and importantly, we need allies. Last year was a record year for foreign direct investment in the U.S. A lot of that went to manufacturing. Almost a quarter of manufacturing jobs last year were by U.S. affiliates of foreign companies. So if we alienate our allies, if TSMC isn't coming here, we're going to have an issue. We need partnerships with companies like TSMC and ASML. Or we're not going to have this resilience that is the goal for both parties.
But the one thing I would tell you, and Carl sits next to me at the boarding, and he hears me say it all the time, the robots are coming.
Yes.
And we don't have the birth rate. We have the genius. We don't have the workforce that we desperately need. We've got some of the smartest people in the world. And I keep thinking back what Richard Fisher was talking earlier. There has to be another just pure optimism. And the pure optimism is the world that I find myself in when I talk to the Amazon people and the Apple people. And these are nation states, first of all. These are not tiny. These are not. We see states. Rhode Island gets it. Oklahoma. Those are all important. But then there's Amazon. and there's Apple, and there's Microsoft, and there's NVIDIA, and there's Meta. And these are big institutions that want to do what's right and are really helping our country. I know that I go back and forth with Jonathan Kaner from the Antitrust. Justice Department is a very fine man. His law firm was my law firm. But I would tell you that they may be our aces in the hole. Everything that I've heard tonight they may be Trump. They may be, well, Trump. Doesn't get talked about much anymore, Trump. Whist? I don't know. But it makes me optimistic because the companies themselves are thinking about these issues that you just mentioned. They're listening, and they're trying to figure out how to make our country better. I know that the percentage of people who believe that in our country who are so cynical, most people are cynical. The people who believe it are probably this big. But I got to tell you, they're working on it. Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, Andy Jassy, the CEO of Amazon, they are thinking about what we're talking about, and they want to change things. And it's not just because they want to line their pockets. I tried to get Tim Cook to charge money for a health app, particularly because they have one that really helps your hearing. And he said, Jim, that's not what we do. We democratize. And I realized, I said, I apologize. I said, I guess I'm a dollar sign represented by a man.
So I'll tell you one thing that gives me hope. The Commerce Department this year partnered with high schools near Micron, with a new plant, and they're teaching technical skills to these high school kids to try to get them interested in these jobs, which are manufacturing, but they're tech manufacturing. Right. And so I think there is a Venn diagram intersection. There again,
there's Sanjay Mehrotra from Micron. These guys have hearts. Look, it's not about friends, it's about money. But when I talk with the people who are the business people in the world who are running these big companies, when you speak to a Tim Cook, you're kind of blown away that they have really thought about this and are trying to figure out how to be able. Carmine DeCibio, I mentioned the other day that we don't have the birth rate we used to. He used to run EY. They all try to figure out how we can make our population more useful. Right. And not everybody wants. I have no problem with. I've flipped burgers. I've waited tables. I'm not denigrating those jobs, but in the end, we have to have a more educated workforce, and we have to solve the inner city. And man, are we ever not solving
Rebecca,
that.
How do you grade the Biden administration's performance on this issue, right? Because there's so much of the emphasis has been on steering federal spending toward these cutting-edge future jobs in manufacturing, like in the CHIPS Act, like in the infrastructure bill, trying to bring semiconductor manufacturing back, energy jobs back. Did it work?
So manufacturing jobs, the absolute number, bottomed out in 2019. It has been rising since, somewhat. It zigzagged during the pandemic, but it's rising. And of course, some of the initiatives, the IRA, infrastructure, CHIPS, that's starting to create jobs. The challenge is that, like CHIPS Act, you get it passed, then you have to set up the infrastructure and hire the people in D.C., and then you have to get the requests for proposals out. The process takes time, as you know better than all of us here. And so the money going out, actually creating the jobs, it takes a year, 2 years before you really see the bills passing have an effect, but you are starting to see an effect. So jobs are getting created. And again, foreign direct investment in manufacturing last year in the U.S., record high. So I think there is a positive impact. The hard part in politics is these things need time, and in politics you don't have time.
And you wonder if it's too late for Harris.
Cycles happen whether you like it or not.
Whoever wins this race will benefit from those policies in manufacturing.
No, very much so. They'll take credit for it, believe me.
Yes.
Well, that's why one of the calling cards of the Biden White House has been manufacturing construction, factory construction.
Right.
Is at a level we haven't seen since the space race.
And yet there is not a lot of impact. It's really kind of interesting you mention that, because when I see the cranes, I know how much of it is infrastructure, and I talked to Jim Appleby at Caterpillar. I mean, the infrastructure money is just huge. To the people, great people at Cummins, they had an unbelievable quarter just the other day. When you look at it, Eaton, amazing numbers. Dover, Parker, Hanover, these are companies that everyone thought would have been out of business by now. They've completely reinvented themselves, and now they're the greatest manufacturers on earth. That said, when you go to their plants, not a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people.
You can do more with less.
Tech is going to be part of it.
People are too expensive.
But to your point earlier, tech is, if we want to say it, the trump card. It is, the amount, and you guys talk about this every day, the Mag 7, the amount of money they're going to invest in R&D and CapEx just in the next year. I mean,
$300 billion in data centers just to be able to keep up, not with each other, but with the data. and be able to bring out things that we are only just beginning in all that world. And I know I sound like a ridiculous optimist, but when I first went out to NVIDIA and I saw these dogs that were talking to each other, and I realized, my God, there's like something going on here. And cars that we're seeing, they knew there was black ice, and people who were robots bringing you coffee. And I said, oh, maybe it's going to happen. And then it happened in 4 years.
And it's stimulus, right? If you're seeing $500 billion going into the economy in 1 year from these companies, that supports growth. It does create lots of jobs, including manufacturing jobs.
Well, what do you think about Larry Fink's argument of hope, which is that we can kind of grow our way out of some of the deficit? Where are you in that?
I don't think we should just be complacent about it.
True.
I mean, at 100% of GDP right now, our debt GDP, we need to be thinking about how do we get this more fair, which is why I think taking the corporate tax rate from 21 to, say, 25, the OECD average is 25, 26. So we wouldn't be hurting U.S. companies raising it a little bit. Now, of course, it's not good for the equity market. We know that.
We can handle it.
But we can handle it.
How much money do we have to make
do.
already?
Jim, you got a quick thought on future session highs?
I don't trust the futures at all. They don't know anything. They're based on all.
Sure you don't want to think about it?
They're as stupid as they are at 3:15 when I wake up, Carl, and I shoot you. And I'm tweeting. I'm saying, what are you idiots doing selling the futures? It's going to be a great day. What are these people doing?
So pajama traders work in the morning and at night.
They are as foolish as they've been since the futures were started. But they're doing value line futures in '84.
Are people buying futures tonight, right now, as we sit here looking at the same exit polls that we're looking at and trying to tease it out? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, but they don't know anything. I mean,
no, that's incredible because we don't know anything. As we sit here.
You see, that's kind of why they're not making big money and you've never heard of them. And by the way, you never will.
Don't you think there's a lot of algo going on as we're getting exit polls, as we're getting results?
It's just going into the black boxes.
I often think that they had to bought, that they had their spies. They had to know what. And I know that there are institutions that did. And then I know there's hedge funds that got the information, and then they went short the market when Trump won, and it turned out to be ill-fated in 2016.
Which is a good
They don't even know how to deal with it.
Cautionary tale for all of us this time.
Just
even if you think you know what's going to happen, you don't know how the market's going to react to that.
So, and these people who are trading this, they hope there's someone even more stupid at 12 o'clock who comes on.
I think it was Zervos today on our air said markets tend not to do politics very well.
No, they don't. These guys should all just go have a beer or whatever. Maybe they're on GOP desk when they don't want beer anymore.
Rebecca, see you soon.
Great to see you.
We'll see you in a bit. We do have some breaking news. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris has won the state of Illinois. That's 19 electoral votes and will bring her total. I think I just saw something with an 8 handle. Yeah, 81. Amen. We continue to watch that spread narrow a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big one, Illinois, right? And we saw New York also, some big numbers now ticking onto the Kamala Harris side of the ledger. But again, none of the big battleground states yet. We just have to wait for those as the night goes on and watch. Look at Pennsylvania, look at Wisconsin, look at Michigan. That's where Kamala Harris needs to put up some numbers tonight if she's going to start to really turn this thing around. And you look at those exit polls that we just gave you, and you do get some tea leaves that are feeling like it's a good night for Trump. Still so early.
So there's the blue wall consensus of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, as you point out. The other view was that she would have multiple paths involving some states out west. Also, still too early to call that out.
Right, because we don't know. Arizona, Nevada, those are definitely in play as battleground states. Those don't close until obviously later in the evening, East Coast time. So we are a long way away from knowing the answer to what's going to happen tonight. Maybe not until tomorrow morning. Maybe a couple of days. And I think people just need to be prepared for that and be patient and understand that that is part of the process.
Still ahead tonight on CNBC's election night coverage, we will look at where the balance of power in the Senate and the House stands and how that will affect how business gets done or doesn't over the next 4 years. We'll also hear from the judge and his trader panel. And don't miss CNBC's Delivering Alpha Investor Summit in New York City on November 13, where investors and leaders will come together to provide insights, ideas, and analysis that will deliver you meaningful returns. Your money, your vote. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNBC's election night coverage. Keeping our eye on the candidates tonight. You'll see on the left side of your screen where we do expect later to see the vice president at Howard University in D.C. On the right, where we expect to see former President Trump tonight in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that. In the meantime, let's bring in CNBC's Emily Wilkins live from D.C. Talk more about some of these races that we're getting tonight, Emily.
Hey, Carl. So at this point, we knew it was going to be close, and close it remains. We're looking at a number of battleground states, both in the House and in the Senate. And at this point, everything is just too soon to call. We just don't have enough vote totals in yet. But what we can take a look at is some of the exit poll data that we have gotten around the economy in some of these key states. I want to see if we can start here with Michigan. Obviously, that is a very close battleground state. It is one that you've seen Harris do a little bit better in the polls are. And when you look at a breakdown of how people in Michigan, how they're voting, how they're feeling, you're only seeing about 7% say excellent, 31% say good, 32% say not so good, and 30% say poor. So obviously a bulk of respondents there saying poor and not so good. And we are seeing some similar trends. I mean, if you go over to Pennsylvania, which has really been pegged as a key must-win state for both Harris and Trump for the Senate and the House, you're seeing things get even worse, really. I mean, that poor and not so good taking up an even wider portion of that total electorate, just 4% saying the economy has gone well. You know, if you look at polling, you have seen Harris make some inroads at getting individuals to say, you know, she could be good for the economy. Certainly, Democrats up and down the ballot have been trying to tout some of the strong numbers that you have seen come out of the last 4 years in the Biden administration, that low unemployment, that falling inflation. But at this point, most polls are showing, and this bears out if you look at the data, that most voters still feel like Republicans are the ones that are going to be better for the economy. And of course, that's just an absolutely huge issue that's been on voters' minds. Carl?
Emily, appreciate that. Emily Wilkins watching some of the other races we got. Some breaking news as well tonight. NBC News projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio, which has 17 electoral votes. Eamon, some thoughts on some of the Midwest fills in here.
Yeah, I mean, so fascinating to watch this. I'm old enough to remember, Carl, when it was Ohio and Florida that we watched on election nights, right? I mean, I remember Tim Russert back in the day, the famous Florida, Florida, Florida call with the whiteboard. Tonight, we're not really talking about Ohio, and we're not really talking about Florida. Those were, in essence, foregone conclusions for Donald Trump. Those have become red states in this era, and so we kind of put them in the tally as we expected, and we're waiting for the blue wall states to really make the difference tonight.
Meantime, Patrick, I wonder if you can give us a little granularity on North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, what we know at this stage.
Yeah, so in North Carolina, it really is the case that Wake County, right, Wake County, Raleigh, Raleigh-Durham area, that is, you know, Harris has only gotten a 2-point as the latest vote count. Harris has gotten a 2-point swing, and Trump continues to gain in all the fully counted, you know, rural counties, right? He's running across the table, so I don't think that 2-point swing that she's getting right now in Wake County is going to be enough.
In the more urban areas.
In the more urban areas, right. Now, Charlotte, Mecklenburg County is also going to be a big test for her. That's been a place like the Atlanta suburbs that has seen a huge influx in population and has been shifting, and the suburbs there have been shifting to the left. So if she can, you know, push that further, but so far it's advantaged Trump in North Carolina.
Is Georgia instructive?
I think Georgia's a little bit tighter right now because of the Atlanta suburbs being a little bit more, it's a more urban state, let's say, than North Carolina.
You're talking about Raleigh in North Carolina, and you know, Donald Trump was there yesterday. Yeah. That campaign must have seen something in Raleigh that they wanted to move the needle on. Do you think it was smart to put that last-minute stop there?
It could have been decisive.
That's amazing. You're coming down to the last day, the last campaign stop, and you're changing the schedule within 24 hours to go before Election Day because you're seeing these little pockets of vote, and you say, we need to do a little bit more there.
How about Virginia?
So Virginia's been a surprise. I don't believe it's been called yet, but in Loudoun County, the Washington D.C. suburbs that has gone, it's gone from a Republican stronghold back in the George W. Bush era to Joe Biden winning that county by 25 points. Now it looks like Kamala Harris has only won it by 16 points for a 9-point shift to the right. Now, Loudoun County was really the epicenter of the culture war around education and the pandemic, and Glenn Youngkin, you know, making a huge issue. Particularly with some problems that were going on specifically in Loudoun County, you know, with parental control of education really being his calling card. That has shifted 9 points. The Fairfax County suburbs have shifted a little bit back to Donald Trump as well, and is doing well in the rest of the state. I don't think that's maybe going to be enough for him to actually win it, but it's probably going to be within 5.
Loudoun County also a lot of government contractors, government employees out there, but a lot of military contractors and defense in that ex-urban area, sort of farther out into the suburbs where it starts to tick over into the rural county, and you think maybe that defense vote might make a difference there in Loudoun County as well.
You know, you're seeing in some places Harris is making gains in suburbs, but in some places Trump is actually staging a comeback in the suburbs, and particularly in the suburbs that maybe the growth has slowed down a bit. So we really are talking more of an apples to apples comparison to 4 years ago. So I do think that's one of the, if that holds, that's going to be one of the surprises of the night.
Patrick, stay close. Let's send it back over to Scott Wapner, joining us with a panel of all-star investors. Help us navigate what might be next for the market, Scott.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. Back with Josh and Adam and Courtney and Tom Lee. And we talked earlier, Tom, we kept it broad. We looked at the backdrop for this record-setting rally. Now let's talk about positioning, exactly where our viewers want to think about investing, no matter who wins. How can we talk about that without addressing tech, the trade of the year? You've been a big proponent of the Mag 7, obviously. What's your view now?
I think tech still works into year end, but with the election behind us, I do think investors are going to be looking for other areas on a bet that market breadth is expanding. And I think one place they'll turn to is, oh, well, where would animal spirits come back? Things that could benefit from mergers, or where are multiples low so I can see PE expansion. And that would take people to small caps, financials, basically the rest of the market, actually.
That is, Courtney, where you do have Wolf Research talking about tonight, financials being a big election winner, talking about the regional banks as well. Do you see that as a space if former President Trump is reelected tonight as president once again, that is a space to keep your eye on?
Yeah, regional banks specifically are one that are talked about often right now, because what you're seeing is in this administration, though they really haven't turned down a lot of M&A, it's so hard to get these through that there's pretty much no M&A activity, but that is expected to pick up in a Trump administration. So absolutely, that's something that you want to look at. If Trump were to be in office, that's probably going to start to take off here.
So on the idea, Adam, of tech, I want to read you something that the Wedbush analyst Dan Ives, familiar to all of our viewers, of course, on the possibility of a Trump win and what that would mean for that space. A major change in tariffs, he says, and a harsher stance on China, we believe, would significantly impact the supply chain. NVIDIA, Beijing, retaliatory impacts on Apple and Tesla are likely and slow the pace of the AI revolution. Is he onto something or not?
Look, I think investors are positioned in 5 or 6 growth themes independent of the election. AI semis is one of them. If he's talking about some short-term supply disruption, he could be right. But I think if you're investing money, you want to own compute and anything associated with it. You want to own software around that. There's electrification industrials, there's housing building materials, there's power. There's so many themes that are in place, and I think people are positioned to own those themes. I'd also say within tech, there's a little bit of this misnomer. Because the market cap of big tech is so big, you have to own it to keep up with the S&P. But if you look at the dispersion in the group, I mean, there's tons of stocks that are up or down a lot this year. It's Palantir's up 198, Dell's up 75, FICO's up 73, GoDaddy 50. I mean, there's tons of dispersion. Intel's down 55. You could have picked stock this year pretty well. It wasn't just the Mag 7 that worked. I think it's a little bit of an excuse because it's hard to beat the S&P when they're so big. But I think stock pickers had a very good year in tech, generally given the dispersion.
You have regulatory issues to think about, do you not, Josh? Under a potential Harris administration, the Biden administration hasn't exactly been friendly and embracing of big tech. Google, Apple, Amazon, Meta, all facing some sort of actions or threats.
Yeah, and they're facing those threats not just in the United States, but all over the world. And I think that overhang remains regardless. In a typical election, you would guess that big business would be aided by the Republican candidate. And certainly, if Donald Trump comes in, we're probably saying goodbye to the head of the SEC, the head of the FTC. That seems likely. But Donald Trump's not a big fan of Google. There's complaints tonight all over social media about the way search seems to be favoring the Harris side. You're going to hear so much rhetoric about these platforms and whether or not they're against Trump. We've seen that in the past with Facebook, back when it was called Facebook. So my take is, don't overthink it. Look at what's already rallying as the needle leans toward Trump. You've got Bitcoin up 5%, HOD, actually a November high. You've got the Russell 2000 futures up 2.5%. It's a notable move given there's not that much volume there. And by the way, Courtney, I completely agree with you. You can't say regional banks are going to rally and not think the Russell's going to work. That's basically synonymous trade. And then Tesla up 7% after hours. Those are probably the things that will have longevity if the result goes toward Trump. If it goes toward Harris, we have to start talking once again about antitrust and breaking up platforms, and it's another 4 years of that.
One thing I'd say on that, Josh, I mean, it's just, look, I'm just looking at the 4-year returns under Biden. You can't argue that Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, Meta, and Amazon weren't awesome stocks under Biden, even with that regulatory overhang. So it's always like, you know, a timing issue.
Well, I think that's why we had the conversation we did at the outset this evening.
Yeah.
Why people are positive on the markets no matter the outcome. There's just enough going on, Tom.
If the government runs a massive deficit, you think Amazon's not going to benefit? Like, of course they are.
If I told you that the best sector under President Biden, Tom, was energy, up 110%, and the worst sector under President Trump was energy, down 40%, would you have believed me? That sounds so counterintuitive to the way we've been thinking about different administrations and the kinds of sectors you'd want to be in.
Yeah, it does make sense just because it's a commodity sector. So under Biden, drilling was constrained, an expansion of supply, so prices of oil outperformed expectations. And if we have a Republican president and we expand drilling, it's going to be downside pressure to oil prices. So I think it actually, that sort of flip-flop would continue.
It's less ironic than it sounds on the surface. Drill, baby, drill doesn't mean $100 WTI.
Yeah.
It probably means a range of 60 to 70.
The correlation between the change in the oil price and the change in the energy, it's like 0.85. Like, so there's no question if oil prices come down, the energy is going to underperform. I think
Interestingly enough, that's actually our #1 exporter at this point in time, and I think that's something where people associate Trump with oil, but also if you see retaliatory tariffs coming from China, that actually does affect our exports of oil. So you could actually play that either way.
Adam, you've been looking at stocks related to China.
Yeah.
If we're in a position where we're talking about tariffs once again, and perhaps even steeper than the ones that remain in place today, names that are very familiar to portfolios, whether they're portfolio managers or viewers who are investing in stocks: Freeport, Estee Lauder, Las Vegas Sands, MicroStrategy, Zscaler, Wynn Resorts, names that are very, very familiar to people that could be impacted.
I think so. I mean, look, if we had a couple of CEOs text us like, look, I think they're worried if they have, you know, a lot of employees or a lot of revenue in Mexico or China. They're just worried what maybe a more volatile regime could mean for their relationships there and their profits and their costs. So I think it's considered a risk-on trade when, you know, Trump wins just because of regulation and maybe taxes, but there are some puts and takes when it comes to relationships with China and Mexico.
All right,
and you're seeing the Mexico currency move a lot, too.
We will leave it there for now. Back a little bit later on. Carl, I will send it back to you.
Scott, thank you very much. We are coming up to the top of the 10 p.m. hour. Of course, our continuing coverage of election night across America. It is Your Money, Your Vote. We're live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the financial capital of the world. In just the last hour, we've gotten decisions in a number of states. So far, not too many surprises. Many of those key battleground states remain uncalled. That includes too early to call out West and Arizona. In addition, NBC has changed its characterization in 3 key states, too close to call in Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. NBC also shifting its characterization in Minnesota from too early to call to too close to call. And just a short time ago, NBC projected that former President Trump will win Ohio. That is 17 electoral votes, and right now the race to 270 stands at 191 for former President Trump and Vice President Harris with 81. 3 states get set to close a few moments from now: Montana, Utah, and the critical swing state of Nevada. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Another big hour ahead. Our Steve Leisman will be along with 2 former Fed officials, Roger Ferguson and Richard Fisher. We'll talk some energy and geopolitics with RBC's Halima Croft. And then we'll sit down with Chris Lehane, former Clinton White House advisor, current executive at OpenAI, author of the political damage control must-read Masters of Disaster. That is all coming up. First, some fresh calls coming in from the decision desk at NBC. designating former President Trump has won Montana. That is 4 electoral votes. NBC projecting that former President Trump will win Utah. That is 6 electoral votes. And NBC News says that Nevada is still too early to call. Let's bring in our team to discuss some of the results we've seen so far. Megan Casella in Washington, Eamon Javers here at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Megan, you do have some new reporting on the Harris camp.
That's right, Carl. Trying to read some of the tea leaves here. There have been a few early negative signs for the Democrats, so hearing and feeling a little bit of a vibe shift among the Democrats. But the Harris campaign is trying to project some confidence. So they say now that they are seeing some continuing enthusiasm at college precincts that they think looks good for them. That's 2 college campuses in North Carolina and the University of Michigan as well. They're also tracking this suburban support, which was always expected to be all important for Kamala Harris. They say there's slightly above expected support levels among the suburban early voters in Georgia, that in some of the larger Georgia counties that are mostly called, she's running ahead of where President Biden was in 2020 when he was able to flip that state just narrowly. They also say they're not seeing a big rural surge for Trump in Georgia, which they were worried about as well. So trying to project that confidence, even as we're seeing things like that overperformance by President Trump in the Virginia, the D.C. suburbs of Virginia, likely not going to be any help at this point. It's looking more likely from the Sun Belt, the North Carolina and Georgia states. But I've also been checking in with the Democratic donors and getting a little bit of a mixed picture. I will say these are all folks who were feeling pretty bullish a few hours ago before we were getting any results. Now I've had a couple say it's still early, which of course it is. One person said to me it's feeling too close, that they have no idea, but they're growing concerned. And a third person said that Trump definitely doing expected in some states like Virginia, but still too early. Feels a lot like 2020, this person was saying, when Biden came in from behind. And they said it all comes down to the blue wall. So speaking of the blue wall, I also just want to make one final point about those states that we're still waiting for. This was always going to be Harris's most likely path to the presidency. We're not seeing many results so far yet, but one of the biggest demographics to watch there are these union households. These are all going to be huge in the blue wall states more than anything. Places like Pennsylvania and Michigan, about 13% of households are union members. I think we have that graphic somewhere if we can pull it up. And taking a look at the exit polls for these households, Harris took these households by about 10 percentage points in this year's poll. Last year, or 4 years ago, I should say, Biden took those same households by 16 points. So a 6 percentage point drop by Harris in these union membership households. And take a look there. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and Wisconsin, all huge states where the union memberships will count. Eamon, I think you've been tracking this as well and been seeing some shift here in the union families too. Eamon?
Yeah, Megan, that's right. And you talk about the mood in the Harris camp, and you wonder what the mood is at Mar-a-Lago. I've been texting some folks to try to get a sense of what that event is like, because you've got former President Donald Trump holed up in Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk, of all people. And, Carl, we have not talked about the impact of Elon Musk on this election. And this is something that's sort of unprecedented in American history, an industrialist of this scale in control of this many industries, playing this much of a role in American politics, going all out campaigning in Pennsylvania, pouring millions of dollars into this race. Elon Musk has said that he is going to be a continuing factor now in American politics. So the one thing we've already learned, I think, is that the Elon factor in American politics and in American business is certainly not going away. And I wonder if you can think of any sort of historical parallel where we've seen somebody at that level as an American industrialist playing in American politics to this degree, even at a time when he is a huge government contractor himself, right? I mean, this is a fascinating moment, and to be a fly on the wall in Mar-a-Lago as Elon Musk hanging out with former President Donald Trump tonight.
Nation state, as Kramer likes to say. Meantime, we continue to keep our eye on futures tonight. We're pretty close to session highs here with Dow futures, I think, closing in on some 600 points. You can see that's better. That would be better than a 1.5% gain on the Dow. Bitcoin, of course, long seen as a Trump positive trade, crossing almost to 74K, which has been setting higher and higher levels as we've worked our way throughout the summer. Also, I would mention dollar index is going to be approaching 105. That would be the highest, say, since the July or June, middle of the summer.
And Donald Trump flipping his view entirely on cryptocurrency, initially a skeptic, now a proponent of cryptocurrency, now a proponent of Bitcoin, to the point where we think maybe Bitcoin is trading following, Trump likelihood scenarios in the election. And Trump, during the midst of a campaign, launching his own cryptocurrency, which is something that we just have never seen again in American politics. Talk about all the things that are unprecedented here, Carl. The idea of a candidate in the middle middle of a campaign, launching his own new business that benefits from voters, but also from people around the world who could potentially buy into that business. That's something that is entirely new as well.
Yeah. One last thing, 10-year. Leisman points out closing in on 4.5, as we've seen that yield rise in recent days, certainly since the Fed cut for the first time. Megan, thank you. Eamon's going to be here at Post 9. Let's add Cornell Belcher to the conversation, founder and president of Brilliant Corners Research, also an NBC News political analyst, and Stifel chief Washington policy strategist Brian Gardner. Guys, great to see you both. Cornell, are you seeing some underperformance among, say, African-American men?
No, and look, you got to be careful with the early exit polling. The exit polling will probably be reweighted several times, so I wouldn't lean too much into the exit polling. I'm actually more focused on what I'm seeing in the ground, and not surprisingly, the ballot is coming down to the battleground states, and not surprisingly, all the battleground states are too close to call. You see in some areas where he's overperforming from his from 2020, but you also see in some areas, like in some of the Georgia ring counties, where she's overperforming from Biden's 2020 performance. So it's still a race where it counts. It's too close to call.
Brian, I can't imagine you're making adjustments to your policy stance given these early returns. Yeah?
No, I mean, I think for the most part, the night is going pretty much as expected, which is very close. The Senate is leaning Republican. The House is too close to call. We're not going to know that for a couple hours. So we're leaning towards, if not an official divided government, a closely split government. And so, given what we're seeing right now, I wouldn't. I mean, and I'm kind of leaning into, a little bit on the Trump trade side. I mean, you see those stocks and those sectors performing. As the market is picking up on some trends here, which are kind of on net, Cornell's right, that there are cross currents here, but on net, I think it's leaning in Trump's direction.
Cornell, what do you think you need to see overnight from Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania? What specifically would connote at least stability for the Harris campaign?
Well, all the votes counted, right? And not too long ago, you still had 2 hours long lines in Philadelphia and Milwaukee, right? So the other part about this is, quite frankly, guys, we got to do a better job of doing elections in this country. There's no reason why people should still be standing in line for 2 hours. But that note aside, look, I think is what we saw the last time in 2020 as well. In the big urban areas, the big suburban counties where Democrats have been doing better and better. I mean, take a look at Georgia again. I think you see Trump's run up a lead looking at the rural. I would argue that he's not run up enough lead looking at the rural. When you look at Gwinnett and you look at those ring counties, you look at the Atlanta metro coming in, I think things will begin to change overnight as you see more and more of that vote coming in. I don't actually think we're going to see a lot of surprises. And I think we're going to see a map that looks awful a lot like the 2020 map.
Brian, we were talking about this in an earlier segment, the idea that even if you knew tomorrow's news tonight, if you could tell right now that Donald Trump was going to win this election, what would you say the stock market is going to do tomorrow? I mean, I think it's hard to predict, and history has said that the stock market doesn't always get that initial reaction right. What would you say right now? If we could say for sure Donald Trump was going to win tonight, where's the market go tomorrow?
I think it goes up. First of all, I think it goes up if either one of them wins. I just think it goes up more.
Just a relief rally.
I think a relief rally, exactly. So a relief rally would be real if there's a clear and convincing win, and then we're not going on for 3-4 days, much less a couple of weeks. So I do think a relief rally is possible tomorrow. And then, a couple of your panels have mentioned this, bank stocks, crypto, energy, even though, ironically, as the last panel talked about, energy underperformed, oil and gas underperformed with Trump, it outperformed with Biden. I think there's still going to be some room to run for those stocks just because the perception is that the operating environment is going to be more benign with Trump than it would with Harris.
Brian, I want to add to the conversation, Colorado, NBC News projecting that for the vice president, it's going to be 10 EVs and will take her to 91. You mentioned Bitcoin. We just got a record high, and we've had a long discussion tonight about what was embedded in that price. Was it a Trumpian light regulatory touch? Was there a would-be crisis instability bid in there? It seems to be more of the former.
You know, I think it's the regulatory bid. I think it's that Trump comes in, he changes leadership at the SEC and the CFTC, that is the reaction I have gotten from most of the clients that I have talked to. That's what they're telling me, is that they're interested in crypto and Bitcoin based on a regulatory change with the Trump administration.
Brian, the other question is, if Kamala Harris were to win, let me flip the question for you. I asked you about Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, you're saying maybe a relief rally either way tomorrow, so maybe people can place their bets right now. But if Harris wins, what are the sectors that you would look to, given that, we've seen this weird issue with energy where it's outperformed under Biden, but, you think energy might rally under Trump?
Yeah, it's definitely clean energy. I mean, with either Harris or the Democrats controlling either part of Congress, you're going to get some level of protection for the IRA tax credits, and I think the market just reacts positively to that. Healthcare, I don't think there's going to be any big healthcare legislation going through Congress, but ACA remains protected. Harris won't change the ACA like Trump claims he would. And there are ways that she can use the administrative state to try and expand or make ACA more appealable to some folks and get them into the various programs. So I think healthcare does pretty well. Then we get into a couple of sectors, Eamon, that are kind of in no man's land. It's not that they're going to go up or down. They just, tech was one of them. A previous panel talking about that. They don't have a lot of friends on either side of the aisle. Defense is another sector I point out. People think that defense is going to do really well with Trump on the theory we're going to have more defense spending. There's going to be more defense spending with either candidate. The budget is going to restrain what it is, and it's going to be probably the rate of inflation, whether it's Harris or Trump. So, it may be odd for some people to say that I don't think Trump is great for defense. I don't think either one of them changes the dynamic for defense budgets.
Yeah, I think you're right when you talk about tech in particular. I don't think, just knowing what I know about the Trump campaign, that Donald Trump would come in and back off, say, the DOJ's effort to break up Google. That seems to be pretty much baked in. Google has that problem no matter who's elected tonight. But as long as we're putting you on the spot, the last question for you then is, what about the uncertainty factor? You talk about the relief rally. What about the opposite of a relief rally, where you get in a situation where, we don't know for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? Brian, for you and also for Cornell, how long do you think the market is going to be comfortable with that uncertainty, and how long before they start to have a negative reaction?
I think in order for the market to have a negative reaction to uncertainty, it has to be at levels that we have not seen in decades. And I'm talking about early 1800s types of the House resolving the presidency. Because if you look at 2000, Bush v. Gore, market sold off, but it sold off because of the bursting of the tech bubble. You look at 2020, market actually went up despite everything that was going on, because we're in a COVID environment and the rollout of the vaccine. So very positive headlines coming out that the economy is going to normalize. I think the market's going to do what it does based on fundamentals, based on earnings, based on the Fed this week. But it's not going to move on political uncertainty unless we get to that critical mass, which is it gets punted to the House of Representatives on a 269 tie.
Speaking of Congress, some breaking news, guys. NBC News projecting that Senator Ted Cruz has been reelected in the state of Texas. This was seen as somewhat of a hope for some Democrats. Of course, the vice president did make a late visit to Houston. On that, let's get to Emily Wilkins. Emily?
Hey, Carl. Democrats were really crossing their fingers on Texas. At the end of this race, they actually poured a couple $1 million into that because Democrat Colin Allred seemed to be doing really well in the polling. He was closing that gap. But I don't think it's a huge surprise for anyone that Senator Ted Cruz did win this one, especially given how well Trump performed in the state. And what this really means for Senate Democrats is that any opportunity for them to pick up a seat, that door just firmly shut. What they're going to have to do now, if they have any hope of controlling the Senate at this point, is to hold on to the seats that they currently have. And if you look at polling right now in Ohio, Sherrod Brown and Republican Bernie Moreno are really neck and neck. And we don't have Montana's numbers out yet. But again, that's going to be a big uphill climb for Jon Tester. Similar in Michigan, similar in Wisconsin, similar in Pennsylvania. You're really seeing these very tight, very close races for the Senate. And at this point, a lot of folks kind of assumed, I think, that Republicans would eventually control that chamber. Of course,
course, nothing is over till it's over. But at this point, especially with Cruz's win this early in the night and this definitive, it kind of tells you a bit of a narrative for that things are not looking as good as Democrats perhaps hoped they would be.
Live picture here of Ted Cruz. Of course, the GOP Senate control has been one of the consensus trades as we continue, as Emily points out, to watch the remaining races in Montana will be key. Cornell, I don't know if you can speak specifically to Texas Senate, but does that do anything to hopes? I mean, we all remember Beto O'Rourke in the last cycle.
No, I mean, Texas has been sort of fool's gold. I mean, quite frankly, it's a tough state for Democrats. It's been a tough state for Democrats for a long time. And Democrats, if you look at the spending in Texas, it wasn't near the spending, the $500 million worth of spending that we did jointly in Ohio. I think Texas was a reach. But again, I don't see a lot of surprises right now. But I will say this: look, I don't think we will know tomorrow whether or not which way Pennsylvania is going, because I don't think we're going to be done with all the counting tomorrow in Pennsylvania. And team, it's all going to come down to what happens in Pennsylvania.
Right, along with Michigan and Wisconsin. And I wonder if you're seeing anything, Cornell, at a granular level in the latter two states, Michigan or Wisconsin, that you find interesting or hopeful.
No, again, I think this is going to go to form. I really do think when you look at Michigan, I think the Secretary of State has talked about she's got the turnout that I think she needs in Michigan. I think Wisconsin again is going to be close, but I think they feel comfortable about Wisconsin. But again, it's all about sort of what happens in those ring counties around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, right? Is not only, he's going to run up the score in those more rural areas, but what we've seen is Democrats make inroads in the suburbs, and particularly with upscale white voters, particularly with upscale college-educated white women. Tell me how they turn out. Tell me how turnout in Philadelphia looks. Tell me, and I'll tell you whether or not Pennsylvania is going to lean one way or the other. But again, I think they'll be counting those votes for the next day or so.
Right. Well, that's where the ground game comes in. We've been talking so much about it last 72 hours or so. Brian and Cornell, our thanks to both of you guys. Appreciate it very much. We turn now to Fed Impact. Let's bring in our Steve Leisman, who's joined this evening by former Fed Vice Chair Roger Ferguson and Richard Fisher, both CNBC.
I got to tell you, Carl, if you're watching some of those other channels, you're missing half the drama. We have the election here, but we also have the markets moving in a dramatic way. We have a Fed meeting, and it's all coming together. Before we start to bring in our esteemed guest, I want to show you the 10-year yield, which is really, you don't often see 20 basis point moves, especially after hours. But if they put up that chart, you'll see we've moved 20 basis points. Seemed like during the evening it was a positive Harris thought out there, and now it's gone the other way up to 443, one of the highest level we've seen in months. Now, I could show you also a chart that shows, this is from Wells Fargo, that as Trump's chances to win in the betting markets have increased, so has the 10-year yield. Perhaps this is linked to expectations for higher deficit spending, maybe higher inflation, maybe also higher growth. Maybe our esteemed guests have an answer to that question. Let's bring in Roger Ferguson, former Vice Chair of the Federal Reserve, and Richard Fisher from the great state of Texas and the great bank of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. Roger, I'm going to start with you. The Fed is supposed to meet beginning tomorrow, give us an announcement on Thursday. They're supposed to cut interest rates again. How does what's happening in bond markets right now, and indeed over the course of the past several months, affect what the Fed might do either this week or in months to come? Roger,
what they might do this week. I think that, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Got you.
So
yeah.
I think what they're going to do this week, what they're going to do this week, I think, is baked in. I think it's 25 basis points. I think it would be a very surprising move and unnecessarily surprising to do anything other than that. Going forward, we'll wait and see. I think it's still very much a data-dependent Fed. Some of the inflation numbers have been a little hotter. The most recent labor market number I wouldn't read too much into. So I think this week is pretty much a done deal. But I think they're going to take a look. Every meeting is going to be live and active. Probably another 25 basis points before the end of the year. And then I think it's really a coin toss.
Richard, there are some people out there who say, hey, with the bond market going the way it's been going, interest rates rising, uncertainty on the horizon when it comes to fiscal policy, the Fed makes a mistake cutting here. What's your take on that, Richard?
He was one of the great vice chairmen. One of the great vice chairmen of the Federal Reserve System was Roger. So I agree with him here. But here's the point. Since the 50 basis point much celebrated cut took place, rates have risen from the 1 year all the way out in the yield curve. And as you mentioned earlier, Steve, the 10 years at 440 plus right now. And again, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier this evening. We have this fiscal runaway train wreck that's taking place, where we're spending more on interest than we are on defense, and where we're spending almost 20% of revenues on interest costs as interest rates are rising, as we refinance 2% plus debt into the 4% plus space. Right. So I think that's what's being reflected here, Steve. And I'm on Roger's wavelength as far as the next meeting, but the point is, as it affects businesses, rates are rising, not declining.
Richard, we'll come back to that in just a second. Carlos, you're breaking news.
Just a quick update from NBC News, Steve. Now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Iowa. That's going to be 6 electoral votes, and this one got a lot of attention in the last couple of days.
A lot of attention over the weekend.
Because of that Seltzer poll, which showed Harris up 3.
Yep, and she's not. so we can get off the roller coaster, and everybody that was focusing on that can go back to focusing on actual vote count. I mean, that was an outlying poll. There's a lot of respect for Seltzer in the polling community, so a lot of people took it very seriously. Clearly, there was some kind of glitch in the data there, or something changed in the last 24 hours. Iowa going for Trump, as expected. No big upset for Kamala Harris there.
Steve?
Roger, you were vice chair of the Federal Reserve in the mid-'90s, which is practically, like a sleeper era compared to what's going on now. Give me a sense, Roger. I know you have almost no experience in this, but of course nobody does. How you would handle the kind of uncertainty that looks to be coming down the pike from the fiscal side, from Washington, when it comes to the making of monetary policy?
Well, first, when I was there, the fiscal picture changed quite dramatically from the possibility of surpluses to the possibility of deficits. So we've seen all of this. I think the answer is to move very slowly and methodically and be data-driven, as the Fed has been. Yeah, Chair Powell talked about how hard it is to lead Fed policy based on these unknown variables that one can't see, so-called the neutral rate, or the NAIRU, the unemployment rate, that's supposed to be the natural rate. And so I think in a period of such uncertainty, the incoming data has got to give you the guidance. That's a risk that you may be late, as we've already seen. And so I think it's going to be a little bit of a balancing act. I would have to agree with my friend Richard Fisher. I would have to agree with Richard Fisher that the fiscal picture does not look very promising. So indeed, interest rates are likely to move higher based on what the market has seen, and the Fed will have to take that into consideration.
Well, that's really my question, Roger. I want to stick with you on this one more time, which is, could you find yourself in a position where you have to lean against it with higher rates if the borrowing numbers are so much higher and create the threat of inflation?
Look, I think that's always been the case. The Fed always has to take fiscal policy into consideration in its modeling, and its job is to keep inflation under control. And so the answer is, fiscal deficits that continue to ratchet up make the Fed's job much more difficult in terms of keeping inflation under control, and hence, the ability to reduce rates will be hampered. I don't think there's, great news in that. I think that's the logic of any kind of market situation.
All right, don't get too excited, but I'm now going to release some new results, but not from any election results. I'm going to release results from our Fed survey, guys, which is coming out Thursday. But I have this specially prepared for tonight.
Oh, nice.
Sneak peek. Richard, we asked our panel of 28 economists and analysts about respecting the Fed's independence. 100% think Harris will. Now we're down to 30% who believe that Trump will, down from 42%. How much concern do you have either way this goes when it comes to respect for the Fed's independence? There's the chart, guys. Fresh results you can only get on CNBC. Again, not election results. They're Fed survey results. Come on, Eamon. Come on. What's better than this? Good stuff, right? Anyway, Richard, would you give me your thoughts on the concern that you may or may not have about the Fed's independence?
I'm not worried about the Fed's independence. You'd have to get the Senate to line up with the president. And I want to remind you that this has been attempted several times. For example, people forget that Ronald Reagan tried to impeach Paul Volcker. And Volcker outmaneuvered him on the Hill. And obviously stayed as Fed chairman, became one of the great Fed chairmen and central bankers in history. Biden did not want to reappoint Jay Powell. And Jay Powell outmaneuvered him on the Hill. So there's a lot of fluff in here, a lot of, gorilla dust, as Ross Perot used to call it. But I'm not worried about the Fed's independence. I actually had a conversation once, guys, with Nancy Pelosi about that. You know what she told me? She said, we can't even tie our shoes on the budget. Can imagine if the Congress was in charge of monetary policy, or the executive was, we'd have an inflationary disaster on our hands. So I'm not worried about it. Maybe Roger has a different perspective. Again, he's wiser than I am, but it's very important we keep the central bank independent. And every country in the world in history who has allowed the executive or the ruler to overrule the independence of a central banking authority has unleashed hyperinflation and economic disaster. We don't want that in the United States.
Now, for a quick response from Roger on that, Roger, I will point out that the next president will not have another another Fed appointment until 2026, I believe.
Correct.
Right. So I agree with Richard overall. I think the market will also have a strong reaction. So I think there will be talk. There will be bluster. Remember that Richard Nixon called in Arthur Burns and really pushed him hard, and Burns actually caved a little bit. So, I think Richard's right overall, but don't think that it's not going to be a pretty noisy ride as potentially President Trump, if he's elected, has commentary that I suspect Vice President Harris, if she were elected, would not have.
Well, we expect to have both your voices on CNBC for the noisy ride, the calming voices of Richard Fisher and Roger Ferguson, who I've known for just a couple decades now. Just a couple decades.
One or two.
They've kept me straight and narrow.
Even though we're in our 20s. That's good. That's right.
It's going on 20.
Exactly right.
Steve, Richard, Roger, thanks so much, guys. Let's check some boards. You're going to definitely want to keep your eye on Russell futures. Well, actually, there's futures right there looking at a better than 1% increase for the Dow. And you can see the NASDAQ as well, up 254 points. Futures indicate there's the Russell. I think that's going to be close to a 3-year high on the Russell futures. Bitcoin's a big story again as we approach 74K, and Steve pointed out the 10-year as well, getting close to 445, I think, maybe some resistance. Some argue at 447.
Backed off a little bit.
Yeah, off just a touch. And then Qs and SPYs will be another one to watch as we have some of these markets working overnight, giving us a sense of some market sentiment. When we come back, the election in big tech. What's at stake for Silicon Valley? Seasoned political operative Chris Lehane is going to join us next, discuss the intersection between politics and messaging. You are watching a CNBC special, Your Money, Your Vote. We're back after this quick break. Get you a live look at the two campaign headquarters right now. On the left, it's Howard University, where supporters of the vice president are gathered. And on the right, it's West Palm Beach Convention Center, where supporters of former President Trump are at this hour. We'll keep our eyes peeled for any signs of the hits. Meantime, questions swirling around what the next president might mean for the tech sector, from AI to domestic chip production to antitrust concerns. Our own Deirdre Bosa is out west, live in San Francisco, with a very special guest. Evening, Dee.
Hey, Carl, I am delighted to be here with Chris Lehane, VP of Global Affairs at OpenAI. Few people really understand the intersection of Washington and technology like he does. After working as a political strategist in the Clinton White House, Chris came west, first with Airbnb, then in crypto, now at OpenAI, really at a time when the industry and government are trying to get their arms around AI policy. Chris, it's really wonderful to have you.
Thanks for having me. It's really nice to be here.
Let's get to what's happening right now. What do you make of the results so far?
Well, look, I'm someone who goes way back to the 2000 campaign. I was Al Gore's press secretary. And those of you who may remember 2000, I was sitting next to the then sitting vice president when he was declared the winner. And then 30 minutes later, they changed it. And so I think as we sit here now and see where the trends are and what we've seen from some of the numbers that have come in, I still think it's really too early to make a prediction on this. I think what we are seeing thus far is a lot of the results are actually playing to what the polls had been showing us going in. And so I do think a lot of this is going to come down to the proverbial blue wall, what happens in Pennsylvania, what happens in Wisconsin, what happens in Michigan. I'm going to be looking for specific data points from some of those states, having been through elections before, that will, I think, give us a little bit of a tell. I do think this is going to be a long, long night.
Right. Iowa, though, sticks out as something that may have shifted from what we saw in the polls. Do you think that the Harris campaign should be nervous right now?
I think that the Harris campaign has known all along that this is going to be a long night. I do think it comes down to those 3 states. We just don't know enough right now. And look, at what I'm hearing on the ground in those states is that, they feel like they're in a very competitive position, but it's going to be very, very close. I mean, what I'm looking for, and, this is what I would share with folks, what do the numbers look like out of Philadelphia? For a Democrat to win Pennsylvania, you have to basically have about a 450,000 vote margin out of Philly, so keep an eye on that. For Michigan, do you get over 50%? Is there more than 50% turnout in Detroit? Like, those are some of the data points that you can look at pretty quickly. I think Wisconsin's going to be a hard one to follow tonight because of the issue with the voting and counting the votes in Milwaukee, so that probably doesn't come in until very, very, very late. So I do think we're in for a long, long night.
North Carolina and Georgia, do you give those to Trump then?
I think those seem to be trending in that direction. Again, having been through this before where they could switch things, I'm always very, very, very careful. But I do think what you're seeing, as we headed into today, right, both the Sun Belt states, had a slight, if you looked at the polling, they slightly favored Trump. And if you look at that blue wall, they slightly favored Kamala. So let's see what happens.
Are you seeing anything so far that matters to the technology industry, Silicon Valley?
Well, I've always felt that, either candidate, the tech industry was going to be, I think, in a relatively positive place. The vice president is from California, has strong relationships with tech. The former president has obviously been talking an awful lot about U.S. national economic competitiveness. And at the center of U.S. national economic competitiveness is the tech industry.
Right. So let's get to Silicon Valley's role in this election cycle as well. For many years, the discussions seem to happen largely behind closed doors. That's really burst out into the open. At least it's felt like that here on the ground. What has changed this time around for VCs and founders? Why are they more vocal than we've heard them in a long time?
Well, I think for a long time, the tech sector was almost, its own separate individual thing. Today, tech is the economy. What company is not a tech company at some level? And as tech sort of went from, look, I've been there for, Web 1, late 90s, early 2000s, Web 2, the sharing economy when you and I first met each other, and now really to this era of tech. And I do think we're sort of entering a new era. And that era has certainly put tech, in the middle of a lot of these national conversations.
Right.
Look, I think the tech industry itself, at some level, reflects larger issues in the country. Like, I fundamentally believe, and you're not going to know enough, until you're probably 25, 30, 50 years from today. But I do think we're in the middle of a pretty significant realignment, socioeconomic and electoral. And I think tech reflects that at some level.
And when you have sort of the largest figure in tech, Elon Musk, on the campaign trail, so active in this election cycle, does that matter going forward, whether Trump wins or Harris wins? What role does tech have to play?
Well, first of all, I think Elon's a unique figure, and you almost have to put him in his own sort of category. I do think tech has really learned over the last several years how to engage in politics, because they have some aspects that are different maybe than traditional sectors that you would have dealt with in the past. They have the ability, at least in some cases, to really be engaged with their users. These big platforms, at times can have millions and millions and millions of users, and they can engage those users really in the political process through their platforms. Now, that only works. Not every platform can do it. You actually have to have some aligned interests with your users so that they actually are willing to work with you and engage with you on the political process. Look, we've seen this in this election in the digital assets crypto space. The crypto industry has about 20% of the electorate owns digital assets. I think Stand With Crypto, which is an organization out there, has organized about 1.5 million of their folks to engage in the political process. That's somewhat unique to tech. I also think tech, because they have various ways that they can communicate, can also engage in the public discourse and public conversation maybe a little bit differently. And then finally, just last point, which is I also think in tech there's a little bit of an ethos about actually wanting to engage and actually have that conversation out there. I mean, you made the point that in the past you'd sort of have to go into those back rooms where those conversations took place. That's just not how tech operates. That's not how founders think. You've been out here for a while. People like to be out there. They like to have this conversation in public.
I suppose more so these days. Crypto at record highs tonight. What do you read into that?
I think crypto knows that regardless of what happens with this election, you're going to have the next president's going to be much more crypto forward. You're going to have the most crypto forward Congress, no matter what. And so, crypto knows that as it's going forward that it's going to get a lot more certainty when it comes to the policies out there.
And just quickly, because we've talked so much about artificial intelligence, I hate to get to it last, but I know you said that the stakes are higher than ever, and we were talking about this. You relate it to basically electricity. That is really sort of the new factor, bipartisan factor in this election.
Yeah, I mean, AI really does transcend partisan politics. I mean, I've had the chance to spend a lot of time with Republicans and Democrats, and really, the unifying force in all of this is that people do understand that there is a fundamental race going on right now between the U.S. and the People's Republic of China, between democratic AI and autocratic AI. And that does transcend partisan politics. You look at Washington, D.C., what brings both parties together, it is typically when China is a catalyst for driving the parties together. And I do think that as we go forward after this election, you're going to see an enormous amount of bipartisan work in and around AI, but specifically on the issue of infrastructure, right? And infrastructure is basically helping to create enough compute so that we have the ability to continue to innovate and to continue to lead on this technology.
And you've made that a key issue and factor at OpenAI. Chris, it's so great to get your insights. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Deirdre.
Carl,
maybe this is a regular thing that we can do every election.
Yes, and there's so much more to talk about. Carl, for now, I'll send it back to you at the New York Stock Exchange.
Dee, great stuff. I love it when you bring Chris in. Thank you. That's our Deirdre Bosa. Getting some breaking news tonight. NBC News projection for Nebraska. Donald Trump projected to win that. 3 electoral votes so far. It is a split state, of course, with 2 more EVs up for grabs. We'll keep our eye on any 2 throughout the course of the night. That brings the total, as you can see there. Up next, RBC Capital Markets. Halima Croft's going to join us. She'll break down all the big geopolitical risks she's watching and what it could mean for the energy markets. Don't go anywhere. You're watching a CNBC special, Your Money, Your Vote. We're back in 2 minutes. Well, markets came into tonight's election count with a very heavy Trump bid, and it continues to add to that. Take a look at futures, just off of session highs, but the Dow does look to open higher by almost 600 points. Dollar, of course, highest level since the summer as we watch the DXY getting close to 105, actually above it now, 105.11. And then, of course, oil. What a conundrum that's been for the markets. Hanging on to the low 70s here, down just a touch, 71.29. Speaking of which, let's bring in Halima Croft, head of global commodity strategy at RBC Capital Markets. Walked over to the exchange. It's great to have you here, Halima.
Thank you.
Big issues that you see in the event of a Trump White House regarding crude.
I would watch what happens on the geopolitical side. So if we have Trump come back into office, what does that mean for Iran? So Trump's senior advisors have talked about bringing back maximum pressure sanctions on Iran. Iranian exports have climbed to a 5-year high under President Biden. The question is, will we start to see sanctions being enforced? Could we see Iranian exports come off the market? What does it also mean for the war in the Middle East? Some of Trump's advisors have said that Israel should use this historic opportunity with Hezbollah and Hamas suffering big defeats to essentially strike a blow against the Iranian nuclear facilities, against the oil facilities. So do we see Israel potentially taking more assertive action against Iran if President Trump is returning to office? Now, remember, President Trump apparently said, get this war over before I come into office in January. So are we looking at a potentially more volatile Middle East in the run-up to that date?
Right. All the things you just mentioned sound oil positive, oil bullish, for a candidate who has promised to cut energy prices in half.
Well, that's going to be very interesting because a lot of that discussion about lowering energy prices is about unleashing U.S. production. But U.S. production has climbed to record highs under President Biden. So the question is, what more can President Trump do to bring more U.S. barrels onto the market? Now, you could say an easier permitting environment, less regulation going forward. But as we know, shale producers get a lot of pressure from shareholders to exercise capital discipline. So the question is, will we really see a lot more U.S. barrels on the market? Or again, just something in the trajectory in terms of less regulation?
What do you tell viewers who think, all right, if we're going to drill, baby, drill a little bit more and permit easier, does that oil stay home, or is this all about exporting every incremental drop of oil we produce?
I mean, the really interesting story is how much U.S. exports have really gone into global markets. And if we think about the war in Ukraine, another hot topic, if we think about a Trump victory, I mean, really, U.S. LNG exports played an enormous role in helping Europe weather that storm. And the question about gas, I think, is very important for the state of Pennsylvania. Questions about, was Harris's previous positioning on fracking hurting her in Pennsylvania? Was the LNG export permitting pause hurting her in Pennsylvania? So we have to see how this plays out.
Right. Do you think that was poorly messaged, poorly framed, that temporary pause?
Well, I think what was so interesting about that pause is the question about what were you really hoping to gain from that? Because you would talk to some Biden administration officials and saying, it's only a pause, we expect it to be reversed. So the question is, what was the political upside of that pause?
Right, because the thinking back then was there's still a lot of capacity coming online in the coming years, right?
Right, that was the argument. There was some argument I heard on the political side that perhaps that would gain traction with more progressive voters who were, much more focused on climate. But again, if you look at the state of Pennsylvania right now, you have to wonder, was that pause a self-inflicted wound?
Right. A lot of talk about next year being yet another historic supply glut, right? The spread between supply and demand. Would you think a Trump win tonight or this week changes that narrative?
Well, I think the interesting question is going to be, what does OPEC do? And how does the Trump administration handle OPEC? Because remember, President Trump, when he was previously in office, was always trying to get OPEC to put more barrels on the market until we had that crash in 2020. And then essentially he became the de facto president of OPEC, getting the biggest production cut done in order to save U.S. shale. So the question is, what does OPEC production look like next year? How does Trump manage his relationship with OPEC? Does he essentially say, look, OPEC, stick with the plan, put those barrels on the market? How does OPEC react?
Right. Still a lot of returns to get to, but assuming that the narrative continues, we'll be looking for the international reaction for sure later in the week. Halima, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Have a great night, Halima Croft. We'll see you again later tonight at CNBC Global Headquarters. Meantime, let's bring in Walter Isaacson tonight, advisory partner at Perella Weinberg and a CNBC contributor, along with Eamon Javers here at Post 9. Walter, good evening. It's great to have you.
Hey, good to be with you, Carl.
Your thoughts as you've been watching the returns tonight?
I think this is a pretty historic shift. You've had more than 30 years now of a consensus from Washington to Davos about free trade and lower tariffs and also free movements of people and capital. And a lot of people got left behind. You see this as a global phenomenon of a bit of a populist backlash against this type of economic policy. I was just reading Michael Sandel's book, Democracy's Discontents. And there are just so many people now who can't have that security of a good job, and they blame it on the fact that we've had too much free trade, too much immigration. And whether or not they're right, you can see that in Europe, you can see it here.
Walter, you've spent about as much time with Elon Musk as anybody. Your fantastic book on him came out, though, maybe before his full pivot to being an American political figure and political icon as well. I wonder what you make of that, given the enormous amount of time that you spent with Elon Musk, talking about all of his businesses, his rise to prominence, and now his rise to prominence as a political prime mover in this country.
Well, one of the last chapters in the book is called The Rabbit Hole. And even a year or so ago, when the book came out, he was spiraling, in my mind, too far towards these conspiracy theories. He embraced the populist, anti-woke agenda. And you could see, just as, you know, it was happening in a lot of the tech and business industry, too, people grabbing this agenda. So it's not a particular surprise. It's all sort of laid out in the book.
If Trump wins tonight, Elon Musk will be maybe the most powerful industrialist this country has ever seen, with a huge role in the incoming administration in terms of budget, finances, structure of contracting, all of those things, even at a time when he himself is a prime government contractor. How do you think he will handle that responsibility based on what you know of the man?
You know, we saw what happened when he took over Twitter. And he went in and just within weeks got rid of 85% of the people, got rid of an entire server farm in Sacramento using his own pliers and cutting the cables himself. He wants to do that throughout the federal government, meaning not trim it by 5 or 10%, but just total elimination of large parts of the federal government. I don't think, leave aside, you know, does it help SpaceX or Tesla? I think he's just on this mission. He watched how Malay did it, you know, cutting government departments down there. And I think it will be, you know, a somewhat brutal sight, just as it was at Twitter, if he's allowed to go in and try to cut the federal workforce and bureaucracy by more than 50% in some places.
Well, that's why the phrase temporary hardship, Walter, had made such an impact on some. And Musk's responses to this notion that you would see hardship in some corners, markets tumbling, sounds about right, was the response that Musk wrote on X. I wonder how you think markets will take it if it comes to pass.
Well, we'll see how much can actually be done. It's far easier when you buy Twitter outright to then fire 85% of certain departments. It's a little bit harder in the federal government, of course, as civil service protection.
A lot harder.
And you've got Congress, and Congress gets to appropriate the money. But if we see Congress being in the hands of, you know, both houses of Congress being in the hands of Republicans and all the regulatory agencies, you're going to see a pretty major shock therapy, both to regulation and to spending and to the workforce of the federal government.
Walter, I wonder what you make of, and we're going to be tracking all kinds of exit polls that try to reflect how men are thinking at this political moment. I wonder how you think that alienation played into this cycle, to what degree Musk was an influence, to what degree COVID was an influence, and is that lasting?
Yeah, I think it's big. And I think men, especially young men, you can see a whole generation that have, for a variety of reasons, been part of a bro culture, whether it's tech bro or frat bro or finance bro or just, you know, working bros. They really feel left out, disrespected. And I don't think we've ever seen in this country in the past 40 or 50 years such a gender divide between the two parties. And, you know, I think that that's one of the most significant shifts in this election. It was men, especially young men, black, white, Hispanic, all of them, seeming to shift now to being very much part of this populist backlash that's helping elect a lot of Republicans.
You know, Walter, it seems like there are two moments in Elon Musk's life that may have catapulted him into politics in the United States. One was this sort of snubbing by Joe Biden when he brought the EV companies to the White House, and he didn't bring Tesla to the White House, largely because of concerns that Tesla's not a union shop, and heaped praise on other companies. Elon Musk seemed to really have his nose out of joint about that. That might have been a precipitating event. But also there's this issue in his own family in terms of transgender transgender issues and his own child there that has been a deeply alienating experience for him as well. A lot of resentment bubbles up from Elon Musk around that issue, and transgender issues have culturally played a role in this campaign. Do you see either one of those as more important than the other in terms of Elon Musk's propulsion into the American political scene?
I think both were important. I could certainly see his face and the darkness that came over it when he thought of President Biden looking at Mary Barra of General Motors and saying, "You've led the way into electric vehicles," when Tesla had made 1 million electric vehicles. And I think that quarter, GM had made only 26, and Tesla wasn't even invited to the summit. Likewise, I think with his daughter, Vivian Jenna Musk, who a wonderful person, Musk thought it wasn't just a transgender thing, thought that she had become infected by the woke mind virus. Now, you can try to make what you want of what that means, but he felt that this sort of progressive mentality in the private schools in Los Angeles, wherever it was, did that. But also the bureaucracy, the regulation, the COVID restrictions. He's not very good at playing with guardrails, having guardrails put around him and having restrictions. And I think there were, as I describe in the book, about 5 or 6 factors that suddenly sent him pretty much down towards a populist conservative path.
Talk about prescient, Walter. We appreciate you helping us out tonight on a busy night. Thank you, Walter Isaacson.
Thank you.
We are nearing 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Idaho, Oregon, Washington, California, and it's 54 electoral votes closing in a few moments. We'll get you the results and talk to Heidi Heitkamp and Mark Short about what we've seen so far as our election coverage continues. Just before 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 p.m. on the West. As our live Your Money, Your Vote coverage rolls on, we are less than 1 minute from polls closing out west. Here's where we stand in the battle for the White House and the race to 270. In the last hour, NBC has projected that former President Trump adds to his win column Iowa and 3 of Nebraska's 5 electoral votes. On the other side, Vice President Harris projected to win Colorado with its 10 electoral votes. That means former President Trump has 210 electoral votes to Vice President Harris's 91 at this hour. California, with its 54 electoral votes, is on deck. Polls also closing in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. From here on in, only 2 states will be open for business, and that will be Hawaii and Alaska. Welcome back. I'm Carl Quintanilla. This hour, we'll get the breakdown of how tonight's results will impact the next 4 years in Washington. Former Senator Heidi Heitkamp will join us, along with former Vice President Pence Chief of Staff Mark Short. Also hear from noted tech investor Brad Gerstner of Altimeter Capital. He'll join the judge at the bottom of the hour. All that straight ahead, but first want to update you on some new calls coming in from the NBC News decision desk. NBC News projecting that Vice President Harris wins California. That is 54 electoral votes. That is 1 less than last cycle. State's gone Democratic, as you probably can imagine, at the presidential level since '92. NBC News also projecting Donald Trump wins Idaho. That's 4 electoral votes. NBC News says Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, still too early to call. Oregon has gained 1 vote since the 2020 election, and Washington State also too early to call. Let's bring in our team now to discuss the results we've seen so far. Here at the Exchange with me, CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers. Down in D.C., our Washington correspondent Megan Casella. Eamon has more on the morale in Trump land, at least.
We were just talking about Elon Musk. It is now reportable from NBC News that Elon Musk has arrived at Mar-a-Lago, according to sources in the room. Other VIPs in attendance at Mar-a-Lago: RFK Jr., Dana White, Steve Wynn, Howard Lutnick, John Paulson, Woody Johnson, Linda McMahon, a whole bunch of names that will be familiar to CNBC viewers are in Mar-a-Lago alongside Donald Trump. And the word we are getting from people who are on site there is that there is a bubbling of optimism now in Mar-a-Lago as they watch some of these exit polls. They watch some of the states that have been called so far. That Iowa result didn't go adversely to them. So I think you would say that the feeling in Mar-a-Lago now is that sort of cautious optimism as they watch and wait with the rest of us, Carl.
Megan, how about the Harris camp?
Carl, it is a pretty opposite feeling among much of the Harris camp, among Democratic donors and sources and others that I'm talking to. Part of it is simply that expectations had really grown pretty high in the days and even the hours leading up to polls closing. There was that Iowa poll that you guys have been talking about. There was hope that the Sun Belt could help carry her through and then we wouldn't have to wait for the blue wall. Obviously, none of that panning out. But I will say the Harris campaign is still projecting some optimism. We have a new memo that just went out from Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign manager, to campaign staff. She's saying that as we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race, that they've also always known that the clearest path to 270 was going to lie through the blue wall states, and they feel good about what they're seeing there. She highlights Philadelphia, Bucks County. She talks about Detroit and says some Milwaukee counties in Wisconsin are also looking good for them. So they're really emphasizing sort of stay calm, wait for the vote to be counted. We think that this could take a very long time, and they're going to keep watching and projecting this optimism, at least externally. One note on just how long this could take. We just had polls close out west in Nevada and Arizona, as you said. And at this point, we do know that at least in Reno, there are more than 10 precincts in the county with more than an hour wait. That folks out there, NBC reporters who are out there, say that final results could be delayed hours or days as they're waiting for that. And then in Arizona, right now, it's a dead tie with the vote that's been counted so far, 49-49. So a lot more vote counting still to come. Morale in the Democratic Party isn't super high right now, I would say. Perhaps that's an understatement, but they are saying we just need to wait and see.
Megan, thank you for that. I want to add Emily Wilkins into the conversation as well as we continue to keep our eye on Congress and in particular some of these Senate races, Emily.
Yeah, Carl, I mean, the big thing we're watching right now is the Ohio Senate race, a really critical one. If Democrat Sherrod Brown loses tonight, that will mean that Democrats lose control of the Senate. And right now, it is Republican opponent Bernie Moreno, who is up about 5 percentage points. Still too early to call, to be clear. We still only have 86% of the vote in at this point. Of course, the state of Ohio in the presidential has been called for Donald Trump, but that was what we were expecting. And of course, let's note here, Moreno was helped out greatly by a lot of crypto funding. $40 million went into that state. In total, $204 million was raised by Fairshake. That's sort of the main crypto path that really played in this election. They supported Democrats, they supported Republicans, and they're really shaping up right now. Even if Moreno doesn't wind up winning, a number of folks who will be going back to Congress are going to be having that crypto backing, and that could mean a lot for what we wind up seeing in terms of legislation being passed, in terms of bipartisan support. And the crypto, they're not resting on their laurels. They've already announced that they're donating to the midterms, making sure that they have a war chest to go in for that.
Emily, one of the scenarios the market's been trying to price in the last couple of weeks has been a red sweep. If we were to get one, what would you argue would be the top priority policy positions?
So for Republicans, if they get a red sweep, it unlocks this special legislative procedure they can use where they basically don't even need Democrats to move something along. Normally stuff gets caught in the Senate, they can override that. So you're going to be seeing a lot of stuff with taxes. Republicans have already said they want to extend the 2017 tax package, but they're also looking for other stuff they can do with this special legislative procedure, things with the border, things with border security, potentially something when it comes to inflation. I think you would need to take a look at some of the green energy tax credits that were implemented under the Biden administration. Those might wind up being cut. Certainly a concern that a couple of Republicans have raised. But really, Republicans are going to be able to have a lot to do if they wind up sweeping the House and the Senate and the White House. I will just note, though, at this point, I've been watching these House races so closely, just waiting to be able to call anything or say anything. But really, the only thing at this point, we are seeing in New Jersey 7th, I'm now seeing projected winner Tom Kaine. That's the Republican incumbent. He'll be able to keep his seat. That race was seen as close, but the Republican has won. But there are still certainly many opportunities for Democrats to pick up on the board. The night is still young, and the lawmakers who I'm talking with say really it's still very much a toss-up.
Emily, thanks. Talking a bit. Emily Wilkins watching some of the down-ballot races. For some more analysis, let's bring in former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp here at Post 9. Mark Short as well, former Chief of Staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Both are CNBC contributors. Heidi, what do you think is missing on the Dem turnout side?
Well, I don't know if it's turnout as much as it is the kind of message. And, you know, let's be honest. I mean, you have a right track, wrong track that is way underwater for Democrats. You have the economy being the #1 issue. You know, I thought maybe the abortion issue would overcome that. I don't think that's what we're seeing here. But, you know, this was an uphill climb. And, you know, if you think back 100 days when Joe Biden was still in the race, I don't think any Democrat would have told you that we would even be in the position to maybe even win tonight. So we've got to go back and kind of recalibrate our thinking. I think we had maybe some extra exuberance or positivity that isn't panning out, but it doesn't mean that this race is over. And, you know, what's interesting about the House is California is going to make a big difference. And I don't know why it is, but New York seems to not be able to count their ballots very quickly. And so there's obviously some opportunity for pickup there. And so I wouldn't call the House out. I wouldn't call Sherrod out because where the votes are in blue areas, but it's not looking good. And, you know, John Tester is in the fight of his life. And so I think it's likely you're going to see a Republican Senate, but I'm not willing to rule out the House or the presidency just yet.
Speaking of which, some breaking news. NBC News projecting Vice President Harris wins Oregon. That would be 8 electoral votes and will take her total, I think, above 150, 153. Mark, are you surprised that I haven't seen exit polling on January 6th and reactions to that or how much that stuck in voters' minds? How do you think it played?
I'm not so sure how much it played, Carl. I think a lot of that was baked in. I think what I'm most surprised about is how much Trump is overperforming with African American and Latino votes. I think that there's still been some attrition in suburban votes, but I don't know another Republican that would have done as well as he has in those minority communities. And I think it runs counter to what a lot of the media narrative was heading into this election. So I think that's been the biggest surprise. And I also think that I know other networks have already called Ohio. I don't think it's going to be a close Senate margin. I think he's actually going to have some comfort room, which I think bodes well for the extension of the tax relief.
Senator, I want to start looking at how Democrats react tonight. If it's not a good night for Democrats, how much finger pointing is there to Joe Biden himself for staying in this race far too long, not allowing the Democratic Party to have a primary primaries are always said that's where the best candidate emerges because there's rough and tumble and it's not just a designation of somebody, but a selection where, survival of the fittest has to take place.
You know, I think that would be wrong. I mean, number one, what good does that do? What you should ask is not, whose fault is this? What you should ask is, why didn't we do better? We think we've got the right message. We think that we're the party of the people, but yet the people aren't supporting us. And the people, when I started in politics, guess who my base was? People over the age of 65 and working men and women. Yeah. And we have lost that base. And it's more important that we ask about the Democratic brand than it is who carries it. And I think, regardless, the Democrats were going to be held responsible for the economy.
The best performing economy in 50 years.
Yeah, the economy is great, by the way.
But honestly, you guys, we don't tell that story. We don't tell that story in a way. And you have to look at Barbara Mikulski, my great friend from the great state of Maryland, once used to say, yes, the macro issues are important, but we win on the macaroni and cheese issues. and quite honestly, the macaroni and cheese issues weren't cutting our way with inflation. They weren't cutting our way as people felt more and more insecurity. I think we're gonna be in for a transitional time for workers in America, and I don't know that we've really spoken to those workers. And Mark and I were talking earlier about I would tell you the ad that probably did the most amount of damage was the ads on transgender. And so once again, that cultural aspect enters, even though it doesn't have a big effect on people, it's a message that people didn't want to hear.
We talked a little bit about that being one of the things that drew Elon Musk into this campaign was his own experience in his own family, sort of an alienating experience for Elon. Is it all cultural, though, Mark?
Well, I don't think it's all cultural, but I do think, as we were talking about before, you see those older Reagan Democrats that have shifted over in support of Trump. I don't think it's economic reasons. I really think it is cultural. I do think that the Democrat Party has gone far too woke, and I think that has pulled a lot of people in middle America over.
Yeah, and honestly, when you're doing better financially, you have more leeway to look at other kinds of issues. And I think in some ways, when you look at the macro issue or the macaroni and cheese issues, we're doing okay. But yet, I think once people feel a comfort, it's like farmers. You know, we have the farm bill, they have that safety net. That it used to be we would win farmers because the Democratic Party always supported the farm bill. When the Republican Party came on board and said, let's spend this money too, then all of a sudden you have the leeway to move beyond your economic interests.
I'll be the skunk of this party. I'm not
Go
so,
ahead.
I'm not so convinced that the economy is that great, and that's why a lot of Americans feel that way. Sure, it is for the markets. When you have massive inflation, equity prices go up, commodity prices go up. For the average American, experienced 20% inflation over the 4 years. That's the most they've experienced since the Carter years.
Wages are up too, though.
Wages are now up in the last 2 years. The first 2 years of the administration, they were not. I think a lot of Americans are still feeling that lag.
Gasoline prices are down 20% since the last midterm. The median household net worth's up 50% since 2019.
You know, we could give you a lot of numbers.
Sure, over the course of the 4 years, 20% inflation, Carl. I think that for a lot of Americans, they feel that.
Yeah, we talked about... And what I would say is, we had to clean up the mess from COVID. Now we can say who's responsible for that. And so you clean up the COVID mess. You have a supply chain disruption that leads to a lot of this inflation.
And a lot of Americans
then you've got
didn't like Democrat governors shutting down their states as long as they did.
I get it.
You talk about cleaning it up, but I think COVID policy actually hurt Democrats too.
What do you think the conversation, how it goes in China and Europe overnight and tomorrow morning?
I would imagine there's probably a lot of trepidation in European markets and probably in China as well, sure. But, you know, I think that we'll wait and see how that plays out.
Yeah, and on China, I think both sides are rushing to see who can be the most hawkish on China, right? I mean, there isn't a division between Democrats or Republicans. I think that if in fact this pans out, the real concern is what happens in Ukraine. What happens in Ukraine, what happens to the NATO alliance, what happens to the transatlantic relationships. And if, in fact, we see these tariffs, and I agree with Mark that a lot of the tariffs that Trump put on did not come off. And again, you have this kind of protectionist attitude. But at what point, if it gets ratcheted up, do we see retaliation? Do we see increased inflation?
We talked about the lasting impact that Elon Musk might have in the Republican Party. In the Democratic Party, a lot of eyes are turning toward Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who, I looked it up, is 35 years old this year. That's the constitutional age to run for president of the United States. Not too early to talk about generational change in the Democratic Party as your party moves forward. How do you think the younger Democrats are looking at this issue, as Mark said, of the party going too far woke, especially figures on the left? Like AOC?
Yeah, I really dispute what Mark's saying about the party going too woke. I think it's a label that's been put on the Democratic Party that they haven't been very effective in explaining, you know, kind of what these policies are. But we're ready for a transition. We're ready for an age transition. They've picked their next leader. If Trump gets elected, I mean, it's clear that J.D. Vance, who's also one of the youngest people ever to be elected vice president, if that happens tonight, or in the next week or so. I mean, think about it. And so we've got a bench that is so deep and so wide, and you know, in many ways, it wasn't tested in this cycle. And so it'll be interesting to see.
The bench didn't have an opportunity in this cycle.
Well, that's right.
Because of Joe Biden's decision to stay as long as he did.
Heidi, Senator, Mark, thank you. We continue to
We're
watch
lively.
We do have some breaking news on the Ohio Senate. Let's get to Emily Wilkins. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Carl. Well, now in the state of Ohio, Bernie Moreno is projected to win. That is flipping the state into Republican control. He would be beating Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown, I mean, he's the chair of the banking committee. He has represented Ohio for well over a decade now. He had a really powerful role in Congress that oversaw banking, oversaw some financial policy, oversaw a lot of the crypto stuff. And that's why he was really targeted by a lot of the crypto PACs. $40 million, as we mentioned earlier, spent in this race on behalf of Moreno. Moreno, he's a previous blockchain entrepreneur, so he knows about the stuff. And this is really a resounding win, I think, for crypto tonight. It's a resounding win for Republicans tonight. With this, we can now say that Republicans will control the Senate. I think the only question mark left here, maybe for their control, is how much. Also got to keep an eye on Nebraska, of course, where you have an independent challenging a Republican. But really, this is teeing up a really strong night for Republicans for their control of the chamber next year. And that, of course, gives them in control at least one chamber of Congress and kind of lays the groundwork for them to have influence. Even if you were to see Harris win the White House or Democrats win the Senate, this is really going to mean that Democrats don't get to have much of their agenda done in a divided government. And, of course, it starts laying that groundwork for a Republican sweep, and that would give that party a lot of leeway to get things done, what they want to see with energy and taxes.
Emily, thank you. Senator, we were just talking about this race.
Right. And I want to make this point. There are 5 states where we have a divided Senate representation. Maine, Ohio, Montana, Wisconsin, and West Virginia. West Virginia's gone. Now, according to this, Ohio's gone. Montana is the fight for his life. By the time this is over, if Tammy holds on in Wisconsin, and obviously Susan Collins and Angus King, there will only be 2 states in the union where there isn't just one party representing us.
Is that just a realignment that we're watching happening in real time?
That is the nationalizing of Senate seats. And I saw it in my race from 12 to 18. All of a sudden, you couldn't overcome the party label.
I think it could be down to 1. I think Hovde's actually doing well in Wisconsin tonight, too.
What do you think accounts for that nationalization dynamic? Is it about something about media? Or?
I think because the public has looked at the Senate as a place that is not who is my senator, but what are the Democrats doing in the Senate? And I don't think that's healthy for America. I think it's good to have bipartisan representation where people have to work and get along. And, if you're in the same state and you're cutting the same ribbon, you're going to stand next to each other and at least be somewhat friendly. What happens when it just becomes more and more polarized and it gets more and more extreme? And the moderates, today, John Tester is one of the last moderates, and Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema has left, and we don't know yet what's going to happen in that Senate race in Arizona. And so it's a challenge. And I think it's something we need to examine as a country, whether that's a good direction.
One other thing, I think it was Barry Diller on one of the on Squawk Box maybe it was yesterday or the day before, said no matter which way it goes, Mark, it would be good if it's decisive. If maybe even if the winning candidate, if it's Trump, can win the popular vote. I wonder if you think that is a net plus.
Sure it is, Carl, but I think the reality is if there's a significant victory in the Electoral College, it still comes across as a significant victory, particularly if you're carrying along the House and the Senate with you. I still think there's more question in the House because we talked about before, Trump is overperforming in urban areas significantly. I think that a lot of the swing districts are in suburban America. And so I think it'll be interesting to see what happens as you cut to California. Do some of the Democrats take over some of those House seats?
But aren't those races relatively competitive? The California House?
All are. Yeah. They absolutely all are, Carl. That's my point. Is I think that the Senate is clearly going Republican. It's not just be 51-49. It's going to give him a comfort to do some of the things he wants. I think, and particularly extend the tax relief. But I think the House is more in question because the swing districts are in the suburban areas where he's overperforming is in urban America.
Yeah, and you do wonder, going back to Trump's first term as president of the United States, we had a sense going in what his legislative agenda was. And in those days, it was all about repealing and replacing Obamacare. Obviously, they weren't able to do that. if you have a situation where you have a President Trump, you've got a Republican House, Republican Senate, you've got a conservative Supreme Court. I mean, it is carte blanche for Donald Trump to have a legislative agenda, the likes of which no one has seen, to borrow a phrase.
I don't know that I agree with that.
But what is that agenda, right? And this is a campaign that was not really fought on legislative specifics, right?
I agree with you. This is much of a personality contest.
What would he do with that power?
And there's not the same
tonight?
legislative. But even if he did, the reality was in 2017 we had about a 15-seat majority in the House. That's not going to be the case. There's not going to be significant victories one side or the other in the House. And so I don't think there's going to be carte blanche for anyone to have what they really want as far as to drive through a legislative agenda.
But I guess the question is, what does Donald Trump really want? We don't know the answer to that as we sit here tonight, do we?
I don't think either side of this campaign laid out a significant policy objective if they were elected.
I think he is going to do the things he thinks he can do and get by with without dealing with Congress.
Just
and
executive order after executive order.
And he's going to think about the things he can do in reconciliation, which they, if they have the Senate and have the House, they can do in reconciliation.
That's a 51-vote margin.
Yeah, right. And so when you think about it, what's he going to do? He's going to do the things like tariffs. I mean, we all forget tariffs are something he can do unilaterally. And so I think we're going to see some of that. I think the real challenge here is what's going to happen on immigration and migration policy. And if he does start, he has promised to deport millions of people out of this country. And if he starts that process, what does that look like? And he says, you know, and somebody will say, well, he's only going to deport the criminals. Well,
I'm not sure he has the unilateral power to exert tariffs. I think Congress has yielded a lot to the executive branch, but I still think that's going to be one that's going to be litigated. But for him, I don't think
not
he
by a
minds
Republican
that.
Congress.
We didn't do very well.
I think there'll be plenty of litigation. The last thing that senators want is to exceed power. That's the last thing House members want either. So
they've not demonstrated a lot of reluctance to cede power.
You're saying that a sweep is not very sweepy, right?
No, but
I think it is on the tax reform. I do not think it is across the board.
Well, let me tell you, when you look at tariffs, right, Trump declared that Canada was a national security threat when he put tariffs on steel.
All it's going to take is one major company in one major
sued him.
state that a senator is going to stand up for and say, you don't have the authority to do this. So I think this is going to get litigated, but I don't think he minds that because the litigation gives him leverage to negotiate.
Do you think he would? You think he would bristle if CPI did a double top because of inflation and tariffs? Would he mind that, or is he so transactional that any sign the consumer is ouching?
Right. Yeah, I think he's going to say they're paid by China or they're paid by the foreign. I mean, you know, and he's going to have to deal with the inflationary consequences, but it will be delayed. And so, you know, I think he's going to get a honeymoon. I do. I think this time he's going to get a honeymoon, but I think there is going to be tremendous pushback on appointees that may be too radical. And so the first thing you got to look at, I think, if he's elected president, is who is his team and how does he get him in place? And to me, Trump is not somebody who wants to negotiate with the Congress.
No.
He's somebody who's going to want to negotiate just internally. And I expect that he's going to do as much as what he can unilaterally and say, maybe with some authority, I have a mandate to do it. I told you what I was going to do, and I'm going to do it.
There's been talk about acting officials and bypassing the Senate confirmation process,
exactly
right? Even if you have a Republican Senate.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. I think that he would look to, he doesn't want to go through the confirmation process. There'll be a few senators he'll probably bring into his cabinet. They'll go through the normal confirmation process, but I think with others, he'll put them in acting roles and just wait out the 18 months.
Right, like we saw the first time.
We saw it toward the end of the first time.
He tried to get people confirmed initially, and at the end it was all acting officials, acting chief of staff.
And so I think that would be the direction that they would
and that sort of goes around the spirit of the Constitution, but there is a loophole there which says that you can do this with a time frame.
Constitution, but in all due deference to the Senate, I think that we now have thousands of people that are politically confirmed by the Senate. They don't have the time. They don't go actually through it. There should be a reform here where there actually is a more serious process to confirm people at cabinet level. But the thousands of appointees that require Senate confirmation, the Senate doesn't even take the time to get to know them.
And remember, there's going to be another change in leadership, and that's going to be in the Senate majority. You know, it's either going to be John Thune or John Cornyn.
Mitch McConnell's
and so we'll
gone.
see. Yeah, Mitch McConnell's done. And so can they hold as, I mean, if you look at what Nancy Pelosi built in terms of her majority, they're straight of the line. I think you can expect the Democrats to hold, you know, even with a 1-2 vote member. he can hold the line. I think that hasn't been true for the Republican majority in the House. And so we'll see what happens there with the Republican majorities.
Right. Again, I go back. I think it's going to be too tight to have like a mandate, honestly, to get significant legislation accomplished. But I think you can extend existing things like tax reform.
And you layer on top of that what's happened with Chevron, deference being repealed, and regulation. I mean, there's a whole dialogue that needs to be had. And so we'll see what's happening. But I will tell you, my read on Donald Trump is he doesn't want to deal with the Congress.
Senator Mark, that was a good discussion. Helps us understand a lot of what we're seeing tonight. Mark Short and Senator Heidi Heitkamp. Polls now closed in 48 states. We're going to track all the latest results, so stick with CNBC all night long. Coming up next, Altimeter Capital's Brad Gerstner will join the judge, talk about big tech's take on the election and what might happen under a new administration. You're watching a CNBC special, Your Money, Your Vote, and we will be right back. Welcome back. Some breaking news late tonight. NBC News projecting Vice President Harris wins Washington State. That is 12 electoral votes. And NBC also projecting she wins Connecticut, an additional 7 electoral votes. That makes the current margin in electoral votes 214 for former President Trump, 172 for Vice President Harris. We continue to monitor the markets, especially futures, which have been on a tear overnight, although coming off session highs, which were plus 600 or so. Spies and cues, of course, of keen interest overnight. We've been watching the 10-year approach 4.5. Russell futures did get close to a 3-year high, and then Bitcoin getting near 74K, just a continuation of that Trump trade that began to get embedded in crypto's price, Eamon, over the last couple of weeks.
As Jim Cramer told us earlier this evening, the futures don't matter. I'm doing my Jim Cramer impersonation, but I learned a lot from him in that segment.
Meantime, switching gears, what does the next presidential administration mean for your portfolio, especially if you're a tech investor like our next guest? Let's bring in the judge, Scott Wapner, with a very special guest. Hey, Scott.
All right, Carl, appreciate you. Thank you. Brad Gerstner, very much appreciate you being with us on this important night. Thanks for being here.
It's great to be here. You guys are killing it.
Carl just told you futures are surging, yields are up, the dollar's up, Bitcoin surging, Tesla's surging. What's your view of the markets as you sit out on the West Coast tonight?
You know, I thought the markets were incredibly stable coming into the election. You know, there definitely was a move. If you looked at, for example, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley both have Trump and Kamala baskets, and they definitely moved in the direction of Trump over the last 30 days. I think most people who are market observers thought that the market was pricing in a 70 to 80% chance of a Trump victory. So I don't actually see huge moves after hours. I mean, the futures are up 1%, 1.5%. You know, you see some big moves in individual stocks like Tesla. I think, you know, at one point this evening, it was up about $75 billion in terms of enterprise value. Bitcoin, obviously, the trades that Carl just talked about. But my sense is that that's a follow-through. People are generally optimistic. And, you know, if Harris wins this thing, if the blue wall holds and she were able to pull out a victory, which doesn't seem likely at the moment, I don't think there'll be a market collapse. I think the market was most nervous about a really close election, you know, that was contested, that somehow there was a lot of controversy. But I think that a lot of people, including the market, they just want predictability. Markets abhor uncertainty, and tonight brings certainty to the situation.
Are you in the camp that says no matter what happens tonight, the bigger determining factor is the fact that the backdrop is good for the markets? The economy's good, the Fed's cutting interest rates, maybe you'll have some more M&A in the months, if not years ahead, and all of that just supersedes all of the drama, if you will, of an election.
Exactly. I mean, think about the backdrop. GDP is growing incredibly strong. We have the fastest growing economy in the world. We have the most innovative economy in the world. Our national advantage has probably never been greater. You know, rates, we see the 10-year backing up to 4.45. Why is it doing that, Scott? because the market is saying we think the economy is going to grow even faster than we thought before. And if Trump gets elected, we think those tax cuts will provide further stimulus, so we're not going to need as many rate cuts. So I think the backdrop looks incredibly constructive, no matter who, is the president, come tomorrow. But I certainly think that the market is favoring a Trump victory. And tonight it's looking like not only will Trump win, but it looks like that both the House and the Senate may end up in Republican hands.
Carl set this segment up just perfectly, obviously noting that you're a well-known tech investor. NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Uber, Amazon, Microsoft, Google are all the stocks you hold. What do you think the future holds, the near-term future for that space, which has obviously been the trade of the last 18 months to 24 months?
Well, I mean, Scott, we're entering a new super cycle around artificial intelligence. It's obviously a huge tailwind to these companies. But most importantly, the U.S. economic engine is turning. And, it's viewed that a Trump victory would, whatever you think about Elon, he's demonstrated his ability to execute, right? And so a lot of people think that he really will execute when it comes to government efficiency and reducing regulatory burdens. And so, markets like that, business likes it. Now, where the rubber meets the road is, can they actually get it done? Right. And I think there are a lot of smart people. I mean, what's so interesting about the coalition that Trump's put together with Tulsi Gabbard, Elon, Bobby Kennedy, all three Democrats, that are going to help him execute this if, in fact, he wins tonight, is that, in some respects, a lot of people said they wanted a unity government. I've heard from Democrats already tonight on various podcast live streams who are raising their hand and saying that they're ready to work with the Trump administration if he were to win, including Congressman Ro Khanna earlier tonight. So I'm quite optimistic that we can do even better. But the fact of the matter is we got to remember, the strength of the United States is the strength of its people, the innovation, the ambition, the kindness, the generosity of the people of the United States. And those are both Republicans and Democrats. And I think that we're going to come together after this election and we're going to move forward. But we have a lot of tailwinds in the current economy. And we're entering this new super cycle where the United States is leading. All of the top artificial intelligence companies in the United States are in the United States. And it's a great source of continuing advantage.
I mean, how do you view something like the CHIPS Act, which, obviously passed by the Biden administration? The Speaker of the House is mused about repealing that. You obviously have a decent-sized position in NVIDIA, and you're thinking about, I'm sure, that issue as it relates as well to exports and things of the like. So what is your view there?
Well, I mean, Scott, I think you and I have talked about this before. There are parts of the CHIPS Act that I really like. Listen, the U.S. needs to lessen its dependency on a single source of chips in the country of Taiwan. So it's great that we encourage TSMC to build fabs in Arizona. It's great that we're encouraging TSMC to build fabs in other places. We don't want a single source of dependency on where our most advanced chips come from. At the same time, I've been critical. I don't think subsidizing Intel here is the way to go. I don't think that the U.S. ought to be in the business of picking winners and losers. What I think we should do is focus on the real national strategic concern, which is too much dependency on Taiwan.
Brad, I have some breaking news that I'm going to get back to Carl on. Beg your pardon for a moment. We'll come back in a sec, Carl.
Scott, just a quick update. NBC News projecting former President Trump wins North Carolina, and it's 16 electoral votes, and we'll see what that does to the total, 230 to 172. I think Megan Casella might be watching this race pretty closely. Megan?
Absolutely, Carl. That's right. This is, of course, a huge prize for Donald Trump because it is the first big battleground state that is called. On one hand, not a huge surprise, you could say, since he has won that state the past 2 elections. This is now the 3rd time, 3 cycles in a row, North Carolina has elected Donald Trump. But notice the split ticket voting here. That governor's race, Josh Stein with Mark Robinson, was called very early in the night for the Democrat. That's one thing that had made Democrats really hopeful this time around, that Republican gubernatorial candidate could sort of help the Democrats across the ticket. But with that split ticket voting, that was always going to make the path harder for Harris, not only in North Carolina, but in other states as well, if that's happening. Trump had also been nervous about this state. Eamon's been talking about this tonight. He was down there 4 times in the last weekend of the campaign. That was another thing giving Democrats hope. And just one last point on North Carolina. We were down there a couple of weeks ago to do a story looking at all of the public and private investment from both the IRA and the CHIPS Act down there. And North Carolina has been booming because of it. No state had gotten more private investment in clean energy since the IRA was passed than North Carolina, including a $15 billion plant from Toyota in the central part of the state. That's the kind of thing that Democrats had been hoping, even if it didn't directly translate to votes, it was going to help the economy enough to kind of push them forward. But this is a big win for Donald Trump down here, Carl.
Yeah, and the first battleground called by NBC. You can see the others either too close or too early to call. Patrick Ruffini's here with us on set tonight. Saw a lot of these themes develop early in the night tonight.
No, they have, and I want to take a zoom out here, because if you look at all the counties that have been counted and compare them to 2020, there are very few places where Kamala Harris has made gains, very few, which is indicative of not only a Trump victory tonight, but a Trump victory in the popular vote, and perhaps a Trump victory in the popular vote by, not a negligible amount.
It's looking more and more decisive with each projection. We'll keep our eye on it. Scott, get back to you at the desk.
I appreciate that, Carl. Thank you. Back with Brad Gerstner of Altimeter. Let's talk regulation, Brad, because the Biden administration hasn't been so kind to big tech, Google, Apple, Amazon, Meta, either facing regulatory action or threat thereof. So how should we view that from here forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a Trump White House, there are a few things you should think about. Number one is, a lot of Republicans have been very critical of big tech using their bundling powers to crowd out startups, right? So in Silicon Valley, we oftentimes talk about little tech, which is startups, and big tech, sometimes which are the big hyperscalers that can use the power of their platform to stifle some innovation and stifle startups. So I think that will continue to be scrutinized. But what I think we'll see a loosening up on the ability to do M&A. Part of the beauty of creative destruction is that somebody can start a business and they don't all have to go public. They can sell their business to Google or to Amazon. And this is part of the creative process, right? It attracts risk capital, it attracts entrepreneurialism and risk-taking. And the fact that we were blocking companies like Amazon from buying, a robotic vacuum cleaner company. And I have to tell you, I was just talking with the CEO of one of those hyperscalers yesterday about a very small acquisition, a company that has $50 million in revenue. And he said it would never happen under the current administration. We don't even think about it. So here's the problem. All large companies in Silicon Valley, all large tech companies have taken their entire M&A team and they put them on the shelf. Instead, what they're doing is buying back stock, issuing dividends, and buying more GPUs. I think we're going to be better served when we get back to a proper functioning, mergers and acquisition in Silicon Valley. That's always been part of the heartbeat of this place. And I think under a Republican administration, you're going to get that.
Lastly, where does your optimism sit tonight about your Invest America plan, essentially providing a 401k-like private account to every child born in this country, seeded with $1,000 by the U.S. government? You've been speaking with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle. Yeah. Where does that stand tonight?
Well, Scott, I honestly have never been more optimistic about it. There's certainly members in the leadership of both parties that are really excited about this. We did some polling recently. About 80% of people in both parties, both Republicans and Democrats, are supportive of this. Listen, it's essential. If we're going to build a firewall in defense of free enterprise and capitalism, we have to align everybody with the upside of capitalism. We can't leave 70% of the people out of the game. That's part of the angst and populism that we see in America. So there's a very simple solution to this. Harness the power of compounding. Give everybody $1,000 at birth in an individual investment account that they own, and let it compound like a 401k over time. So now we're going to be announcing many new members of the CEO Council. I've already announced Mark Benioff, folks like Michael Dell, Dara Khosrowshahi. They've said their companies will consider matching into the accounts of those kids. Parents can put in bar mitzvah money and birthday money, and all of these kids now in school will learn the power of compounding. It's a tragedy that Americans missed the first 25 years of their lives, a third of their life, when it comes to compounding. If we want to bring everybody into the game, get everybody on Team America, I think this is the best idea to do it. And the good news is there's already talk in the Senate of a unity announcement around this over the course of the next few weeks. So I'm quite optimistic that, this is something that both, that the Trump team would take seriously as a way to include more people into the system and as a way to really harness the power of private markets rather than the government. There is no government program associated with this. This is simply creating 3.7 million new stock market investors every year. So I'm quite positive on it, and stay tuned. I'll come on your show in a couple weeks when we make a bigger announcement on it.
All right. It's a date. And I appreciate you joining us so very much tonight. Brad Gerstner, thank you.
Kudos to all you guys. Take care.
Thanks, Carl.
Scott, great stuff. Scott Wapner. Getting some breaking news tonight. NBC News projecting Vice President Harris takes Virginia. That is 13 electoral votes. And then this is interesting. NBC's changing the characterization of Minnesota, now saying it is too close to call, as really it's going to increasingly for the Harris campaign be about the blue wall standing. Yes, Patrick?
I think so. And even though, I think they've come closer to holding that than a lot of other places, but it's very hard to hold back a tide like this that we're seeing.
You think what happens in the Southeast and the Sun Belt migrates into the Midwest?
Like I said, we're seeing this everywhere. We're seeing these shifts everywhere. And, in the blue wall states, it looks like she's coming a little short. But in places like Wisconsin, right, in southwestern Wisconsin that are historically Democratic, you're seeing shifts to Donald Trump of about 10 points. These are rural areas that have long voted for Democrats or have voted for, you still have a lot of ancestral Democratic holdouts in those places. And he has realigned to make those areas look more like Pennsylvania. So he definitely, I think, has the advantage at this point.
And Minnesota is fascinating. I mean, too close to call. I mean, that is a deep blue state. The Harris campaign should be winning there going away. Too close to call. It's a state I spend a lot of time in myself. There is that sort of urban-rural divide in Minnesota, as there is in so many states, where you get out of the Twin Cities area and you start to see a lot of Trump signage everywhere.
Also, as a governor that the Harris campaign knows pretty well.
Yeah, and so, right, exactly. Right. I mean, that's stunning. And if she were to lose there, you think about the implications for Wisconsin, and you think about the implications for the blue wall generally crumbling across the board.
Yeah, I think the upper Midwest is, once again, we took a pause from this realignment in 2020, but it has come back. The 2016 patterns have come back. And if you look at the shifts that have happened tonight, a lot of them look like 2020 in terms of the more college-educated areas, maybe holding out a little bit, holding up a little bit better for Harris. And the rural areas going even more strongly for Trump. There's a big question, right? Had he hit a wall in that? Had he maxed this out? And the answer is no, he hadn't. But the key difference between now and 2020 is it's shifted right. It's shifted towards Trump gains when a lot of these places were Biden gains in 2020. And that's because of the economy, frankly.
Patrick, thanks. We'll check in with you in a few minutes. Coming up next, our trader panel is going to get back together, look at some of the potential market impacts of this election. CNBC is going to be up all night, live election coverage until 5 a.m. when an extra early Squawk Box takes over. So stay with us. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night. Our own Scott Wapner standing by with a panel of experts here to help you best position your portfolio on this historic night in America. Scott.
Thanks once again, Carl. Here with CNBC contributors Josh Brown, Adam Parker, Courtney Garcia, and Tom Lee. Let's just recap, Courtney, where we stand. The futures obviously are surging. The Russell and the small caps are up a lot. The yields up, dollar up, Bitcoin all-time high. Tesla is up big. DJT shares are up big. What are your thoughts? The market obviously trying to suss out a Trump victory tonight.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you're seeing right now is Trump has a lead, and that's really what markets are showing. And I think a few of those barometers are DJT stock, and you're also seeing Bitcoin. I think those things have been specifically Bitcoin has been very pro-Trump, and you're seeing that get priced in. So what does that mean for the markets? If a Trump victory does happen, you're likely going to see less regulation, which can be good for things like regional banks we talked earlier. That can also be good for the healthcare space. And then you also have things that are in the current administration, like EV tax credits may come off, which could boost like your traditional auto space. But specifically, you have Ford, which is probably better positioned here, as they have less manufacturing in Mexico. So you have a lot of these positions that actually are going to start to take off if you continue to see him gaining the lead tonight.
Better to be early, Tom, than never in terms of your historic small cap call of a few months back, where you suggested the Russell could go up 50% this year. Not even close to that as we have this conversation tonight, but futures obviously telling a positive story. Now what?
You got 6 weeks on that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you know, last year the Russell 2000 did move almost 40% in 27 trading days. So something like that could happen this year, but it would, I think, be for the right reasons, because if animal spirits come back for companies, and if businesses have cost of money fall, and if there is a general wave of mergers and regional banks work, and actually biotech start to work, you have so many reasons for the Russell 2000 to go from trading at 10 times median PE towards 15. That'd be a 50% move.
Is that the biggest trade in terms of equities to lean into from here, if the results end up being that Donald Trump is reelected as president?
Yeah, I think financials, not just small cap regional bank, but just financials across the board. And I'm going to tell you, if you look at the leaderboard this year away from tech, it's insurance stocks, starting with Berkshire Hathaway, work your way down, property, casualty, auto, anything insurance has worked, will continue to work in this environment. I also think the asset management space, this has been a stealth rally. Nobody's excited about these companies. They've done incredibly well, specifically alternatives, private equity, anything that even looks like a partnership is going higher. Bitcoin is a huge deal to me. I'm looking at this thing at 75,000. This is an all-time record high, priced in dollars. There's no reason in my mind why we couldn't see 100,000. It's something I predicted over the summer. In a Trump win, this just goes through the roof, and that's exactly what's happening as we speak. And then I want to point out the 10-year. You're at a 4.45% yield on the 10-year. That's a high back to June 1st. Pay attention, because what that's telling you is that the expansion, whether you want to chalk it up to Biden or stimulus from 4 years ago or whatever, that expansion should be able to roll higher if you go by what the market is telling you.
AP?
I think what's getting priced in is more than a Trump victory. It's a Republican sweep. I think across the Senate and the House. And so 100%. I think people are just saying, all right, now I don't just have Trump with maybe some more checks and balances. I have some real chance to get meaningful change to laws, regulation, and other stuff. I think the sector that I think would have been hurt by a Harris victory, at least perception-wise, is healthcare services. There was a lot of movement when you saw her sort of win that September 11th debate where they really underperformed. I could see that space, which has low expectations and pretty good pricing power, have a really big run from here over the next 18 months. And it's something that people aren't really talking about day to day. So there's a lot of things in drug distribution, in hospitals, et cetera, I think could have huge moves.
Court, you're looking at that. Big pharma, biotechs, Medicare Advantage stocks, United Health, things like that?
Absolutely. Those are really well positioned here if you do continue to see a Trump victory. And I think something that's going to be interesting to see is what this does for both business and consumer confidence, because you've just seen people kind of just holding their breath, waiting for this election. There's still so much cash that's on the sidelines. And the question is, are businesses and consumers going to start to make some decisions here, put some capital to work? Because that's absolutely going to boost the market.
Still a lot to be decided. And when we wake up tomorrow morning, we could have a entirely different feel of what we have at this moment. That's what makes this so interesting.
I was just saying, I don't think it's just regional banks. I mean, I think it could be Morgan Stanley. I mean, it could be guys doing deals. You could have a monster move in some of the big capital markets.
It was Todd Bowley out in Beverly Hills a few weeks back who told me that animal spirits were coming back, and that's exactly what you're talking about. An M&A pipeline that had a cork in it, and now that cork potentially gets taken out, and you have the ability to do deals. Thanks, everybody. Tom Lee, Courtney Garcia, Adam Parker, and Josh Brown. Carl?
Thanks for being
Scott, great stuff. Scott Wapner over there. Meantime, final comment from Avon Javers. I've always said You can watch all the polls and betting markets, but there's nothing like a country telling you how they're feeling.
You got actual vote count tonight, but it ain't over till it's over. There's a lot of Trump vibes out there right now, but you got to look at that blue wall. We still don't have any of those states called yet. One state called of our battlegrounds, that's North Carolina for Trump, as we get ready to go off the air here at midnight Eastern. That is more or less as expected, and yet, there's this feeling that Trump might be having a night tonight, and we're going to have to wait and see in the coming hours. That's why it's so good that we're on the air all night tonight through the evening hours.
Amen. Our thanks to you, and we're going to see you bright and early tomorrow as well.
I'm back on the air at 5 a.m.
Meantime, coming up at the top of the hour, continuing coverage of election night in America, Brian Sullivan and contestant Brewer picking up the action with interviews with Landry's chairman and CEO and Houston Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta, Allianz chief economic advisor Mohamed El-Arian, Heyman Capital's Kyle Bass, and famed pollster Frank Luntz. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. As we head out, one more check on where we stand in this race as our coverage of Your Money, Your Vote continues.
Race to 270. At this hour, Donald Trump is projected to have won all of the red states that you're seeing there. They include, of course, Florida and South Carolina, Texas, but the most notable one at this hour is North Carolina.
Yeah, we're at 230 electoral college votes, obviously 270 to win, and the states that are not colored in are the states that we are waiting to get confirmation for. Of course, Pennsylvania, super critical. Michigan, Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall, which, by the way, cracked in 2016, still uncalled. Georgia, critical. Fulton County there with Atlanta. And, of course, Nevada and Arizona. New Mexico, still uncalled. New Mexico, though, thought to be more safely in the hands of Vice President Harris. But, again, anything certainly is possible.
Well, as expected, the presidential race is coming down to a handful of nail-biters in the battleground states. And the first one we're going to look at here is Pennsylvania. It has 19 electoral votes. And right now, this is too close to call. Let's put up Pennsylvania right now. What we're seeing is that Pennsylvania has been in the Democratic strongholds of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and Harrisburg. We're working on bringing this up for you right now. But what we've seen is that those states have seen some turnout that has been comparable to years past. But what we have also seen is that former President Donald Trump has been able to switch some of the areas where he lost the last time.
And the graphics are cycling as we go on, so we'll get Pennsylvania up when we can. According to NBC News, you got 84% of the vote that is in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump right now leading 51.3% to 47.6%. And as we showed in our election road trip contest, there are really a couple of counties there. We talk about these battleground states. No, it's really battleground counties. You're looking at Northampton County, which is Easton on the eastern part of the state, Erie, where we were as well, Pittsburgh suddenly in play as well. So Pennsylvania, right now, Trump with a lead with 84% of the expected votes in, but still about 1.13 million left. Meantime, let's go ahead and check Michigan with its 15 electoral votes. All right. I believe we're going to...
Okay, let's go to Washington, D.C. now, where Emily Wilkins is standing by. We want to get a check on the House races and the Senate races right now and where things stand. Emily, bring us up to speed.
Hey, Contessa. So it's been a very interesting evening so far. Similar to the presidential, we still have a lot left that we don't know. But let's go ahead and start with where we're at the Senate at this hour. As you can see, it's still a number of races yet to be called. But at this point, Republicans have secured a major win with the state of Ohio, flipping that from Democrat control in the Senate. Senator Sherrod Brown is now going to be won by Bernie Moreno, the Republican. And that plus West Virginia, which was also expected to go into Republican control with the retirement of Joe Manchin, means that at this point, Republicans have picked up 2, which is all that they really needed to be able to control the chamber next year. Now, of course, there are a number of other Senate races to keep an eye on. One I'm particularly interested in is in Nebraska. That one's been a little bit of a surprise, but you actually have independent Dan Osborne running there against Republican Deb Fischer. It will be very interesting to see what the balance is if you have a true independent win, because at this point, it's not clear who he might caucus with and who he might give his vote to. So that's the lay of the land in the Senate. Going now to the House, this one is really a nail biter. I mean, you've seen a number of these races be so close and yet not yet called. But at this point, both Democrats and Republicans have reasons to feel good. Democrats have picked up a seat in New York, New York's 22nd district. They've also made some good headway in other potential toss-up races. But you've seen Republicans win in competitive seats in Iowa and New Jersey. They're not pickups, but they're seats where the Republican that was up for their reelection faced a really stiff competition, and they wound up now winning. Of course, a lot left to go with the House. There's a chance we won't even get a call until next week because there's always California, number of competitive seats there. They take a while to call. But at this point, we're looking at whatever party that might win control of the House. It's likely to be narrow margins. And as we've seen for the last 2 years, that can cause a lot of chaos for the party that's trying to get stuff done. Guys?
Emily, thank you so much for keeping us up to date about the way these races are unfolding. We do have breaking news now on Hawaii. NBC News now projects Vice President Harris will win its 4 electoral votes. Those go into Kamala Harris's column.
Yes, there's 4 more, but again, the big states that we are still waiting on, of course, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona, those are still too close to call. We're not just watching the polls, folks. We're following the money in a very unique and exclusive way to CNBC. We have built basically custom stock portfolios for each candidate using data and research from Wall Street research that we have access to. Stocks that Wall Street thinks may benefit from a Trump win, and stocks that Wall Street thinks may benefit from a Harris victory. It is nonpartisan, fact-based data and analysis you're only going to see here on CNBC, and it could tell the story as the market moves. We're also going to look at the market indexes, stock futures. They are higher. Bond markets, bond selling, yields are up. What about gold? An inflation thing. Trump victory, king of debt as they call him. Maybe gold goes up. And, of course, some of the political prediction, not betting.
Not betting.
They are not. You will say that.
Because betting is not permitted in any state in the United States.
Correct. So these are the prediction markets. There's a few. We look at predict it. Going into this morning, Vice President Harris had a slight lead. Right now, predict it is giving Donald Trump not a 94% chance because they don't add up to 100, but the money is right now in a big way on the former President Donald Trump.
It is a wager of sorts. It's where it gives you a snapshot of sentiment in time of where they think the money is going.
And if people put a lot of money onto Donald Trump, which is actually the blue line at the bottom of the chart that you're looking at, it's been a very profitable trade, assuming this is how it ends up. It could flip backwards, and then you're going to be caught out. All right, let's get also a look at the broader market moves that are happening right now, because there are futures trading. We've got London and Europe about to open as well. Parts of Asia already opening too, and get a broader look at the market moves that are happening in response to these results. And for that, we've got Frank Holland and more special guests. Frank.
All right, Brian and Contessa, let's take a look at it right now. First, we're going to begin with the futures you were just mentioning. Certainly a snapshot of what we're seeing right now. So we're seeing across the board futures in the green. The S&P up just over 1%. Same story for the Dow and for the NASDAQ. And now we want to look at how these S&P futures, they've traded over the past 6 hours. Taking a look right here, we're going to show it to you. So look at the upward moves here. So let's go back down over to here. This is about 7 o'clock. This is when the polls closed in Georgia and the majority of Florida. Remember, there's some time zone differences. We continue to move higher here in the futures. 8 o'clock. This when the polls closed in Pennsylvania and the majority of Michigan. Again, some time zone differences within the state. Then we see some big upside moves as more polls close throughout the morning. This is a 6-hour chart. We're going to continue to track the moves on the S&P. But you can see here at about 10 o'clock, futures stabilizing as far as the S&P right here, staying at this level right now, up a above just about 1%. We also want to take a look at the Russell 2000 futures. Now, this is very important. Tied, the Russell 2000 futures, by the way, the best performer out of the major indices, up 2.5%. But a lot of people see this tied very closely to a Trump victory. The idea there'll be lower corporate taxes and also more domestic production. So a very similar story. About 7 o'clock, we see some key polls close in Georgia and also the majority of Florida. Then 8 o'clock, similar story again, time zone differences, Pennsylvania and Michigan, upward moves, and then a stabilization across 10 o'clock as we've seen, more returns come in and more states being called in this election. We want to move on. We want to take a look at the U.S. dollar, also being closely tied by many investors to a so-called Trump trade. We've seen some upward moves on the dollar, up about 1%, but upward moves in the dollar over recent days. Here we're seeing about 9 o'clock, the sharpest move to the upside. This is when some more polls were closing, and then a stabilization across 10 o'clock, as we've seen in the markets as well. And we also want to take a look at U.S. Treasury, specifically the benchmark, the 10-year. Take a look right here. So polls close at 7 o'clock. Upward move, stabilization at 10 o'clock. Very similar story. We've seen an upward move on these yields right now at 4.39. Earlier today, when I was doing worldwide exchange at about 5 a.m. this morning, Brian, we're at about 4.3. So almost a 10 basis point move to the upside. And we got to check Bitcoin. We're seeing some history when it comes to Bitcoin. Historically, hitting a high over 75,000, actually pulled back just a bit, but still up about 6.5%. Again, this is also tied to that so-called Trump trade. Right now, as I mentioned, up just about 6.5%, trading just under 74,000. And of course, as Brian, as you mentioned, markets all around the world, they are closely following these election returns. Let's take a look at Asia. Right now, we're seeing Japan's Nikkei 225 up 2%, just crossing 2% right now. The Shanghai Composite essentially flat right now, but we're a lot of pressure on the Hang Seng and on the South Korean Kospi right now. The Hang Seng down over 2.5%. We're also going to be following the European markets when they open starting at 3 a.m. Eastern. But before they open, Brian, very important to note, we're going to get the futures for the German DAX, biggest economy in Europe, probably an indicator of the sentiment over there. Brian and Contessa, back over to you.
Yeah, Frank, great stuff. I know you're going to be with us the entire 5 hours, as well as some of the macro stuff Frank was looking at, guys. Of course, anything having to do with the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called clean or renewable energy. You've got solar energy stocks. You got First Solar. You got the ETF, the TAN, which is the solar ETF, Enphase. Anything, Contessa, having to do with money from the Inflation Reduction Act that would go to these energy projects. Former President Trump says he basically just wants to gut it. He wants to claw the money back. I think a lot of states that are getting that money, regardless of their political persuasion, may see it differently. But those stocks down 5, 6, 7, or 8%. In fact, SolarEdge, one of these solar companies, down 8% right now.
For some reaction to all of these race and market developments, let's bring in the former SEC chair, Jay Clayton, who's also a CNBC contributor. First of all, set the scene for us. When you're watching these returns coming in, are you correlating what you're seeing with the markets with the so-called Trump trade?
Well, I think what we saw with almost all those markets was pretty correlated moves, including the prediction market. So right around 10 o'clock, the prediction market moved. And markets don't trade on certainty. They trade on probability of future events. I think we've seen all the markets move. And maybe it's the Trump trade. I think that's the market sentiment. But it's also a certainty trade. Like, a lot of people went into this day saying, will we have an outcome on Wednesday? Will we have an outcome on Thursday? Are we going to have a problem? It now looks more certain that we'll have an outcome sooner rather than later. That's good for markets in itself.
We've had very few reports of election abnormalities. There have been a few reports of bomb threats being called in cases where law enforcement said there was not a threat. But so far, we're not seeing a lineup of what we saw in 2020, where it looked like people were going to protest how the process is going. That adds a level of certainty. Having a clear and distinct winner across the nation adds certainty. What about the fact that, at least at this early stage, there is some indication that it could end up, this is a big if, we're still waiting for the poll results to come in from many of the Western states especially, but if there's a red wave, what happens if the Senate, if the House, and the White House are all ending up in a Republican column? Does that create uncertainty?
I don't think at this point, because I think what we heard was we'll probably know the presidential race and the Senate race sooner rather than later. The House races may take a while longer, but you made a great point. the fact that it doesn't look like we're going to have what I would say is strife, arguments about whether the election was held appropriately or not. If you take those off the table, you're adding certainty, and that helps the markets. I think the markets are showing that right now.
The idea being, I think, Jane,
long may that continue.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think to contest this point, if the poll results and the current trend of the Electoral College and even popular vote were going the other way, if they were going to Vice President Harris sort of as clearly as they appear to be going, at least right now, things can change, to former President Trump, that the markets may be reacting the same way?
That's what I'm saying is that let's make sure that we understand that certainty is as important right now as other factors. And look, I do think markets. Well, let's go through the evening. You guys have the statistics. There are certain markets that are certainly going to favor a Trump victory, and there would be markets, i.e., the solar, that may favor a Harris victory. But right now, I think we're seeing that stability reflected in the marketplace.
Yeah, you've got anything having to do with increased deal making is perceived to be a victor when it comes to Trump. That, according to numerous Wall Street banks, not my opinion. You got anything with the Inflation Reduction Act, maybe a potential loser. A specific stock to watch seen as kind of a Trump proxy is Coinbase, but it's also Tesla, which is interesting because Donald Trump is not a fan of the EV tax credit, but yet he's cozied up to Musk, or Musk has cozied up to him.
Another one that is truly a bellwether for Trump is DJT, and we've seen that stock soaring in recent days.
Trump media. All right, let's bring in another great voice to this conversation because we only have 4 hours and 45 minutes left in the show. Heyman Capital Management founder Kyle Bass. Kyle, it's great to have you on. Your take on the results as we are seeing them right now from a markets and money perspective, because I'm not sure that many in the market, even if they had a thought about a potential outcome, the prediction markets this morning were basically tied. This has been an unusual last couple of hours, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, we're glad to be here, Brian. Good to see you, Jay. Look, there's now like a 74% chance that the Republicans sweep the presidential bid as well as the Senate and the House. You look at, I remember 2016. If you remember when Trump surprised the marketplace in 2016 with his victory, I was literally sitting in front of my computer in San Francisco. Had walked through a few victory party celebrations that were black tie beforehand. And I remember futures going limit down, limit down, limit down. The S&P futures were down like 130 points when I went to bed. And when I woke up the next morning, of course, they were higher net on the day when Trump won. When you look at what's happening today, as Jay was just talking about, you have the S&P futures up 70-ish points, up about 1.2%. You have the NASDAQ and the Dow up about the same. You have the 10-year bonds down a point or up about 14 basis points. You have the 30-year down 2.5 points or up about 13 basis points. So Bitcoin's up about 9% in the last 24 hours. Every single market indicator is telling me that Trump's got this one. So we can talk about whether it's a nail
we don't
biter.
know, but the indicators are, Kyle, but we do not know.
We don't know, Brian. The markets tell you, they told us that Trump won in 2016. They're telling you that he's won again. And we'll wake up tomorrow and figure out if he won or not. But I'm telling you that it's fairly obvious to see that 41% of the vote is in for Michigan. Trump's running ahead by his 2020 pace by like 4%. 71% of the votes in Wisconsin. He's running ahead by 3%. There's almost no scenario in which Kamala can actually get back Wisconsin. That's a shocker to me. I thought the Democrats had the ground game won in Wisconsin. So, and I think he's, when you look at 83% of the vote in Pennsylvania, Trump's running ahead of his 2020 rate by about 1.5%. I mean, it looks right now that he is the odds-on favorite to become president.
When you look at the predictions markets, to your point, Brian, that is a snapshot in time of sentiment in a way that is much more timely. It's where the money is going in the moment. So if you have, Kyle, if you think that that the markets are indicating that Donald Trump has tied this up. And to be clear, CNBC and NBC News has not called it that way. But but if that's what you're looking at this, you're with all of the people who are now putting their money in the trade on Predicted or in the other platforms that are now doing that. It's a snapshot in time. But the interesting part of this is that we have been gaming this out. The race has been close, not just today, but ever since Kamala Harris took over as the nominee for the Democratic Party. At this point, then, what's the reaction tomorrow? I mean, the investors have known that this may be the outcome today. How should we be thinking about where the economy goes, especially in the next 3 months when you have really a lame duck session?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And Brian alluded to this a minute ago, talking about deal making. You have to realize that if Trump wins, what you're going to see literally in the first week is a regulatory clean out. You're going to see the head of the FDIC, the SEC, the FCC, Lena Khan at the FTC. They are going to be gutted, and you're going to see a regulatory clean out, which means that you're going to see deal making open up again.
And Kyle, let's talk about this in real time too. Does that mean we wait till January 21st, or the deals start to happen in anticipation?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Jay, you and I both know a bunch of people are going to resign right away if Trump's declared the victor. So we're going to see, you know, the vice chair of regulation for the Fed probably resign. We're going to see a number of people resign pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But when Trump steps in, if they haven't resigned, you're going to see this clean out. And, you know, we've seen especially at the FTC with Lena Khan and her team, you know, Jay, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen her win a court case yet. I think she's challenged so many transactions and
no, I think you're. I think you're right. And I think what I think we're both saying, which is interesting, is if this is clear, like you say it is, and you know the markets are saying it is, deal making starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which is probably why we're seeing movements up in, again, the 24/7 Robinhood markets on a Lazard, on a Mollison company. Those are publicly traded investment banks. And what I just heard Kyle say, Jay, and we got another great voice to my right, which will bring her in just a second, which is if Lena Khan, who is the head of the FTC, who wants to break up some of these big companies, if she is out, this is good news for an Amazon. It is good news for a Google. It is potentially good news for even an Apple. Jay, would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. I think it's good news for energy. It's good news for tech. It's good news for capital markets and the types of firms that you mentioned, because I think the growth engine that we recognize in America combines all of those with our human capital. So energy, tech, capital markets, human capital in America, it's what has set us apart. And I think we're going to see increased activity because we all know we need growth.
Last week, I was talking to a CEO of a company that I cover who said the best outcome for the company would be a split government. And there are some questions now about whether that's what we're going to have. With me now, Senator Heidi Heitkamp from North Dakota, former senator, now a CNBC contributor, and such a smart person to have on a night like tonight when we know that there are pocketbook issues at stake. Americans went to the polls and said they thought America was going in the wrong direction, nearly 3/4 of them, and that the economy continued to be top of mind, even though on CNBC we have experts talking all the time about how this is a fantastic economy. That message wasn't making it down to very many voters who are dealing with cost of living increases that, even if inflation has slowed, has not reduced the amount they're paying at the grocery store.
Yeah, I have a dear friend, Barbara Mikulski, longtime senator from Maryland, and she used to say this, and it's just so smart. She'd say, yep, we can all talk about the macroeconomic issues, but Democrats win and lose on the macaroni and cheese issues. You know, it's how is the family doing, whether you can afford to send your kids to college. And people feel a sense of financial insecurity, and you're seeing this in the vote tonight.
That CEO that I was speaking to told me that it has been almost impossible to be in acquisition mode during this administration, that the FTC has created such a fear of even trying to go ahead in the M&A world. Is that something that Democrats are going to have to wrap their minds around that they are seen as bad for business?
Well, I think when you go back, let's not exaggerate it in this moment. Let's talk about what sensibly gets rolled back. And remember, this is a president, if President Trump gets reelected, who ran on a populist agenda, that the system's rigged against you, that he's almost run against big business. When they asked him about whether he would, what he would do with the Google litigation, he said, well, I don't think they like me very much, so I'm, you know, so I don't know what, I mean, he's not thinking about how Google should be organized, he's thinking about how Google treated him. And so I don't think we know yet what the reaction's going to be, but don't forget that it's that populism, and that's about big business as much as it is big government.
We're learning the difference. I'm sorry. We're learning the difference. Because I want to follow up with something you said earlier on our coverage. I think at the top of the 7 o'clock show, which really stuck with me, which is that, and I was just out on a road trip 2 weeks ago. I drove with my producer from Erie to Grand Rapids to Kenosha. We did it a couple years in a row now, or a couple cycles in a row. Everybody I talked to either talked about inflation or immigration. That was it. Okay? Some voices said things that you would not expect them to say in specific situations. That said, I know that the White House has been trying to sell the inflation story, Senator, as it's getting better, and it is. The data is getting better. But the burger going from $15 to $20, and now just going from 20 to 21, you can say that the pace of inflation has stabilized. But all the voter knows, and all I heard, was that the burger went from 15 to 21, and they don't care that it went up a little bit more in the last 6 months. Yeah, they're still ticked off.
And Brian, the question is, when Donald Trump takes office, what's he going to do to get the burger back down to $15?
Exactly.
He can't, because it's built, not only, everybody talks about supply chain, but a lot of this is wage inflation.
It's labor.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I brought up...
And then let's deport a bunch of people.
This is the pernicious part about inflation. It's a one-way street. It doesn't
come
so
down.
Here's,
you don't want deflation.
This is why I wanted to bring.
You don't want it.
This is why I wanted to bring in you, Senator, because you're from North Dakota, and you were talking about your race that you lost, and you won the eastern part of the state, but you lost the western part of the state. Now, the western part of the state is the part that I have been to a few times: Williston, Oil Town, home of the $21 an hour McDonald's worker 10 years ago. Spent $499 to stay in a Hampton Inn 10 years ago because why did they charge so much? They could. And it was labor.
Supply demand.
It was supply demand. It was labor. And I just don't know what the former president is going to be able to do unless he's going to call for wage cuts. What is he going to do about inflation?
Well, he's inheriting a lower inflation rate, right? And so he's inheriting a Fed that's likely to cut rates again. And so the question is, and the question I would ask if I were still in the Senate. Okay, when can we see, eggs going down to a dollar a dozen again? When can we see this happen? And it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the way to have the most
Brian,
direct,
can you hear me?
the way to have the most direct effect is to get energy prices lower. Energy permeates our system.
Yeah.
If we can bring energy prices down,
supply demand.
No, what I'm saying is, if you drop every household's energy prices, they have more purchasing power. What people really care about is their purchasing power. The other thing is to bring their real wages up. Those are two things.
But both of those things have happened. I mean, if you look at wages over the last year, the union in Nevada, I cover casinos. Yeah. The union went in and they fought hard and they took it to the very brink. The weekend before F1, they were like, listen, if you guys don't get this deal done, we're not going to be working for you and all of your fancy pants F1 guests. Those wages went up. And fuel costs have been very moderate. Gas prices are not high.
Look,
they're higher than they were, though.
The Biden-Harris administration deserves credit for recognizing how important energy was. I mean, we
selling half the SPR.
We have the SPR. We got 14 million barrels. Basically,
very timely sale.
Basically, they adopted the Trump energy policies.
They really did. And Kyle, let's go to you. And I know you're in Texas, so people say, well, Kyle, he's the energy guy. Well, you're a man of many things. If you got the ear of President Trump, if he wins again, and let's say he called, maybe he will. We'll see what happens. Is there any practical advice that you could give him, or, by the way, Vice President Harris, if she pulls this out, to do something about household inflation?
Yeah, sure. I think this debate is something that must be, I guess, further dug into, Brian. It's important to note that the Federal Reserve and Congress, together with this administration, printed 40% more broad money in 18 months. We put 40% more money in the system in 18 months, and we got about 40 to 50% inflation. And I look at the government's own housing price index, the FHFA housing price index that the government releases is up 50% in the last 4 years. We talk about wages. Wages are nowhere near up 50% broadly across the board. Real wages are down, but the way the Fed and the BLS computes inflation is chain weighted. So when you look at housing, it's up 50 in 4 years. You look at car insurance, it's up 44. You look at milk, it's up 42. You look at soda, it's up 45. It's conspicuously up about the same amount of money that was printed. So when we talk about how are we going to get those prices down, Brian, Jay just said it's not coming down. It's one way. We're not going to get it to come down. The price level has moved up 40 to 50%. What we've got to do now is stop running 40% of government receipts deficits. We talk about 7% of GDP, but we spent 40% more than we brought in last year at full employment. Think about that for a second. We ran a huge deficit at full employment. We are not supposed to do that. So we need some sort of fiscal rectitude in there.
You know what's not real popular with voters? Talking about the deficit. Like it's just not a motivating factor for voters to talk about how deeply in debt the U.S. government is.
Because they're more worried about the deficit between their weekly paycheck and their household bills.
I get it, but here's the situation, right? These people are voting about, like Brian, you just said this, there's two things. There's a cost of living crisis and a completely unrestrained illegal immigrant opening at the border. And I think that's what people are voting right here. And I think that...
Let me jump in here. Well, I think
you can't explain the deficit to the average voter. What you can explain is the cost of rent, the cost of milk, the cost of soda, the cost of insurance, and the cost of food. All those things is all they care about, and we've got to stop doing what we're doing.
Brian, you were talking about Erie.
Musk can cut $1 trillion of costs out of the budget.
You're talking about Erie. What do voters want, and what do they recognize? They want stability. What's the Fed's mandate? Stable prices. What do we want? We want stability. We want to know that housing prices aren't going to go up by 3 times, so they're out of reach. And I think you saw a lot of that in voters.
Well, we were watching D.R. Horton and KB Home because one of Vice President Harris's policy points was to build 3 million new homes. And Wall Street thinks if she wins, those names could benefit. They're not benefiting in the market right now, but we've got a long way to go. Kyle Bass, my friend, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, Senator Heitkamp and Jay Clayton will stay with us
and
before we go to the break.
Yep. Oh, it's almost like jinx. Let's take a look at both campaign headquarters. Kamala Harris headquarters on the left at Howard University in Washington, D.C. On the right, you have the Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida. Reuters is reporting that he's heading there from Mar-a-Lago, his home in South Florida, to address reporters. We have a busy night on tap and many high-profile voices you can't afford to miss, including Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohamed Al-Arian, along with Houston Rockets owner and Landry's CEO Tillman Fertitta. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Your money, your vote. Full election night coverage, and we are live at CNBC headquarters, and we will be live with you all the way through 5 a.m. when an early start to Squawk Box will take place. Obviously, U.S. equity markets are fully closed, but there is 24-hour trading on a few different brokerage platforms, including Robinhood. Its overnight trading is considered the biggest and the most liquid, so we're going to show you some stocks that are moving, names that are seen as beneficiaries either under a Donald Trump victory or a Kamala Harris victory. Right now, the biggest volume mover, a stock that is up 40% right now, is Donald Trump's Trump Media and Technology Group, ticker TDJT. 40% move, very heavy volume. Another name that is considered a so-called Trump proxy would be Coinbase, because it's perceived that the former president would...
Okay, we just have news coming in right now from NBC News, and we can confirm that NBC News is now projecting that Donald Trump has won Georgia. It's a state that Joe Biden won in 2020, but now the 16 electoral votes in this crucial swing state of Georgia go to Donald Trump. That would be added to the swing state of North Carolina, which has also been in Donald Trump's column right now. So at this point, it looks like as the returns are coming in, we can see that there is much bigger hill for Kamala Harris, the vice president, to climb in order for her to maintain a real shot here at winning the White House. Heidi, can you just weigh in at this point?
Yeah, she's going to need perfection.
Yeah. The only way at this point that she wins is maintaining the blue wall. And those races at this point are too close to call, but the trend line doesn't look good. And so I think we're going to know more earlier than what we thought tomorrow morning.
Okay, so at this point we have, if we're looking at Pennsylvania, which is a crucial one, that one is too close to call right now. We had Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. NBC at last report had that as too close to call, but it does now appear that in Georgia, where we saw Joe Biden was able to make inroads. In fact, that's where I was in 2020 when the election finally got called. It looked as though, as the night was coming in, that she was not even able to maintain Joe Biden's margins in some of those crucial counties that perhaps there wasn't the turnout for her that there was for Joe Biden back in 2020.
And if you think about where the economy was at the end of the Trump presidency, it was in the tank. We were at negative growth. And so you look at the economy, you compare it to kind of a race where you're running as the challenger against a bad economy. She was running against really as almost the incumbent against a challenger with a bad economy, and the kind of atmospherics. By that I mean the personality challenges. I thought abortion would play a bigger role tonight. It didn't. That people went back to the meat and potatoes, right? They went back to the economy. They went back to what threatens their security, and that made it a very tough night for her. It's not over yet, but you know, she's got to maintain the blue wall if she's going to get elected.
And that's we don't know because it's too early and too close to call. But I will say that if you look at NBC News, 88% of Pennsylvania's in. She's down by about 200,000 votes. About the same in Michigan, Wisconsin, down by about 150,000 votes. It's going to almost need to be a perfect ending. Let's bring in another voice to this. We've got famed pollster and political expert Frank Luntz. I believe we have Frank Luntz on hold, but I think right now, are we going to Frank Luntz or we're going to Frank Luntz right now? Then we are going to get to Frank Holland. It is a night, I think, that we can all agree we need to speak frankly.
Well done.
You're welcome. Frank Luntz, this is, and you and I have talked about this online, offline. I've seen your tweets as well. This is shocking.
Well, it's significant. And it's significant. And there's a story to be told here, which is that voters are demanding to hear the solutions from the candidates before they'll hear the negativity. And with Trump, they knew what he did. They knew where he stood on prices. They knew where he stood on immigration. And there's no reason to litigate the last 4 years or the 4 years before it, because it's over. The election is over. Doesn't matter what spin you put on it. The key now is to understand what happened and why, and be able to prepare for the next administration. It may actually end up being a Republican sweep, which nobody foresaw. I certainly did not. And let me allow one sense of humility and honesty here. I thought there was no way that Trump could win because he performed so
Frank,
badly.
let me interrupt you just for 1 second. We just got breaking news in as well. NBC News has projected that the Republicans will control the Senate. Let's go to our Emily Wilkins, who covers the Senate and the congressional races for us in Washington, D.C. Emily.
Hey, Contessa. Well, this was not a huge surprise. We knew that Democrats had a very difficult night going into it. And now at this point, we can say that Republicans will be controlling the Senate, regardless of the White House, regardless of the House. Of course, this is just sort of the first block. If Republicans can do that Republican sweep, that really opens the doors for them to do a lot of things that they want to do, like extending those 2017 tax cuts, eliminating some of the tax credits around green energy provisions that were put in during the Biden administration.
and a number of other things that they could potentially do on border security. That's been a big one that's come up with a lot of Republicans that I have spoken with. Of course, that is the Senate. The House at this point is still very much too close to call. There are a lot of swing races that are just nail biters right now. While we are seeing a few things move, it's simply too early to say exactly what the House is going to be. It might wind up being the only Democratic chamber, and if that's the case, then we'd see divided government. Certainly, we've heard from a number of businesses and companies that would prefer to see it, but in terms of getting an agenda done, that would be incredibly difficult for the White House if you do have divided government.
Emily, thank you for that. Frank Luntz, let me go back to you. When you were watching the sentiment of likely voters going into this night, and now to see this, it looks like the Senate is turning to Republican. The returns that are coming in for Donald Trump have been stronger than he did in 2020, and the results for the vice president have been, in many cases, not what Joe Biden was able to pull off in 2020. What's your reaction?
Well, the reaction is that it may even be stronger than 2016, when he lost the popular vote but still beat Hillary Clinton in the Electoral College. And in the end, it's to understand what happened. Voters, in the end, don't really like Donald Trump. And I want to be explicit and honest here and not try to spin anything. He was disliked for how he talked to people. He was disliked for his negativity. And they really did not want to have another 4 years of that attitude. They'd had enough. But they never got enough information from Harris. And I've been criticized for saying this because she ran ads about what she was about. She did a few interviews, but she only did a few. And if voters feel they don't have enough information, then trust them, accept them. And so they like her more than they like him, but either they did not know what she wanted to do or they did not agree with the flip-flopping.
Frank, we were talking earlier about the markets reacting to certainty, the certainty of an outcome. And Heidi was making some really good points about prices and certainty, and you said about the border. Could it be that Americans are really searching for certainty here, and they thought that Donald Trump was going to deliver certainty, and they didn't hear that from Harris?
So I'm a language guy, and you're close. It's not certainty, it's predictability. And as much as the media thinks that Trump is completely unpredictable, to the public, they knew where he stands on immigration. He was so clear about it. They know where he stands on tariffs. He's so clear about it. So rather than the word certainty, the principle of certainty, it's predictability.
I'll accept that that's a better word, Frank. I think you're right.
And she'd been on both sides of too many issues, so she wasn't predictable, and that held her back.
All right, we got to interrupt here. This is a spokesperson for the Harris campaign.
Good evening, Howard.
Let's listen in at Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, that was Howard University, the headquarters for Kamala Harris, which has got to be disappointing for the people who've gathered there tonight wanting to hear from the vice president, even if she's not able to say with any kind of certainty what's happening right now. But there he's just saying, not tonight. Maybe tomorrow. It may be tomorrow before we get an official decision, because we know that in some states the the counting does not actually begin until all the votes are in, and because polls had closed somewhat recently.
When you say tomorrow, do you mean today?
Oh yes, right. It
is today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. It's yesterday's news tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for clarifying that for me. I do appreciate it. We are talking about today, not.
Wednesday.
Wait, did he said tomorrow?
He did, but I think they've been under a slight stress, I would say.
If he's in Central.
Well, no, but he's not. He's in Washington,
No, but he's
D.C.
also
Yeah, right.
He's also busy running a campaign.
Yeah,
I think is, we're talking on television. That is a live scene outside of Howard University in D.C., where you just heard the campaign co-chair basically say to people, "We're not done. Nobody's conceding anything, but go home. Vice President Harris will not be addressing you tonight."
Well, it was more like you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So let's go back to where we stand right now. We know that two really critical states have been called for Donald Trump right now. Georgia, which Biden won in 2020, and North Carolina. Pennsylvania right now is too close to call, and Senator Heidi Heitkamp was telling us that it's the blue wall in the Midwest that really stands between another Donald Trump presidency or the vice president taking over the White House at this point. Frank, can we go back to you a bit here and just talk about tomorrow morning when her supporters hear from, or today, when her supporters hear from Kamala Harris? What can she say? I mean, what are the driving factors that are going to lead Americans through the next 4 years? What are they telling you?
Well, they're telling me that they do want to change from where things have been, but they want to change both from Donald Trump and from Vice President Harris, that they're looking for a kinder, gentler approach that focuses on results. So
it's hard to believe that if we're seeing these states flip for Donald Trump. It's hard. What you're saying is they didn't like Donald Trump. They don't like that mean-spirited nature, and yet there's voting that's happening for him.
Yes, but this is really frustrating because I've gotten this. I've been on a bunch of different channels. It's going to be, if he gets the popular vote, he's going to win it by 1%. If she gets the popular vote, she's going to win it by 1%.
Right.
We are an evenly divided country. So we're all screaming and hollering about this is totally Trump or totally Harris. And the truth is we are half and half. And in the end, these states are switching, but it's very narrow. And I'll use Pennsylvania as an example. I remember in the last election in 2020, when Trump had a massive lead, even bigger than the one right now, with even more votes counted. But in the end, because of the votes that came in earlier, the absentee ballots, they were so overwhelmingly Democratic that it just changed the entire total.
Frank, you're a historian as well. And by the way, we're showing that is the West Palm Beach Convention Center. That is Donald Trump's sort of watch party, not headquarters per se, but where his supporters are gathered. I want to call, and not to get back sort of into the depths of history, Frank, but I think about 1964. 64 was a wipeout. It was all blue. Democrats, Texas, Florida were all Democratic. 1968 completely flipped the nation for Richard Nixon. The entire nation, ironically, except for Texas and Florida, went red from blue. This is a nation that, despite an imperfect system, still has a system in which the individual voter is willing to say, I don't have to like a person to believe that person may be the best fit for the office, is it?
You're exactly correct. And in the end, even though personality does matter, policy mattered more. And I believe that when we look at it, when we do a postmortem of what happened, that Harris was gaining every week when she was talking about herself. When she hit the convention, it was all about joy, about dancing, about being excited about the future, and she was still going up. That was her high point. She had been falling ever since that point when she turned on Trump. And the reason why is we know what we're getting, whether we like it or not, whether we approved of it or not. We know exactly what Trump is, but we did not know exactly what Harris was, and she never, in the end, told us to what we needed to know. And I believe that the Democrats are going to hammer each other as they examine this. because they ran a traditional campaign, demonize your opponent. Well, guess what? Trump had already been demonized. He'd already been held accountable. And he's surviving tonight because in the end, they chose his policies over her persona.
And Frank, when she shifted, don't you think the Trump campaign also shifted to the policies and away from the attacks? The mix changed in both directions.
Yes, but Trump still didn't go far enough. My criticism of the Trump campaign is that he had prices that he owned, a 10 or 12-point lead on inflation, which I call affordability, because no American actually knows what inflation is, but they do know if they can't afford their food or their fuel, their housing or their health care. And if he'd focused more on that and less on all this other stuff, he would have won by even a bigger margin, and he still may lose.
Yeah, and I want to be careful not to use words like he would have won, because nobody has won anything yet.
That's why I said that. He still may lose.
He still may lose. We saw that in I was in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 2020 when things turned very quickly toward the end. I get your point, Frank. Going back, and I don't want to relitigate history, but you're a guy that does this better than anybody else out there. If indeed Harris does lose this election, not saying she will, but this is the trend clearly right now and what the predictions markets are saying. Does any of this fall back on current President Joe Biden, who, by the way, I did not see him campaigning for her at all today, but staying in the race despite record low ratings so long, to your point at the very top of this interview, did not give Vice President Harris very much time to basically formulate a policy program. We did not get the Better Way Forward 82-page document online for weeks into her campaign. Does any of this fall on current president and Joe Biden, who is, I don't think we've seen today?
It does, because his popularity, his approval ratings, and the success or lack of success of his administration was an important part of this campaign. It's why he couldn't stay in the end. And it's why that she always struggled to either differentiate himself, which he needed to do, or prove to be a cheerleader, which the public was not looking for. All that it required was the truth.
And Frank, when Trump did, or when Biden did come out, he made the gaffe about calling people garbage, and so that sucked up a couple days of oxygen for her. Now, what I will say is that we came into this race 100 days ago really believing that this was going to be a wipeout for Democrats, not even thinking there was going to be any choice after that very troubling debate performance by Joe Biden. And so we had 100 days. Would more days have made a difference? Would a different candidate have made a difference? My advice to the Democratic Party is start asking yourself the questions why the Democratic brand is so toxic in America today. For so many Americans, especially where places like I live in rural America, we're going to lose rural America when we go back and do all the numbers on this, probably 70-30. We can't be a majority party if we lose rural America at 70-30. And so, you know, the worst thing the Democrats can do is start eating up on each other, saying it's your fault, it's your fault. The best thing we could say is we need to re-examine who we are and why our appeal is not a broader appeal, why we can't win an election against somebody so flawed as a character. I mean, and I would argue policy flawed. Why we can't beat Donald Trump. I mean, most people say, how can this happen? I'm saying, you know, quit looking at Donald Trump, start looking at who you are.
Okay, I'll answer that. I'll answer it because you did great among women, and good for you. You brought women to the polls that had never voted before, and you did better with women than you've ever done. But you did so at the expense of men. Yeah. And in the focus group, and you can go to Straight Arrow News, see the segment on America Speaks. There's a 35-minute focus group of men saying that they did not embrace Donald Trump. They felt disrespected and they felt disregarded by the Harris campaign. You filled your ads with young women so excited, and men didn't see themselves, and they didn't feel embraced.
Yeah. It's exactly what managers in businesses across America learn, is that everybody needs to feel appreciated. All of your people need to feel appreciated. Frank Luntz, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break here. Your money, your vote. comes back right after this.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to CNBC's continued live coverage. As expected, the presidential race is coming down to it was coming down to a handful of nail-biter battleground states, but less so now. Here's some breaking news in New Mexico, and NBC News is calling New Mexico for Vice President Harris, 51.3 to 46.4, but that's very different than where we stand overall, Contessa.
Okay, so let's go to Pennsylvania. We've been spending so much time and so much energy focused on Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes right now. So if we pull that up, we can see how the race is coming in at this point. Do we have it? There we go. All right, so now you're seeing that all of the counties in red are going for Trump. It looks like at this point, with 92% of the votes accounted for, you have Trump with 51.1% of the vote, and the vice president, Kamala Harris, coming in with 47.8% of the vote. In Michigan, Trump has 52.1%, Harris 46.1% with 62% of the vote. In Michigan, this is part of that all-important blue wall for the vice president right now. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. In Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at this point, and we've got 86% of the votes in. NBC says this is too close to call, 51.2% for Donald Trump and 47.2% for Harris. And there, you know, it's really interesting to see how strong the Republican turnout is in Wisconsin, and a place that I also had spent some time and some formative years covering politics in Wisconsin. In North Carolina, 16 electoral votes. Right now, 95% of the vote is in. Trump is, and NBC has projected that he is the winner in North Carolina with 51.1% of the vote to Harris's 47.6%.
All right, let's take a look at where things stand in Arizona. 11 electoral votes at stake, but it is very early, obviously, out west. Right now, former President Trump does lead 49.9 to 49.2%, but again, too early, too close to call. Not the situation in Georgia. Georgia, obviously, was the closest election of 2020. Not this year. Donald Trump being called the winner by NBC News, 50.8 to 48.3%. In Nevada, 6 electoral college votes. There we go, at stake. Again, very, very early here. I think what we are getting at, we're going to get to Frank Collin in a moment, is that despite the fact that this was, for months, being called one of the most closest races in history, it may not end up being. Actually, may not be even top 5 or top 10. We're gonna find out. All right, we're gonna get to Frank Collin in a second. We are gonna go, though, to the balance of power. Remember, key Senate and House races also at stake. Let's find out where those stand with Emily Wilkins in D.C.
Hey, Brian. Well, as NBC has called, the Senate is in Republican hands for the next 2 years. Republicans flipped 2 key races, West Virginia, which was not a surprise, and Ohio, which was a really big one. It wasn't sure if Sherrod Brown would be able to hold on, but at this point, Republican Bernie Moreno is the projected winner there. And now it's just a question of exactly how big that Republican gain will be. We're still watching a number of swing states at this hour, and these are all very tight races. It's tight in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. And of course, you still have Montana, another really good pickup, potential pickup for Republicans. Swinging on over to the House, there are a lot fewer toss-up races that have been called. But one that's really caught my eye is Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district. This is in the northeastern part of the state. It was held by Democrat Matt Cartwright. He held it even as the state got more and more red. And yet now NBC News is projecting that he has been defeated by Republican Rob Bresnahan. And so this, to me, as we kind of keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on the state with so many key races there, this is, for me, a bit of an early indicator as to how voters are thinking about candidates this time, ousting a longtime Democratic in the state and replacing him with a Republican who really did campaign on some kind of principles that usually are considered more democratic. Things like union support. He made that a really big crux of his campaign. And now tonight you've seen it paid off for him. So we can continuing to watch these key House races in Pennsylvania as well as elsewhere. But guys, it could take a while for the House to be called. There are a number of competitive races in California, and it, as we know from past experience, could take a while for that state to come in.
So we're waiting and we're watching this, and many of those are too close to call, even where the results are coming in. With us on the desk tonight, former Senator Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota. I'm just curious, when you're looking at these congressional races and the Senate races, how much do those races come down to pocketbook issues? Is it the same issues driving the turnout for voters as we're seeing in the presidential election?
You know, it's interesting because we've done a lot of analysis at One Country, which is a C4 that I started to talk about Democrats talking to rural Americans and reintroducing Democratic policies. But what's interesting is the Senate has been a predictor of what happens in the presidential. So if the presidential goes in that state, usually the Senate race will go that within a certain margin. And so in these 3 states that we're talking about, the blue wall, there's 3 Senate races in those races, one an open race in Michigan. And the polling consistently has shown that all of those candidates can outperform Harris. That they, maybe anywhere from 3 to 1% better. And so if she's not successful in the blue wall, that jeopardizes 3 Senate seats. And so we've nationalized the Senate in ways that have never been done before. I talked about 5 states left where you have a Democrat or a Republican, a mixed Ohio, Montana, both of which are in jeopardy, Wisconsin. You could see Wisconsin now having a complete Republican district. So the only one left after this, if we lose those states, would be Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania would flip. There'd be a Democrat and a Republican.
Where McCormick is currently ahead, by the way, by about 110,000 votes, according to NBC News. We are covering this not only from a political aspect, a lot of people are doing that, but we are doing this in a unique CNBC way and letting the markets and your money tell the story. So let's get more on some things that are moving right now as the markets move. Send it over to Frank Holland.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Tim Seymour from Seymour Asset Management, also Gunjan Banerjee from the Wall Street Journal. All 3 of us have been looking at our phones, just kind of watching what's going on as these different states have been called. We talked a lot about the Trump trade. Bond yields have gone up. We've seen the dollar make some upside moves. But, Tim, I want to come over to you. We haven't seen futures move really at all in the last 2 hours. What does that say to you?
Well, it's fascinating. We got that first spike in futures after Dade County was clear, and unexpected, but to the magnitude, and that was a bit of a predictor. Futures shot up, and in fact, futures have probably been sideways more or less since about 9:30 p.m. If you think about the move in bond yields, again, we spiked up 15, 16 basis points on that 10-year up to 446, and that's also pulled back. The dollar up 1.5% has pulled back. So I think the sense is that people were positioned for a lot of this, and this is really what we've seen.
All right, so you're seeing a lot of positioning for a possible Trump victory is what you're saying, and that's why we've seen kind of the markets move sideways. I talked about that about an hour ago when we were looking at the markets. They've kind of flatlined in recent times. Gunjan, I want to come over to you. You've done a lot of coverage of investors overall. So we talked about some of the currency moves, the gains the dollar's had against the yen, the Chinese yuan, but there's another currency that's making some big moves against the peso. What does that tell us about investors?
That's right, Frank. We're really seeing the Trump trade rippling across global markets, whether it's treasuries, the peso, other currencies, crypto, even Tesla. All of these assets are getting hit. And what investors were telling me was that they were surprised with the speed with which the Trump trade has been rippling through markets. Even before a lot of these polling results started coming in, investors started piling into it. But I think where you're seeing it the most is the typically stayed market for government bonds. And investors have been telling me that that's really where the action has been. We've also seen inflation expectations rise just over the past few hours in anticipation of a possible Trump win.
We were also talking about the fact that we have overnight trading. We're able to see the moves in a DJT, the moves in a Coinbase. So, Gunjan, that's a pretty stark difference from what we've seen in previous elections, the fact that we have this overnight trading and also these proxies that are tied to a specific candidate.
The 24-hour casino is open, and it's completely changed how people play the election. Investors have never had this many ways to trade the U.S. election. I was texting with an individual investor earlier today who was opening up her Robinhood account. She was placing a bet that in the prediction market that Trump would win the presidency. That's never happened before. Investors simply haven't been able to do that legally, and it's completely changed the face of this race and even rippled into the bond market, into the stock market. I think this is a huge test for this brand new, newfangled market where it's been predicting a Trump win, and now, you know, other markets are coming around to that as well.
All right, Tim, let's talk some more about this newfangled market that Gunjan's talking about. We mentioned that the futures have been flat, but it's also important to note small caps have been the best performer, up over 2%. A lot of that tied to a Trump trade, but we can't forget there's also a Fed decision coming up.
Fed Thursday, the question really with all these inflation expectations now and the bond market doing what it's doing, I think the Fed's going to do their 25 basis points on a cut. But the question really is, what's that statement going to look like? It was a Fed meeting that I think we were focused on, but I think those dynamics are clear. I mean, and look at what gold's doing. Gold has actually pulled back. And that conversation about predictability, gold was in play going into elections because of a lack of predictability. And I think if you look at what's going on here, and I would just say that equity markets, if you think about where we were on that fateful day on August 5th, equity markets are up 15% to this point from, you know, even just a month and a half ago. So that's something I think investors need to contemplate. Positioning coming into this was almost as if it's turned out the way it is. Let's see where we get in terms of outcome on clean sweep, red sweep. Right. I think futures will react to that if that's a place we get to later this evening or today, I should say.
Yeah, I know we got kind of some mix-ups about what yesterday, today is. Before we get to the future, let's talk about the markets that are trading right now, the Asian markets. Yeah. Give us a sense. When you look at the action on the Asian markets, specifically the Hang Seng under a lot of pressure, a lot of big-name stocks in there like Alibaba, also BYD's also in that index as well. What is that telling you just about investor confidence in a possible sweep and also the general sense of, you know, the tariffs being something as opposed to from a proposal to an actual reality with the idea that former President Trump has an advantage, at least so far. Again, the election has not been called.
Yeah, look, China's been a tough trade. I would say sentiment towards China is about as low as it's been, and even before necessarily the Trump dynamic. I think if you look at how investors have been trading baskets that could give them exposure to companies that will be particularly hurt by tariffs. And I mean U.S. companies. I mean, you know, a Dollar Tree, a Lululemon, maybe a Nike. I mean, there are people that are assessing the Asian impact of Trump policy. If you look at Japan, the yen is significantly weaker again. That's probably good for an export economy, an economy that also might be, look, they're an ally. And I think that's something that actually might play to Japan's favor if you look at those stock markets. No question Asia should be reacting. The world's reacting. But I think the reality is that China, those 60% tariff headlines are things that I think investors are still very fearful of.
I know you want to talk about the U.S. futures. As we look ahead to the U.S. futures, what kind of action are you expecting? And are you expecting to see some shorting of some stocks that may be vulnerable to quote-unquote Trump policies? I know there's been a lot of analyst notes out. Again, this isn't us, and this is analysts. Stocks like a FedEx, a C.H. Robinson, their business model may be in jeopardy with the idea of these tariffs being increased. And other stocks, especially in the commodity space, a lot of analysts have come out saying Nucor, Cleveland Cliffs would benefit from a Trump presidency.
Well, if you remember back the steel tariffs back in President Trump 1.0, let's see if this is 2.0, but when he threw those tariffs on China steel, I mean, U.S. Steel as a company fell almost 40%. I'm not sure it's an environment that's great for steel companies. I think tariffs for commodity players, the question really, the jury's out whether that's a good thing. So commodities with the dollar spiking higher will be under some pressure as well tomorrow.
All right. Tim Seymour, Gunjan Banerjee, thank you very much. Contessa, we're going to toss things back over to you.
Frank, thank you very much, and thank you to Gunjan and Tim as well. All right, you're watching Your Money, Your Vote here on CNBC. We're watching the election returns come in. It is too close to call at this point, but Donald Trump has won some key and critical states, including Georgia and North Carolina. Also, notably, NBC News has projected that the Republicans will now control the Senate. Quick break here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNBC. You're watching right now a live scene from Palm Beach, Florida, where former President Donald Trump is expected to speak at his campaign's headquarters at 1:15 in the morning. Here we are at the Convention Center in West Palm Beach, Florida. When we see him on stage, we will bring that to you when it happens. I should mention that at Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C., a spokesperson came out and told the crowd, thank you very much for coming. It's not over, but for now, we're going to shut this down, and she will speak to you tomorrow, although he really meant today. And there we're seeing some of the crowd that has gathered out there in Palm Beach
I think the really smart thing for him to do here is to not claim victory. Because he's this close. If he comes out and says, well, wait until tomorrow, he lets her concede, there's much more legitimacy given all of the rancor about whether he would declare victory prematurely.
And he has not won. We want to make that very clear. He has 246 electoral votes, but under that basic math, if he were to take Pennsylvania and or Michigan or Wisconsin, that would get him 270. There we see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the crowd, thought to be potentially part of a Trump cabinet. Again, should the former president become the first president since Grover Cleveland, and only one of two, to win with a gap, not consecutive back to forth. Grover Cleveland won, lost, came back, won again. We'll see what happens. We are joined now on the telephone by one of America's greatest entrepreneurs. He is a friend to CNBC as well. He is the owner of the Houston Rockets, Landry's, hundreds of restaurants, casinos, et cetera, and that is Tillman Fertitta. Tillman, I know it's late there, 12:15 in the morning, but I know you're a night owl. Thanks for joining us here. From a businessman's perspective, do you change anything about the way your multitude of companies operate under either administration? And we know which way it's looking like we may end up.
Well, things are going to operate totally different because you're not going to have all the commissions that are harassing businesses, the SEC, the FTC, the FAA even. You have all these commissions that are five-person commissions, and they're different than they are under a Republican administration. And so it's going to be a lot easier for everybody to operate in business. You used to go sign up a deal and hire the bankers and then go get the lawyers. Now you have to go hire the lawyers first to even see if you can possibly get the deal through the FTC. So this is going to change everything. You'll see the M&A activity totally ramp up again in the United States.
So if a Tillman Fertitta wanted to build a new Golden Nugget casino in a state, I know there's a lot of state regulatory authorities that are involved as well, Tillman, but on a national scale, you believe it would be easier for you and your team to go out and either build or buy new businesses?
100%. And I've dealt with two different commissions on two different issues, and one of them didn't go my way, and the other one, I was told by my Democratic advisors, you will never get through this commission because of the chairman, because you are a Republican. This was a truly been weaponized White House.
Yeah,
and
Brian,
I saw it myself.
Brian, let me jump in here. A point Tillman's making goes to pending cases. We're in the unique position where several of these regulators have said, I'm bringing cases that I know I may lose, but I want to change behavior anyway. If we do have a shift in administration...
Why would they do that? Just to bully?
Just because they don't think the law is strong enough. And they're saying we want to change. Lena Khan has said that. She said she is interpreting the law in a new way and pushing people to do new things.
Well, let me. Tillman used the words, Jay. It's Jay Clayton Tillman, the former SEC chair. Tillman used the words. Let me ask you straight up, Jay. Do you think that some of these acronyms, as we talk about, these three-letter agencies, are they bullying and harassing business?
I think they're pushing beyond the bounds of the law. The courts have found that. And what's very interesting is I think for pending cases, they should do a review. Now, I will bet you that 90%, 70% of the cases are down the middle of the fairway and routine. But there are probably 30, 20% of the cases where you can say, you know what, this is clearly what the courts have told you can't do. It's clearly bullying. They should review them. And if that's the case, they should drop them.
Tillman, so what happens, Brian? But Brian, let me tell you what happens is that you do these multi-billion-dollar deals and you have a bank commitment. So what they do, and the bank commitment runs out 9 months, 12 months, 15 months later. So what happens is they don't tell you no, they never give you a yes. And the contract date expires and your commitment for financing expires. That's how they do it. And they've done it over and over again in the last 4 years.
Yeah, we've seen it and we've documented it here on air at CNBC. I'm curious, Tillman, it's Contessa. When you're looking at your many businesses, many of which are reliant on consumer discretionary spending, another Donald Trump administration is largely seen by experts that it could increase inflation and make things more expensive. Are you concerned at all about your customers and whether they're going to be able to afford a night at the Rockets or a night out at your restaurants?
Contessa, I understand the question, but I've never seen it before. What is Donald Trump going to do? Okay, say he does the tariffs. If the tariffs happen one way, it should protect us another way. Okay, so I don't get what you're truly asking me. Is it where is he going to wave a magic wand? What happened was with inflation is that we put so much money in people's pockets for 3 years in 2021 and 22 that so much money was spent. And there was a supply and demand that we couldn't even keep up with customers.
Yeah, and when the pandemic, yeah,
yes. And that's what caused inflation, was just strictly supply and demand. That even today, because people do not work like they used to, it's hard for anybody still. It used to take you 9 months to build a restaurant. Today it takes you 14 months. It used to take you 4 months to get a permit. It takes you 8 months to get a permit. Everything is just different today. And Trump isn't going to be able to wave a magic wand and fix that. Okay? We just have to make people go back to work every day, and try to keep the economy moving like it is.
One of the other issues that voters have said is very important to them, and Brian was talking about driving through, the Midwest and hearing it over and over again, is immigration. How do you see immigration in terms of hiring and finding enough labor and talent? Do you need Congress to go back at it again? They failed to pass immigration reform. People who are here legally applying for asylum can't work. So you've got a lot of people who are not legally permitted to work. Do you need them to be able legally to work?
100%, it's what we need. And this is my biggest issue with immigration. And you got to understand, I am in businesses. I love the Hispanic employee who wants to come over here and work hard and support their family. But they don't even let them. They want the United States government to support them. They will not even give them a temporary work visa while they are over here. So you could sit right there and you can watch them lined out in those streets in New York and coming down from the hotels. And there can be a business right there that has a help wanted sign, and they cannot go in there and work. And because if we hire somebody who doesn't have the proper documentation, we get fined, okay? But yet they can sit there on the curb and go cash their checks. The system is broken. It has to be fixed. You can't let the people in here and then make them wait possibly years to get a work visa.
I will say, too, one of the interesting things that you're seeing as election results come in and as people say what's top of mind for them, the Republican governors who put migrants on buses or on planes and sent them to northern cities, to Democratic strongholds, it was a brilliant political move, because what it did was it shared the burden. It turned bleeding hearts in New York City, and I know, into people who question, right, it's not that we don't care about people, it's that it really overloads the system. And so this issue of immigration it should not be a White House problem. This should be a congressional problem. It's a problem for the Senate and for the House to tackle and get legislation done.
Well, and we'll see if that can happen, because, again, the election is not settled. The Senate is not settled. The Senate certainly looks like it's going to be going Republican. NBC News, we're waiting on the House, as Emily Wilkins has talked about. Tillman's going to stick around as well. Let's bring in another voice into this as well, which is Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence and a CNBC contributor. Mark, we've got Senator Heidi Heitkamp here. Of course, we've got former SEC Chair Jay Clayton, and Tillman Fertitta, a billionaire owner of the Houston Rockets, Landry's Restaurant Empire, and Golden Nugget Casinos. Mark, how shocked are you? This was supposed to be an historically close election. It may still end up being that way, but it may also end up not being that way. It's not over yet, but the results certainly are one way. To what do you ascribe this strength of Trump over Harris? Are there one or two business and money issues you think are critical to this move?
Well, sure. I think that 70% of America says we're on the wrong track. I think that you've seen a regulatory state that's oppressive for a lot of businesses across America. I think you've seen inflation that was driving a lot of the unrest the first couple of years of this administration. And so I think the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, this is really an indictment against them. I'd say the biggest surprise, Brian, is that I think where you're seeing Trump really overperforming tonight is in the minority communities, which I think in light of some of the commentary, I think the media would be really surprised to see how well he's doing in Latino communities and how well he's doing in African-American communities. That's really driving him to a race that I think was going to be close. But it really, I think, the more and more numbers that come in, it appears it's actually not even that close.
Yeah, and by the way, we are expecting former President Donald Trump to likely address some of his supporters in southwestern Florida, southeastern Florida, very soon. Tillman, I want to go back to you. You were talking about your frustration with the red tape and bureaucracy and being able to do a deal 9 months to 14 months. If we get a split Congress, things may still be held up. If there is, and there is the chance, about 75%, according to prediction markets, of a Republican sweep, White House, Senate, House. As one of the most successful business people in the United States, what would you want jobs 1 and 2 to be in a new administration?
Well, you want a good economy, and I don't think there's a problem with jobs. The people are out there. I think that's your question. I'm trying to put it in a box here, but I think that even without the House, I think the president will be able to do some executive orders to keep things going the way they are today. But I do think that we're going to fix inflation. Inflation has come down, okay? People are not voting Trump back in because of just the economy. We do not have a bad economy. They are voting him in because of so many different issues. A huge issue I hear in Texas and New York, and I'm in both places, is people really struggle with men and women's locker rooms, and that is a huge issue. And a lot of women that have a problem with their own rights could not get past this progressive movement that they want to have out there.
I think, and Senator Heitkamp, you and I were talking about this, the commercial break, what Tillman is bringing up. And I know, listen, it's a politically charged point, and we're going to mostly hit this from a business perspective, but we also have to address maybe why the election is going the way it is. And something I noticed in all of my road trips in 16 and 2020 and then this year was that I think Tillman's exactly correct. There was a Democrat for 40 or 50 years that was a labor Democrat, was a blue-collar Democrat, right, Tillman? A plumber. They liked the Steelers. They liked watching the Cowboys. They liked drinking the Budweiser. They liked America. They were proud to be American. They have, as the Democratic Party appears in many places to have shifted to more progressive issues. Those are not issues that the plumber in Pittsburgh is going to be on board with. And it goes to your earlier point that the Democrats may have a larger problem than just tonight.
Well, I mean, probably the most powerful ads, especially in Senate races, were on transgender issues. And so we can't ignore the cultural aspect. And so as Trump has been very pro-working man He especially on trades and tariffs. And so he spoke to their concerns economically, supporting a farm bill and farmers speaking to their economic concerns. That opens up the door to have a whole discussion about expanding the dialogue to go into other places. And I totally agree. I think these cultural issues haven't gone away. I think that there is a huge and very troubling gender gap in this country that needs to be addressed. And if you think it's bad now, take a look at young men and young women. It's getting wider. And we have to address it.
And we're just pulling up the futures right now, and you can see that they're up in a big way. The S&P 500 up 1.23% right now. Dow Jones Industrials indicated to open by more than 600 points, almost 700 points higher. So here you're already seeing the reaction. Jay Clayton, former SEC chair, is with us on the desk, and Mark Short, who's the former chief of staff to former Vice President Mike Pence and a CNBC contributor, joins us as well as and Tillman Fertitta. Jay, talk a little bit about this reaction that you're seeing.
Look, it's clearly a reaction to both certainty. We're going to have a certain result. We're not going to have friction, and a belief that the Trump plans are better for the market performance. That's what we're seeing at this moment.
And to be clear, we have not called the race. There are still many races, state battleground races, that are too close to call.
But if he wins, if he wins Pennsylvania, and NBC News has not called it, it would be, I believe, 264. You would only need one more state to take the 270 to win. By the way, NASDAQ futures contests up 280 points. General Motors, and we're looking at the Robinhood trade, by the way, fairly liquid, trading real time. GM and Ford, they're both higher. Maybe that's a pro-worker, or maybe a reduction of the EV tax credits where GM and Ford feel less political pressure to have to go down into money-losing electric cars. Humana, UNH, United Health Group, they're up 3%. Health insurers seen potentially benefiting more under a Trump presidency, whereas the hospitals, the tenants, the HCAs, they would actually benefit more under a Harris administration. So the insurer stocks are up. MasterCard, by the way, which may benefit from less regulation, which Tillman was talking about, up 0.6%. Tillman, it's interesting you said we have a good economy. How much, and you've got different levels and price points all over the United States. And a Mastro's in uptown Houston is packed all the time, but you also got more rural restaurants. Are you seeing any discernible trends in the economy?
Where you are seeing a problem right now is in your higher end, not your more casual. Where you are seeing it is in those super high-end restaurants with $150 and $180 check averages. But you also have to remember, you have to go back to reality and look at 19's numbers, because 21 and 22 and part of 23, we were using monopoly money. There was so much money in the system that high-end retail, high-end restaurants, people were just getting so much money from the government. So we're really just back to more of a reality now. And reality in 19 was not a bad place to be. So if we can just stay there, I think everybody is going to be fine. Now, it's contested seas. It's a little soft in Vegas and game right now. But you've got to remember, they're so much higher than 19's numbers. We're still, all of these companies, individual properties, are doing 15 to 25% more EBITDA per property than they did in 19.
And dealing with a lot more wage pressure, because the unions were very successful in getting historic contracts. They've never gotten as big a raise as they got. And by the way, you had Donald Trump out there promising all of these hourly workers that they wouldn't have to pay taxes on their tips. And then Kamala Harris came out and said, right, I'm with that too, no taxes on tips. Nobody was pointing out that that might hurt people in the long run when they're not socking that money away into their Social Security account. When they're old, not having that Social Security money coming back to them could actually be a problem. Tillman, it's great that you bring up Vegas, because it kind of stands as the bucket list of American trips. The Las Vegas Strip is still immune from any sort of inflationary pressure that are being felt in other places around the country. The regional casinos have had a bigger problem. Mark, when you're, I mean, I don't mean to get into gambling, but I know gambling pretty well in the business of gambling. Not like Tillman Fertitta does, but you know, as far as reporters go. Mark, when you're looking at the nation and what is going to make people feel like America's on the right track, you got 75% of Americans in an ABC Ipsos poll that was released just last Sunday saying America's on the wrong track. What does it take to get these people feeling like, hey, we've got it pretty good? We live in the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Contessa, I think it's several fronts. I think economically, I think Jay hit on it before, that the regulatory state has simply been too oppressive. I think that socially, I think that there's been a pursuit of a woke agenda by the left. And you've highlighted some of that with the transgender issues. I think it's broader. I think that's why there's been a lot of the crossover from Latino and African-American communities to support Trump this go-round. But I also think internationally, you know, it appears that the world is on fire. And I think that a lot of the Biden support began to erode with his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And so I think collectively that mood from America is saying we want a change in leadership. I think that the demand for change is pretty clear. And I think that by nominating Harris after Biden, it's too hard for her to distance herself and say she would be different. I think she's tied to that administration. And so Democrats didn't have an ability to say we're going to be something different. And America was yearning for a different course than what they've been experiencing over the last 4 years.
There were a lot of Republicans after January 6th that parted the ways ideologically with then President Trump, that they decided that the Republican Party wasn't heading in the right direction. When you look at the results rolling in tonight, it looks like Trump has truly recaptured the beating heart of the Republican Party, and that those who distance themselves from him do so at their own peril. How do they act in the nation's best interest, in business's best interest, with him in the White House really setting the doctrine and the path forward for Republicans?
Yeah, Contessa, I think there's no doubt that he has command over the party today. As I say, I don't know another Republican who could have done as well as he did in minority populations. Having said that, I think that the Trump campaign this time is very different than what he governed as in Trump 1.0. So as much as I was a fan of, and before being Pence's chief of staff, I was Trump's Legislative Affairs director when we passed tax reform, I think that he's walked away from so many of those positions and he's campaigned very differently. Whether or not, you know, it's simple things like saying he's now going to go back on the SALT deduction, which I know is appealing for some people in your audiences, or whether or not it's taking a position on trade that is vastly different, or whether or not it's taking a position that he was where he was on TikTok and flip-flopping on that. Or whether or not it's walking away from his commitment to life that he advanced in his first administration. And so I think that there's a lot of things that are very different in a Trump 2.0. I'm not sure most voters recognize that because their mental model is what it was for the first 4 years.
Let me jump in here and talk about the Trump economy. It had something pretty remarkable that people didn't think was going to be possible. That is, we had 3% GDP growth, 3% real wage growth, less than 3% unemployment, all with low inflation. If you told the American people you can have that economy back, that was the economy through 2019 and 2020. Now Heidi's going to jump in and say we were running a deficit, okay, but we were running a lot lower deficit than people projected. There was much greater revenue produced by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but those numbers were numbers that people said were not achievable, particularly the real wage growth and the real wage growth among African-American and Hispanic people. Those were great achievements. Yeah. And people would take that again.
People just
100%.
conveniently forget the last year of his presidency and write it off to COVID. He promised us he'd protect us from all injury. And so if you look, he had negative GDP growth the last year of his term.
We shut down all of our cities. You're
yeah. I want to get to this point. Mark Short, I think, and Tillman and I have talked about this ad nauseum because we live here. We live in the New Jersey, New York area. Okay, now I'm going to get a little bit fired up. Okay, need another cup of coffee.
Now?
Decaf, which is, we were locked down here for about 1.5 years in this area. in fits and starts, okay? Then I'd get on a plane, and I'd go to Houston, and there'd be a 2-hour wait at one of Tillman's restaurants, right, in late 2020. I went to Charleston, South Carolina, Mark Short, in February of 2021. And I don't want people out there to say that, you know, oh, you're being irresponsible, whatever. I went home and went right to the basement. And this is all by car for the most part. 3-hour wait at a restaurant in Charleston. I came back to New Jersey, and people were still tucked away. Everything was shut down. Couldn't go to church. Kids were still remote on their iPads. Mark Short, and I'm just going to tell you something, that we'll wait and see how the final vote comes out across all these things. But I believe, and you comment and say I'm wrong or not, and Tillman can jump in too, that the lockdown of extended lockdown of schools and churches, still resonates on many suburban moms' minds.
Absolutely, Brian.
And I'm going to tell you something.
I had this conversation with Heidi in one of your earlier panels, and I totally agree with you that I think that the lockdowns were so oppressive on our Democrat governors that I think that has a big impact as well. I absolutely agree with you on that point.
Yeah, New Jersey. Go ahead, Tillman.
I was on Governor Abbott's committee, and do you realize that this happened on February the 20th? And we opened up Texas on March the 1st. Not March the 1st. We opened it up on May the 1st. That Texas was open again. And the one thing that we paid attention to for the next 18 months, as I watched so many of my other properties closed all around America, was our percentage of cases per population any more than any other states. And it was not.
It was all the same.
And I'm going to tell you something. Exactly what you said a few minutes ago, I believe it was Mark, is 4 years later, people are thinking about that and what happened to their families, the amount of families that broke up, the amount of people that died from non-COVID ailments because they were scared to go into the hospital because once they got there, nobody could come see them or they couldn't get in. And I'm going to tell you, that's part of this election right now, and it's something that we haven't even talked about. But when people walked in there and they think about Democratic control, that we're going to control you and tell you what to do.
I think every American should be asking, do we have a better plan today than we did in 2020 for dealing with a pandemic? I personally don't think so. I haven't seen one review by the federal government of whether it was appropriate to shut down or not shut down and how you open up.
You know they're never going to do that.
But if you think that was such a motivating factor, this idea that the government would go in and control you and tell you what to do with your bodies, then why wasn't abortion the driving factor? Why are we seeing the results so skewed?
I don't know. What I'm saying is that I'm looking at New Jersey. New Jersey went to Harris, but by the smallest margin to a Democrat in, I think, 30 years. It's going to be a 5-point margin in reliably blue New Jersey, which was, I think, 16 and 20 points to the good on the Democratic side the last two elections, a state in which I live in. Something, Contessa, I don't know what it is, Senator Heitkamp, maybe you do, has fundamentally changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't use any of this in isolation, and I do think I think the best thing that we can do is, rather than kind of litigating the past, is think about what did we get right, what did we get wrong. We don't even hear that. I was part of I was part of a Heritage Foundation effort to talk about whether China should be held accountable for what happened, for releasing the virus when they knew it could be airborne, when they knew the damage it could take. There's never been a real legitimate look back on what happened during the pandemic. And did we make mistakes? I think absolutely. And I will tell you that as a parent, I think everybody's concerned about what happened with education and the fallback. But we have to, it was a deadly virus. It killed people.
And
let's not ignore that.
There are existential threats right now. In fact, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden have had to deal with horrendous hurricanes that have hit and have destroyed massive swaths of the nation. AI is an emerging technology that is changing our world faster than anything that we have ever seen. There are geopolitical uncertainties right now that could truly cripple not just our economy, but our nation as a whole. And Mark Short, when you're looking forward at what are the priorities for the next president, You said you're the former legislative director. What should be job number one for the new administration and for the new House and the new Senate?
Well, I think that both campaigns didn't have as much of a policy agenda as what they would do working with Congress, but I think that the top priority is going to be extending the tax relief from the 2017 legislation because, as you know, individual rate cuts expire in 2025. And so I think that's going to be the biggest battle, and I think the fact that I think the Senate is going to have more than 51 Republicans, I think, provides a little bit of a cushion that gives a better chance of extending that.
Contessa, you used a great word there, which is priorities. I think something that we're all saying, and we can all agree on, a lot of Americans were asking, what are the government's priorities? Are they spending money on migrants and not on my community?
We have breaking news coming in right now, Nebraska, and it looks like Donald Trump has picked up an additional electoral vote right now. NBC is projecting that he will get 4 of the 5 electoral votes. Earlier tonight, they had projected 3 of the 5.
They have a unique system in Nebraska where they don't all go to the same candidate. So that's why it's one of 2 where them in Maine. Yeah. Where you'll see that format.
And so we'll wait to see what happens with that 5th electoral vote again.
That's the Omaha district.
I don't think you can win that one. You can only win the 4. It's impossible in that district.
Yeah.
So next, your competitor has called Pennsylvania. So just to let y'all know.
But going back
NBC News has not called or confirmed Pennsylvania. As we have reported, Pennsylvania had over 90% of precincts reporting, with Donald Trump having a fairly sizable lead, but NBC News has not independently called or confirmed that, to be clear. But we may get one in a minute. Jay.
No, I was just going back to priorities because those constituents that we were talking about did not feel like they were prioritized by the Biden-Harris administration.
But it's also the adults in the room. And you know what I would put on the table? Permitting reform.
Absolutely.
I would bring in all the governors, all the mayors, and say, we cannot have people waiting 2 years to do a simple project. We have got to get moving on infrastructure. You talk about AI. Guess what? We don't have enough energy to run AI in this country. We've got to build infrastructure. We've got to build power lines. How are we going to do that if it gets stopped by the NIMBY?
And you can't solve how.
And by the way, we're going to go to Emily Wilkins in a second. I don't know if we can do this, guys. If we can, this is called Producing from the Desk.
Let's see it.
Which
I want
is
to see it.
Constellation Energy, CEG. Throw that up real quick if we can, and Robinhood, because Senator Heitkamp, it goes to what you're saying. The other day, FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, whacked the deal where Amazon was going to get power from a company called Talon Energy. They were going to buy it from Talon, which is a nuclear producer. On that news, Constellation fell, I think, 10% because kind of the entire nuclear swath got whacked because they thought, well, the government wants power, nuclear power, but it doesn't necessarily want technology to have it. They probably want it for homes. You can judge that all you want. But if we see a Trump victory and they deregulate that energy side because we need the nukes, a name like a Constellation, a name like a Vistra, Quanta Services that provides the actual power lines, they could, and Talon, by the way, or TerraWolf, WULF, they could benefit all at once.
And going back to certainty, if you don't have permitting reform, who's going to make the investment? Who's going to invest the capital only to be shut down 2 years later?
75% of the IRA money has yet to be spent. And we'll see if it is there to be spent, depending on what happens. Let's get right now to Washington, D.C. Emily Wilkins with some interesting exit polling data on Trump and independent voters. Emily.
Hey, Brian. Well, independent voters were one of the groups that this election we knew that we'd have to keep an eye on. And we are seeing now from this exit polling that Trump has made gains with them from where he was at in 2020. So let's just start off with what we're seeing now in 2024. Now, yes, for independents, Harris actually does have a bit of an edge here. She's got about 50% of independent vote compared to Trump's 45%. But go ahead, as we sort of are looking at these numbers come in, rewind the tape to 2020. There we saw Biden have 54% of the vote, while Trump was only at 41% when it came to independent vote. And so what you're seeing now is Trump has gone ahead, made these gains with these independent voters, the same way that we've seen him make gains this evening with Latino voters, same we've seen him make gains this evening with young men who have gone to the voting polls. And I think that is going to be, as we are looking at these states and as we are telling the story about what we're seeing tonight, certainly a big part of the narrative as to how Trump really got these groups, got their support and got them to turn out and vote.
Emily, thank you very much. We appreciate the big wrap up there. You know, it's interesting when we've been watching this tonight and the passion behind what was going into this race and the way that it's come down. It has been a very orderly accumulation of votes, a counting of votes, a departure from what we've seen and even what we were led to believe might happen.
I think it's what everyone hoped for.
Yeah.
When you talk to people, whatever side they were on, they would say, I hope my person wins, but I really hope we have certainty.
And to your, I'm going to quote Jay Clayton back to Jay Clayton right at the top of the show, which is, I think you made an incredibly important point, and Tillman and Mark, you guys can chime in as well, that we don't have a full election result yet, okay? But it appears that we are getting very close to a full result. Assuming the result holds, the numbers will be so large as to not be a result that can be contested. And I think what you're suggesting, Jay, is that however this went tonight, if the numbers went the other way to Vice President Harris, that it had to be big enough and clear enough that there weren't lawsuits and petty fights and accusations of theft and stolen elections. It appears to be large enough where we will have a clear result by, I would say tomorrow, Contessa, but it's actually today.
Yes, it is today. By the way, the video that you're watching right now is from Palm Beach, Florida. We are expecting former President Donald Trump to speak at any moment. We have been expecting this for some time. About an hour ago, we were watching the vice president's campaign headquarters at Howard University, where a spokesperson came out and told the crowd, listen, we're in it. We're not shutting down. We're just shutting it down tonight. And so they told the crowd to come home and said that they would hear from the vice president later.
And I have to say that I want to make sure that it's clear that New Jersey is not called, but New Jersey right now is within about a 5% range. I want to make sure that is very clear. New Jersey is not called, but it would be, if it was called now, as Steve Kornacki has posted, the closest within about 30
And I
years.
should make it clear that it's West Palm Beach, not Palm Beach, because the Floridians get very upset about that.
Maybe I can go to Tillman with this if he's still with us, which is I think the follow-on from what I was saying is tomorrow morning every business is going to ask themselves, what does this mean for me? What can I change? What investments can I make? How should I tack with what we think is going to be the result here? And that is very interesting because people are going to hit the ground running tomorrow with this level of certainty, I think, across the economy. We're seeing it in the markets tonight. We're going to start to see it in strategic decision-making and planning tomorrow morning.
Joining us now is MCC Production CEO Michelle Caruso Cabrera, also a CNBC contributor. We know her as our friend and former colleague. Michelle, it's good to see you. I know that you've spent a lot of years watching these results come in and predicting what it might mean for markets, what it's going to mean for businesses, what it's going to mean for Wall Street and for Main Street. Give me a sense of, from where you're sitting right now, what you think.
So a couple of things. First of all, I think the reason you see futures rallying so much is that we're going to have a decisive moment tonight. We're going to know. I mean, all the planning for tonight was about, oh, what if there are lawsuits that go on for weeks or months? I mean, this is going to be even worse than, hanging chads. Well, that is not the case. We're going to have a decisive moment here. We're going to know who the president of the United States is going to be, and I think that's one of the reasons why you see the futures rallying, because we're not going to have that uncertainty. I think making other predictions is going to be pretty tough. The last time Trump won, there were the Mexican peso, for example, got hammered because he was so tough on Mexico during that election. And then guess what? They ended up renegotiating NAFTA. The Mexican peso rallied for years and only recently fell because of their election. So I think it's hard to make predictions about what's going to happen with markets. I will say there's some very basic things. She wanted to raise taxes a lot. He didn't. So that's one very basic thing. Tariffs are a big question mark. We don't know how big they're going to be, what the impact is going to be, but certainly those are going to be the things that business is thinking about. I think, I was interested in hearing Senator Heitkamp's comments about, reform when it comes to getting permitting done. I think one of the lessons that I think the Democratic Party has to learn is that the Elizabeth Warren wing of the party is not a successful wing of the party. Almost all the major things that are hurting Democrats in this race right now come from the progressive wing. The massive inflation that happened, the worst in 30 years, that was because of that massive spending project that Larry Summers told them, don't do it. Don't do it. It's going to cause inflation. They did it anyways. Loosening up at the border, that was also a decision driven by progressives. The anti-energy position of the party was also driven by progressives. These have all been rejected. And this should be a lesson, because Elizabeth Warren, to your point about permitting, she has been able to put her people, which she always says, personnel and process are policy, right? And that's what's happened. And we have to change that if the Democratic Party wants to win elections.
Yeah, and I do wonder, to MCC, to your point about the U.S. dollar rising, a little bit about Mexico. Mexico's in an interesting spot because, on one hand, they could be a beneficiary of any higher tariffs against China, right? Anybody remember the maquiladoras, right, which is the workers? But at the same time, Donald Trump has said he's going to slap a gigantic tariff on any American car that is or any car manufactured, an EV, in Mexico and then shipped to the United States. I think because he's worried that China would start building their own cars in Mexico.
They're already doing it.
They're doing it, and they're selling them in Mexico, but to backdoor them into the United States. I don't know. Would this be, MCC, you think, a good thing for Mexico, because it takes Mexico's threat is not America, it's China.
So I think last time I was in Mexico, and I said, wow, I mean, the northern part of the country is doing great. There's so much investment happening here. And they said, it's all Chinese. You have to understand, it's Chinese coming here because they want to get around the tariffs that have been imposed on them. So that's going to be a battle that the U.S. is going to end up fighting with Mexico about trying to figure out, okay, who is actually producing there. The other issue is, last time around, it was, Donald Trump who didn't want to extend NAFTA, and we ended up with the USMCA. The new president and the previous president have made so many changes that are actually go against the USMCA. So the renegotiation that begins next year is going to be very, very difficult, not just because of us, but because of them as well.
Brian, let me point out that the Mexico issue with electric vehicles, there's a real-life experiment, which is Europe. Europe's already made this mistake, and they've become dependent on Chinese manufacturing of electric vehicles. We definitely do not want that to happen.
No. And you look at Europe with their energy policy, and I've been over there reporting for years, even before the Nord Stream was blown up, about their coming energy disaster. It hasn't been as worse as some predicted, thanks to U.S. LNG. And Mark, we go back to that, and Tillman, we go back to that. And Tillman, I want to come back to you in Houston, the area, because we were just there again looking at all the energy infrastructure. The Biden administration has put a pause, and that's their term, on environmental permitting review for really 2 to 3 big new LNG export terminals. They may end up not getting built. They may now. This is going to change that. You can imagine that on day one, if Donald Trump is indeed elected president, he will, and I know this from a lot of people I talk to, reverse those. How big has the energy investment and infrastructure story been for not only Texas, Houston, where you live, Tillman, but also southern Louisiana, where you have extensive properties? Tillman, are you still there? He is running a multi-billion-dollar business. Try to get him back on the phone.
He's off.
So, Mark Short, I will kind of ask you that same question. There's going to be significant energy, and it's kind of the world I cover, energy and infrastructure of energy policy changes enacted on day one. Should there be a change in the White House? Do you not agree?
100%. I wish I was running a multi-billion-dollar company, Brian, but without that, I do think that there's no doubt there'd be a significant deregulatory agenda in the energy industry. And as much affection as I have for Senator Heitkamp, the reality is that the permitting reform obstruction has really been on the Democrat side. If we had more Democrats like Senator Heitkamp, then we could actually get something like that passed. But that has been the challenge. And so whether or not Democrats look to be pro-business in these coming years as a result of this election, we'll come and see. But to your question, Brian, there's no doubt that day one, the Trump administration will be more deregulatory when it comes to energy.
Joining us now is Jefferies chief market strategist, David Zervos, also a CNBC contributor. David, thanks. I've been watching futures here tonight up sharply as we've continued to watch the results roll in here. Give us a sense of how you're seeing the setup for investors for the rest of the week, the rest of the month, and the end of the year.
Well, before I do that, I'd just like to say how much I enjoyed this conversation, listening to you guys. And Tillman running off, he was probably listening to Jay earlier, who was talking about hitting the ground running on all this deregulation. And I think that's a big part of why these futures are up. I think companies are very, very excited about the idea that the stranglehold of regulation that they've felt for the last 3 and change years is about to come off. We think that's the biggest change in a Trump versus Harris win. We've highlighted that to our clients at Jefferies over and over again, that it wasn't trade, it wasn't immigration, it wasn't fiscal or monetary policy, but really regulatory policy. And I think that's the story. I am a little surprised it's not a bit higher. I think it feeds an idea that I had coming in, that a Trump win was probably more priced by Wall Street than, say, the betting markets or others, pollsters, had thought. I think Wall Street was definitely leaning Trump, at least in my casual observation of the clients that I speak to at Jefferies. So, I think, less than 2% in the S&P on a Trump win is probably a little light, but I think it's all in the right direction. Stronger dollar, stronger S&Ps, slightly higher rates. And I guess the other thing is, I think a lot of clients did push on this idea that rates would really move a lot higher under Trump, and we're not really seeing that. In fact, I think once we got news that the Senate was going red and sort of a full red, I think people thought maybe rates weren't going to go up as much because maybe some fiscal parsimony comes in with a red sweep.
So, David, we are showing the Russell 2000 E-mini futures. Want to throw those back up? They're up 3.5%. I mean, that's a pretty big move for the small caps, David. I guess on this idea, again, Trump has not been confirmed at anything, but if he does win this America First idea, 2 questions on rates. Number one, today's move, not that great, but we've already backed up, 0.7% in the previous 30 days. So I wonder how much the market had anticipated this. Number 2, is Jay Powell the most nervous man in Washington, D.C. right now?
Number 2, definitely not. I think Jay's just fine. He's got a year and change left on this watch. He's going to go down as the guy that slayed the great COVID inflation. He's going to ride rates a little lower. He'll cut 25. He might have to fight with the Trump administration for the next year a little bit if he doesn't go fast enough lower. But, he's done it before, and he came out just fine. So I'm not worried about Jay. I think, he's going to go off and golf in South Florida when he's all done with his term in early 2026. And I think go down as one of the greats in Fed chair history.
Well, let me ask you a different question then. Again, assuming we have a Trump victory and he is about ready to address supporters at a campaign event, nothing has been called, but we see the direction where everything is. Does it change the direction of interest rates, given that the debt maturity wall, 60% of U.S. debt is maturing in the next 5 years? These are scary, scary numbers, David.
We definitely moved the maturity structure of the debt shorter. I think under a Trump administration, the people that I think he's looking at for Treasury will probably look to change that a little bit, and that may weigh on long-term interest rates. We'll have to see. But I think there's a lot of good and positive stuff on why rates could come lower, with deregulation really being the lead there. That's a classic positive supply shock. It's lower inflation with higher growth. It's going to be led, as Jay said earlier. I think Jay answered your inflation question beautifully by just saying this is really about energy prices. And, Brian, I know that's your wheelhouse. I think we've all got to think about what a world of $50 oil looks like. And it looks pretty good from an inflation standpoint. Looks pretty good from an input to production costs going down standpoint. And that's going to be a big part of this Trump plan, assuming it goes as the markets are predicting today. And I think that's going to open up a sort of an avenue for the Fed to actually take rates lower, even as growth is strong.
Yeah,
but Brian,
hopefully, hopefully, David, we can get those productivity gains that we've had as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at U.S. productivity, we're up 20% when a comparable European is under 10.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the result of technology. If we can have that as well, I think the upward pressure on rates can be mitigated. But I turn it to David because he's the expert.
Well, can I add to that? I was at the IMF World Bank meetings last week, and there was a lot of discussion about how Treasury was talking about the amount of issuance that they're going to have to start doing at the end of 2025. I mean, the planning calendar, when you start to have this much debt, it's like the way Italy does it, right? You have to plan years in advance because you have to, be ready. Or we can do 30s, 5 cents. They're talking about what kind of products are they going to bring out new kinds of products to try to get investors interested in all the issues.
Michelle, I've got to jump in because this is critical breaking news. NBC News, that's Nebraska. NBC News has confirmed that Donald J. Trump is the winner of Pennsylvania. We got Nebraska on the board. They're going to switch it out. Pennsylvania, seen as really the prize. 19 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner, according to NBC News, for Pennsylvania. Donald Trump will be speaking in a couple of minutes in Florida. We're going to obviously go to him when he does begin to speak. Quickly, David, I want to go back to you. You mentioned $50 oil, and this is very important. A lot of people think that Donald Trump is, quote, good for the oil industry. I would argue he's probably good for the services companies like Baker Hughes, Halliburton, the ones that help people drill. But if we drill, baby, drill, and there's more supply than demand, I think your point is very well taken about $50 or even lower oil.
100%, Brian. But, I mean, we're talking about what's good for the American public. I know the oil companies are near and dear to many hearts of people who watch the shows here and trade the stocks. But this is something that will really change the balance for the American consumer and American business and people like Tillman, who you had on there, that has a pretty big energy bill with all the hotels and everything else that he's running. This is a big deal. It's a big story. And it really is, as Jay said earlier in one of the segments, this is the key to understanding Donald Trump's plan. This is how you get lower inflation, lower unemployment, and lower interest rates all at the same time, and not have a sort of standard Keynesian storyline that the only way to get inflation down is to kind of blow up the economy and raise the unemployment rate and weaken growth. We haven't seen that in this last 9 quarters. I don't expect we're going to see that again in the next 9 quarters ahead, and I think that can all come with lower energy prices. That is the real flank in the storyline for this administration, and it really, to me, looks like this return to the 2019 story that you guys were playing with in an early segment is the one you want to think about. A low unemployment rate of 3.5% to 4%, inflation back to the 2% target, a balance sheet at the Fed that is kind of right around 20% of GDP, which is where we started at because GDP's been so strong. The only thing that stands out is we had 1.75% interest rates back then, and now we have 4.75% interest rates. I think interest rates are coming down. They could be coming down pretty hard.
Yeah, I do want to say this about oil production. We stabilized the price around $70, and it made the United States the top producer in the world. And so there's a price point at which production in this country will decrease. And we saw that.
Where is that price point, you think?
I think it's 40. Okay. I think 40 will slow down anything, that 40 to 50 range, because you saw it. And you saw Donald Trump basically begging the Saudis back when oil prices were tanking to please help us stabilize oil prices, increase oil prices, so we could see some better profit margins in the oil field. And so I will say, I mean, are they too high? I think we can argue that. But understand that price point, it may not be economical for people to invest in shale.
Michelle Cruiser-Cabrera, and again, we are waiting on Donald Trump, so you know the game. I might have to jump in on you, not to be rude. But here's another angle. Drill, baby, drill, more production, maybe prices go down. But, and you've been there, by the way. You're one of the few Western journalists who's been there. Donald Trump will probably actually enforce the existing sanctions on Iran, will he not? Where he destroyed their foreign currency reserves and their oil exports, which have now quadrupled in the last 3 years.
Yeah, no, Iran is absolutely going to be very unhappy with the outcome of this election because he's going to be very, very tough on them. I'd say there's 2 oil-producing countries in the world that we could think about right now. Iran, number one, but also what's going to happen with Venezuela. I mean, I've seen data which shows that there are 1 million Venezuelans who want to leave and come to the United States. It's going to behoove the next president of this country to figure out how to stabilize Venezuela, one, so we don't have a continuing problem at the border, but two, so they too can start producing oil that'll reduce the number of people that want to come to the United States and help reduce the amount of supply that's in the world. Venezuela should be producing 6 million barrels of oil a day at this point, but they're only doing, a couple 100,000. It's ridiculous. It's a very bad situation.
Michelle, I just want to point out right now, we've seen the futures jump even higher. Now the Dow futures are up over 750 points. We're taking a live look right now at West Palm Beach, Florida, where we are expecting former President Donald Trump, who has just been projected as the winner of Pennsylvania, to be speaking in Florida shortly. And there you were seeing the reaction. David, the markets have been speaking very clearly today about what they thought was going to happen and the optimism with which they see the result.
Absolutely, and I think it's been pretty orderly. I really do. I think it was orderly. It was grinding at first as the data came in, and I think we saw a very I can't think of a better word, orderly movement higher in stocks, lower in bond prices, and stronger in the dollar. I think the dollar move was probably the biggest from a standard deviation standpoint, kind of outside of its normal ranges. That's come back a little bit. Stocks kind of really in the range. I can't imagine if you own volatility on stocks, you made a lot of money owning one-day straddles on the S&P with just a 2% or 2 and change % move. But again, I think these moves are all orderly. They're not out of the ordinary. This isn't like 2016 when we had a limit down or a limit up type story if it was going the other way. This feels pretty good for a market that I do believe was leaning toward pricing Trump much more than many had thought. I think that was more or less what was in the market. I wanted to just touch one thing on what Jay said about productivity. Jay, and I think you're right. This is a huge, huge storyline for us in the next 4 years, and we were getting a long way down the road to seeing it come back in 2017, 18, and 19 under Trump 1. Deregulation is what feeds productivity. If you take away that red tape, if you get those three-letter acronyms off people's backs that Tillman was talking about, including the FAA, which he mentioned, then you really free up time so that we can be more productive in the private sector. This is a huge, huge story. It is the biggest story for us in markets in this election. Dereg is what's going to drive us. I know we're going to spend time on fiscal policy and talk about debt walls and maturity. I know we're going to talk about Jay and the Fed and monetary policy. And some people are going to get worried about immigration policy if he starts doing deportations and labor costs. But the big, big story, the big, big positive story is dereg, and I think the center of that will be in the energy market.
I've heard that from multiple CEOs trying to get deals done or looking at deals that they would like to do and just hands off because they've seen what has happened with their colleagues who tried to do it. And to your point earlier, if you have the financing lined up and the agencies just don't come through with the license that you need in order to get the deal done, the financing dies.
Yeah, let's be clear. With today's technology, and you ought to be able to review deals. You ought to be able to do your regulatory job faster than you used to.
Yeah.
The truth is,
you can run it through ChatGPT.
It actually takes more time.
We're waiting on Donald Trump to speak. Nothing has been called yet from the NBC News desk. I want to make that extremely clear. Mark Short, though, listen, next year we have the expiration of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Some people call them the Trump tax cuts. I called them the blue state payback because if you live in New Jersey and have higher deductions, that SALT deduction cap was actually a stealth tax hike. That aside, this expires at the end of next year. It was done that way because they did it under budget reconciliation. They had to do it. He wants to keep it. Kamala Harris had said she wants to carve it out for $400,000 and above. That's not possible because it's a law. What happens to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and maybe that SALT deduction cap? Asking for a friend.
Brian, my best guess here is that it gets extended more or less as it is. I think there'll be plans from Crapo in the Senate and Jason Smith in the House for how they want to tinker with it and change it. Jason Smith has said he wants the deduction on salt to raise significantly. I don't think there's going to be votes to do that. I think it's going to be basically best case scenarios we extend it, which obviously I think it was a great piece of legislation, and so I'm happy with extending it. If I go back for 1 second to something else you said, and I think America would be greatly served if Jay Clayton was our Treasury Secretary, but I do not necessarily agree with Jay's assessment about the Fed. I do think there'll be a lot more volatility there. I was in the Oval Office when Trump would yell at Steve Mnuchin for recommending Jay Powell. I was there when he dressed down Jay Powell. I think he's not going to have a patient approach to Jay Powell independence. I think he's going to have a lot more demands that interest rates come down faster. And so I'm not so sure that that relationship will lack volatility. I think there'll be a lot more volatility there than is being estimated right now.
That's interesting. Trump has, in fact, even said that he wants to be the head of the Fed.
Yeah. So can I just mention something? Let's assume that the Democrats take the House. Okay, so we're assuming a sweep right now. It flips. That the Democrats now, we have the Speaker in the House. That means you have to negotiate with Democrats the tax package. And so if it expires, you're going to see the SALT deduction go back to where it was. You're going to see the standard deductions go back down. You're going to see more people filing on Schedule A. And you're going to have a real conversation. So there's leverage for the Democrats. That Trump has said, or at least his running mate has said, we want to expand the child tax credit. So has the Democrats. This is a long goal of the Democrats. So I don't think, where I get what Mark's saying, I think that if the Democrats take the House, there is going to be a negotiation on what that tax package looks like. But I think they will basically extend a lot of the provisions that were favorable to the middle class.
I think the challenge with that, Senator, is that, you look at the most recent jobs report, and if you have more like that, then the part that's going to be raised is individual rates. And I'm not sure the Democrats want to be the ones raising individual rates next year heading into a midterm election. But if you do, go for it. I think that Republicans will have even more successful
Mark, I don't
election.
disagree with you. I'm just saying that it's not going to be easy. There's going to be a negotiation.
As we're watching the video of the podium being prepared for Donald Trump, I just want to say where we are in terms of the NBC News decision desk. Right now, it appears that Kamala Harris has 194 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 266. Crucially, Pennsylvania, NBC projects that he will be the winner in Pennsylvania and in Georgia as well. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, still too close to call. Nevada and Arizona, still too close to call at this point. And I'm seeing Alaska still as
and we don't know, Mark Short, how this is going to go, like I said. But, I mean, it's all clearly in one direction. And we in the media kept saying this is going to be super close, because the polls were super close. I never felt that way going out and speaking to people. But that aside, it looks like, again, assuming no major change, it's not going to be that historically close of an election. The Senate looks like it's going to go Republican. There we go, 51. It already has. We're waiting on the House, to Senator Heidkamp's point. If you had to switch teams, where did the Democrats go wrong? What happened? Because 2022 was very strong for them in the midterms, particularly on the abortion issue.
Because President Biden moved too far to the left. He ran as a centrist. He said he was going to be a centrist, and then he listened to the progressives when he got into office. Let's go back to it. The huge spending package that led to the painful inflation for which Democrats are being punished right now. Changing tact on the border, which led to the chaos of the border that upset so many people. And then being so anti-energy was another thing. And so you add all those together, and I think that's where Democrats went wrong.
Mark? I would agree with that. I think the reality is that Donald Trump is unique in that he can appeal to minority populations. I think that's the biggest shift here. I think that You know, there's still, I think, some erosion in his support in suburban America, but he's more than compensated that by winning over much larger numbers of Latino votes and African American votes. And so I think that's the difference in 2022. The Republicans on the ballot were not able to get that minority support the way that he is.
And we're talking about, Heidi was talking about, Mark was talking about getting things through Congress, getting things through the Senate. There's still an open Senate race in Pennsylvania that has not been called. There's a big difference between 52 and 53 in the Senate.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
It's not just one.
It's not just one. It's like 50% better.
Because you've seen what's happened, that some people have come and gone. I want to say where we are, again, waiting for Donald Trump. Guys, can we bring up the Dow futures? Because, by the way, we're live here on CNBC. We got the best team in the business. We're doing this from a data, analysis, fact-based, all done with just what we're seeing in the markets. Let the markets tell the story. Dow futures are up 838 points. That's just 2%. And Contessa, dare I say this is random but interesting. This would be the biggest point gain for Dow futures, according to our amazing data team here, since December 13th, 2022, when they gained 967 points. So we keep going up, we could have the biggest futures gain and what could be a very big market and money day. Look at the small cap stocks, too. IWM is an ETF. There's a Russell 2000, what they call an E-mini. It's a futures contract that represents their. Look at that. You say it, and they just bring it up on the screen. It's fantastic. If you're on the radio, maybe driving around in Guam late afternoon.
Imagine it.
The Russell 2000 E-minis are up 4.3%. Now, I am not smart enough to know that where that stands in the historical record of Russell E-mini gains, but my guess is it's pretty darn high.
Well, the Russell 2000 futures are seeing their highest level since November 22nd, 2021. So that, again, I had a little help from
You know what I think is going to be very interesting, Brian and Contessa? I'm very curious about the dollar. Donald Trump does not like a strong dollar. If you've read some of his interviews with other financial publications and outlets, he sounds very, very much like someone who would like to weaken the dollar. And I'm very curious as to what actually happens there. There are some members that surround him that actually want to tax foreign direct investment to try to dampen the strength of the dollar so that way we'll have stronger exports. I'm very curious to see what happens there.
And Contessa, you're so right. And one of the things that we were talking about with David Zervos was what actually happens to longer-term rates. You know, higher longer-term rates generally gives you a stronger dollar, at least from a flow point. So if those rates can come down, we don't have as strong a dollar.
And Mark Short, you're still there, Mark, right?
Yes,
correct?
Sir.
Okay. So, you know, Gary Cohn made this point. You were on set as well, top of the 7 o'clock Eastern time coverage. And I thought it was just so smart because Cohn worked in the White House. And you guys know, Senator, you know this as well. Any of you D.C. types know this?
Do I have to admit, Gary?
Yes, you do.
Oh,
yes, you do. Because this is not a partisan.
He says you're smart.
Yes, he said the same.
We like each other.
Because, and comment, please, on this, as people you've run and won campaigns, Senator Heitkamp, what politicians say in their campaigns is not always what they're able to actually accomplish while they're in office. Breaking news, right, Mark Short, that Donald J. Trump, assuming he wins, we don't know, if he does win, puts together a cabinet, even with a Republican Senate, maybe a blue, a Democratic-controlled House, the stuff he says is not necessarily what he's going to be able to do. That's just politics. I don't care if your name is Trump, George Washington, or whomever, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, and it's not just based upon what the politics are. I think he himself has an amazing ability to be flexible on issues and change positions quickly. So absolutely, not everything that's promised. But again, I think, as we've said, it's for the benefit of the economy. He has been clear in stating he wants to extend the tax relief. He has been clear about advancing a deregulatory agenda. And so I think those things the market can be assured of.
Yeah, I think that's right. But, you know, let's kind of turn the page on, you know, what we were talking about, the culture. So is he going to pardon all the January 6th defendants? Is he going to start deportations? What is he going to do that will be disruptive in terms of unifying the country? Or is he going to immediately go to an economic agenda that seems to be fairly popular with people? Or will these additional issues sidetrack him? And that's the other thing you need to be worried about. You talk about what's the priority. He is somebody who is like not focused on priorities. It's just kind of the world of what's happening today, right? And so, you know, we'll wait and see. But I think that the idea about grievance, the idea of curtailing the civil service system.
Petty revenge, right?
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, if he puts all of that aside and focuses on...
Do you think he will?
No, I don't.
A lot of real concern about that, Senator.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, we'll see. I mean, well, let's take a look at his speech. I think that will be a good indication of which direction he's going. I thought that his convention speech was going to be an opportunity to turn the page, say, I'm a change man. About 10 minutes into it, he turned the page, but it wasn't I'm a change man. It went into all the grievance discussion once again.
You know, it's interesting, as we've been watching the returns roll in, we're also monitoring how business is reacting. You're seeing Tesla jumping in the overnight trading. Bitcoin hit a new record of more than 75,000. We've mentioned the futures. Michelle was mentioning the dollar strength here, as we've seen some other, especially it's been noticeable, the peso and Chinese currency falling. And overseas markets, the Asian markets are now open, and we've seen some strength there, but not Hong Kong. Michelle, you want to weigh in?
I haven't seen the Hong Kong markets, the overseas markets. I mean, you know, I think you'll see a general rally because we're not going to have uncertainty. I don't know how China will trade. That's a very closed market.
Michelle?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to jump in on it, but as promised, the former president, Donald J. Trump, is making his way out to the podium. He's not there yet. Let's listen in.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas.
And our president
have to make it. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into.
Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy. Let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. And you think, I mean, I'm looking at 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. Richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, there you're hearing Donald Trump just finishing up in West Palm Beach, Florida, a night when he was claiming his victory, and there you're seeing that the crowd loved it. But I should say that NBC News has not projected a win for Donald Trump right now. NBC News Decision Desk has 204 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and 266 for Donald Trump. With me here on the set for your vote, your money, is Michelle Caruso Cabrera, CNBC contributor, and of course our former colleague, former Senator Heidi Heitkamp, also a CNBC contributor, and Jay Clayton, who is a former SEC chair and a CNBC contributor. David Zervos also is with us with Jefferies. Let's get a start first, Jay. Give me a sense of, I should just say it was remarkable listening to Donald Trump claiming victory, saying that it was the greatest political movement of all time, and then promising to help the country heal, saying that he's united with all Americans, saying that he would see success bringing people together, that he's going to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind him. He really notably set aside his vehemence and some of his grievances that we've heard over and over again on the campaign trail against political opponents, against those who had served with him under his former administration, and heard him talking about what he wants to do. Right away, it was fix the borders. He talked about taking back control of the Senate and the things that he was going to be able to do there. He also really praised Elon Musk, said a new star here, A Star is Born, and said that he spent some time campaigning with Elon Musk. There you're seeing Minnesota now as NBC projects Kamala Harris as the winner in Minnesota. This is one of the states here in the Midwest. Wisconsin and Michigan have not been called for Kamala Harris. Those were considered part of that blue wall that she needed in order to win. We're waiting on those. All right. So, Jay, let me get back to you now. Donald Trump really seemed to turn a page in his playbook.
Well, let me respond to two things that you said. The first is, this is his last election. He's not going to be campaigning again. We heard him be a little bit nostalgic about his last rally and the fact that, so he is going to move forward, and he's going to be concerned about his legacy and whether he's delivering. Elon Musk. What do we know about Elon Musk? No matter what you're going to say about him, he delivers. I mean, he has restored the U.S. space program. We did.
Also, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
New
go.
Jersey as well. NBC now is projecting that Kamala Harris has won New Jersey's 14 electoral votes. It was very close. Go ahead, Jay.
So what does Donald Trump want to do? He does want to deliver on those things because this is his last hurrah. He's not running for president again. He's not going to run for another office. And Elon Musk is a can-do person. That's a nice message to start this evening.
Senator Heitkamp, when we're looking at the way this is shaken out across the nation, not only do you have Donald Trump projecting victory, even though NBC News has not called that yet, and we're starting to see states now coming in with electoral votes for Kamala Harris, but you are seeing that the Senate, NBC has projected the Senate control now goes to Republicans. How do Democrats continue to advance their particular goals and their missions, and at the same time figure out how do they do better the next time?
I mean, I think that they come to him and say, okay, you won. Let's talk about what you want to do with border security, but let's talk about immigration reform. I mean, I sat at a table, a lunch table, with Donald Trump, and we all got a chance to say what we wanted to do. And Joe Manchin said, we passed an immigration reform bill that basically almost got 70 votes in the Senate. And the president at the time, Trump, said, I want to see it. I remember, Grassley picks up his head and says, oh, that's amnesty. And that kind of ended the discussion. But I think that as somebody who really understands that you can't deport, I mean, I hope he understands, you can't deport the number of people. We've got to get people to work. The demographics in our country are not working for us. And that this is a real opportunity, I think. If I were in the Senate, I'd say, okay, you want to get all these things done, permitting reform, you want to get regulatory reform done. How about we also talk about what's on our agenda and cut a deal? And we can't have complained as Democrats about the last 4 years of Republican obstruction and then lead with obstruction. I mean, I just don't think that that's the mood of the country. If the Democrats are going to turn the page, they need to be principled in what they're going to oppose, not just oppose the president, that, you know, which it looks like it's going to be Donald Trump, but they also need to come with their agenda. And I think that's the best way to move forward.
I want to look at some of the market reaction that we've seen as the results have been coming in tonight. Dow futures have crossed 850 at one point. They're coming back down a little bit, but still above 800. The S&P as well, up 1.5% on the futures. The NASDAQ futures up 1.5%. Michelle, it looks like there's a lot of optimism about what new leadership could mean, but Jay was making the point earlier about what certainty means.
For sure. Remember, the planning for this night, if we can show people the wires, was we had assumed we would not know the answer tonight. We had assumed we may not know the answer for a week. It could be a month. What if there were lawsuits, right? I mean, there was a lot of planning out there about how long this could go on. Well, lo and behold, it looks like we may have a decisive outcome tonight.
We still have two close to call states. There is a path to victory for Kamala Harris should she win those states. Although we're looking at the returns, and as they start to get 50, 60, 70% of the returns come in, that looks more difficult. But again, NBC News right now has not projected Donald Trump as the victor, though he has proclaimed it himself.
That's true. And clearly, I think the market is reacting and not waiting for an absolute declaration by any of the networks. That's what you're seeing price in. I think, one, it's just the certainty of the outcome. I think it's also that he wants to do more deregulation. He doesn't want to raise taxes. He wants to cut taxes. Those are all very good things for the markets. I think the things that are uncertain is, what is trade policy really going to look like? Is he talking about the levels of tariffs that he's been talking about as a negotiation tactic, or is that something that he really believes in?
This brings up something we haven't talked about yet. Who's governing the country until January 21st? Right now, we know we have Joe Biden as president, but we also know that Joe Biden was not robust enough to run for a second term. We have Kamala Harris, who was defeated tonight. Who is running the country and setting policy? Because the markets are already assuming we have a Trump presidency. What do we have between now and then? It's a very interesting question. I mean, Heidi?
I think you have a rush to confirm a lot of judges is what you have, because obviously there's judges in the pipeline. And I think that you're going to see the must-do kinds of things. Doesn't mean we get a farm bill. Doesn't mean that we get, you know, we only did an extension through December. What does that mean? Especially if the House goes Democratic, then there's also that leverage, like what more can you do? So I think it's going to be a period of negotiation. I think President Biden is more than able to sit at a negotiation table and kind of finish it out.
Well, to Michelle's point on trade policy, when does trade policy start?
Trade policy starts when Trump becomes president, I think. And I think Michelle, you made such great points about the USMC. I had forgotten that the renegotiation, I think, you know, what Trump didn't like about NAFTA was the lack of renegotiation. And this was set 5 years?
Yes, every 5 years. So they're going to start next year.
And that's a big deal, given what's happened electorally in Mexico.
Because three-quarters of the country has said they didn't like the way that America was heading. And one of the things that has been notable is the failure of the vice president to win the hearts and minds of minorities, men, and young people. Let's bring in Cyrus Beschloss, CEO of Generation Labs. I wanted to know one thing that I was seeing out of Nevada early today is that they were saying that there were a lot of ballots that had been tossed in Nevada because signatures were not matching up with IDs. Well, it was pointed out that a lot of young people don't really have signatures. They have scribbles. Now, Cyrus, when you're looking at the way this election is playing out for young voters, what stands out in your mind about the effect that they had, who they were supporting, and the way things may change in the future to accommodate young voters?
Yeah, no, it's my job to survey young people. That's literally all I do. I would love to sit here and say that young people were, you know, a kingmaker, that they really helped shape this election. I don't think we can say that. In 2016, percentage of young people 18 through 29 that voted is 39%. In 2020, the percentage that voted was 50%, and people were popping champagne about that. And then you realize that that was 16% lower than the rest of the American public. 2024, I think we're going to see a turnout somewhere in between 2016 and 2020, and I know Democrats don't need a...
Why do you think that young voters are not that interested?
It's a great question. The biggest thing that we saw in the polling that was different from what we saw playing out more in the news cycle was that I think a lot of the conventional wisdom, a lot of smart people thought that in order to get young people on board, the discussion had to be led by things like the Middle East conflict, Gaza. In our polling, we found that, you're going to find this to be a shock, the number one issue to young people that's going to determine their vote, that probably did determine their vote tonight, is the economy. And so what we're seeing so far in the exit polls is that President Biden in 2020, he won young people by 24 points. What we're seeing so far is that it looks like Kamala Harris did carry young people, but more like 10, 12 points.
When you say young people care about the economy,
right,
what is it that they care about? Do they care about, I mean, because they saw a lot of student loan forgiveness under the Biden administration. Wages went up under the Biden administration. Inflation went up under the Biden administration. It started under the Trump administration, but continued. Talk a little bit about the actual issues that young voters are thinking about when they're thinking about their pocketbooks, because this is going to matter to businesses across America, too. What's important to young voters when it comes to elections matters to their bosses, too.
Absolutely. And so then when I think about the two metrics that are sort of the biggest jewels in the economy that President Biden and Kamala Harris like to point to, number one was the employment rate, the fact that we had such low unemployment. Young people, though, they aren't making enough to get by. In our surveys with CNBC that we were lucky to do, we found that young people, for the most part, were saying that they either live paycheck to paycheck or something close to it. If that's the case, then I don't care if you have a job, you're not feeling good about what that job's getting you. And then the second thing, in terms of good things in the economy, is the stock market. Stock market's been absolutely crashing records, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, very low likelihood that you're participating in the stock market.
This is a great point. This is something that a lot of the, what I'd say, macro data really didn't pick up on. There's big segments of America that don't yet own a home, still have to pay for college, and have no exposure to assets. This economy has served those people very, very poorly.
Right.
Yeah. Homes are less affordable, college costs more, and you didn't get any benefits from stock market appreciation.
And Diana Olick's pieces all day long today. Did you see her pieces about the real estate market and how, 4 years ago, whether it was easier to buy or rent, and now it's become nearly impossible to buy. The inflation that has hit young people is they're terrified they're never going to be able to buy a house.
And I've said for a while, and I've tweeted out that I get that, just again, not my opinion, what I feel, what I talk to people. There's two people. It's not red, blue. There's asset owners, Jay, and there's asset renters in America. If you are an asset owner, if you own stocks, if you own a house, if you own a business, things are good for you. You've probably gotten richer. Markets at record highs. We talk about that every day on CNBC. But if you're an asset renter, you're renting a home, you own no stocks, you live paycheck to paycheck, things, to your point, Jay, have been harder. Cyrus, it's Brian. I want to ask you one question. It's got to put you on the spot here. Is the Biden administration was very active in trying to cancel student loan debt. And they got it. They did a lot. There's still some stuff they couldn't do. But overall, it was an aggressive play. Now, to be fair, most student loan debt is actually held by people my age, not by people your age. But it is an urgent issue with the young voter. Why do you think this didn't seem to resonate more?
It's a question of how much you can actually do in terms of forgiving student loan debt. Not to minimize the fact that makes a difference in people's lives. But if some of the other pieces that we're talking about, both in terms of wages and wage growth and in terms of sort of underemployment, great that student loans are getting pushed off the table somewhat or even all the way in some cases. But like we're talking about, you look at the whole economic picture, and if they can't participate in the economy. And last thing I should say, in terms of the student loans, we talk about connecting that type of benefit to the person that actually provided it. Trump has done a heck of a job in terms of putting his name on checks. I don't know if that was necessarily the case with the Biden administration.
Cyrus, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspective from all of that polling you've done with the young voters out there. Appreciate that. Cyrus Beschloss.
All right, it is 3:08 a.m. on the East Coast. It is whatever time it is in Hawaii. By the way, thanks for joining us. We are live here at CNBC HQ. Much more coverage of election night in America. Stock futures, they are absolutely ripping. We are glad you're with us, and we're back right after this.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and we overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Donald Trump just moments ago in West Palm Beach, Florida, where he gave a victory speech, although NBC News has not called a victory for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris continues to gain some electoral votes. It now stands Kamala Harris at 219, Trump at 266. So we're waiting for that call to come from NBC News.
Yes, we are. Only takes one more state, but that call has not been made by NBC. All right, so with that said, let's get you caught up with where things stand in the race right now. And we are 270 to win. You get 270 electoral votes. You win. So if Donald Trump were to win one of Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, he would indeed become the next president of the United States. That has not occurred yet. And it's very important to remember that no matter what the former president may say in a speech or not. By the way, the markets are ripping on this news. That's why we're here. We do the markets, and that's how we're approaching everything. Dow futures, small caps,
Look at
they're
the
soaring.
implied Dow open right now up 922 points. Let's take a look at the battleground scorecard right now. There you're seeing those that are too close to call. The important battleground states of Michigan and Wisconsin, too close to call. Nevada and Arizona. Arizona, the last time I looked, only about 50% of the ballots were in at this point. Pennsylvania, though, goes to Trump with 50.8% of the vote there. And we know that he got North Carolina as well, Wisconsin, 51.2%, but still NBC News says that one is too close to call against Harris's 47.2% of the vote.
Which is about 120,000 votes with 93% of the vote in. So while nobody is calling it, NBC News has not called it, therefore we will not call it, because we wouldn't do that.
Right. Let's get a check on global markets right this hour, shall we? Let's start with U.S. stock futures. We were talking, Brian's word, ripping. There you're seeing the NASDAQ futures up 1.5%, Dow Jones futures up more than 2%, the S&P 500 up 1.8%. The Russell 2000, these are the small cap stocks right now. Oh, that's the S&P up 1.85%. There we go. The Russell 2000 up more than 5%.
I think that's a rip. I think it's fair to call. Jay Clayton, as the former SEC chair, would you consider a 5% move in small cap futures a, quote, rip?
That's not a misstatement.
Thank you. It's 3:15 in the morning when we're getting a little punchy on coffee here.
Bitcoin as well. We saw Bitcoin set a new record earlier today. Right now it stands at $73,303. It has pulled back somewhat, but still up 5.5%.
Now, there's individual equities that are on the move as well. How do we know this? Okay, well, there are many platforms out there that do 24/7 consecutive trading. Robinhood, for example, on the trading platform Blue Ocean, they've got good volume. So we're showing you stocks. These are live trades. These are companies that also have enough volume. This is not a couple hundred odd lot trades. These stocks have real volume. Tesla right now, which because of the Musk-Trump bromance, Trump was praising Elon Musk and Starlink in his talk. Up nearly 3%. Contessa talked about Bitcoin hitting 73,000, a little off its high, but still Coinbase Global up 3%. Trump Media is up 10%, but it's coming off already huge gains. It's pulled back well from its highs as well. And Constellation Energy, why are we showing you that? Well, the other day, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission whacked a deal where Talon Energy, which is a nuclear company, would sell energy to Amazon. And so there's this thought that under a Trump administration, they might be a little bit more pro-energy, pro-deregulation, maybe pro-nuclear, even though the Biden White House has been fairly pro-nuclear in words lately, that a company called Constellation, which owns 3 Mile Island, now renamed the Crane Energy Center,
fantastic information,
would indeed be able to be restarted with a deal on Microsoft. The energy trade there lives on.
As we go through this election morning, because we're in the AM hour, still with us is former SEC Commissioner Jay Clayton, MCC Production CEO Michelle Caruso Cabrera, Jefferies Chief Market Strategist David Zurzos. And joining the conversation is Yale School of Management Senior Associate Dean Jeff Sonnenfeld. It's great to have you all here today. Jeff, because you're the new voice at the table, give me a sense of where we are right now and what this, I mean, you wrote an incredible op-ed with a lot of former CEOs, and then what we're seeing seems to indicate there's a lot of fervor and passion for the former president.
You're absolutely right. There is a gap there. We haven't had a Republican candidate for the presidency that's ever had so little support from the leaders of the major corporations in the country. Usually half of every, about half of the major CEOs in the country have supported the GOP candidate going back a century. Whether or not we're looking at Taft or Reagan or Nixon or John McCain or...
Jeff, do you think that's because they don't support the Donald Trump policies? Because that's not really what I've been hearing. Or because they have sensitivities either with their employees or their customers about being political and the divisions we've had in this country?
I tell you, Jay, it has not anything whatsoever to do with being woke. And there's an implication for what they do now going forward because of what does bother them. That's true that they are not xenophobic. And I think the very magnanimous words we heard from Donald Trump moments ago, former President Trump, are encouraging that maybe he'll move to the center. I thought he would have done that in 2016. I've known Donald Trump for several decades, and I was surprised he took the dark turn that he did before, and maybe he'll capture that middle ground now. But they're not xenophobic. Half of the Fortune 500, Jay, half of them are led either by immigrants or first generation. Of tech companies that are worth over $1 billion in valuation, a third of them are created by immigrants. They're creating tens of millions of jobs. So to be calling them vermin and everything else and poisoning the bloodstream of the country.
But he did. But he definitely did not do that in his speech tonight.
No.
Tonight he was very clear that he plans to unite the country and forget about the grievances of the past 4 years. He said that very clearly.
I think that's great and that's right. So maybe that's encouraging.
I think an anchor of a Donald Trump economic plan will be smart immigration for exactly the reason
it should be. It should be. What we had to do is, I'll let you in on a secret. In 2019, we couldn't get around Stephen Miller. Just to give you a little secret, I had to go to Jared Kushner with the Business Roundtable. I'm tempted to even name names of who the commission was, the Business Roundtable, to try to stop the block on the H-1B visa program for high-end talent, not to mention who our construction workers are and who our agriculture workers are.
Let's all agree that if we're educating someone in this country, getting a graduate degree in the STEM area or something like that, that we ought to be able to retain them.
We should. That wasn't where Stephen Miller is and was. And I think if we can work around that, Jay, that would make a big difference. There were some in the administration who helped resolve that, but it was very difficult brinksmanship. Secondly, they are not protectionist and they're not isolationist. That's going to matter a lot. If we see President Putin swarm in further into Ukraine, putting in peril the rest of Eastern and Central Europe, NATO countries, and triggers a war, that's a world war, that's going to be pretty bad. So we have a problem with the isolationism.
I do know from dealing with corporations that most everybody is free trade, except when they look at their market and they realize that you need reciprocal trade in your own market. And
we need some. It's just
All right,
when he
gentlemen, I'm
says.
going to interrupt right here. Joining us now is Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohammed Al-Arian, who joins me now. It's great of you to join us, and thank you so much for your time. Given what we've seen, that the Senate control NBC News projects is going to Republicans, that it looks like Donald Trump is on a roll. He has claimed victory tonight already in a speech. NBC News has not yet called it. But, Mohammed, what should be priority number one if there's a new administration and new leadership in the Senate?
So while NBC News hasn't called it, the market has called it. And the market has called not just a Trump win, but a down ballot impact that's going to see a sweep in the houses of Congress. And they're also looking not just a political win, but an economic win. And that's what the market is telling you. So what are they seeing? They're seeing pro-growth policies led by deregulation. They are worried about tariffs, and you see that in the way different segments are reacting. They are worried about the deficit, and you see this in what has happened to 10-year yields. But they're excited about energy, and you see that in oil prices coming down. They're excited about greater supply of energy. So the market is positioning for higher growth, higher productivity, with concerns about budgetary implications and with concern about inflation.
How worried, Mohammed, should China be? Because we hear about these tariffs. We'll see if they happen. Again, candidates for the history of time have promised things or said things that did not happen. We already have tariffs on China. Trump has threatened to increase those tariffs. A, do you believe that will happen? And B, if it does, what would be the downstream effect on inflation or consumer sales or corporate sales?
So I believe that there will be some increase in tariffs. Won't be as big as what the president has indicated in some of his speeches. I think tariffs act as a pressure point for lots of countries around the world. In the case of China, they act as a pressure point for China to live up to its global responsibilities. I think most people agree that China has not lived up to its global economic responsibilities. So, yes, you will see quite a lot being threatened. It will have an impact on inflation. But then the question will become, how big is the disinflationary impact of the higher growth, higher productivity measures? And the market right now is excited about the prospects for higher growth and higher productivity, but worried about the prospects for inflation.
Mohammed, on that and your discussion of the upward pressure on rates, particularly out at the longer term, what advice do you give a Trump administration that it'll be deregulatory, that'll be, what I would say is more permissive around permitting and energy? What do you give them on how to manage the balance sheet?
Jay, I put out an article in the FT yesterday saying that whoever wins has to come in and do 5 things in order to be able to deliver on their promises, let alone the well-being of the country. One is continue to promote economic growth. I don't think President Trump will have any issue with that. 2 is to get our arms around debt and deficit. And that's going to be really important because we're losing flexibility in the budget every single day, which makes it harder. 3, restrain your inclination to use your favorite tool too much. In the case of Harris, it would have been industrial policy and government intervention. In the case of President Trump, it is tariffs. So yes, use it, but not too much. Put a better...
By the way, just from a market perspective, Mohammed, sorry to jump in on you. We're seeing Dow futures up nearly 1,000. Not there yet, up about 950. We're seeing small cap futures, vis-a-vis the Russell E-minis, up 5%. Now, I don't know what the historical, if that's the best in X number of years. I can assure you I have not seen small caps up this much, I think, since when we first started to come out of COVID. Tesla is up 12% right now. It's up slightly more in the European trade. Are the markets, and I know you're a markets guy, you will say they're acting, markets do what they want because it's a collective knowledge and wisdom of everybody else. But do you believe with these moves, particularly in the bond market, stocks, et cetera, that the market is getting a little too in front of itself in any way?
Not as yet, because of what Jay said earlier. There was a big question. Would you get a unity speech out of President Trump, or would you get a carnage speech out of President Trump? And what you got is a unity speech. And the market remembers what happened at around 2 in the morning back in 2016, when futures were down hard. He came out and gave a unity speech. And that turned futures around and set a tone that served the market well. So what the market is basically saying is, I've seen this movie before. The unity speech is a good thing, and they are reacting to that. So no, Brian, I think that when we look back, it will be the market simply has seen this movie before and wants to preempt what it saw last time.
Mohammed, Michelle here. We're showing the 1 week of the 10-year yield. And it's spiking today. I mean, it's making a very definitive move. What's your prediction there? And doesn't that end up being a natural governor on spending? I mean, we go back to when, James Carville had to say, wait, I got to listen to a bunch of bond market guys about how much I'm going to be able to spend. I mean, are we going to get there with what we're seeing here?
So we've seen around the world in advanced countries, we've always seen it in developing countries, but in advanced countries, the return of the so-called bond vigilante. The UK felt it in 2022. France has felt it. The UK is feeling it a little bit again now. But the US is exceptional, as you know, Michelle. So it doesn't force fiscal adjustment. It just influences fiscal adjustment.
Yeah.
The bond market in the US cannot impose outcomes. It can influence outcome. In the rest of the world, it imposes outcomes. So I think it's a message when you see the 10-year at 440, it's a message to the administration. Keep an eye on debt and deficit. They matter. Keep an eye on the operational flexibility of the budget. That matters as well.
David Zervos, you've been incredibly patient. Thank you very much for and I'm sure you're champing at the bit. It's not chomping, by the way. It is champing at the bit to jump in here. Anything you would disagree with what Mohammed just said? And yes, also debts and deficits may matter, but history is littered with politicians who said they mattered, and then when they go tell their constituents that they might have to cut something, it doesn't matter all of a sudden.
Well, I think two things. One, I would say that the yield move so far is actually probably the most surprising thing to me, and I would imagine is surprising to many of our clients at Jefferies. I think a lot of folks thought a Trump win would cause long-term yields to go up much more than about 10 basis points, which is basically what they've done, 430 to 440. That's not a particularly large move in the grand scheme of things. Now, it could be that Trump was priced in a little more aggressively, and that's why it is. But that's not some sort of rabid inflation risk that's coming into the system, or some sort of rabid worry about sustainable debts and deficits. That's kind of a pretty normal, it's a big move, but it's a pretty normal big move. It's nothing unusual, nothing like what you're seeing in the IWM, for example, at 5%, or even in the dollar, which has had a much bigger move relative to its normal volatility. So I think that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is I think we're really underestimating one very important thing in all of this. And it comes from the Elon Musk discussion about cutting government spending and cutting government overreach. It gets back to our deregulation discussion earlier. But if this administration is serious about cutting back on spending, the biggest effect will be that we stop crowding out the private sector and we let the private sector do what it does best, which is gain control of the production and the GDP in the economy. The biggest problem with a big debt and deficit is that we get a big government. And the biggest problem with a big government is that we get a crowding out of the private sector. Just look at Japan. Japan is the classic example of a massive federal government that has crowded out an actually amazing private sector that really has been asleep for 3 decades. So I'm just going to say, if Elon is really serious about coming in and doing what he said, and Trump gives him that mandate, that is hugely positive for the U.S., it's hugely positive for growth, and it's very disinflationary.
I thought one of the most realistic things that Elon has said around this was severance.
Yeah.
We know we have a what I would say is an entrenched civil service, many of them quality people, but I think we're going to need to give them severance in order to reduce the what do you think the market would say?
I think the market would love it. think the market is going to love the idea of cost cutting in Washington, D.C. They're going to love it. And I don't look, Jay, you've been in there. You know how hard it is. I've been at the Federal Reserve, spent 4 years of my career there on and off. But it's hard to move these things. But if there's a tag team that can kind of get this done, I would say Donald Trump and Elon Musk are probably two of the people I would pick. And it's also, you know, he's a second-term president. He can do things that are a little unpopular.
We're going to continue the conversation, so everybody's sticking around. But coming up, we have Wedbush's Dan Ives on the tech trade and what may be next for Tesla and for Elon Musk. Stay with us right here on CNBC.
Welcome back to CNBC and our continuing coverage of the election. We're going to check futures right now, as we've been mentioning all morning long. In the green across the board, the Dow futures up over 1,000 points. That translates to about almost 2.5%. The S&P up over 2% as well. The NASDAQ, actually the laggard, believe it or not, up just over 1.5%. And right now, we want to also take a look at overnight trading of Tesla on the Robinhood platform, considered to be the biggest and most liquid. Taking a look right now, Tesla up over 9% right now, moving much higher. Again, overnight trading. This is on the Robinhood platform. And joining us now is Wedbush Securities Senior Equity Analyst Dan Ives. Dan, great to have you here. Taking a look at Tesla. A lot of people see this as a Trump trade. By the way, we didn't show it just now, but the Russell futures up over 5%, another Trump trade. But I want to focus on Tesla for a minute. You just put out a note a short time ago. You said this election, potentially the election of Donald Trump, he looks to have a commanding lead in Electoral College. It would actually be good for Tesla, even though it would generally be bad for EVs because of credits would be taken away and other factors that would be headwinds for the industry. Why is it good for Tesla?
It's a dream scenario for any Tesla bull. I mean, I think this could ultimately add $40 to $50 per share to Tesla stock right off the bat. And we could now be talking about $1.5 trillion market cap for Tesla. Because first off, from an EV perspective, if Trump gets elected, he'll pull the EV tax credits. But that, from a scale and scope perspective, is a positive for Tesla. And that's huge here. And I think the other thing is if Trump gets in, he will fast-track autonomous FSD. Cybercab could get pulled forward about a year. This is really, for a Tesla bull, if you wake up to this, it's exactly what you want to see. And, of course, Musk will clearly have a big voice in a Trump administration.
I want to get to that in just a minute, but I just want to be clear. So you're saying for Tesla, the tailwind is just less regulation. The idea that a Trump administration potentially, again, NBC News has not called the election yet, despite the fact that former President Trump has a lead in Electoral College. But you're saying a Trump administration would have less regulation and allow Elon Musk and Tesla to push forward autonomous driving and full self-driving.
Oh, yeah, I think that's, if you look what's happened in China, I think that would be a top initiative. To fast-track FSD autonomous. There's been a lot of regulatory hurdles. And this is something, Musk talked about robotaxi day. Obviously, the initial sentiment was negative. This is going to be the key. Because ultimately, I think Tesla is the most undervalued AI name in the market. And you look what's happened here. This is just more and more going to unlock that opportunity for Tesla and Musk.
I want to clarify for investors. So if you're looking at Tesla stock before tonight, it was up about 4%, 5%. Some of the reasons that it's been underperforming is that people feel like Elon Musk is distracted. He has too many other things going on. The idea of Elon Musk being involved in a Trump administration, potentially being the quote-unquote efficiency czar, why wouldn't that weigh on the stock? Why wouldn't that concern investors?
Yeah, he's going to have a major say, right? From a Trump administration in terms of influence potentially, ultimately really being sort of an advisor, especially when it comes to some of the China issues, AI. And when you look at Tesla, the biggest issue here has really been the regulatory. You look at the tax credits, those get pulled. That's bullish for Tesla, negative for EVs. If you look from a Tesla perspective, Trump getting in, it really becomes, what I view as just an uber bullish scenario for Tesla stock.
All right. Your note also covers the AI stocks, but I want to talk about Apple for a minute. You and I were talking off camera about how a Trump presidency with Elon Musk as the quote-unquote efficiency czar, it actually could be a positive for Apple because you believe that Elon Musk could be an intermediary between the Trump administration and China.
Yeah, and go back to even in 2018, 2019, there were carve-outs for iPhones. I think the initial knee-jerk here would be, okay, does Apple get caught in a trade war just like Tesla? I think Musk here on the China stuff, you will definitely see carve-outs. I think he understands the China market as well as Cook, probably better than anyone. That's why I think here, this is going to be good for big tech. You know, I think when it comes to overall AI, but on the China stuff, I don't view that too much of a negative when it comes to Apple. I also think then it comes down to regulatory, right? I mean, the question is, does Khan at the FTC, if she goes away, that's bullish for big tech, bullish for Apple, bullish for Google.
So, I mean, I think the general consensus is that Lina Khan would not be at the FTC if former President Trump is brought back to the White House. I thought it was kind of questionable if she'd be brought back under a Harris administration as well. But you're saying without her there, or even under a Trump administration, the regulation, that headwind when it comes to regulation involving, you know, iPhone dominance, search and things, you think that just goes away?
I think that's called a 10%, 15% overhang on some of these tech stocks. Look at Google in terms of some of the antitrust and I think worries there. Apple as well. So from a big tech perspective, Trump getting in, there's clearly some from a China, and we got to see how tariffs play out. But again, I think Musk will probably calm some of that down. Bark will be worse than the bite. From a big tech perspective, Khan out, that's thorn in the side, bullish for big tech, bullish for Tesla. Tomorrow morning, you know, assuming if Trump does get in, this is something where, you know, I think this just puts more fuel in the engine for tech rally. NASDAQ 20,000 on the way.
All right, so once again, U.S. futures up big right now. The Dow looks like it would open up about 1,000 points higher. I want to go to some international markets, specifically the Hang Seng. We saw it was under pressure. We're going to show some other Chinese tech stocks like Lenovo, JD.com, and Alibaba under pressure as well. What is a potential Trump re-election? What does it mean for Chinese tech?
Yeah, I think hugely negative for China tech because of some of the regulatory, because of some of the tariffs. And I think if you kind of trajectory this out, you know, this is something that is actually, it's bullish for U.S. tech, bearish for China tech, specifically around the AI names. Because right now, how do some of these Chinese companies ultimately get their chips? So you're going to see a lot more regulatory there. I think a lot of that AI premium comes out of some of the China tech names. So that you sit here today, super bullish for U.S. tech, bearish. I'm talking about bears coming out of hibernation mode on China tech.
Let's drill down for a minute when it comes to EVs, specifically those Chinese EVs. Now, they already have tariffs on them if they were to come here to the U.S., but a potential Trump re-election, what does that mean for the Chinese EV industry and just basically North America? In your mind, does that stop any plans they had to try to manufacture those EVs in Mexico and possibly bring them into the U.S.? Does that change other plans on this side of the world?
Yeah, I think it's going to make it extremely difficult for those to come into the U.S. And I think that's something that you could say. That's why Ford, GM, some of these other names are up today, because it feels like now that's not going to happen with Trump in. Clearly bearish for when you look at BYD, NIO, and others, but it just speaks to where we're going. I mean, there's a huge sort of spray chart of possibilities that really go out here. And I think ultimately big tech, Tesla, really on top in terms of beneficiaries, in terms of this scenario, you know, what we could be seeing play out.
One other stock you wanted to talk about was Palantir. Just recently had earnings this week. We saw a big pop following earnings. How does Palantir play into all this? Obviously, Palantir, commercial business that's growing, a defense contractor, essentially, a lot of U.S. defense business. With a Trump re-election, how does Palantir come into this?
Look, I mean, I think an Inflation Reduction Act clearly could be curtailed. That's negative for Intel, just more pain on that trade. But for Palantir, I think AI initiatives within the government are going to be a huge focus. Within the Beltway, that's going to be probably one of the top priorities, you know, if Trump gets in. Palantir is front and center there. This is going to be a huge tailwind for them, and just showing more and more that continues to be not just the messy of AI, but what I be as a core AI play, not just on enterprise, but in the government, in that 202 area code.
All right, you just mentioned Inflation Reduction Act, a possible repeal of the CHIPS Act. How much of a risk is that for the chip sector? How much of a risk is that for tech overall, considering some of the geopolitical tensions that we have? If we're not manufacturing, or at least ramping up manufacturing of chips here in the U.S., is that a medium-term or long-term risk that investors should be mindful of?
I think it's a risk for names like Intel. I think you could say maybe it's a net positive for NVIDIA, you know, for names that really weren't going down that path. But this is going to have to all play out, because I think there could be changes in terms of is more of that focused on AI. But for chips in the U.S., don't hold your breath. If Trump comes in, Intel manufacturing is not going to be here in the U.S.
We got to get back to contestant Brian. Before we go, we want to give our audience that were nice enough to stay up all night with us. Give us a couple stocks that you're watching today that you think could see the biggest pop. Tesla's obviously one of them. What are a few others?
I think it's Tesla, Palantir, Microsoft you'd be owning on that trade. You clearly NVIDIA. And then to me, I think there's some other names like even on small cap or mid cap, cybersecurity, I think will be bullish here. Palo Alto, Table Pounder, Zscaler, CrowdStrike. Those are names you own on this trade.
All right. Wedbush is Dan Ives, best dressed man on Wall Street. Contestant Brian, back over to you.
All right, Frank, thank you for that. Up next, we're going to head to Beijing for a live report on how Chinese markets and Chinese state media are digesting tonight's developments. CNBC is back right after this.
All right, welcome back to CNBC's live coverage of the 2024 Your Money, Your Vote election night. And yes, we are indeed live, and we're hitting this as only we can do on CNBC, which is from a markets and data perspective. Dow futures are up more than 1,000. They're up 1,010 points. Biggest open we may have seen in 2 years. Small caps the same. Europe is higher across the board. Germany up 1.5%. The CAC 40 in France up 2%. De rien. That's your welcome in French there. There we go. Asian markets, they are higher across the board, except for China. When you look at the Hong Kong Hang Seng, down 2%. Shanghai, down. Shenzhen Composite, down. The rest of Asia, doing well. China seem to be right in the crosshairs of what is likely to be, not called yet, not over yet, a second Trump presidency. We will wait to call that. Tech stocks in China, they are all down across the board on the likelihood of increased tariffs on many of these companies. All right, let's talk more now about China, their economy, and also what the Chinese media may be saying right now. We don't know, but our friend Eunice Yoon, who is live in Beijing, certainly does. As she joins us, Eunice, it's likely to be a new day there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the market reaction. Hong Kong led the day's losses, as you had said, because of the weakness that we saw in the tech plays as well as the EV names. A lot of investors still mulling what a potential Trump win could mean for China. As you said, Shanghai, Shenzhen found their footing. A lot of the expectation is that China is going to unveil a fiscal stimulus on Friday. And so people were very much focused on that as well. In fact, earlier in the week, we heard from Nomura, which estimated that a package could be 10 to 20% larger under a Trump win if the former president imposes, as he's pledged, to impose wide-ranging, steep tariffs on Chinese-made goods. Now, we also heard from a former government economist who told investors at a Citi event this week that Trump's pledged tariffs at 60% could cut Chinese exports by $200 billion. So Chinese state media, which has been largely quiet up until this moment about the U.S. election, has been ramping up its rhetoric, describing the U.S.-style democracy as what they say unprecedented chaos, to contrast it with China's own one-party rule. The topic of the U.S. election has been widely discussed here. Again, a lot of Chinese companies have been concerned about the short-term volatility and uncertainty that they would see if President Trump were to come in and impose a lot of those tariffs. But there is one winner that people have been discussing here, and that is Elon Musk. Saying that Elon Musk is a de facto vice president of Trump.
Elon Musk definitely got a lot of high-profile praise from Donald Trump at his speech in West Palm Beach, Florida, Eunice. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate that. Let's stay on China and bring in Dewardrick McNeil. He's the managing director and senior policy analyst at Longview Global, also a CNBC contributor. And we have Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohammed Al-Arian still with us as well. Dewardrick, when you're looking at this, this standoff that we saw during the former Trump presidency between the United States and China, especially where tariffs were concerned, What do you expect to see, and how soon do you expect to see some major reaction from China?
Well, I think China's very concerned about the rhetoric around tariffs. I think what they will wait to see is what actually happens. But unlike 2018, Contessa, China has developed a whole range of tools to hit back. You know, in 2018, it was agriculture. I think now what China has really developed are tools to go after the critical mineral supply chain and some of the advanced manufacturing supply chains that we need for a clean energy transition if we're still going down that path. So I think China will be slow, patient, and opportunistic. But I think there is some concern, at least on the financial side of the house, about a Trump presidency. But I don't think everyone in China, quite frankly, will be upset by this, because if Trump continues to do what he said he was going to do, and that's oppose across-the-board tariffs, including some of our allies and partners, well, China sees that as an opening to get closer to Europe in a way that they've been seeking to do during the Biden administration, but have just had no real room or opportunity to do so.
We're showing the Asia tech stocks right now. Alibaba off by 4%, JD.com off by 4%, and others. Mohammed, when you're looking at it's not just the Chinese equities, but it does, when there's a Cold War in trade between China and the United States, it has a trickle-down effect across a lot of economies. How do you see this?
So first, I see it as complicating China's life enormously. Even before tonight, China had an internal economic problem, and China saw global growth turn from tailwinds to headwinds. Now China has to worry about more tariffs. And this notion, Contessa, that they can simply implement stimulus and everything's going to be fine is wrong. There's a reason why they haven't done that in the past, and that is because stimulus is helping an old economic model they're trying to evolve from. Where I completely agree with what has just been said is that China is going to take advantage of this situation in order to get more countries to buy into its alternative system. Now, its alternative system isn't as comprehensive, isn't as efficient as the dollar-based system, but China is going to continue to push it hard.
DeWardrick, there's also a military aspect here, and I certainly am no expert in this, but we know what the former president has said about his support, or maybe lack thereof, for Ukraine. And there's an idea that his militaristic eye will turn more toward China, which is a different, which would be more of a direct adversary rather than sort of a proxy fight. Number one, do you believe that? And number two, if we see the U.S. turn a little more aggressive militarily with China, what does that look like? Does Xi Jinping just start making deals with us, or does he dig in and take a harder line?
Well, I think what Xi is going to do is really deploy what I call a comprehensive national power set of tools. So it won't be necessarily a harder military line, although I think he certainly would not shy away from that. But China has a range of tools that it can deploy. China has lots of agency. So I do think that we're going to see a pivot back to Asia if some of the Trump foreign policy names that I know make it into this administration. They believe we've been distracted, certainly with Ukraine. And that will pose a challenge for China, for sure. But I don't think we should look at this in just the defense space. China will deploy a range of tools to try and compete with the U.S. My fear here, Brian, is that this managed competition that we've been seeing over the last 4 years will fade away, and that the Trump administration and China will engage in just pure raw competition.
DeWardrick McNeil, Longview Global, always appreciate your insight. Mohammed El-Erian will be sticking around with us as well. Mohammed, thank you very much for that. All right, coming up, folks, it is not called yet. We'll get the latest exit poll data coming in from 2 more critical states, ones that could certainly tip the balance over 270 electoral votes. Dow futures, they are up over 1,000 points, 1,133 points. Small caps up, bond yields up, gold's up. We're glad you're up, because we're still up. And we're back right after this. Just about 4 o'clock in the morning here on the east coast of the United States, 1 a.m. out west. Glad you're with us. We are here live at CNBC headquarters for the Your Money, Your Vote election night coverage. And markets, they are moving in a big, big way. Let's take a quick look. Dow futures up 1,145 points. NASDAQ futures up 357. One of the biggest moves that we have seen. Small caps, not going to show them to you, small caps up 5% right now. A potential Trump victory could have big implications for the bond market as well. Piper Sandler, research firm Wall Street, has called him the king of debt because we wonder where will debts and deficits go. 10-year Treasury yield has moved up the last month or so, moving up a little bit today, back to 4.4. It was at 3.66 just 1 month ago. What about precious metals? If you talk about inflation, you're really talking about gold. Gold continues to make, it's not right now at a record high, but had just made some. It is at 2,732. The metal complex is down a bit, but gold had earlier hit a record. What about individual names? We've told you the Coinbases, the Teslas of the world, they're soaring. Here's a few names that may be off your radar. These are live trades right now, real time. Robinhood, Geo Group. They're an operator of private prisons. This whole concept maybe potentially of getting back to tough on crime, whatever you think of that, the market thinks. It's not our opinion. Geo Group is up 23%. It is perceived that a potential second Trump term could be good. Healthcare's big split. If you're an insurance company, Medicare, Medicaid, insurer, could be very good for the Humanas, the United Health Groups of the world. Humana's up 5.5%. Bad for the hospital operators, good for the insurers. And we just talked about with Eunice Yoon about Chinese electric cars. What's the risk here? Well, General Motors is up 4%. Ford is up 3%. One wonders that if Trump does get into office and knocks down these EV tax credits, will Ford and GM perhaps, A, face less China threat and competition, and B, be able to kind of escape the political halo that exists around electric cars, kind of feeling forced by the current administration to go in a direction that loses billions of dollars per year. And respectfully, many customers have simply said with their wallets they don't want them.
They're losing money on electric cars.
A lot.
And then they have to produce them. And so this would perhaps suggest that they don't have to have that.
If you get,
framework around
yeah, and Michelle, I think this is a big thing. And again, we're saying ifs because, Contessa, the race has not been called. But if there is a rollback of emissions standards, right? Remember, former President Trump pulled us out of the Paris Climate Agreement. Current President Joe Biden put us back in. It seems clear, Jay Clayton, that if reelected, would be the first non-consecutive president since Grover Cleveland, by the way, RBI, random interesting, that we would probably pull us back out of the Paris Climate Agreement. And whatever you think about that from a climate perspective, that this could be good news for Ford and GM that make their money selling large gas pickup trucks.
And what have we learned? We've learned that you're not going to force an energy transition by starving yourself of fossil fuels or by causing people to drive cars they do not want to drive, that do not have the range, that do not have the flexibility. We've learned that. And all you need to do is not just look here, but look at Europe. Do you think Europe is happy that they've starved themselves of fossil fuels and face dependency now on us for gas and, basically have very little leverage over Russia? You know what? We can level set that now. Know we need a lot of energy. Try to make responsible transition, but you do not do it by starving yourself of fossil fuels.
Yeah, just watching Germany deindustrialize before our eyes after the decisions they've made, it's really incredible. As industry there just begs for relief.
But I will tell you that, I was in those meetings and people thought you were crazy if you said that this was a mistake, that forcing higher costs onto manufacturers was going to drive that manufacturing overseas. Well,
and if it wasn't for U.S., as I've said, I've stood on LNG tankers in the port of Rotterdam reporting on this. If it wasn't for U.S. liquefied natural gas, I call it the Marshall Plan for Energy, right? Named after the plan after World War II that rebuilt it. If it wasn't for that, Europe, they're paying 4 times, 5 times our natural gas prices already. They'd be at probably 10x. And they'd still be buying from Russia, but they'd be buying Russian LNG even with the Nord Stream blown up?
What we're monitoring this hour is the election results coming in, where there are still a handful of states that are too close to call. Right now, we have Nevada and Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Maine, New Hampshire that still have not been called. And though Donald Trump did come out today with a victory speech and claimed victory, NBC News Decision Days has not done it. Take a look here at Trump Media, up almost 50% on the day. And it was already up on a tear, even leading into this. When we're looking at the overseas markets, we're seeing European markets opening or better. The Asian markets generally are opening.
Ex-China.
Except for China, exactly. With us, Mohammed El-Arian, who's with Allianz, and David Zerzos, who's with Jefferies.
Oh, David is still there?
Is still here.
Well, hey. David's the most patient man in the world, by the way. David, thank you. He's just come out on set and join us if we find another chair. I want to quickly jump in. David, this is your world. We work for Jefferies, publicly traded company. Yes. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to our data team. They're working, Gina and the whole squad. They're working live right now, putting out all kinds of great data. We look smart because they make us smart. Thank you. JP Morgan Chase, guys, the pre-market just opened up. How much is, Michelle, take a guess. How much is JP Morgan Chase? I'm going to cover my screens.
5%.
5.9. Very, very nice. Very nice. Well JP Morgan, we're not high-fiving the move. We're high-fiving she got it right. Goldman Sachs is up 5% as well, David Zerzos. Do you think, and again, the market's right, wrong, it's a subjective term, but does the financial, the interest rate market, the debt market, maybe deal flow due to less regulation, and Jay chime in on that as well, does that sort of merit these kinds of moves in the equities? Are you seeing the grease in the market engine move like that?
For sure. I mean, I could even make an argument that 5's too low, and I was making an argument a few hours ago that I thought the S&P might be up a little bit more, and now it is up a little bit more. I think it's going to keep going. I think there's a lot.
You did nail that.
I think there's a lot of momentum from the deregulation trade. We already talked about that. I think there's a lot of momentum from the potential lowering of government expenditures and the reduction, the crowding out of the private sector that we also talked about. And I think there's a overreaction and worry and an over-worry about the inflation and tariff side of the equation. And I am somewhat heartened to see that the bond market is not really pricing in any kind of major problems with barely a 10 basis point move in the 10-year note now. I don't see them getting overly nervous. And that was something I would have worried about, putting some brakes on the equity market, is that yields would go up too much or the dollar would strengthen too much. We've seen those calm down, and in particular the yields. And I'm scratching my head and wondering if the red sweep idea and this idea that government spending is going to come down as well as taxes coming down, so both your G comes down and your T comes down. I know you're all thinking gin and tonics, but your G and T comes down. That's just going to open up this whole sort of Elon Musk-led storyline, which is kind of going to take the private sector to new levels. And who's going to bank all of that? Well, Jefferies is going to be in there for sure, and there will be other investment banks on the leaderboard as well.
David, okay, on that note, you mentioned a red sweep. We know that NBC News is projecting that the Senate control will go to Republicans. We're waiting to hear about the House. We're getting some revealing exit polling data from CNBC's Emily Wilkins. Emily, what have you learned?
Contessa. So a couple really interesting things here with the exit polls. Wanted to start off by just looking into the economy a little bit, particularly in Pennsylvania. We have already obviously seen that state called for Trump, but I think it kind of gives a perspective into what we are seeing and some of the shifts that we're looking at tonight. And it's, Democrats, they've really tried to make the case with the economy, showcasing the low unemployment, the falling inflation. And yet, if you look at the exit polls, a majority, about 2/3 of individuals said that the economy was either doing not so good or poor. And in addition to that, the family financial situation, when the poll was asked about that, you can see the graphic there with about the 2/3 for the poor and the not so good. And then in addition to that, when folks in the exit polls were asked about their family's financial situation, almost half, 48%, said that it was worse now than it was 4 years ago. Only 22% said said that they felt like it was better. And this is playing into another big story that we're seeing this evening that's playing out in some of the exit polls, and that is the story of Latino voters. For them, the most important issue that we have seen is the economy. And you can see there tonight, Harris does have a slight lead with Latino voters, but take a look at Trump there at that 45%. That's what he's gotten this time around, 2024. You look back, though, on 2020, and Trump only had 32%. So he has made immense gains this time around with Latino voters, particularly Latino men. National exit polls have shown that he's gotten more than half of those men voting for him. And I think this is going to play a big role later tonight. We're keeping a very close eye, of course, on Nevada. 17% of the population there is Latino and Hispanic. And so we're keeping a close eye on that. And Trump's gains with this group of voters really could make the difference in Nevada and potentially some other states as we continue to watch these very, very close races tonight.
In Nevada, the promise that Trump made on the campaign trail to eliminate taxes on tips, thank you very much, 4 a.m., that was very popular with so many people who work in the service sector in Nevada. And then we saw the vice president come out on the campaign trail and say she supported that, too. Let's bring in Operation Hope founder John Hope Bryant. Also with me is Jeffrey Sonnenfeld. When you look at that, 68%, John, of the people who say, no, I don't care what you've got experts on CNBC saying, the economy is not so great. What does that tell you about the work in front of the nation's leaders about the electorate?
It's a very good question. By the way, you guys have been doing an excellent job all night. I've been watching you all night. Great job. This is a vibrant democracy, and people, you've been expressing a range of voices, which is important here. Look, my credit counseling is up. It's been up for a while at Operation Hope. Not just poor and the struggling class, but the middle class, folks with too much month at the end of their money. I've been saying on CNBC for a long time that the color is not black or white, race, or red or blue, politics, but green, economics. And that this is a topic that has been creeping up into is a primary issue more and more. And a couple people have gotten it right over the last 20 years. I think President Bill Clinton got it right. We got the deficit down, the economy up, and people felt that they were doing better. This country is an idea, not just a country. So it's how we feel about things matter. So yes, the economics of the average everyday, I think, and a half of all employment in this country.
You mentioned the deficit, and it's not something that we really hear out on the campaign trail. It's not something that if you ask voters, they will say, oh, I'm so concerned about. But is there a correlation between the opportunity that is in front of the very people that you're trying to counsel and how desperate the debt situation is for our nation?
I think because of financial illiteracy, people don't understand the national budget. They don't understand the debt. In many cases, they don't understand their own debt in their own households. Let me go back, by the way, to your last question, which is the job for the new leader, whoever it is once this is decided. Is the selling's over. The deal may be closed. Now you need a business plan for America because the enemy is not your next door neighbor, it's not Republicans or Democrats. It's four countries who want to take us out as the leader of the world. That's China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. And we've got to be focused on we're better together. And what's the business plan to get the people at the bottom to feel that the ladder is not broken to them at the top? So it's not so much people. Our clients are not. They're turning to debt because they don't have enough income, right? They're not in their own debt. I mean, not just the nation's debt. They don't in their own debt, and they're turning to credit cards and to debt because they got too much month at the end of their money. As I said earlier, by the way, half of those making $100,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck.
John, I don't know if you caught it. We did an election road trip 2 weeks ago, drove Erie, Pennsylvania, Grand Rapids, Kenosha, and I'm going to summarize there. The people of Erie, which is one of the poorest urban zip codes in the United States, good people, they need your middle name. They need hope, right? And that's what I heard, because their city's been gutted by manufacturing, leaving. They're trying to reinvent it. There's some good things there happening, but it's a 24% poverty rate. So I would ask you, We don't have an outcome yet. Nothing's been called. That said, if you were to get a call from a President Trump, should he be reelected, and he says, John, what can I do to help communities like Erie, like many of these other areas where they need hope, schooling's difficult, they don't see opportunity or optimism? What would your advice be?
Get the credit score up within a year to 700. There's a 100-point pop. By we did a graph, Brian, of all 7 of the battleground states, and they're remarkably similar. I'm sorry, remarkably similar. They're basically stuck in the middle, and they don't feel like they're aspirationally going up. So it's not just Erie; it's just people. Those in the middle feel like they're not. The ladder's not helping them to come up to this American dream. And it's really a microcosm of the macro story of America. We can maybe come back to that, but to nail your question, get the credit score up 100 points. Get them trained in financial literacy. Get them trained in AI literacy, artificial intelligence, which is going to change everybody's world. There'll be old jobs that are going to go away with AI, all these service jobs. There'll be new jobs, a bunch of new jobs coming in. Get them trained for those new jobs. So technology and finance are 2 things they have got to understand coming out of high school. Get those parents in a position where they can get good credit at prime rates. And when their credit score goes up, they're going to want to become homeowners. When their credit score goes up, our data has shown that Operation Hope, now you become more aspirational. You become more hopeful. Now you want to become a small business owner. You want to write the check, not just cash it. And so that economic, focusing on the green, focusing on repairing the ladder might just be part of also the healing that has got to happen in this country. I wrote down 5 things. There was 5 things one of your guests said needs to happen. He was talking really from a Wall Street perspective. Mohammed, I don't disagree with that, but I think there are 5 other things that need to be focused on. Economic growth, so he and I agree on that. 2, healing. Healing. We're not human beings, we're human beings. Healing. 3, strengthening the middle class, which I just talked about. These 7 swing states are all just sort of stuck in the middle. 4, growing the table. And the demographics of this country are just different than they were 20 or 30 years ago. Growing the table, as you talked about the Latino numbers, you talked about really blacks, Latinos, this is the aspiration generation. You got to grow this table so that more people feel that they can participate. And then lastly, reducing the debt. Personal debt and our government debt by growing GDP.
Well, so that gets us back full circle to where, sort of where my question was. Jeff, you talk to a lot of business leaders across America. When you're looking at the way that these results have come rolling in, how should business leaders across America set up for the new day?
I agree with all of John's points, especially his first point about the public service you folks are providing with this amazing marathon and mixture of opinions and expertise. It's fantastic. But Contessa, Michelle, Brian, it's remarkable, and I know you should feel very proud of these last 4 hours and 17 minutes. But Jay is amazing. Jay deserves a special award. Jay's been on for like 9 hours and 20 minutes, and I don't know how he does it. He's not even hoarse. But I agree with that part of what John said. But also, John talked about the messaging obliquely, and Heidi felt this earlier, is the economic messaging. We have had a very good economics team in this current Biden administration, but you wouldn't know it talking to them. When they come on CNBC or elsewhere, they are their own worst critics. No voters in this election have actually seen a better economy, with inflation falling as it is, with employment.
Voters disagreed with you, Jeff.
You know,
thank you for the
Brian.
Thank you for the compliment. We appreciate it, but
Brian, let me tell you why. There
was
something called the sleeper effect. That was studied in 1953. It is when you repeat unfounded information over and over again, it takes root. People start to believe this is a bad economy.
Yeah.
Look anywhere; it's the strongest economy in the world. Our inflation was lower than Germany and the UK.
But Jeff, don't you think people were hit by inflation very hard? I mean, you spend any time in Latin America, people become bitter.
Lumber is down
but
90.
prices are still higher than they were in 2019.
Lumber is down 95%. All metals are down.
Go price coffee at the
the housing is up. Housing is up, and that's the Federal Reserve. That's monetary policy. So that's what's different. But everywhere, our GDP growth is the envy of the world. Wages are outstripping inflation.
Yeah.
But what's happened is we've tripled manufacturing jobs in just the places like Erie you're talking about, is that all these different Biden initiatives have been extremely effective, but they did not have communicated. They started apologizing for success and believing Trump again, and that's what happened.
And now we'll see how much patience there is for this whole situation to turn around. Jeffrey, it's always good to see you. Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, John Hope Bryant, and Michelle Caruso Cabrera, thank you for joining us on this amazing marathon of coverage of Your Vote,
You're
Your Money.
You're only as good as your show guests, and you guys are the best. So thank you very much. All right, coming up, much more. We got big market moves. Dow futures, they are up more than 1,000. Small caps up more than 5%. Bonds are on the move as well. You got gold, coin, Bitcoin is higher. Markets moving. Dare we say, big league. We're back. Big league right after this. All right, welcome back to the Your Money, Your Vote election night coverage. We are live here at CNBC. It is 4:23 in the morning, and we are waiting for the race to be called. Donald Trump with a very healthy lead, but again, nothing directly has been called by NBC. The markets, though, as Mohamed El-Erian said a few moments ago, they appear to be making their own calls. Dow futures up, small caps up, bonds the move with yields up, and individual stocks are moving as well. Some of them not up. Look at those names. Can we go back to that chart, guys? You've got solar stock, First Solar, you've got Solar Edge, Enphase Energy, NextEra, any of the companies that are seen as beneficiaries of the Inflation Reduction Act money and tax credits that Donald Trump has threatened to pull back. Now, Congress will have something to say about it, but those stocks are trading down. Just quick note, by the way, on First Solar before we go over to Frank Holland. I've read a lot of reports that say that First Solar, which is based in Phoenix, could actually benefit even under a Trump administration because Trump might tariff cheaper Chinese imports more. Market clearly disagrees. But I'm just saying, if you are a First Solar investor, do some homework on that because there's a variety of different views on that stock. Let's get now to Frank Holland. He has got a closer look at what retail investors might and maybe are thinking at this point with a special guest. Frank.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Joined by J.J. Kinahan, CEO of IG North America. J.J., great to have you here.
Great to be here. Thanks,
all right, so just back on those clean energy names, a couple of those names include Next Energy, some of the biggest laggards on the S&P. So investors are kind of voting right now on what they think about potential policies going forward. I just want to go back to the build-up to the election. What are you seeing in the retail trade area? What are retail traders looking at? What are they putting their money on, and how are they seeing things?
Yeah, so sure, you guys have talked a lot about Tesla tonight, so obviously Tesla being one that was investors came for. Microsoft. So Microsoft's always an interesting stock to me because Microsoft, whenever the market sells off, it's the first one retail traders tend to buy. But I think what's underrated about Microsoft is the fact that they are in cybersecurity pretty heavily. Obviously, we all know their cloud work, et cetera. So that's been one that could be a bigger winner going forward, one that our clients, are normally going to buy anyways, but bought in a much heavier way, I would say, than normal. Alphabet. Our clients have been buying a lot of that in anticipation of this also. If you think about some of the pressures for some of these Mag 7 stocks to break up and become all separate stocks. Now, some may argue that the parts may be greater than the sum, but the pressure and the distraction of having to do so, many think will come away because of a Trump win overall and some of the regulations that may be, from DOJ or DOL or whatever it may be, may not be as heavy.
Very interesting. You're talking about Microsoft as kind of an under-the-radar cybersecurity play. Could the same be said for Alphabet? They purchased Mandiant, I believe it was about 2 years ago, and kind of bolstered their cybersecurity offerings as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, again, these companies are in so many businesses overall that sometimes it can be a little difficult for the average person to keep track of what they're doing. And so with that, I find that, they do have some parts that could benefit. What was most interesting probably, I think, Frank, overall, Apple was a big play around earnings. But overall, Apple is a big play, but it's still been about a 50-50 split. And you have to remember one thing. Retail traders overall tend to lean a little bit to the bullish side because they often have longer holding periods, et cetera. So to see Apple be more of a 50-50 split, people weren't sure what to make of that stock. What will it mean if there are some tariffs, et cetera? How could it affect some of the production of the phones? So I think that that's probably one of the most interesting stocks to watch going forward, to see what the market ends up voting on Apple's behavior.
You know, one other stock that I know you're watching is ExxonMobil. And you and I, we chatted about this off camera for a minute. Actually, we've seen oil production ramp up under the Biden administration. Yeah. But you're saying that that's a pro-Trump trade right now, that you're seeing a lot of retail investors playing on the idea that they believe that former President Trump is going to win the election.
Yes, and I think that overall, you know, the energy sector in general, retail has a big believer will be a beneficiary of that. Now we will see, because the other belief from many is that the price of oil, because of non-inflationary policies, if you will come down, and that could affect them to the negative side. The other area that kind of flies under the radar when it comes to energy may be coal production. And so you have a couple of companies there like, you know, and Nucor and Peabody Energy, which could be beneficiaries. Again, what I look for in a Trump administration is just where has the regulatory environment been the heaviest. Okay. You may see some of that draw back.
You know, J.P. Morgan out with a note actually in recent days saying Nucor, Cleveland Cliffs, some other commodity plays are going to benefit from a potential Trump reelection. I want to bring another voice into this. I want to bring in Stephanie Link from Hightower. Steph, great to have you on board as well. I just want to get your take on what we're seeing in the futures market right now. Futures moving higher throughout the morning, especially the small cap futures.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think the fact that we're going to have an answer sometime today, most likely, is one less overhang on the markets. It's been very worrisome that we wouldn't get an answer. So that's a positive. It looks like it is a Trump win. It also looks like it's a sweep, but it's too early to really call that. The point being, though, is that we're now looking at probably under a Trump administration, faster economic growth, maybe stickier inflation. That's what the bond market's telling you, just given the yield. The yields are backing up, 10 years up about 15 basis points. And oh, by the way, since the Fed cut rates, the bond market, the 10-year has gone from 360 to now you're at, you know, about 4.5%. A little bit higher tariffs for sure, but offset by a lot less regulation. So, and probably a lot less government expenditure. So all of this added all up, and you're looking at a pretty decent environment going forward. And oh, by the way, Frank, we already have a decent economic environment. We're running at about 2.5% in GDP. The consumer continues to spend. ISM services were the best in 2 years yesterday, with new orders also very strong, and the pricing component tame. And then, of course, you have this manufacturing renaissance going on with regards to grid power, anything tied to, obviously, the AI build-out. And so I think you add it all up, we can breathe a sigh of relief that we'll have an answer. You have a lot of cash on the sidelines. We talked about this the other day, $6.4 trillion in money markets. So I think you're going to see a nice rally into the end of the year. Remember, under Trump, his first term, from the eve of the election to mid-March of 2017, the S&P 500 rallied 11%. So you mentioned small caps. Okay. It's also financials. It's also cyclicals and the reflation trade that should lead the markets higher.
You know, JJ, I know you're also looking at financials, but very quickly, before we go back to Brian and Contessa, I want to hit on something you just mentioned, Steph, the rise in bond yields. JPM also out with a note forecasting if we see a red sweep, that could raise bond yields substantially. Actually, their forecast was it would raise the 10-year by as much as 40 basis points. Is that a concern for this market going forward, the fact that the dollar is strengthened going into the election, and also there's the potential of a red sweep and bond yields going up, you know, potentially as much as 40 basis points? JJ, I'm going to ask you first.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting on the dollar going up because, as we all know, President Trump does not like a strong dollar. So that'll be it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But to Stephanie's point, you've seen this incredible rally in the 10-year. And I think the other thing to keep in mind as we talk about the Russell, don't forget the second largest sector in the Russell is the financials. And so as we talked a minute ago, that's a sector that, again, higher yields doesn't hurt that sector in any way, shape, or form. So you take that, you take the fact of perhaps the regulatory environment being a little bit easier for them, it could be a nice time for the financials, which is great for the S&Ps because they're also the second largest sector there.
All right, we're going to have to leave the conversation there. JJ Kinahan, great to have you. Steph Link, great to have you as well. Brian and Contessa, back over to you.
Yeah, Frank, listen, I think we've done a lot there, although when you said thinking about bond yields, David Zervo said, I don't know. So we'll get his take on that coming up after the break. I think we also have a green sweep. We got a lot of stock futures up, and Stephanie Link already has her Christmas tree up on November 6th. There's a lot more to do. Look at that. Merry Christmas, Stephanie.
That's the spirit of the season.
That nobody celebrates like Stephanie. All right, we're going to hear from legendary international investor Mark Mobius about what the international markets may say and do for you. We're back right after this.
It is 4:35 in the morning here in CNBC headquarters, and we're looking right now at the European markets' reaction to the results coming in, the election results across. You can see the Deutsche Bank. The DAX is up 1%. The CAC 40 is up 1%.
Well, Deutsche Bank is part of the Deutsche Börse. It's technically correct.
You've got the FTSE up 1 1/3, and Italy's up 1% as well. In Asia, we're seeing a stark contrast between Japan and South Korea. Well, now South Korea's turn too. You've got the Nikkei up 2.5%, but the Shanghai is off. It's been down worse than that. It's recovering somewhat. The Hang Seng, though, down by more than 2%, and the Kospi is off by 0.5%. Bitcoin hit a record earlier today, up more than $75,000. It has recovered somewhat, but now we're seeing it up 6.4%, and some of the other cryptocurrencies have been up on the day as well. As we've watched this come in, oh, here we go. This is what we were looking for. Some of the crypto stocks that we're seeing from Robinhood. You've got Robinhood up 10%, Coinbase 13%, Riot up 14%, MicroStrategy up 14%. Joining us on the desk today, David Zervos and Jay Clayton. From London, we have Mohammed El Arian, and joining the conversation, Mobius Emerging Opportunities Fund Chairman Mark Mobius. It's great to see all of you today. Thank you so much for your time. Mark, let me begin with you, if we could. I was just going through the international markets there. It looks like both Europe and Asia more broadly are fairly optimistic about the certainty that comes with a decisive win. They're factoring in, though NBC News has not projected it yet, a Trump victory.
Yeah, it's really exciting. We're sitting at the edge of our seats here in Dubai because it looks like, and of course no one knows at the end of the day, but it looks like a Trump presidential win, but also a win for the Republicans in the House and Senate. If that happens, you're going to see the U.S. economy really taking off. Lots of deregulation, which, by the way, was really very good for emerging countries. Because one of the things as I travel around the world, the incredible impact of U.S. regulations on these countries regarding, transfer of funds, know your customer, all the rest of that stuff. Hopefully that will go down the drain and there'll be much freer trade and much freer movement of currencies. The other thing is that a U.S. economy that is stronger will be great for the emerging countries because it means more trade, more investment. As you know, the U.S. is one of the largest, if not the largest investor around the world in emerging countries. So a Trump win in this way is going to be very positive for emerging countries. And I think you're seeing it already reflected in the movement of markets.
And I would say that while we know that the Senate has gone, according to NBC News, waiting on the presidency, not sure about the House, but Mark, to your point, there is a good possibility that there is some kind of a sweep, which makes, obviously, legislation, the path a lot easier. What would be, as a global investor, one of the most successful and famous in modern history, what would be something that a new Congress or a newly shaped White House could do that would spark some of that FDI, that foreign direct investment, either here or us in other countries? How would you advise a new incoming administration?
Well, first of all, don't forget the U.S. dollar is going to get stronger as a result of these changes. And that means more inflows into the U.S. from countries around the world, from investors who want to have dollars because they feel the dollar is safer. One very significant thing that Trump recently said, and he said, that we have to strengthen the U.S. dollar, and we can't let the U.S. dollar be weakened by other competitors. So that's a very, very significant. And I believe that if you see that strengthening dollar, more flows will flow into the U.S., but also the larger U.S. economy will mean more outflows, more investments by U.S. companies. And the most important thing is for the U.S. to let up on the regulation of foreign direct investments. You know, nowadays, when I want to make an investment in another country, we've got to go all kinds of crazy paperwork. You know, are you investing with Iran? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Hopefully, they'll wipe this all out so that people can easily transfer money from one place to another and make investments in countries wherever they want. So I think this is going to be very, very significant.
Mohammed, can I get your reaction?
I think it would be significant if it happens. I don't think it's going to happen. But I do agree with Mark that the rest of the world is going to benefit from a positive demand effect from the U.S. It will look very carefully as to whether we get a weaponization or de-weaponization of tariffs, of trade and investment sanctions. That's a question mark. And then there's the price effect. I go back to yields. Yes, they've only moved 15 basis points, but as Stephanie said, they've moved an astonishing 70 basis points since the Fed last met. We have a Fed meeting starting today. There's going to be lots of questions as to what does the election mean for the path of rate cuts. So the rest of the world is going to welcome the demand effect, keep an eye on the weaponization of trade and investment sanction, and worry about the price effect, particularly yields, because that translates into significantly higher borrowing costs for them.
So I was just going to make a point that typically when we see a big dollar rally or the dollar strengthens, it does put pressure on emerging markets, and emerging markets have some trouble. If Mark is right and we get all this deregulation that opens up capital flows, that could offset it. But as Mohammed said, he said he agrees that that would be good, but doesn't think it would happen. And I think I'm more on Mohammed's side that that type of deregulation isn't really what Trump's all about. I think Trump wants reshoring. Trump wants stuff to happen here. I'm not sure how excited he is about either foreign direct investment coming in here or our investments going out by our companies.
I think we shouldn't, in economic policy, and I'd love everybody's reaction, I think we shouldn't forget something, that the world is more interconnected than ever before, particularly around tech. We have the 6 largest companies in the world. There's 6 tech companies. Every person that comes out of poverty, every bit of growth around the world brings a benefit back to the U.S.
For sure.
And you know, so if what we're doing sort of spurs growth around the world, it comes back to us.
We do, and I think, David, to your point, I mean, I was just showing you a headline from Der Spiegel in Germany that said, is Germany's successful economic model over? Right? Every company in the DAX. So the German Dow is called the DAX, 33 companies. The entire DAX, the 33 biggest companies in Germany combined are smaller in market cap than NVIDIA.
And they're not tech companies.
Well, you got SAP, but your point is well taken. My point is, I wonder if the competition for that investment dollar, David Zervos, it's not just that we're doing it right. Everyone else is doing it so much wrong, more wrongly.
The simple answer is we treat capital in the United States better than pretty much everybody else. So if you're going, whether it's human capital or physical capital, if you're going to walk in with $100 million and put it to work, there is no better place than putting it to work in the United States. And that's the fact. That's why our stock market does what it does. That's why the PEs in Europe are so low. That's why there's emerging market risk premiums to make it much more complicated to make money in those markets and get your money in and out of them. I don't think it's a U.S. deregulation story a la Mark that's going to help EM. EM could get dragged higher with the U.S., as Jay's talking about, which I think is an important side effect of what we're doing. But the big story tonight, the big story for the next 4 years is that we're going to make capital even more valuable in the United States. We're going to make it so people want to come here and invest more here. And I think that's a big, big story for our growth, our productivity, and if we cut back government spending at the same time we cut some taxes, I think we free up a lot of resources for our private sector.
It's interesting how often the deficit has come into the bigger picture here. Mark Mobius, thank you for getting us kicked off on an amazing conversation. Appreciate that. Ahead, outside of Tesla, Trump media and crypto, one sector that's riding the Trump trade higher this morning. We're back right after this.
The broader banking sector up just about 2.5% right now. Actually, the KRE now moving just about 9.5% higher. Here joining me now to talk much more about financials, Malcolm Etheridge, managing partner at the Capital Area Planning Group, also a CNBC contributor. Malcolm, good morning. Great to have you on board. Want to get your take on this big upside move in financials.
Yeah, it actually makes a ton of sense if you just consider the fact that there's likely a lot of pent-up M&A demand, right, over the last several years. It's been sidelined by a pretty hostile, DOJ and FTC, particularly against tech. So I imagine that's where quite a bit of the deal-making revenue will come from for the bigger banks in the XLF. I get the idea that banks are going to be positively favored, and that's benefiting the Russell 2000 right now based on their traditional metrics, savings and loans metrics. But I think more importantly, that M&A activity is what's really going to drive the banks.
And right now we're showing some of the big banks. JP Morgan up just about 6%, Goldman Sachs just above 6%. Are those the banks that you expect to see the biggest benefit? Also want to highlight Wells Fargo and Citigroup, both up over 7%.
It is. I think that those banks have the ability to adapt to whatever the market throws at it, right? Interest rates have been significantly high for the last couple of years. They adapted, found a way to make revenues during that time. And as interest rates are in a decline right now, they'll still figure out a way to make revenues during that time, where the smaller and more regional banks only really have one mechanism, which is that savings and loan, being able to clip whatever that net interest margin is in between in the sweet spot. And I think the bigger banks have moved on and don't necessarily have to rely on that type of revenue so much to have a really solid year.
And right now we're looking at the regional banks up as well. You were also looking at some of the potential downside risk in the market. We've been highlighting the rising dollar, also the rise in bond yields, especially the expectation to see an even sharper rise in bond yields if there is a quote-unquote red sweep. What are the other downside risks that you're looking at?
Yeah, so one thing that I'm particularly concerned about in the second Trump term, where he's been very clear about his interest in disempowering the Fed, is all of the other policies that we've been talking about to this point seem to be very inflationary, especially with the Republican sweep. And so you have, at the same time, that inflation is likely to be spiking back up, a Fed chair without the one tool that it has to combat that inflation, which is usually the control of short-term interest rates. And so I think that that could be one that we're maybe overlooking at this point as a potential headwind going forward, as we might have some spiking inflation.
All right, Malcolm Etheridge of the Capital Area Planning Group, great to have you here. Thank you very much. Contessa and Brian, back over to you.
All right, Frank and Malcolm, thank you both very much. All right, a couple quick stocks, and I'm sitting here, so we're going to take a look at some energy names that are both on the move again. We've got pre-market trades, you got Robinhood trades. There's a lot of stocks that moved all night long. Now you're starting to get some of the pre-market action coming in. First off, ExxonMobil. Interesting move here because there is a school of thought that if Donald Trump is confirmed as president, this whole drill, baby, drill would send prices down. Lower prices, excuse me, are actually bad for Exxon and Chevron. And what's interesting is that the United States is already at record high production. We don't hear a lot about it for the current White House, but we're at 13.2, 13.3. The bigger story in energy and oil and gas might be the companies that just help you drill more, not companies that are necessarily as price sensitive as an ExxonMobil. Take a look at a BKR, Baker Hughes, a Halliburton, a Schlumberger. BKR is up over 5% because they would win by just more drilling activity overall. All right. To help us through our early stretch in these early hours, let us wrap things up and bring back in Mohamed El-Arian, Jay Clayton, who's been on TV since I think Grover Cleveland was actually president. So Jay, thank you. And David Zervos, the most patient man in markets. We're going to wrap this up. Mohamed, listen, obviously, we don't have a sweep yet. Nothing's been confirmed. But when we did have a sweep in 2021 and 2022, it was kind of this orgy of spending, right? Single party rule. If we go back the other way, what would be your greatest economic fear?
I don't know about fear. My greatest economic expectation is what Jay and David hinted of. We're going to see major deregulation aimed at releasing the brakes on the current and future engines of growth. That is my biggest expectation. The biggest message for me is inflation matters. And the voters have punished the Democrats for not understanding that lowering inflation doesn't reduce the cost of living, for not understanding that if your purchasing power is being robbed, you don't pay as much attention to economic exceptionalism because you're worried about paying the bills. So inflation and the cost of living issue is going to have to feature high up there because that's what people voted against the Democrats in a major way.
I would actually say it's even more than that, Mohammed. It's that the price level matters, not just inflation, because cumulatively, under the Biden administration, we saw the CPI rise 21%. Under Trump and under the 2 Obama terms, it was basically about 7 to 8%. So it was 3 times as much of an increase in prices. So even though inflation's come all the way back, and you hear a lot of people say, well, why are the Democrats being penalized? They got inflation back to 2 and change. The fact is, everything's up 3 times as much as people normally thought would happen during any administration. So actually, it's something the Fed needs to think about a little bit because they don't like targeting price level. They like targeting inflation. And frankly, I think they lost, this election was lost because they didn't keep prices in control, not inflation, but prices.
Let me wrap up from my side with looking forward and what do corporations know now. Pretty good idea that the regulatory environment is well known and it's what I would say is accommodative in most cases. So whatever strategic plans you have, start tomorrow. And, you know, speed matters. Corporations only have so much bandwidth. The government only has so much bandwidth. You're going to have a period of time where you can execute in a new environment. Take advantage of it.
That's why Tillman got off the call so quickly earlier. He heard it. He heard it. He heard it from you, and he said, "I got to hang up, JJ."
But he did. He wanted to ease those acronym agencies, as he called it, so you can get more deals done.
And you know what? Permitting reform is one of the great things the government can do to help as soon as the Trump administration gets in.
I think we just want to mention where we stand right now. NBC News has projected that the Senate will take back Republican control. That the control of the House still remains up in the air. It's too early to call that. And as of this point, though, Donald Trump has gone out in West Palm Beach and delivered a victory speech and has promised to heal the nation and to let the last 4 years be bygones. It appears right now NBC News is waiting to project.
Yeah, and he came out in front ran, you know, most of the calls. We have not called it. But I will say, Jay, very quickly, like, if indeed this is where we go, let's hope that the former and maybe next president will find his better self.
Let me tell you something I learned about government. Going forward is a lot easier than going backward.
Well said. Well said. Mohammed El-Arian, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. David Zervos, thank you very much. And Jay Clayton, you've been with us since, what, 7 p.m. Eastern? 10 straight hours. Really appreciate the insight. Valuable, invaluable.
Well, that does it for Brian Sullivan and Frank Collin and myself. Thank you all for being with us this night and into the morning. CNBC's election coverage continues with a special early edition of Squawk Box. It's after this quick break. Have a great morning.
Good morning and welcome to a special edition of Squawk Box. Former President Trump has claimed victory in the presidential race. NBC News has not made that call yet, but the markets aren't waiting. They are sharply higher this morning. Republicans have retaken control of the Senate. At this hour, it's still too early to call control of the House. It is Wednesday, November 6, 2024, and Squawk Box begins right now.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to a special edition of Squawk Box here on CNBC. We are live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. I am Joe Kernan along with Becky Quick and Andrew Ross Sorkin. U.S. equity futures at this hour are sharply higher. I was checking the House. It had been much higher in terms of the betting odds. It's 79% right now. I don't know whether the House goes or not. And the possibility of a sweep, though, 83%. These are on the betting markets, which were ahead of everything yesterday. It really were, the way the individual states. Wisconsin flipped much earlier than anyone thought it had a chance, and it worked. Betting markets were much better than the polls. The futures, as you can see, look at the Dow now up 1,200 points. Russell 2000 futures ripping higher as well, and so are Treasury yields. But there's you can see the Russell sharply higher. Crude prices,
you know, Treasury is up about 12 basis points. Yeah.
And crude, you figure, I thought it could be worse, given how the Trump trade supposedly means lower oil prices if there's drill, baby, drill. Bitcoin hit an all-time high yesterday, and it's close today. I think it's there, and then you can see the price of gold.
At one point?
At one point. It was, I don't know if you guys watched DJT yesterday. It was a little bit weird, because it was up at about 43, and it went down $8
right before the close.
It was actually earlier than that, and it was weird. And then it did rebound a little bit.
Now on the move in a big way this morning.
Now it's on the move back up, but it was the betting markets did not move at the same time. And I'm talking about Kalshi, all of them. None of them moved when DJT. I'm like, what is that? And it is different than just the pure betting markets. You don't know what any individual meme stock owner is seeing at any given time. But it was not obviously indicative of any, it had no predictive value when it sold off.
Meantime, Eamon Javers is at the table. You have not gone to sleep, I don't believe, this evening.
I got 2 hours.
Let's talk about where the race really is, what's been called, what hasn't been called, and maybe try to make some sense of what's just happened.
Well, let's start with the electoral map overall. We've got a graphic prepared that shows you where we are in terms of the battleground states that we've been looking at all through the night. There were 7 battleground states. The big kahuna in all of this was always going to be Pennsylvania with those 19 electoral college votes. Pennsylvania, as you can see here, went for Donald Trump last night. And so if you look at that electoral college map, where we are right now, Donald Trump at 266 electoral college votes. Remember, folks, you need 270, so he needs 4 votes out of those remaining states. What we're waiting for now is a call in any one of those battleground states would be big enough if it goes for Trump to tilt the balance to Donald Trump, to have him reelected. An amazing political comeback for the ages here. Take a look at Pennsylvania itself. We've got a graphic here showing how Harris and Trump did in the state of Pennsylvania. You can see there, you know, it's not even close. Some of these state polls that we saw in Pennsylvania were so close early on. Here, Trump 50.7 to Harris 48.2. And then here's how the former president reacted to it last night. Just a couple of hours ago in Mar-a-Lago, the former president triumphantly coming out to greet his supporters. Here's what he had to say.
I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
Now, the former president there claiming victory last night in his speech to his supporters. Of course, we should note that NBC News has not called the presidential election. We are waiting for those 4 electoral college votes, so we'll wait and see where we go. But clearly, Donald Trump on the verge.
And the markets, by the way, not waiting.
Right.
The market's not waiting.
Let me ask you this. And I think because everybody's waking up trying to understand sort of what's happened, what it means. Do you look at this based on not just the presidential election, but the Senate, potentially the House, as a seismic move in the country towards the right? Do you say that this is a repudiation of the Democrats and a repudiation of the last 4 years? Do you say it's a repudiation of the left? Do you when you go down these ballots and you look at some of the different ballot initiatives and try to sort of size them up against the vote, what does it mean to you?
I mean, I think number one overall, it's inflation, right? Inflation is an absolute killer for incumbents, and I think the American people do not feel how good this economy has been over the past couple of years. They feel price increases, hitting their ability to buy groceries, hitting their ability to go out to dinner with their family. That sort of thing creates resentment. I think also one of the sleeper issues in this campaign was cost of housing. I mean, you see the cost of housing skyrocketing. A lot of frustrated buyers out there can't get into the market, people feeling their rent going up, feeling like that is hitting them where they live as well. So I think those two things primarily in terms of the economics. Right. But then you've got to look at all the social issues and say that Donald Trump is making an appeal to people based on immigration, the border, and sort of broader social issues like transgender rights. Right. And you've got to look at that and say the country is more with him than not. How much do you think it's the issues themselves? How much do you say he was the candidate? Meaning that there's some people who have said from the beginning that she was not the strongest candidate to be in this place. Look, there's going to be a lot that Biden was not the strongest candidate to be in that place. There's going to be a lot of recriminations in the Democratic Party when the dust settles on all of this. I think the Democratic Party turned to Joe Biden after the first Trump term because they saw him as somebody who could finally beat Donald Trump. The unity around Joe Biden in the Democratic Party was never about Joe Biden himself. It was, here was a guy from Scranton with union roots who could relate to American voters and beat Trump. They loved him for that, and then when you saw that debate earlier this summer, they abandoned him the minute they thought that he couldn't beat Trump anymore, and they went with an alternative.
The question is the politics of resistance. Is that still going to be the Democratic Party's plan? Because that's what it's been for.
I mean, I don't think the Democratic Party is going to wake up this morning and say, well, we have a whole new set of issues that we now believe in, right? But there's going to be some questions about the tactics here. Did Joe Biden wait too long to get out of this race? If he was increasing in age and frailty, as we all saw, the Democrats will say, should he have done this? Should he have gotten out a year ago?
Right, but when you
give the Democrats an opportunity,
but it also looks like the Democrats have lost almost across all demographies, right? Yeah, almost all demographies. That's a different situation.
When did you broach the even remote possibility that Trump would win the popular vote? Did you ever?
I didn't broach any of the possibilities or not broach any of the possibilities. I mean,
not you. Let's say just media in general. Did anyone ever? So you think she was a 27% popularity vice president. Now, suddenly she became something that I guess we were told was very popular. And even though she didn't do many interviews, she didn't answer many questions, she still answered questions with word salad, and yet we still were under the impression by some sectors of the media, and it never. It was always.
That's why I'm saying
it was always illusory.
Among Democrats,
I hope there's recrimination.
There wasn't a primary.
Do you think there will be among mainstream media too? You think anyone gets their news from mainstream media?
I mean, I think this was the election of long-form podcasts, right? I mean, that you could feel that political power.
I just think you're missing my point.
If you heard Trump overnight on stage, I think Dana White was the one who spoke out and gave a shout out to Joe Rogan too, on the things that came through with this. I think the big question is what happens if this is a red wave that takes over the House as well. Trump last night said, promises made, promises kept.
Right.
And I think the market is already looking at that and trying to figure out what that means.
I was talking about this late last night with Mark Short, the former Mike Pence advisor. What is Donald Trump's legislative agenda if he gets in? Obviously, tariffs is where you start. Immigration is where you start. But there's no sort of big legislative push waiting in the wings like there was back in 2017.
What about the taxes?
Taxes, yep. Well, look, you had repeal and replace Obamacare back in 2017.
You want to know what the legislative agenda is? I can tell you the legislative agenda. Can we pick it up? Grab the guys in the control room. Grab the tweet from Elon Musk. This is the policy, and you're going to see it. No, but because. And I don't know if everyone's going to understand this reference.
The kitchen sink.
This is him with the kitchen sink. But what's important about this is he also displayed a picture of himself walking into the lobby of Twitter when he first bought it with the kitchen sink.
Right.
And meaning that it's time to really slim things back.
It's time to really slim things back. And so I think there's going to be a big role that Elon Musk is going to play in this administration, or at least he's hoping to play.
If all your concerns about the terrible times that we're going to be subjected to because of Elon Musk and what he says he's going to do, the market's up about 1,300 points. So at this point, doesn't seem to be that much concern.
The question is, austerity. What will Elon Musk be able to do if he's given this commission, right? Because there's there've been a lot of commissions in Washington history.
Do you not see this as a repudiation of almost everything that the left has?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
I do see it as that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I just said.
Because, just saying it's inflation, and we never.
No,
And the people still didn't know how good they had it with the economy, even though they still didn't have the buying power they had 4 years ago.
Well, that's the inflation issue. Yeah, absolutely.
I know
it's
that.
a huge issue.
But this is a significant repute. I mean, look, it's across the board.
But it's also,
I mean, we may not have called it yet at NBC, but it might be a sweep.
It's
and the
immigration,
popular
it's
vote.
Yeah, he could end up with all of the battleground states today.
You might as well
it's
just say all of the above.
It's the border. It's the social
it's the
issues.
DEI. It's everything.
It's all of those. And,
Yeah,
and it's
it is. It's
in
almost
lots
like
of demographics.
once every 4 years, we get not the mainstream media legacy, coastal elitist view of the world, and you actually see what's going on in the real world once every 4 years. And that's maybe what we're seeing right now. It's a shock to people, a lot of people, but maybe not everyone, right? 312, is that where we're going to be with electoral votes?
We will see.
I know I was wrong on Romney, but I've always been saying about 312.
We will see. We will
right?
see.
Wasn't 312 my number?
What was 312?
312, my number. 312.
Had you been talking about that?
Yeah, and you told me I said that about Romney. But yeah, 300 plus. And even Michigan probably at this point. I don't know. What have we called at this point? Is Michigan done?
We're not there yet.
North Carolina, Pennsylvania. I mean, we don't have. If you take a look at that map, we're still waiting on Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada.
The betting sites are like 99%. Nevada. Yeah.
Eamon Javers, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll be seeing you a lot more this morning.
We'll have continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets as we head to break. Take a look at the biggest pre-market gainers in the S&P 500. Obviously, Sylvia, people could say, well, the uncertainty has been removed, and that's always a good thing for the markets. But if it is a red sweep, there are some people that think that's, or at least will make the case it's going to be inflationary or just not what markets typically want, and that is single-party control. Would you be worried if the Republicans do take the House as well as the presidency and the Senate?
Good morning, Joe. Well, I think, if you kind of look back through history, when you had a split Congress and president, you tend to get better average annualized returns. They're about 15% or so. And when you have a Republican president and, essentially same Congress, it's about 12%. So, for average annual returns are still pretty positive, 12%. That's kind of in line with the S&P 500, maybe a little bit higher. So I'm not too worried about it. I think the one fear for markets and investors will be inflation and how policies impact that. But then on the other side of it, if you look at some of the other good that can come out of it, you kind of get like re-domestication, small caps start to rally again, onshoring, industrial boom, manufacturing boom, energy, crypto could continue to grow here. So, there's pluses and minuses with everything with these policies.
Does it matter to the markets if corporate tax rates do not go up? Does it matter to the markets if there's deregulation, or are these things offset? We see the bond market, yields up 12 basis points, whatever it is. We are talking potentially about tariffs. We are talking potentially about some taxes coming down on, who knows what happens with tips and with overtime and, that sort of that Oprah list of giveaways that we've seen from Trump. The market, it's only 2%. I don't want to overstate what 1,200 points is, but it still is a very positive reaction so far to what could be, a higher deficit and higher inflation.
Yeah, and on the other side of it, I think it could also be, better balance sheets, better revenues and things like that for corporations. I do think it matters to corporations because, as you said, look at all the futures, right? The market likes it, it's rallying. And so I think it'll impact certain areas of the market more than others. So, for example, financials might be better off with the deregulation. For technology, it could go either way, right? You like the deregulation, that certainly helps the Apples and Metas and Googles of the world. But on the other side, the tariffs could be a negative and could kind of balance that out. So we'll kind of see how that lands, whether that turns out to be more of a negotiation tactic or an actual, ding to some of those companies. So it really depends. But things like crypto can rally. I mean, look at MicroStrategy futures right now. It's clearly like the idea of deregulation there seems to be very favorable to markets.
Would you dabble in any foreign markets? And I'm not sure this would be a time to get long some of them. I mean, are there concerns in some European countries, in China, you know, it's a global market for someone like you. I'm sure there's some consternation abroad right now in some of the hallowed halls of you know, people in Germany, maybe even in China, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we look at the markets, we'll probably have a bias towards U.S. and onshore, particularly things like small caps, manufacturing, the idea of, you know, AI power growth, things like this. I don't know that we'll be allocating to China at the moment, just because, you know, there could be tensions there on trade and tariffs and things like that. So we'll have to let that play out a little bit. But I think it's very much going to be an onshore domestic trade. And I think that helps U.S. markets rally into the end of the year. And there'll probably be some trepidation offshore.
Would you ever own a bond again?
Well, you know, I mean, I kind of have a bias towards equities anyway, so I'm probably not the best person to ask for that. I just think staying invested, you know, there's $6.5 trillion in money markets right now. And if you just look at equity markets this year and just over the last 100 years, I'm just a believer in, you know, kind of dollar cost averaging into broad-based indices. You know, maybe XMAG gets some exposure to something other than the Mag 7, but you know, ahead of the election, I wasn't really positioning for one candidate over the other. I think that being invested in the market is how you win over time. And so I'm going to stay long equities.
There have been some comments that former President Trump made about, you know, I don't want to get into office right in time for, I don't want to be Hoover. I don't want to get into office right in time for a recession. And you know, it's been, you know, we were looking for a recession. Yeah, for the last 24 months, we were thinking about a recession. Someday there will be one. And depending on some of these policies that we're talking about, tariffs, et cetera, I mean, do you expect the economic picture of this country to change in the next 12 months? Do you think we're setting ourselves up for maybe that the slowdown now, or do you think Trump, with whatever he does, do you think it actually either continues growth or even hastens the growth?
Yeah, and I think it goes back to my comment about not positioning for the election. And I think the reason I didn't and I stayed invested.
You might have to now. If it's a sweep.
You might have to now, for sure. Yeah. I mean, but I think going into it, you know, we have a strong economy. Jobs were good, wages were good, ISM number looks great, manufacturing is growing. So I don't expect a recession, kind of like regardless of who was elected within the next 12 months. We'll have to see what happens with policies, right? If you're going to spend a lot of money and cut taxes, you obviously have to raise that somewhere else, right? And I don't know if that comes from tariffs. I don't know kind of where that comes from. Maybe it comes from overall economic expansion and growth, but that's, you know, kind of remains to be seen. So,
Sylvia,
yes.
For a long time, markets have wanted gridlock in Washington. We've been asking the question lately, though, if that has gotten to the point where nothing gets done. Not only do you never get a budget, you don't get any resolution on major issues like immigration, that clearly the voters have pushed up and said that this is a priority. That's going to mean a lot of change, potentially a lot of sweeping reform, probably like we haven't seen since the beginning of the Obama administration. Is that good news at this point or not?
Yeah, I think it depends on what actually kind of passes through, right? So I think there's uncertainty around that. But as you said, I think investors and voters are, you know, kind of voting that they want change here. So it's arguably what we want, and we'll have to see, you know, what policies actually go into play and what happens. But I think the biggest risk when we think about just like market specific with all of this, it's going to be inflation and the path of the deficit. So we'll have to watch how that stays under control.
Maybe you should buy some commodities. I don't know, an index, gold, maybe gold.
MicroStrategy.
It's like a buy. It's like a David Tepper buy everything except bonds market today. All right, Sylvia, thank you.
Thank you.
Is your mother alive? Do you remember that song, Sylvia's Mother? I just thought of that. I don't know. Do you remember? Did you used to think about that?
No, but I'll go out and Google it. I've never heard a song, but still get
Google
it.
it. All right. It's on Spotify. You can find it.
All right, I'll check it out.
Probably 40 years old now that I think about it.
His mother, all I can think of is her baby. When we come
that's
back,
even older.
Yeah, when we come back, continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets. Up next, the latest on the balance of power in Congress and some key races to watch. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's take a look at the price of oil. It's down this morning only by about 1.6%, still above $70 a barrel at $70.81. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Good morning. I want to get to Washington, D.C. this morning. Emily Wilkins joins us now. She's been taking a look at the balance of power in Congress and some of the key races overnight. Good morning to you, Emily. Where do things stand?
Good morning, Andrew. Well, Republicans are starting today feeling very good, but it is not over yet, at least for the entirety of Congress. For the Senate, it is over. Republicans have flipped the Senate. They have picked up now 2 seats. That includes Ohio, where Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown was not able to outrun Trump's momentum in the state. Really, the question right now for the Senate is how big the Republican majority will be. Of course, the larger it is, the more difficult it's going to be for any one senator to hold up legislation. You guys, of course, remember how Joe Manchin was able to hold up a lot of Biden's agenda because of slim margins. So that's really what we're looking for now in the Senate. Going to the House, it's still a toss-up at this point. We've seen Republicans make some gains in Pennsylvania and Michigan, and we've seen Democrats make some gains in New York. But there are a lot of uncalled races at this point, from Virginia to Alaska. And remember, last time we didn't get a call on the House until about 2 weeks after the election. So this is going to take some time. Now, if the GOP wins the House, then Republicans unlock a process that will allow them to pass major legislation without having to get that 60-vote threshold in the Senate. But even if Democrats win, Republicans are going to have to find a way to work with them, because remember, we're approaching yet another fiscal cliff that's going to require raising the debt ceiling. And plus, if the 2017 tax law expires, many Americans would be paying more in taxes, and that is something neither party wants. Andrew?
Emily, in terms of just the timing of all of this, in terms of when you think we're going to have a better sense of where the House stands, because we're looking at the stock market now up about 1,200 points on the Dow. I think under the expectation that this could be a red sweep across the board, White House, House, Senate. Obviously, this has not been called at all. The House in particular seems to be up for grabs to some degree. At what point do you think that we will have a better sense of this?
That's a really great question, Andrew, because a lot of the races, if it continues to be this close with kind of Dems getting one, Republicans getting one, which is what we've basically seen all of tonight, a lot of it's going to come down to what we see in California. There are a number of competitive races there, a number of Republicans trying to hold on to their seats with very slim margins. A lot of these are seats that Biden won in 2020. So the question is, did Trump make a lot of gains in California as we're seeing him make some gains in other parts? And if that is the case, then yes, you could certainly see a Republican sweep and potentially a larger margin for the next speaker to work with, and potentially Republicans avoiding some of that chaos that you've seen for the last 2 years.
Emily Wilkins, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll be back to you a lot more this morning. I'm curious from you guys what you think this indicates. Do you think that the stock market, given where the prediction markets are, indicates that the stock market thinks that a sweep is happening?
I think so.
And the question is, if they don't get a sweep, so we always talk about how the markets like, to some degree, divided government. Would they like the House? But would they like the House to be Democratic for whatever reason?
All my questions.
But I think I think the frustration has come in with the idea that you can no longer get anything done, and in any way, shape, or form.
Be careful what you wish for. I don't. Gridlock is a time-tested positive for the. But it's only 2%, Andrew, and who knows where it goes from here. I don't know if I'd read too much into an embrace of a House and Senate just going crazy with
look
Trump
at other. I mean, we can look at. You can look at other indicators. By the way, take aside the DJT of it all.
Look at gold.
You can look at
People
gold.
Keep saying
look
that
at the
this is
10-year.
because of certainty. The market likes certainty. I don't think there's certainty here. I don't think that's the case, because I think
there's
again,
certainty about the White House. There's certainty about the Senate.
I don't think there's there's not certainty as to whether you have a full Republican sweep all the way through, and if you do, what that means, because I think there will be big changes that come down on immigration. I think it was.
But he can do a lot.
Any appointment he will want to put in place.
He can get in his whole cabinet.
Any Supreme Court nominee he wants to put through, he'll be able to put through without any checks on any of it. So there is some big change.
Pop this screen up.
You'll get some things
Even
done.
before that, he can do regulatory
stuff.
You know, we heard how he's going to be a dictator. What he meant by a dictator on day one is he's going to close the border immediately. That's what he meant.
So bring that S&P screen back where we just had it, because look at Tesla. Tesla up about 15% this morning. And so the question there...
That's weird.
Yeah, so the question there is the value... I actually think it's possible that the value of whatever Elon's relationship and closest to the president will be, and whatever marketing you get from that, and all the other things...
Breaking news, this is...
May very well be.
I'm going to say it with a straight fit, but breaking news, NBC is calling the election for President Trump.
Wisconsin pushes him up to 276. I think, again, this is something the markets and a lot of other people had already figured out. There's a process for doing this at NBC News and going through it. Andrew, to your point on what to anticipate from Tesla and beyond, if you look at shares of Ford and GM, they're also higher today because of the idea that you're not going to have competition coming from China with some of these companies. But with Elon, I wonder if there's a double-edged sword, because
they both shouldn't be up.
About 40% of
Either
Tesla
EVs
sales come from China.
Right? It's either EVs or not. It's weird that...
Well,
it's interesting. You got this red wave that's been almost anti-EV, right? Because there's been a political push almost that is anti-EV at the same time, right? So and you're going to have the drilling, so if you're going to have lower oil prices, you'd think that more combustion engines would do well. I mean, there's a lot of sort of moving pieces to this. And then the idea that Rivian, oddly enough, right, is down close to 5%. I mean, does that mean that they think that Rivian's going to be punished by Trump to help Tesla?
You would think that he's in a good position, but there's also, you would think Elon's in a pretty good position.
Well, except for, I don't know if you guys heard earlier this morning, Eunice Yoon was on from Beijing, and she was talking to Brian and Contessa about how this is being perceived in China. She said people there kind of look at Elon Musk as a second vice president to Donald Trump.
Right.
And I wonder if at some point there's backlash to that if these tariffs do go in place and if there's massive push to punish Chinese sales. Tesla has about 40% of its sales that come from China. They don't break it out specifically, but that's what Dan Ives thinks. It's about 40% of their sales coming from China. This obviously is going to be good news for SpaceX and any of the other that are doing contracts.
Some people think that Harris might have punished, or there was a perception she might have punished Tesla. And
that's
therefore
true.
This is
maybe the stock was under as a result.
You know, I got a...
But the question is, how was Tesla punished during this period?
But
do we know? Do you have any idea about that?
How she would do that?
No. How you're saying she was?
No,
there was
saying
concern
that there was
ahead of time that she might have punished.
And so that was a hangover. There was a hangover on the stock.
Supposedly, I don't know. Someone just
interesting. Okay.
You know, the great Ari Emanuel, who and Rahm's his brother. So I'm needling him, obviously, today. And I don't know how I don't know where he is. I hope he's okay. But I just said, man, the weather's just going to get horrible now. I mean, think about it. I mean, the climate's going to go straight into the toilet. So that was I just thought about that with Tesla. So think about that.
I'm going to try. Not too hard, but I'm going to try. Coming up on the other side of this, a lot more right here on Squawk Box this morning. Continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets. You're looking at a lot of green on your screen this morning as a result of where things stand. NBC calling it now for, let's call it, President Donald Trump. Right now, as we head to a break, check out some of the big decliners, though, this morning. We showed you some of the green before. Here's some red for you. First Solar, Sunrun, Enphase Energy, all down big double digits there. One of the reasons we were raising some questions about the move on the other end of Tesla and some of the others. Interesting that Rivian was down. Nonetheless, we're going to talk about all this and so much more over the next 3.5 hours as a special edition of Squawk Box. The day after the election rolls on. Good morning and welcome back to a very special edition of Squawk Box. If you are just waking up right now, NBC News now officially projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency. Dow futures are up literally right now more than 1,000 points on the back of that news. You're looking at a lot of green on your screen. Looks like the Republicans have taken the Senate. We're still waiting on the House. Let's take a look right now, though, at Tesla shares as well. Those shares soaring this morning, 15%. You're also looking at shares of Trump Media right now. We can show you that, up about 25%, maybe more. It is quite something. Yeah. One of the things that we were talking about, by the way, on that front, which I don't totally understand, is you would think, given the role that Elon's going to play in this administration, either X is going to be, this should be either a boon to X or a boon to DJT and Truth Social. How it's a boon to both, I'm not completely sure.
I know. It's not Sirius XM. I don't understand.
So that part I still am a little bit mystified about.
They're at
one
point, they were almost equal in market value. It's got to go, DJT has to go up another 10, 15%.
Robert Frank is here, folks.
Yes, they're both around market value of around $10 billion, which is amazing considering DJT had about $1.2 million in revenue in the first half of the year, $16 million in losses the recent quarter. No, we don't know what Twitter's finances are.
It's very memey. It's a meme stock without the short position. That's all.
And it was also interesting last night.
You wonder what he does. Does he sell his stake at this point?
In the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to talk.
As a potential conflict of interest, as you would have cabinet secretaries or people who move into positions in the administration.
I mean, Donald Trump owned a hotel.
No, I'm just saying it might be a good thing for him to sell at these prices.
Nancy, he might want to, sure.
Nancy owned every chip stock.
But I don't think conflict of interest is going to enter into Donald Trump's calculations about this, because he's going to look at it and say, I can own this business. I've owned businesses while I was president before, and I can benefit financially from them.
I could see him saying, I will sell it as a potential.
Well, the other question from an economic perspective is, if you are a Fortune 500 company that historically has not been willing to advertise on Truth Social, for whatever reason. By the way, you haven't been willing to advertise on X either, though, which is as much at least. Do you now decide, okay, the water's warm, I'm going in, and I'd like to help myself? And does that help yourself? I don't know. I don't know the answers to these questions. And then, of course, there'll be a lot of reporting suggesting that this is that some company's done this and it's some kind of great conflict.
In the first Trump administration, Twitter was his messaging vehicle for White House communications, right? And that helped Twitter. The question would be,
but it didn't really help Twitter. That was actually the sort of ironic part about it. It helped them in terms of users, right? But it did not help them in terms of the economics.
The old Twitter management banned him.
Right.
Well, that was later.
But that was later.
I know, but he was banned for a couple of years, wasn't he? How long was it?
But
it was a while.
Yeah, it was until
if you look at DJT stock last night, it was up and then it was down, and then it's been all over the place. Even though in the
middle of the session it went down and the prediction markets didn't move. It looked like something. So it went down $8.
Andrew, to your point, is the most important one. Yes, if he had lost, it goes to zero. But then my question: if he wins, what's the business plan that then capitalizes other than? Yes, this is a proxy for his popularity, so therefore we know he's even more popular today than he was yesterday based on these. What does that mean? Can you build a business around that? Right. Is it his main form of communication as president? We just don't know that yet.
Guys, why don't we talk a little bit about tax policy and what we might anticipate, because we knew that the tax cuts were expiring at the end of the year. What does this set us up for?
Yeah, so you guys are talking about what is the legislative agenda, right? One thing we know has to happen, because by law it has to happen, is those taxes. And one of the first orders of business will be those 2017 tax cuts. He's vowing to extend the individual provisions of the 2017 tax cuts. Now, under an extension, about 3/4 of Americans would get a tax cut. That compares to whether those tax cuts would expire. Those benefits, though, are very top-heavy, and they're going to be expensive. Nearly half the benefits of an extension go to those making $450,000 a year or more. Looked at another way, the top 1% of Americans get a tax cut of about 3.2%, an average of about $70,000. Middle-income households, they get a tax cut of about 1.2%, or about $1,000. Now, extending these cuts is expected to cost around $4 trillion in lost revenue. Trump promised even more tax cuts on the campaign. Joe mentioned earlier, he talked about eliminating Social Security taxes, overtime pay, tip income, getting rid of the current $10,000 cap on state and local deductions. All of those, add that together, $10 trillion over the next 10 years. Even with some tariff revenue, his tax plan would add between $4 and $7 trillion to the deficit. Obviously, a lot depends here on what happens to the House, because if it's a divided government, he's not going to get all this. But this is going to be expensive, and the question will be, and Eamon's going to probably have a better answer than this than me, but will there be the deficit hawks in the House allow a $4 to $7 trillion expansion of the deficit on the back of tax cuts?
And that would be my question, though. If Trump sticks with what he said, I keep saying last night, this was this morning at 2:30 in the morning when he started speaking, he said, promises made, promises kept. Are there Republicans in the House or in the Senate who are going to say no to what is going to be a very popular president when he first comes in?
I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot of Republicans in Trump's career to date willing to stand up and go toe-to-toe with him. I don't think after this sweeping victory today, you're going to see a lot of Republicans say, you know what, Trump's on the wrong side of this. I think Trump gets what he wants. The out-of-power party usually falls in love with fiscal responsibility, right, when the opposing president's trying to do stuff. I do think if there are some Democrats on Capitol Hill, they might, who are in positions of power, they might say, you know, we're going to resist some of this deficit expansion. But
they're not going to
like
fight the tax cuts all in all, because that would mean raising, that would mean raising taxes.
Unless there's a Democratic Speaker of the House, you know, where they do control a lot in terms of what legislation comes to the floor, and they have to cut a deal. You know, Trump gets what he wants.
There's no way Trump would get rid of the SALT for the blue states.
I agree with you, but if the House is tight enough, there are 10 or 12 Republicans in blue states that have promised their constituents, I will not vote for anything that doesn't eliminate or at least expand.
And then you got some Democrats in blue states that abandon all their principles about income redistribution for their wealthy, like Gottheimer.
Well, except for that it does impact middle-income Americans in these states.
We know who benefits from it.
The other thing that's interesting about SALT is, you know, one thing you could do is just adjust it for inflation. I mean, you know, that $10,000, if it's kept, it's going to start applying to a much. You look at what's happened to property taxes and property values. This is going to expand to include a lot more people.
What happens on corporate taxes? Are we down to 15%?
I think unless that's isolated to, you know, and again, it's hard to define, companies that manufacture X percent in America, which, you know, is that going to be a large group?
So you think otherwise we're sitting at 20? We stay at 21%.
I think it's going to be hard if he adds in all this other stuff. Especially SALT, Social Security. So Social Security part is the most expensive expansion that he's talked about. I think it's going to be hard to say, and we want to lower the corporate tax rate. There will be people like Larry Kudlow that are going to push for that very hard.
I mean, we talked about the governor of all of this, maybe even being the bond market. You know, Larry Fink was out with an op-ed yesterday. I don't know if you saw in the Wall Street Journal. I believe it's actually in the physical paper this morning, talking about how we need to deal with our debt and deficits, and specifically, though, said the only real way to get there is through growth. So I actually thought that was sort of
he's right about that.
He, of course, is a longtime Democrat. And so the issue of sort of where the taxes really net out and how much you think the bond market either speaks up or doesn't may have a huge impact on all this.
What we don't know is ultimately how much appetite the bond market has for American deficits, right? We don't know what the extreme limit of American borrowing is. We may be about to find out here. And if the bond market starts to go a little wiggly, that, as you say, could be a regulator on Washington to say, you know what, these deficits are going too far. But I think Larry Fink makes a good point in that op-ed.
We had this in the Obama administration. If people remember.
We had the sequester,
right?
Well,
we had
now
a deal
we're learning
to
horrible. It's sending horrible signals right now. That $37 trillion is okay, and we can be at 430 on the 10-year. That's a horrible signal. That's like MMT is fine. Yeah,
the
but
bond
it's like
market
MMT
is super chill, right?
I know, but that's because we got the reserve currency in the world and we're spoiled. But it's a bad lesson that I think it's teaching.
And by the way,
fiscal indiscipline.
The 10-year yield has jumped 13 basis points, and that is not a small move.
I mean,
but the politicians aren't going to cut their way to fiscal sanity.
No.
Right? There's no incentive for a politician to cut spending. Every single dollar that's spent has somebody on the receiving end of it who benefits, who's a political figure. The way to get out of this is, as Larry Fink says, through economic growth. You can grow your way.
When Rick Santelli has like 4 or 5 Fs on some refundings,
then you'll know.
Then you'll know.
The other reason that...
But you won't know until that day. I mean, it's one of those things where you're walking up to a cliff blindfolded and you don't know where the cliff is.
It happened to the UK 2 years ago. It's happened in France. We've kind of been more immune. because of our
and also, as a huge
status.
country, you know, you don't have bond vigilantes out there trying to like take down the United States just because the scale of the thing would be prohibitive. But maybe, I mean, it's some.
We also have a luxury of an extremely strong economy and a strong stock market, which is generating capital gains revenue and very strong personal income taxes. So if you look at income taxes as a share of GDP, we're at sort of or near the high end of the historical norm. Even on the corporate tax rate, which I know, Andrew, you made the point that corporate tax collections are low, it's actually the highest on a percentage basis that it's been in the past 20 years, and that is because we're growing GDP at 3 to 4%. What happens?
You have to stay at 3. I mean, that was the point. That
what
point of the right
happens?
piece is you have to be 3+.
Well, 3 is the magic number.
Maybe if we take
to get out of jail.
If Elon takes the 23% spending down and the economy stays strong, maybe we do start making progress.
Sure. The question is how is that the biggest issue is
I don't know, but you
we
said
have
it's
to
very
take,
strong right
I don't
now.
disagree that you have to take the cost down. But the second you start to take the cost down,
you can't just fire people.
Then you might slow it down.
You can create a spiral.
That's right. Would you settle for 2% instead of 3%?
No,
GDP?
I would not. I would not.
Then you have a tax revenue problem, and then when you're cutting taxes and you're generating slow revenue, that's going to add to the
Your
deficit.
point is a very interesting one. This is not the same as Twitter. You can't go in.
Elon Musk can't just walk in there and start giving pink slips to people. There are civil service protections for the federal workforce that would have to be adjudicated. There's also members of Congress who have pet projects in the federal government who like certain things that the federal government is
like
doing.
the IRA.
And they will resist
When did that happen?
Elon Musk trying to cut their pet project, right? I mean, the reason the government is so bloated is because somebody somewhere wants it to be bloated and benefits from that. You have to take on those incentives. Right. And the politicians never have the incentives
How
to
does
do
that,
it. Elon
does it
Musk
have to
won't
go
be able
through
to do it.
Congress to do that, or can it be an executive order that is then adjudicated through the
You would have to, I mean,
court system?
I would think you have to go through Congress ultimately. They have the power of the purse, right?
strings,
So
right.
they control the budgets for all these agencies. So you've got to get Congress to then pass a law cutting the budgets for agencies, which Congress has said it wants the budgets to be high for.
Including the IRS.
Maybe we sacrifice the dollar. And like Paul Tudor Jones says, we inflate our way out of it. We don't
or inflation. You can
we know we can't issue as much as we want.
We just saw the power of inflation.
No one will ever sacrifice. No Treasury Secretary will ever say
Robert,
sacrifice.
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
They've never.
But that's what we've had the last 4 years.
All right, when we come back, continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets this morning. Right now, as we head to a break, let's take a look at the chip stocks. Intel shares actually up by 5%. There have been people questioning what it would mean for Intel if the CHIPS Act gets reversed. NVIDIA shares up by 1.5%. You've got Qualcomm, Advanced Micro, and Broadcom all up as well. Squawk Box will be right back. All right, if you are just waking up, NBC News projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidential election. Of course, President Trump declaring this himself last night, and the market's certainly getting there pretty quickly, too. Joining us right now is Axios co-founder Mike Allen. And Mike, I want to first of all give you credit because you told us off camera, I think we reported it on camera after, but you told us last week that you thought by 5 a.m. we would know what had happened. You weren't sure which direction, but you said we'll know something, and you were absolutely right. What do you think of how this has played out?
Yeah, Becky, President Trump surprised across the country, across every demographic group. You know, going into this, a lot of people said, well, there were two scenarios, right? A convincing Harris win or a narrow Trump path. A Trump romp was not a scenario that most operatives, experts saw. How did he do it? One, massive move with Latino voters and improving his margins with voters that Vice President Harris won, but that he did much better with, including women, including independents. And by doing much better among those groups than people expected, she way underperformed what she needed to do. He assembled this incredible victory where the blue wall crumbled. NBC and others called it for him after the second of the three states in the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin fell, leading in Michigan. Added up, and it's an incredible comeback. Makes him a transformational figure in American history, one of the pivotal American political figures ever.
Yeah, part of this is Kamala Harris underperformed, I think, in every county relative to Joe Biden 4 years ago. But the other part of this is Trump was appealing to a much broader spectrum of people. He brought in people like Elon Musk. He brought in RFK Jr. He brought in Tulsi Gabbard, and really made for a very decisive win across the board.
I think she didn't outperform it by more than 3% anywhere, I think is what.
Oh, I thought it was underperforming in every single
I think she was unable to outperform by more than, and that was only in a few places, right, Mike?
Yeah, this was geographic, this was demographic, and look at the issues. It turns out that the issue of immigration and inflation, the two I's, were very powerful, border and prices. They're real world issues. And every day on Squawk, as we looked at the data, we looked at 2/3 to 70% of Americans who said America was on the wrong track. That sure looked insurmountable. And it wasn't showing up in a 50-50 poll. A presidential election, astonishing, like right. Week after month, barely moved. But now we see she had unbelievable headwinds, and Americans were saying they.
I can't wait, Mike, for Ann Seltzer's poll in 4 years. This is the one I'm really looking forward to again. The Iowa. What happened? Do you know? Can you? How do things like that? I guess Wisconsin's, or that was Iowa, but it must be impossible. That's an embarrassment, isn't it? Again. It
was an outlier poll, and this is for your viewers. Axios. No, we always take.
She got famous.
Squawk. You take the long view, and this is one of the earliest things I learned as a political reporter, that any given poll can be wrong. Don't hang your hat on any given poll, but every poll isn't wrong, and we see that again here. Look, former President Trump was ahead again and again. It was in the margin, and so we rightly said that it was a coin flip election. But if you look back, he was slightly ahead in swing state after swing state, and now it looks like he may carry all 7 of them. He's leading in the 3 where the networks have declared him a winner.
Mike, I want to thank you. We've got, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We got Roger here at the table. I want to bring him into this conversation. Roger Altman here at 6 a.m., just about 6 a.m., founder and senior chairman of Evercore.
Good morning.
You were supportive of Kamala Harris. I'm so curious what your takeaway of this election is as you look at what's happened here. How much of this was a repudiation of her personally? How much of it was a repudiation of the last 4 years? How much of it was a repudiation of the left, if that is to be said? And what kind of soul-searching or introspection you think happens on a morning like this?
Well, do we have 4 or 5 hours?
We have 3. As it happens, we have 3.
We do have 4 today, yeah.
Well, first of all, I mean, I think you have to acknowledge that Trump is a gifted political athlete. I mean, he just is. And anybody who tries to say differently, I think, is just wrong. I'm not his biggest fan, but you have to acknowledge that. Secondly, the country obviously is shifting, or has shifted, to the right. I saw in an exit poll, only 29% of voters in that poll identified as liberal. And Trump dominated the other
Is it
71.
the country shifting, or is it the Democratic Party that ran so far left?
Well, the result, I think, is the same. In other words, I would think it's some of each. I mean, if you look at for example, and Mike was just talking about the issue.